Introduction asterisk. A single thought can transcend the heavens, awakening myriad paths. Martial prowess can shatter the firmament and obliterate divine positions. In this vast continent, where spirit is the source and martial is revered, the celestial energies intertwine, myriad races vie for supremacy, sects flourish, and nations clash. Those who awaken their spiritual and martial roots can channel energy into their bodies, refine their physical forms, and wield elemental forces. Upon reaching the pinnacle, one can crumble mountains with a fist and rend the earth with a foot, causing both deities and demons to retreat. Yet, young Lin Xuan, born without spirit, with severed martial veins, is deemed a waste, subjected to scorn and derision. Abandoned by his family, bullied by his peers, and laughed at by the world. Your life will be confined to the mundane. How can you speak of martial cultivation? However, his inner flame remains unextinguished, his will as iron. In a moment of life and death, a dormant, mysterious mark within him awakens. An ancient relic from the era of sealed deities, a whisper from a remnant soul. Divine positions are vacant. They must be claimed by mortals. From that moment forth, he utilizes his mortal form as a foundation, defying fate to forge both spiritual and martial paths. With the essence of the heavens and earth in his left hand, he cultivates supreme spiritual arts. With an indestructible body in his right, he masters heavenly martial techniques. Surpassing realms and vanquishing foes, he ascends from a border town to the divine realm of the nine heavens. When the gods sit high upon the clouds, gazing down upon all beings, Lin Xuan strides forth across mountains of corpses and seas of blood, pointing a spear to the heavens. If the gods are unjust, then I shall slay them. The divine ranking in this world. Chapter 1. A narrow escape from death. The morning market at the north gate of Yunshao City opened as usual. Little rascal, how many times have you come to steal my buns? A scolding voice added a touch of life to the morning market. Boss lady, you've grown so beautiful. I'm not just after your buns, but your beauty. Who doesn't know that you, Lu Jianyong, are the renowned beauty of the north gate? The scolded was a slender youth, exuding an air of mischief. Ha, you little rogue, no one in the entire north gate can match your silver tongue. An old man selling pancakes teased the slender boy. Uncle Wu, are you praising me or mocking me? I know you all look down on me, Jiang Wuji. Just wait until I reach Qingyuan Palace and learn the supreme Tao of the three pure ones. Then you'll be begging me for favors. Jiang Wuji fired back at the old pancake vendor. Huh, this kid. You should stop idling and find something worthwhile to do. It's better than anything. But still, Qingyuan Palace? Dreaming at this hour. Those nearby chimed in, ribbing Jiang Wuji. Yet, Lu Jianyong, who was buying buns, remained silent, quietly observing the determination in Jiang Wuji's eyes. As everyone teased Jiang Wuji, a commotion arose in the distance. What's happening so early in the morning? As Jiang Wuji murmured, people in the crowd began to converge towards the disturbance. The Iron Bear Guard of Yinshao City. Jiang Wuji stood amidst the crowd, witnessing a figure clad in black iron armor lying on the ground, a pool of blood steadily flowing. Gasps erupted among the crowd. Who would dare to kill an Iron Bear Guard in Yinshao City? This was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Clear the way, clear the way. From behind the crowd, someone shouted. A group of Iron Bear Guards with serious expressions stood at the back. Upon seeing the Iron Bear Guard arrive, the crowd immediately parted to give way. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the Iron Bear Guard, the faces of the arriving guards darkened instantly. Quick, notify Lord Nangong. The leading Iron Bear Guard, upon recognizing the deceased as his comrade, Nangong Hong, the brother of Captain Nangong Ci, could hardly fathom the loss. This is troublesome. This thought echoed in the hearts of all present Iron Bear Guards. About a quarter of an hour later, a man riding a silver bell lion approached the Iron Bear Guards. Roar! The silver bell lion let out a low growl upon seeing the deceased Nangong Hong, startling the onlookers into covering their ears. My lord! All the Iron Bear Guards knelt on one knee upon seeing the man. Nangong Ci gazed at his brother's lifeless form, appearing calm on the surface while seething with rage and sorrow within. Have the perpetrators been captured? Nangong Ci's frigid gaze instilled a bone-chilling fear in the Iron Bear Guards. My lord, when we arrived, the culprits had already. The leading guard's words were cut short by an overwhelming pressure that made his chest ache. In 3 days, if you fail to capture them, you will take your own lives. Nangong Ci's command left the Iron Bear Guards devoid of any spirit to resist. The weight of his words felt as if he were demanding them to willingly take their own lives. As soon as Nangong Si finished speaking, he cast a cold glance over the crowd of onlookers. Onlookers, you shall face death. This declaration was directed at the Iron Bear Guards, who were momentarily taken aback by Nangong Si's unexpected intent, leaving them stunned. Kill. With a single command from Nangong Si, the Iron Bear Guards dared not resist, drawing their swords in unison. No one among the crowd anticipated that merely being bystanders would lead to such a dire fate. All knelt before Nangong Si, pleading for mercy, including Jiang Wuji. At this moment, everyone, Jiang Wuji included, could only hope that Nangong Si would change his mind and spare them. My lord Nangong, they are but commoners. Why take their lives? A man in white appeared among the crowd, greeting Nangong Si while advocating for the bystanders. The Iron Bear Guards, upon seeing the man in white, hesitated to act against the crowd. Nangong Si, noticing the man in white, waved his hand to the Iron Bear Guards, who then sheathed their swords. Mr. Qin, are you really interceding for these commoners? Though Nangong Si's tone softened considerably, it remained icy. Thank you, Lord Nangong, for your mercy. I, Qin, bow to you on their behalf. The man in white bowed to Nangong Si, who accepted the gesture with natural grace. You all may disperse now. The man in white admonished the onlookers, who scrambled to their feet and fled. Watching the dispersing crowd, Nangong Si made no move to stop them. Jiang Wuji, fleeing with the crowd, ran faster than anyone, reaching his dwelling in one breath. Today was truly bizarre. I almost lost my life so early in the morning. Reflecting on the events, Jiang Wuji could not help but grumble. Unbeknownst to him, the man in white quietly observed him, his eyes revealing a contemplative demeanor. Sigh. The man in white gently exhaled, approaching Jiang Wuji, who, sensing someone approaching, a startled Jiang Wuji whirled around. You, are you the one who saved us? Seeing the man in white, Jiang Wuji felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Leave this place. Depart from Yinxiao City. As a man in white spoke, he tossed a pouch of coins towards Jiang Wuji. What do you mean, sir? Has Lord Nangong changed his mind? Jiang Wujian deftly caught the pouch of coins tossed by the man in white, yet he refrained from opening it immediately. Don't ask too many questions. Just hurry and leave. The man in white said, and without waiting for Jiang Wujian's response, he departed. Once certain that the man was gone, Jiang Wujian opened the pouch, revealing 10 jade crystals within, causing his heart to race. Each jade crystal could afford him a life of luxury in Yunjiao City, and now he possessed 10. He carefully tucked the pouch away and took a deep breath to calm his exhilaration. Although I do not understand your motives for aiding me, I, Jiang Wujian, will remember this kindness. Since I can no longer stay here, it is time for me to depart. Jiang Wujian possessed a remarkable quality. As long as his life was spared, he could venture anywhere, especially now that he held a substantial fortune. After a brief gathering of his belongings, he exited his residence with a certain flair. Upon reaching the street, Jiang Wujian made his way to the royal bank of Yunjiao City, exchanging 1 jade crystal for crystal coins. Following the exchange, he rented a carriage and acquired a new set of clothing before leaving Yunjiao City behind. His destination was clear, the sword-casting city, situated 1,000 miles away. Jiang Wujian chose this city because it was home to many cultivators, and his goal was to reach Qingyuan Palace. Although the journey was arduous, it progressed smoothly without any significant incidents. 2 weeks later, Jiang Wujian arrived at Sword-Casting City, a place markedly different from Yunjiao City. As he stepped into Sword-Casting City, he could sense an atmosphere of fervor enveloping him. This is truly the place I relish. Closing his eyes, Jiang Wujian reveled in the city's intensity, silently exclaiming within himself, "Hey, you there! Don't block the road!" A loud shout echoed from afar as a group of riders thundered down the street. It was then that Jiang Wujian realized he stood alone in the middle of the thoroughfare, while others had already darted aside. Damn it! As he rolled up his sleeves to retort, the riders were upon him, prompting him to leap aside in alarm. Ha ha! It's a miracle you're still alive, you fool. The riders erupted in laughter upon witnessing Jiang Wujian's frantic escape. How dare you act brazenly before me, Jiang? Let's hope I don't cross paths with you again. Clapping the dust from his clothes, Jiang Wujian cursed vehemently. You're a newcomer, aren't you? Just then, a youth of similar age approached Jiang Wujian and inquired, "What's it to you?" Jiang Wujian shot back, his expression unfriendly. In unfamiliar territories, he was wary of engaging with strangers, a lesson he had learned well. Unfazed by Jiang Wujian's retort, The youth simply shook his head and walked away. I once found this place appealing, but now I am thoroughly disenchanted. Jiang Wujian continued to grumble, while passers-by seemed accustomed to such occurrences. Now, he needed to find an inn where he could settle before making further plans. Piaoxiang Tower. Glancing upward, Jiang Wujian noticed a heavily made-up woman gazing at him with a smile. "Esteemed young sir, are you here for a meal?" The woman grasped Jiang Wujian's arm with a fervor reminiscent of a lover's embrace. "Dear lady, please tone down your exuberance. I merely wish to dine. Your provocative enthusiasm is overwhelming." Jiang Wujian thought, resolving not to be swayed by her advances. "Ah, I see. You're quite the seasoned player despite your youth." The woman giggled, playfully patting Jiang Wujian's arm before giving his thigh a firm squeeze. Unaccustomed to such liberties, Jiang Wujian was not the type to be trifled with. He would not let her actions go unreciprocated. With a swift motion, he delivered a playful slap to her rear. Madam, what delectable offerings do you have? Please serve them promptly." Clearing his throat, Jiang Wujian entered Piaoxiang Tower, issuing orders for his meal. "Have you heard? The Iron Bear Guard of Yunyao City has placed a bounty of 5 jade crystals for the capture of the murderer of Nangong Hong, the brother of Nangongzi." As he sat down, Jiang Wujian overheard the conversation regarding Nangongzi. His journey from Yunyao City to Sword Casting City had taken 2 weeks. The bounty was still active after all this time, leaving Jiang Wujian astonished. Whoever could so easily eliminate Nangong Hong must be formidable. It seems the Nangong family has incurred the wrath of someone powerful. It appears only such an explanation could account for the audacity of the assailant against Nangong Hong. However, I also heard that Nangongzi executed all the onlookers. TSK, Nangongzi is indeed ruthless. As Jiang Wujian processed the news of Nangongzi's mercilessness, cold sweat soaked his garments, leaving him with a sensation of having narrowly escaped death. His gratitude towards the man in white intensified. "Your meal is served." At that moment, the food arrived, but Jiang Wujian was too preoccupied to savor the flavors, devouring it hastily before exiting Piaoxiang Tower. Chapter 2. Seeking an Enforcer. In an opulent mansion located in the eastern district of Sword Casting City, Jiang Wujian reclined in a lounge chair, munching contentedly as 2 maidens massaged his legs, their expressions suggestive of delight. "Now that I have a residence in maidens, it seems I require an enforcer." Observing the 2 attractive maidens, Jiang Wujian contemplated the perfect addition of a youthful enforcer to complete his entourage. "You seem to enjoy life quite well." While Jiang Wujian was lost in thought, the man in white appeared before him. Upon seeing the man, Jiang Wujian sprang to his feet, offering a respectful greeting. "Sir, please refrain from mocking me." As Jiang Wujian spoke, he noticed a girl in black standing behind the man. This dark-clad maiden bore an icy demeanor, sending a shiver down Jiang Wujian's spine. "Sir, have you come to see me regarding something?" As he inquired, his mind raced with thoughts of how to win the favor of the black-clad maiden. "Black Feather, you shall accompany him from now on." The man in white addressed the girl, and Jiang Wujian's heart soared at the news. "Understood." The black-clad maiden responded succinctly, yet her voice was melodious. Sir, I have a question. Why did you choose to save me?" Jiang Wujian understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Being a drifter, he never expected assistance from someone of the man's caliber. "I only acted on behalf of an old friend. You need not inquire further." At the man's words, Jiang Wujian fell into contemplation. Since he could remember, he had never known family, having always roamed the northern gates of Yunyao City. Suddenly, the appearance of the man in white startled Jiang Wujian. Although he sensed no immediate threat, the man's regard for him seemed excessively high. Merely considering the 10 jade crystals, which were valued at 10 million crystal coins each, it was no trifling sum. The storage crystal card he obtained from the royal bank was not something an ordinary person could acquire. "Since you prohibit inquiries, I shall refrain from asking," Jiang Wujian declared, dismissing further thoughts. After all, he was merely a drifter in Cloud City, and now, living in Sword Forging City in such affluence, he felt immensely satisfied. "This will be my final assistance to you. Although Hei Yu appears aloof, she can safeguard your life," the man in white remarked, casting a lingering glance at Hei Yu, his eyes reflecting a sense of reluctance. "Though you have evaded the calamities of Cloud City, you will inevitably encounter other misfortunes. Since you prefer residing here, I shall cast a protective barrier around this place. It will automatically activate to shield you in times of mortal peril." With that, the man performed a spell with his hands, enveloping Jiang Wujian's residence in an invisible force, which gradually dissipated into nothingness. Witnessing such prowess ignited a fierce longing within Jiang Wujian to visit Qingyuan Palace. After the man in white imparted a few more instructions, he departed, leaving He Yu behind. Jiang Wujian understood that from that moment onward, he would have to rely on himself. Yet, his foremost concern remained: who had tasked the man in white with protecting him? The contemplation caused him a headache, prompting him to dismiss such tangled thoughts. I've heard there's a martial arena in Sword Forging City. It seems I must seek out some formidable individuals to help guard this place. Jiang Wujian mused, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Master, the martial artists in the arena are all from prestigious families. Even if we go, it's unlikely anyone would accompany you, one of the maidservants gently warned. This was indeed a dilemma. Openly attempting to recruit from others would likely breed enmity. Jiang Wujian rested his chin on his hand, as the few individuals in the courtyard quietly awaited his decision. He chuckled mischievously. Now that the three of you are part of this household, you must also contribute, Jiang Wujian declared, moving the two maidservants with emotion as they interpreted his words as a sign of familial inclusion. He Yu furrowed her icy brow, aware that Jiang Wujian's next words would not bode well. Indeed. Let us head to the martial arena to earn some household expenses, Jiang Wujian suggested, pointing at He Yu, flashing a row of pearly whites with a cheeky grin. I shall not go. He Yu shot him a fierce glare before turning away to find her own room. Master, while the martial artists at the arena primarily belong to notable families, there are some independent martial artists who also compete there. The maidservant appeared knowledgeable about the arena. Oh, how do you know so much about the martial arena? Jiang Wujian inquired, intrigued by her background. I used to work as an usher at the arena, but had to leave due to certain circumstances. The maidservant lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, recalling how she had previously misrepresented herself when Jiang Wujian sought her out. Then your name must also be a falsehood? I am Qingyuan. My previous name was indeed fabricated, she admitted, revealing her true identity. Then you didn't deceive me about your name, did you? Jiang Wujian tilted his head, questioning the other maidservant. Master, my name is Xiaoxia. I have not misled you, Xiaoxia replied softly, her hands clasped tightly, appearing anxious. Good, that is how it should be. Just speak openly, and everything will be well. Initially apprehensive about telling lies, Qingyuan was taken aback by Jiang Wujian's response. Do not stare. I have not dismissed you. Should anything arise, inform me without deceit, not even once. Tears welled in Qingyuan's eyes as she nodded vigorously in agreement. Let us proceed to the martial arena. Qingyuan led the way, and the three of them strode confidently towards the arena, while He Yu remained inside the house. Enlighten me about the martial arena, Jiang Wujian requested, eager to glean more information since Qingyuan had prior experience there. There are two types of competitions at the martial arena. One involves contests between martial artists from prominent families, typically with substantial wagers. The other, though rare, consists of life-and-death duels among martial artists. Those who survive such encounters become highly sought after by noble families. Qingyuan elaborated, sharing more insights about the arena. Upon arrival, at the entrance of the martial arena, Jiang Wujian listened intently to Qingyuan's explanations, unaware they had reached their destination. Outside the arena, he noticed only a sparse number of individuals coming and going. Entry through the main gate is restricted to members of esteemed families or those holding VIP tickets. Ordinary spectators must use the rear entrance, Qingyuan explained. Thus, possessing wealth proved advantageous. Jiang Wujian instructed Qingyuan to purchase a VIP ticket, which allowed him to bring two companions into the exclusive area. However, the ticket's price left him feeling a pang of regret. Upon entering the grand hall of the martial arena, an usher guided Jiang Wujian and his companions to their VIP room. Sir, would you be interested in betting on the outcome of the martial artist contests? The usher inquired as she led the way. Not interested, Jiang Wujian promptly declined, momentarily catching the usher off guard, though she quickly regained her composure, demonstrating her professionalism. Sir, you have arrived at your VIP room. Should you require anything, feel free to call upon me. The usher opened the door to the VIP chamber. Master, based on the usual schedule of the martial arena, today should feature contests among several prominent families, Qingyuan remarked. No matter, I am merely here to observe. The cost of that VIP ticket pains my heart, Jiang Wujian lamented, recalling the ticket's steep price. Esteemed guests, the martial contest shall commence shortly. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiang Wujian, having never witnessed such events, was aware of the renowned reputation of the martial contests in Sword Forging City. Of course, the most famous event was the annual Grand Martial Contest, an absolute spectacle. Today, however, Jiang Wujian noted the sparse attendance in the general seating area, with only 3 VIP rooms occupied, one of which was adjacent to his. "What is this? This is utterly lackluster," Jiang Wujian exclaimed, watching the competitors, rising from his seat to vocally express his dissatisfaction without regard for his companion's perceptions. "Such a waste of my money. This is what passes for martial competition?" Exhausted from his tirade, Jiang Wujian slumped back into his seat, continuing to grumble. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, someone was knocking at the door of the VIP lounge. "Sir, this young lady claims she is looking for you." The attendant opened the door, revealing He Yu at the threshold. "How did you get in here?" Jiang Wujian was quite curious about how He Yu managed to enter. As he spoke, He Yu casually tossed a VIP ticket towards him. Jiang Wujian caught the ticket that had been flung his way and was taken aback by He Yu's apparent affluence. However, recalling the substantial sum the man in white had bestowed upon him, he surmised that He Yu must have received her fair share as well. With thoughts of the windfall He Yu had likely received from the man in white, Jiang Wujian began to contemplate how he might acquire some of her funds. What a transgression! Upon realizing that he was scheming to obtain a young girl's money, Jiang Wujian feigned a moment of remorse. Just as He Yu located Jiang Wujian, the duel in the arena concluded. What a shabby display. Whose martial artist is this? Such skill, and they claim to belong to a prominent family. Jiang Wujian felt a sense of discontent for having spent money without witnessing an exhilarating duel. "Sir, in 6 days, there will be a private duel among martial artists. You are welcome to return then." The attendant, noticing Jiang Wujian's displeasure, eagerly promoted the upcoming private duel. Not interested. Jiang Wujian shot a glance at the attendant, declaring his disinterest, yet inwardly resolved to attend. Today's duel was indeed rather mediocre and did not satisfy you. But the private duel in 6 days features a 1-star martial artist, and it is a life-and-death match. Jiang Wujian was unfamiliar with the significance of a 1-star martial artist, but the astonished expression on Qing Yuer's face indicated that they were indeed formidable. However, the VIP lounge must be reserved in advance, and full payment is required up front, the attendant continued, addressing Jiang Wujian. "Master, it is rare to witness a private duel of a 1-star martial artist at the arena, especially one that involves life and death. In my years at the arena, I have never encountered such an event," Qing Yuer whispered into Jiang Wujian's ear. "Then I shall make a reservation." Jiang Wujian spoke with great flair, producing a storage crystal card and handing it to the attendant. The group then proceeded towards the grand hall of the arena. "Upon my return, I shall ensure that scoundrel pays for the vast number of crystal coins I have lost." Just as Jiang Wujian and his companions entered the grand hall, a familiar voice erupted from behind him, cursing loudly. Upon turning to see the source of the outburst, a wicked smile crept across Jiang Wujian's lips. Chapter 3. A day of 2 disturbances. Jiang Wujian vividly recalled his arrival in Sword Casting City, so when he heard a familiar voice, his heart surged with excitement. "You bastard, what are you staring at?" The tone was unmistakable, as was the familiar insult. This time, Jiang Wujian clearly discerned the source of the derogatory remarks directed at him. The individual was neither tall nor stout, possessing a rather decent appearance, accompanied by several others, exuding an air of arrogance and hubris, with a stream of profanities flowing from his lips. "You bastard is your father." Jiang Wujian had never been one to suffer in silence. When it came to insults, he had never feared anyone. "Young master who? Temper your emotions. Sir, please calm down." Noticing the escalating tension between the two, an elderly man in the grand hall hurriedly stepped forward, positioning himself between Jiang Wujian and the other party, attempting to mediate with a jovial demeanor. "Old Feng, this matter does not concern you." Young master who maintained a relatively amicable tone towards the elder, yet his words bore no hint of a desire to relent. Although Old Feng had intervened as a peacemaker, he found himself in a precarious position regarding young master whose statements. "You're as good as dead, kid." Young master who uttered menacingly, simultaneously making a subtle gesture. In an instant, a martial artist behind young master who lunged forward, brandishing a short sword aimed directly at Jiang Wujian's chest. Clang! Just as the blade was about to make contact, a shadow darted beside Jiang Wujian, intercepting the attack with a long sword, which deflected the advancing short sword. Bang! Almost simultaneously, as the black-clad figure blocked the attack, she executed a swift spinning kick, striking the assailant fiercely. The force of the kick was tremendous, sending the swordsman stumbling backward spitting blood in the process. No one present anticipated that this young woman in black could inflict such injury upon a martial artist with a single blow. Jiang Wujian stood agape, witnessing the unfolding events. Fear crept into his heart. He had not expected young Master Hu to resort to such brutality. It became evident to him that his safety lay solely in his own strength. At that moment, he recognized that true power resided within himself. And he was fortunate that the black-clad figure had come to his aid. Had she not followed him today, his life would have been forfeit. As his thoughts spiraled into anxiety, the desire to grow stronger intensified within him. Oh dear, young Master Hu, what has happened? Losing money is one thing, but being bullied is quite another. It was often the case that unwelcome individuals appeared at the most inappropriate times, fearing that the situation might not escalate sufficiently. Goodness, I say, young Master Zhang, you ought not to stoke the flames further, Old Feng exclaimed, slapping his thighs in exasperation, truly lamenting the arrival of yet another troublemaker. Jiangsu, spare us your sarcastic remarks. Young Master Hu glared at Jiangsu. Though he found him insufferable, he was unable to retaliate effectively. Young sir, you might want to tread carefully. Offending young Master Hu is no trivial matter, Jiangsu remarked with a smile directed at Jiang Wujian, though the grin appeared insincere. Jiang Wujian inwardly cursed, recognizing that neither party was commendable. Nevertheless, he managed a polite smile in response to Jiangsu. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer. Jiangsu, being somewhat astute, realized that further involvement would only lead to unnecessary enmity. Moreover, those who frequented the duel arena were not ordinary individuals. It was evident that Jiang Wujian held a significant status in Jiangsu's eyes, largely due to the earlier display of prowess by Heiyu. Young Master Hu, I suggest you resolve this matter outside. The duel arena has its own rules, which you should be well acquainted with, Elder Ting stated, recognizing that the injury inflicted warranted more than mere words of reconciliation, thus urging both Jiang Wujian and young Master Hu's factions to part ways. My apologies, Elder, Jiang Wujian replied courteously. You have harmed my associate, and I shall not let this go unpunished, young Master Hu declared, dramatically waving his sleeve as he departed with his entourage. Let us also take our leave. Jiang Wujian called to the three women accompanying him. Ah, young Master Jiang, might I trouble you to settle the fee for this young lady's VIP ticket, as well as the reservation for the VIP room in 6 days? The total amounts to 600,000 crystal coins. As Jiang Wujian was about to exit, Elder Ting's words prompted a fierce glare directed at Heiyu. I do not know her, Jiang Wujian responded bluntly, catching Elder Tung off guard. In an instant, Jiang Wujian felt a chill at his throat as a long sword was pressed against him. Heiyu's gaze icy as she regarded him. I will pay, he stammered, trembling as he grasped the blade, fearful that a momentary lapse could cost him his life. Reluctantly, Jiang Wujian settled the payment, having initially intended to extract funds from Heiyu. Now, he found himself at a loss, having to dig into his own pockets instead. Do not presume I am unaware of the sum your uncle provided you, Heiyu remarked, and at that moment, Jiang Wujian understood the importance of not crossing her in the future. Young Master Jiang, here is your storage crystal card. Please keep it safe. The attendant returned the card to him, her demeanor cheerful. Jiang Wujian quickly tucked it away, concerned about the potential loss of funds. Miscreant, Heiyu scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Jiang Wujian. He could only manage a couple of awkward chuckles to mask his stinginess. Let us depart, he said, bidding farewell to Elder Tung, who cautioned him to remain vigilant regarding young Master Hu. Outside the duel arena, Jiang Wujian exhaled deeply, squinting as he surveyed his surroundings. Finding no trace of young Master Hu, he understood all too well that having been injured by Heiyu, young Master Hu's arrogant nature would not allow this incident to conclude so simply. I must procure a weapon for self-defense. Qing Yuer, accompanied by Jiang Wujian and 2 others, arrived at the weapon market in Sword Forging City, where numerous shops of varying sizes offered a plethora of armaments. Is that not the young master from the martial arena? Do you remember me? The one greeting them was Zhang Su, whom they had encountered at the martial arena. Seeing Zhang Su's insincere smile made Jiang Wujian feel an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. Who do you think you are? Jiang Wujian maintained a stern expression, deliberately pretending not to recognize Zhang Su. This feigned ignorance caused Zhang Su's forced grin to falter momentarily. It seems the young master truly is a person of means, prone to forgetfulness. Zhang Su's rigid expression persisted for a moment before he resumed his forced smile, a level of shamelessness that Jiang Wujian could not match. Oh, you're that fellow. No wonder you seem so familiar, Jiang Wujian exclaimed, adopting a look of sudden realization, which caused Zhang Su's face to twitch. Jiang Wujian wished to avoid further interaction with Zhang Su, so after exchanging some pleasantries, He sought an excuse to extricate himself from the conversation. Daily sword, this sounds intriguing. Let us venture inside. Jiang Wujian and his companions approached a weapon shop, the name of which stood out markedly among the others. Upon entering, they found the establishment devoid of customers and lacking the array of weapons that characterized the other shops. How peculiar. Is there not even a single attendant here? Jiang Wujian muttered, finding such a shop to be a first in his experience. Today's sword has already been sold. For purchases, please come early tomorrow. Without encountering anyone, they only heard a voice urging them to leave. Ah, so Daily Sword operates on such a principle. They only sell one sword each day? Jiang Wujian comprehended that this establishment must offer exquisite weapons. Esteemed young master, I regret to inform you that our sword for today is indeed sold out. Please return tomorrow. An attendant finally emerged from the back, offering his apologies. I am not here to buy a sword. I seek a knife, Jiang Wujian replied, adopting a somewhat roguish demeanor. Though his words did not sit well with the attendant. You did not come here to purchase a sword, but rather to cause trouble, did you? The attendant's tone changed upon witnessing Jiang Wujian's demeanor. You only mentioned a daily sword, and said nothing about a daily knife. What? Am I not allowed to buy a knife if I do not wish to purchase a sword? Now aware of the prowess of the black feather by his side, Jiang Wujian felt a sense of bravado. Iron hammer, someone is causing a ruckus. The attendant, seemingly disinterested in Jiang Wujian, called out toward the inner chamber before fleeing. A loud roar echoed as a massive figure, towering over 2 meters and bare-chested, wielding a colossal hammer, approached the shop, swinging the hammer menacingly toward Jiang Wujian and his companions. With a resounding thud, a long sword interposed itself before the hammer, causing the giant to stagger back slightly. In that instant, the black feather performed a backflip, landing deftly beside Jiang Wujian. Wow! The hammer was forced back a step by the girl, instantly igniting a blaze of fury within him. He shouted loudly, clutching the hammer with both hands, as a surge of fire element infused into it. The hammer was abruptly enveloped in flames, and with a vigorous swing, he struck towards the black-feathered figure. The black-feathered one, upon sensing the fire element released by the hammer, tightened his grip on the long sword, channeling a surge of water element into it. With this infusion, the sword transformed into an icy blade. Shimbing break, he murmured, and blossoms of ice radiated from the sword, darting towards the hammer like shooting stars. Behold as I melt you. In response to the black-feathered one's Xianbing break, the hammer had no choice but to defend. A colossal flame shield materialized before him, and the icy blossoms collided with the fiery barrier, emitting a hissing sound as white smoke billowed forth. Witnessing the fierce battle, Jiang Wuji quickly pulled the 2 maidservants outside. With a triumphant expression, the hammer reveled in having thwarted the black-feathered attack, which only served to ignite more fury in the latter. The black-feathered one, with a flick of his icy sword, executed a sword technique that made the hammer feel as if he were plummeting into an endless river. It was a sensation of calmness intertwined with deep unease. Once more, the fire element within the hammer surged, transforming the hammer into a long staff. Gripping it tightly, he infused it with fire element again. Fire cloud burning sea, he proclaimed as he danced with the staff, enveloped in a sea of flames, finally reclaiming a sense of control over his body. However, he soon discovered that he was once again sinking under an immense pressure. Break free, he gritted his teeth, expending all his fire element in an attempt to escape this predicament. The black-feathered one, fully aware of the hammer's intentions, unleashed another sword technique. Wait, I concede. Just as the black-feathered one's technique was about to be unleashed, the hammer quickly pleaded for mercy. He had not anticipated that the girl he was fighting possessed such overwhelming strength. Upon hearing the hammer's plea, the black-feathered one withdrew her sword, recognizing that it was Jiang Wuji's careless words that had instigated the conflict. Haha. Jiang Wuji laughed heartily as he approached the 2, witnessing their cessation of combat. The hammer glared at him with a sullen expression, while the black-feathered one offered him no warmth either. Nonetheless, Jiang Wuji remained unfazed, his mind racing with schemes to recruit the hammer into his ranks. Chapter 4. Recruiting a henchman. Seeing the hammer's discontent following his defeat at the hands of the black-feathered one, Jiang Wuji seized the opportunity to persuade him to join his cause. Brother Hammer, I acknowledge my prior missteps. My words were ill-considered. However, they cannot be taken back. Let us not dwell on this as unfair treatment. Instead, I propose an opportunity for you, a duel between men. Jiang Wujian had already devised a cunning plan to deceive the hammer into submission. Do you speak the truth? Although the hammer directed his question at Jiang Wujian, his gaze was fixed upon Heiyu. Indeed, I speak with utmost sincerity. A gentleman's word is his bond, and a dead horse is hard to chase. Brother Hammer, in my eyes, you are undoubtedly a gentleman, while I am but a mere dead horse. Jiang Wujian assured the Hammer with a resounding slap upon his chest, echoing with confidence. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us begin. As the Hammer raised his weapon, Heiyu swiftly positioned herself in front of Jiang Wujian. Her movement compelled the Hammer to reluctantly lower his hammer, while Jiang Wujian gently nudged Heiyu aside. This is a duel between men, you may observe from the sidelines. With an air of confidence, Jiang Wujian declared, while Heiyu, intrigued by his assurance, remained uncertain of his intentions. Though pushed aside, Heiyu firmly gripped her sword. Ready for any eventuality. We may commence. Jiang Wujian gestured to the Hammer, signifying the start of their contest. The Hammer swung his hammer once more, pausing briefly to gauge Heiyu's reaction. Hold on. Jiang Wujian interjected before Heiyu could move. You are fully aware that I am unarmed. Yet you wield such a massive hammer against me? Are you truly a man? Jiang Wujian scolded the Hammer, pointing an accusing finger. Watch your tone. You are the one who proposed a duel between men, and they all heard you. The Hammer retorted, indignation evident in his voice. Why shout? Lower your voice. Do you wish for everyone outside to know of our duel? Jiang Wujian admonished, cupping his ears with a serious expression. Consider your reasoning. I spoke of a duel, but I did not stipulate a martial contest. Can you allow me to finish my words? Jiang Wujian seemed to relish in his reprimanding tone, continuing to lecture. Then how shall we decide the victor? The Hammer, now thoroughly exasperated by Jiang Wujian's antics, failed to notice he was stepping into the trap laid before him. Let us first discuss the stakes. If I emerge victorious, you shall follow my commands without question. What say you? And if you lose? The Hammer, aware of the need to safeguard his interests, inquired. Loss. I have never known defeat. However, should I lose after a day's play, I shall heed your every word. Agreed? I concur. How shall we compete? Speak. The Hammer urged Jiang Wujian to commence. Since we are both so exceptional, let us settle this in the most manly manner, through a game of rock, paper, scissors. What nonsense! Are you jesting? The Hammer exclaimed, incredulity etched on his face. Not only the Hammer, but even Heiyu standing nearby regarded Jiang Wujian with disdain. I ask you, do you dare? Jiang Wuka paid no heed to the scornful taunts of Tai Chui. All he desired was to recruit this towering figure, to have him accompany him on future excursions. With such a stature, who would dare to provoke Jiang Wuka? If you lack the courage, so be it. I, however, am undeterred. If you cannot muster the bravery, simply declare thrice that you are a coward, and I shall concede my defeat. Jiang Wujian continued to provoke Tai Chui. Come forth, as you said, let one punch determine our fates. Unable to withstand Jiang Wujian's baiting, Tai Chui finally acquiesced. Wait, we must find a witness. I cannot trust someone like you. At this moment, Tai Chui displayed a semblance of wisdom, recognizing the need for a third party to validate their contest. Do you doubt your own strength? I refuse to compete with the unconfident. Jiang Wujian was reluctant for Tai Chui to seek a witness, as it would hinder his ability to manipulate the situation. I can inform you of my intentions. Jiang Wujian candidly revealed his plans to Tai Chui, though he was acutely aware that Tai Chui would likely remain skeptical. After the two concluded their game of rock, paper, scissors, Tai Chui struck his chest and shouted, while Jiang Wujian wore a smug grin, although to others, his expression appeared rather insufferable. Master, what was that about? Qing Yuer intended to expose Jiang Wujian's ruse, but before she could complete her thought, Jiang Wujian silenced her with a piercing glare. Such behavior is unbecoming, my young friend. At that moment, an elder entered the scene. Old man, this is none of your concern. Go where it is cooler. Jiang Wujian was determined to secure Tai Chui's allegiance, hoping for no interference. Master, you have returned. Upon seeing the elder, Tai Chui rushed to greet him. You, being played for a fool, remain unaware. The elder chastised Tai Chui, who, despite his imposing height, could only lower his head in submission. My young friend, my disciple is rather dull-witted and momentarily fell into your trap. Since he has conceded to you, he must honor his word, but employing such petty tactics is hardly commendable. The elder spoke to Jiang Wujian while delivering a light tap on his shoulder. At this touch, the elder felt an overwhelming surge of astonishment, akin to tumultuous waves crashing within. Sealing spirit spell. The elder mused silently, casting several scrutinizing glances at Jiang Wujian. A member of the Qin family, he thought, recognizing the sword in Heiyu's hand as a marker of her identity. Yet, the elder refrained from disclosing Jiang Wujian's inner matters to him. May I inquire your name, young friend? The elder asked with a smile, to which Jiang Wujian replied with honesty. From the Jiang family? The elder pondered Jiang Wujian's background, though uncertainty lingered. Sir, what may I call you? Jiang Wujian, Having nearly swayed the elder's disciple, felt it prudent to inquire about the elder's name. Oh, the locals refer to me as the Old Crane. Are you Master He Qianin? Beside him, Heiyu felt an unsettling familiarity with the elderly man before him. When the old man introduced himself as Master He, Heiyu recalled having encountered this individual at the Qin family estate. What master? I am merely a humble elder skilled in swordplay. Master He Qianin, waved his hand dismissively, offering Heiyu a friendly smile. This imposing figure is mine to take. Having lost, he must now heed my commands, Jiang Wujian interjected, undeterred by the circumstances and intent on securing his prize. Young man, that is my master. Refrain from referring to him merely as old man, Iron Hammer asserted, his expression serious. Observing Iron Hammer's earnestness, Jiang Wujian promptly revised his wording to address him as Master He. Should you take him with you, who will forge iron and craft tools in my forge? Master He chuckled. Yet Jiang Wujian sensed a hidden agenda behind the old man's jovial facade. How about this? You may take Iron Hammer, but you must come here each day to work for me for an hour. What do you think? Indeed, Master He was plotting against Jiang Wujian, who now understood the wisdom behind the adage about the cunningness of the elderly. What benefits do I gain from this arrangement? Jiang Wujian, intrigued by the art of weapon crafting, was particularly interested in discerning the quality of weapons to avoid future pitfalls. If Master He were to learn of Jiang Wujian's intentions, he might reconsider retaining him. The benefit is that you get to take my apprentice with you. Master He pointed at Iron Hammer. Jiang Wujian genuinely desired Iron Hammer's companionship and had already conceived plans to train him into a competent fighter. Very well, I accept your terms. However, as compensation, I require a fine short sword. Jiang Wujian sought to gain some advantage, genuinely wishing for a means of self-defense. You can forge your own short sword, Master He. Despite his advanced age, recognized Jiang Wujian's astuteness. Dealing with such a clever individual required a different approach. In the end, for the sake of Iron Hammer, Jiang Wujian acquiesced, agreeing to visit Master He daily for an hour of forging. Master He, in turn, provided Jiang Wujian with a short sword, which delighted him immensely. A sealing spell? How could this young man have fallen victim to such a powerful enchantment? After Jiang Wujian and his companions departed, Master He gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Wujian's retreating figure. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wujian was blissfully envisioning how to showcase Iron Hammer's prowess in the future. Master, this hulking figure seems quite formidable, Xiao Xiao remarked, gazing at Iron Hammer with admiration, akin to a smitten flower. Control yourself, maintain your composure, and be mindful of your image. You look as if you've never seen a man before, came the admonition. Jiang Wujian's words dripped with a touch of acidity. Yet he certainly wanted to present himself with an air of sophistication. Nevertheless, as he uttered his final words, he cast a fleeting glance at the hammer, his voice diminishing gradually. Master, Yu does not disdain you. Qing Tian Yu, ever obedient, nestled her arm around Jiang Wujian's. Just look at Yu's exquisite taste, so refined. And you? Humph. While Jiang Wujian reveled in his own self-satisfaction, he couldn't resist throwing a few jabs at Xiaoxia. Although Jiang Wujian's behavior was rather base, it inadvertently lessened the formal master-servant dynamic between him and the two women. Jiang Wujian was fully aware of his own identity. He had never been taken seriously in Yunchao City throughout his life. Thus, even though he could not comprehend how he had come into a windfall, he had not yet become so lost in vanity as to forget his roots. Moreover, Jiang Wujian was no longer the person he once was. Ever since the appearance of the man in white, he had begun to sense the complexities of his lineage. Even if he wished to delve into his origins, he feared he lacked the strength to do so. For now, he chose to embrace the present, taking things leisurely. Jiang Wujian maintained a positive outlook on life, acknowledging that some matters were beyond his control and would be addressed when the time came. I just recalled something. Suddenly pausing, Jiang Wujian thought of the errant worker from the forge. He would not let that young rascal slip away. He had taken a liking to that clever lad, especially since he intended to invest and profit in this sword forging city. Hammer, go back and bring that worker from the forge to me, Jiang Wujian instructed. The hammer looked at him, puzzled by his intent. Don't just stand there. Rest assured, I need him to assist me. I won't harm him. Jiang Wujian surmised that the hammer was apprehensive for the lad's safety, hence his reluctance. Once he heard that Jiang Wujian wanted the worker for a task, the hammer turned and headed towards the forge. Master, what could that young lad possibly assist with? Qing Tianyu inquired curiously. Of course. He shall serve me as a diligent laborer. Jiang Wujian's wicked demeanor caused the three women to instinctively distance themselves from him. Chapter 5. Fragmented images upon returning to his grand residence. Jiang Wujian surveyed his lavish abode and then glanced at the three women alongside the hammer. The house felt somewhat desolate. Go to the entrance and post a notice. We need to recruit some household staff. Remember, the women must be beautiful, and the men ought to be less so. Jiang Wujian's peculiar request left Qing Tianyu somewhat speechless. Can you teach me some self-defense sword techniques? Jiang Wujian, dismissing Xiao Xia to help Qing Tianyu with recruitment, leaned in to quietly inquire of Heiyu when they were alone. You? Heiyu stared at Jiang Wujian in astonishment, followed by a look of skepticism. Please don't regard me with such disbelief. I am quite serious. Jiang Wujian was indeed demonstrating a rare moment of earnestness, and Heiyu found herself believing him this time. She could discern sincerity in his gaze. Then follow me, Heiyu instructed, leading the way to her room, with Jiang Wujian promptly in tow. Here, try this, Heiyu offered, presenting him with a blue stone. What is this? Jiang Wujian inquired as he took the blue stone, feeling a subtle energy coursing through his hand. This is a spirit origin stone, an essential element for our internal martial cultivation, Heiyu explained, producing another spirit origin stone. Pay close attention. Focus on absorbing the energy from the stone, then release it to discover your attributes. As she spoke, the stone in her hand transformed from blue to gray, gradually vanishing. A soft hum resonated as a droplet of water appeared in her palm, encasing a shard of ice within it. The delicate union of the water droplet and the ice crystal was strikingly beautiful. This represents my attribute, water, with the ice shard indicating that my water attribute possesses shape-shifting qualities. After elucidating her own attributes, Heiyu encouraged Jiang Wujian to give it a try. I'll give it a go, Jiang Wujian declared, closing his eyes and striving to absorb the energy from the spirit origin stone, yet it yielded no response. Why isn't it reacting? He exclaimed in frustration, glaring at the unchanged stone in his hand. Look, I truly wish to teach you, but if you can't learn, perhaps it's best for you to maintain your current state and live peacefully, Heiyu remarked, not intending to mock Jiang Wujian. She understood that not everyone in this world could master the arts of magic or cultivation. What can I learn then? Jiang Wujian persisted, unwilling to relent. Cultivation is divided into martial and magical paths. Martial arts further divide into internal and external systems. Given your current predicament, it seems you cannot pursue the magical or internal martial paths. Thus you must resort to the external martial system. Heiyu succinctly explained the basics of cultivation. However, I can only teach you some physical training. For the rest, you will need to seek a master. Noticing Jiang Wujian's disappointment, Heiyu hesitated to dampen his spirits further. Yet she could only offer what she had. All right, teach me physical training, Jiang Wujian replied, setting aside his disheartenment and smiling brightly at Heiyu. A smile that momentarily captivated her. Very well, follow me, she said, leading him to the backyard where she found a suitable patch of ground. The goal of external martial training is to enhance your muscle density to its utmost, thereby generating greater explosive power and endurance. Observing Jiang Wujian's slender frame, Heiyu noted the absence of visible muscle. From this moment forth, you must strengthen your body daily, necessitating significant exercise and weight training. As she spoke, she circled around Jiang Wujian, assessing his potential. Firstly, one must attune oneself to the currents of air, refining the sensitivity of one's muscles to their utmost. This current is not the kind we typically perceive. It is an immobile flow, a balance of air. Heiyu instructed Jiang Wujian to sit on the ground, guiding him to connect his body's muscles with the natural air, to sense that still current within the flow. When the heart is as tranquil as still water, it is devoid of intent, Heiyu said to the seated Jiang Wujian. With eyes closed, Jiang began to follow Heiyu's guidance, striving to perceive that immovable current. You must master a single word. Forget. Forget yourself. Forget everything around you. Forget this world. Under Heiyu's direction, Jiang Wujian gradually began to feel, and as he did, an overwhelming sensation of descent enveloped him, as if his body were plummeting endlessly. I cannot, he thought, for this infinite feeling of falling cast all around him into darkness, as if a colossal beast with an insatiable maw sought to engulf him into an abyss of obscurity. Then, within the darkness, images began to emerge, visions Jiang Wujian had never encountered before. A baby, indistinct figures of a boy and a girl, a swirl of blood dancing in the air. A throng of angry faces, a blurred elder striking down upon the infant, a woman pleading in anguish, and a man's severed arm. These fragmented images flickered before him, becoming increasingly indistinct as the sensation of falling accelerated. Suddenly, Jiang Wujian expelled a mouthful of blood and opened his eyes to his surroundings. This sudden turn of events left Heiyu momentarily taken aback. Are you all right? Yu rushed to support Jiang Wujian, perplexed as to why he had experienced such a phenomenon. I am fine. I just need a moment to rest, Jiang Wujian replied weakly, gesturing for Yu to give him space before closing his eyes once more, sitting quietly. He attempted to recollect the fleeting images he had just witnessed, realizing that their emergence was undoubtedly linked to his own identity. Who am I? He pondered, driven by a profound desire to uncover the truth behind those visions. With a deep breath, Jiang Wujian endeavored to calm himself. He understood that his journey ahead would be one of discovery, yet he also recognized the necessity of proceeding with caution and methodically. Yu, I fear I may not even be able to learn the external martial arts, Jiang Wujian said, shaking his head with a hint of humor. Cultivation is not an endeavor of a single day. Perhaps one day you will master it, Yu mused, acknowledging Jiang Wujian's apparent lack of talent in this regard. Very well. I shall leave it for another time, Jiang Wujian decided, unwilling to dwell on the matter for too long. Even if he could not cultivate, he was determined to use his own abilities to unearth the truth behind the visions that haunted his mind. The hammer must have returned. Let us go and see. Yu helped Jiang Wujian to his feet. Jiang Wujian stretched his limbs and then walked towards the front courtyard alongside Yu. Hammer, why are you here alone? In the front courtyard, the hammer stood there in a daze. Upon noticing that the lad was absent, Jiang Wujian called out from a distance. Xiao Liuzi said he didn't wish to follow you. The hammer trailed off, hesitating to continue. How dare he refuse me? One day, I shall make him wish he had not been born. Jiang Wujian's rebellious spirit began to surface once more. Let us set aside that matter for now and focus on gathering our servants. For the next 3 days, Jiang Wujian busied himself with the recruitment of household servants and maids. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Wujian assembled the newly hired servants in the front courtyard. Upon careful count, there were quite a few dozen individuals. Now, may we invite our esteemed master to address everyone? Qing Yuer stood at the forefront, introducing Jiang Wujian to the assembled servants. Young master, please say a few words. Qing Yuer smiled gently at Jiang Wujian. However, he remained unfazed, while the new servants gazed at Qing Yuer, captivated. Hey, you lot, where are your eyes wandering? Jiang Wujian exclaimed, seeing the servants transfixed on Qing Yuer. At his outburst, the servants lowered their heads, too intimidated to meet his gaze. In my household, my word is law. When I say 1, you shall not say 2. If I order someone to be struck, you must charge forth without hesitation. If I say no sleeping, you will stand. If I tell you to stand, sitting is not permitted. Jiang Wujian grew more animated with each word, becoming increasingly outrageous. Were it not for Qing Yuer's intervention, he might have gone on indefinitely. I may have gotten a bit carried away just now. However, there is a single rule in the Jiang residence. Do not cause trouble. But if trouble comes to you, fear not. Retaliate with vigor. We shall not suffer humiliation. Once again, Qing Yuer stepped in to restrain Jiang Wujian. The servants felt as though they were not in a wealthy household, but rather in a den of bandits, with Jiang Wujian resembling a bandit leader addressing his underlings. Regardless, let us work diligently, and I assure you, you shall not be neglected. From this point forward, all matters shall be arranged by our chief steward, Yuer. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian appoint her as the chief steward of the household, Qing Yuer felt a surge of gratitude, tears welling in her eyes. Young master, I fear I may not perform well. Though deeply appreciative, she felt uncertain of her ability to meet his expectations. Do not worry, let Xiao Xiao assist you. And if anyone disobeys, we still have the hammer here. Jiang Wujian encouraged Qing Yuer, while Xiao Xiao stepped forward to grasp her hand. All right, everyone, please follow the arrangements. Jiang Wujian entrusted matters to Qing Yuer and Xiao Xia, then made his way to the forge with a hammer in hand. What purpose do we have in visiting the forge? Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's intention, the hammer felt a surge of concern, fearing that Jiang Wujian might create trouble for Xiao Liuzi. I'm going to find your master for tea. Indeed, Jiang Wujian was on a quest to locate Xiao Liuzi. He was acutely aware of the camaraderie between the hammer and Xiao Liuzi, and knew that if he mentioned seeking Xiao Liuzi, this burly figure would undoubtedly become disgruntled. Upon their arrival at the forge, Xiao Liuzi, who was busy tidying up, spotted the hammer and was about to greet him joyfully, but upon seeing Jiang Wujian, he immediately turned and fled. You rascal, Xiao Liuzi, you've run away from me twice already. Jiang Wujian cursed as he witnessed Xiao Liuzi's retreat. You think I'm scared? Xiao Liuzi shouted back while still in flight. Lias, come back. We are here to see the master, the hammer called out. Only then did Xiao Liuzi halt, though he did not return, instead watching from a distance. The master isn't here. He mentioned he would return shortly. If you have business, you may sit and wait. If not, you should leave promptly. Xiao Liuzi informed Jiang Wujian and the hammer. Zhang Wujian could not comprehend why Xiao Liuzi was so terrified of him. Nor could Xiao Liuzi fathom why he felt compelled to flee upon encountering Zhang Wujian. Come here. Zhang Wujian beckoned Xiao Liuzi, yet he remained motionless at a distance. I assure you, I only wish to ask you something. I mean you no harm. After Zhang Wujian's reassurance, Xiao Liuzi cautiously approached. Why do you run upon seeing me? Am I truly so unlikable? Zhang Wujian confronted Xiao Liuzi, spittle flying as he spoke. Are you here to bully me again? Upon returning, He Qianin witnessed Zhang Wujian berating Xiao Liuzi. Chapter 6. Initial preparations. He Qianin's arrival was unbeknownst to Zhang Wujian, yet with him present, Zhang Wujian refrained from further chastising Xiao Liuzi. Are you injured? He Qianin inquired, observing Zhang Wujian with a furrowed brow, then placing a hand on his back. It hurts. Old man, Zhang Wujian replied, feeling an internal pressure that threatened to burst forth. As He Qianin withdrew his hand, the oppressive sensation within Zhang Wujian dissipated instantly. Am I all right? Zhang Wujian asked, noting He Qianin's expression, genuinely worried that something serious was amiss. Oh, it's nothing. You simply need to perform more good deeds. You have accumulated too much malice. Just refrain from bullying others. Although He Qianin claimed there was no issue, he was inwardly astonished. Just moments ago, while probing Zhang Wujian's body with spiritual energy, he had sensed an unsettling feeling of being observed. Old man, is there something wrong with my body? Zhang Wujian knew it might be futile to inquire, but could not help himself. There is indeed a problem, but it is beyond my ability to rectify. He Qianin, having just probed the sealing spell within Zhang Wujian, sensed that Zhang's identity was likely of considerable significance. Is it serious? Zhang Wujian recounted to He Qianin the incident of the black feather that had caused him to vomit blood during his training. I never anticipated that not only would your spiritual spring be sealed, but your perception as well. This individual is truly ruthless. He Qianin disclosed the entirety of the sealing spell's circumstances to Zhang Wujian, yet Zhang did not exhibit the wrath that he had envisioned. Is there a way to unravel this so-called curse? Zhang Wujian responded with calmness. Anger could not resolve their predicament, and it required strength to be truly enraged. It's not impossible to lift it, but it is indeed arduous. Of course, if you could persuade the one who cast the spell to undo it, that would be the simplest solution. However, such individuals are unlikely to acquiesce. What I refer to as difficult is a substance known as the transformation elixir, which can also dispel the curse. He Qianin understood Zhang Wujian's plight, but Zhang could only place his hopes on the elusive transformation elixir. How can one obtain this transformation elixir? Despite its challenges, there was still a glimmer of possibility. Zhang Wujian found the prospect of locating the spellcaster to be far more daunting. When I say the transformation elixir is difficult, it is not due to the complexity of its concoction, but rather the rarity of its ingredients. Furthermore, once the elixir is produced, it must be consumed immediately, for its efficacy lasts but a fleeting moment. Observing Zhang Wujian, He Qianin felt a sense of helplessness. Regardless of the challenges, at least there existed a hope. If I were to attempt training now, what would be the consequences? Zhang Wujian resolved that as long as hope remained, he must strive toward it. It is best that you refrain from any attempts at this moment. Otherwise, your very life may be at stake. He Qianin cautioned Zhang against pursuing training further. Understood. Enough of this matter. I am here to take Xiao Liuzi with me. Zhang Wujian, having gained a general understanding of his own condition, chose not to dwell on it further, preferring instead to set it aside for now, as long as it posed no threat to his life. Master, I don't want to go with him, I want to stay with you. Upon hearing Zhang Wujian's intention to take him away, Xiao Liuzi leaped up in distress. Silence. I'm not taking your life. I simply need your assistance. Is that so difficult? Zhang Wujian glared at the agitated Xiao Liuzi, nearly ready to act. Who knows your true intentions? Let me tell you, cease your deceit. You have ulterior motives. Xiao Liuzi seemed to be clashing with Zhang Wujian. Damn it. Are you a stubborn mule? Witnessing Xiao Liuzi's neck vein bulging with agitation, Zhang felt a surge of frustration. Enough. If he is unwilling to go, do not force him. I understand his desire to accompany me. After all, you have already taken my disciple away. So, leave this boy with me. I too desire a companion to converse with. He Qianin discerned the intentions of Xiao Liuzi, whom he had rescued from bandits. And thus Xiao Liuzi regarded him with the utmost respect and a desire to repay his kindness. You need not come, simply hand over this iron shop to me. Zhang Wujian remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded He Qianin. Get as far away as possible. He Qianin glared at Zhang Wujian, wishing he could devour him whole. Is it truly necessary to be so heartless? Zhang Wujian pouted, contemplating that he merely sought to acquire an iron shop. This shop was his lifeline, the income from which he relied upon to exchange for spiritual essence stones. He Qianyin fixed a steely gaze upon Jiang Wujian. Are spiritual essence stones truly that precious? Jiang Wujian recalled witnessing Heyu casually produce 2 spiritual essence stones, leading him to believe they were easily obtainable. These stones were controlled by 2 major factions, the Qingyuan Palace and the royal power of the 9 emperors. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's question, He Qianyin's expression soured. For both factions were eager to monopolize the control over the spiritual essence stones, yet their strengths were nearly equal. Thus, should war arise, both sides would inevitably suffer in power. To maintain their relationship, they often resorted to strategic marriages. He Qianyin seemed privy to information unknown to the average person. Enough of this discussion. If you possess strength, you might seek to purchase transformation pills from either of the 2 major factions or from several esteemed families, such as the Jiang or Qin families. He Qianyin deliberately mentioned the Jiang family in front of Jiang Wujian, who momentarily froze at the mention, a shiver coursing through him. He inwardly mocked himself, thinking that sharing the same surname would not entangle him with them in any meaningful way. However, I cannot assist you further. He Qianyin's words paused, as if the latter part had been modified on the fly. Jiang Wujian did not dwell on it. To put it plainly, he and He Qianyin were not related, and receiving any information was already a boon. Yet, he was acutely aware that the man in white certainly knew of his circumstances. As for whether Heyu was aware, Jiang Wujian could not say with certainty. Enough of that. Let us focus on the matters at hand. Jiang Wujian resolved to set aside unattainable concerns and devote his energy to what could be accomplished now. Old He, I wish to take Xiao Yozi with me. I aspire to establish a weapons shop, and he should possess considerable knowledge in weaponry under your tutelage. Jiang Wujian articulated his reasons for wanting Xiao Yozi. Kid, there are hundreds of weapon shops in this sword-forging city. Are you not concerned about a lack of business? He Qianyin was taken aback by Jiang Wujian's intention to venture into the weapons trade. More is better, for although competition is fierce, the weapon trade in sword-forging city has developed a comprehensive market supply system over many years, Jiang Wujian explained, holding his own understanding. Furthermore, he was not merely contemplating a simple weapons shop. You may do as you please. As an outsider, I find it unwise to interject. He Qianyin cannot persuade Jiang Wujian. And this is merely an honest sentiment. I can hand over Xiao Yozi to you, but my shop lacks personnel, and as an elderly man, I cannot afford excessive worry. He Qianyin inherently shuns mundane interactions. Thus the weapon shop was established primarily for Xiao Yozi. However, now that Jiang Wujian intends to take Xiao Yozi away, He Qianyin can extricate himself from this predicament. Initially, Jiang Wujian did not disclose his intentions for Xiao Yozi, yet now that he seeks to run a weapon shop, it seems a fitting haven for Xiao Yozi. My weapon shop, although somewhat diminutive, boasts a decent location. Perhaps you could commence your venture here. He Qianyin had always intended to bequeath the shop to Xiao Yozi, yet his concern lay in Xiao Yozi's capability to manage it effectively. Is this truly acceptable? Jiang Wujian has privately inquired about the quality of the weapons forged by the old man He, which are renowned for their superior craftsmanship. Many prestigious families in the sword-forging city are eager to procure these exceptional creations. Given that my staff has been appropriated by you, as a solitary elder, I anticipate having nowhere to go, thus I shall inevitably rely on your hospitality. It seems He Qianyin's decision to transfer ownership of his shop to Jiang Wujian is a calculated move for his own security in old age. Nevertheless, Jiang Wujian would not allow such a master of forging to languish idly. Observing He Qianyin's robust physique, it would be a disservice to oneself not to leverage his talents. Upon witnessing the glint of ambition in Jiang Wujian's eyes, He Qianyin felt a twinge of apprehension, realizing he might have dug his own grave. What I just said is moot. It would be prudent for me to refrain from participating in the affairs of youth. He Qianyin quickly recanted, as Jiang Wujian's gaze was decidedly unreliable. Old man He, a gentleman's word is his bond. How could you retract what you have said? Your apprentice is here bearing witness. It would be unbecoming to disavow one's words in front of one's disciple. Jiang Wujian, wielding a hammer, pressed the issue, causing He Qianyin to flush with embarrassment. Although he wished to protest, he found himself utterly speechless after a prolonged moment of silent contemplation. Faced with the hammer, he could hardly voice his objections, silently chastising himself and, by extension, Jiang Wujian, numerous times. Following a discussion regarding future arrangements, Jiang Wujian entrusted the management of the shop to Xiao Yozi and the forging of weapons to the hammer. He also appointed the hammer as the chief weapon craftsman. Previously, He Qianyin had only guided the hammer, while all weapons sold each day were crafted by him. Once the arrangements were finalized, Jiang Wujian needed to find someone to procure materials, Yet he currently lacked a suitable candidate. Thus He Qianin was summoned for the task. Everything proceeded according to Jiang Wujian's vision. The shop sign was altered from one sword a day to concealed sword workshop, expanding its offerings to include the repurchase of high-quality weapons. However, Jiang Wujian could not yet promote the concealed sword workshop, as the imminent duel among martial masters loomed just 3 days away. In recent days, Jiang Wujian could not allow Tai Chui to remain idle. Tai Chui informed Jiang Wujian of several skilled blacksmiths he was acquainted with outside the sword-forging city. With such valuable resources at his disposal, Jiang Wujian could not afford to squander them. He insisted that Tai Chui invite these artisans back. Jiang Wujian instructed Tai Chui to bring the blacksmiths to produce a batch of weapons, and he also requested He Qianin to personally forge a weapon, which would serve as the prize treasure for the grand opening. He Qianin readily acquiesced. However, instead of crafting a new weapon, he astonishingly conjured a sword from thin air. This left Jiang Wujian momentarily speechless. How could such a long sword have been produced so effortlessly? Noticing Jiang Wujian's bewildered expression, He Qianin explained that he had retrieved it from his storage ring. Upon demonstrating, He Qianin produced a palm-sized circular object, which Jiang Wujian eagerly snatched to examine. Despite his thorough inspection, he could not comprehend how such a magnificent sword could emerge from such a diminutive item. He Qianin elaborated that it contained an independent storage space, where one could manipulate the retrieval of items through one's thoughts. As he spoke, the sword He Qianin had just summoned vanished before Jiang Wujian's eyes. Chapter 7. Life and Death Martial Duel. Do not dwell on this. I spent 10,000 spirit stones to acquire this item, He Qianin remarked, noticing Jiang Wujian's avaricious gaze, and swiftly stowed away the storage ring. Setting aside other matters, it is of no use to you in your current situation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujian had no choice but to relent. After deliberating on various aspects of the store's operations with He Qianin, he returned to his residence. Heyu, if you find the time, please train the household servants, Jiang Wujian instructed Heyu, who obediently nodded in response. Subsequently, Jiang Wujian informed Heyu about the plan to open a weapons shop, which elicited a hint of surprise from him. Young master, if you aspire to achieve greatness in Sword Forging City, you must establish a rapport with the city lord, Luo Hu. Just as Jiang Wujian concluded his discussion about the weapons shop, Qing Yuer, who had hurried over, overheard him. Luo Hu, the city lord of Sword Forging City? That poses quite a challenge, Jiang Wujian mused. It was not that he was unwilling, rather, as the city lord, Luo Hu would hardly regard someone as insignificant as Jiang Wujian. At present, it seemed they were not yet capable of climbing the towering tree that was Luo Hu. Strength was still lacking. Jiang Wujian found himself at an impasse. While it would be ideal to gain Luo Hu's favor, he had no desire to be a sycophant, subservient to others. Yuer, have Xia bring a few individuals to the blacksmith shop belonging to He Laodu to tidy it up. When Tai Chui returns with the blacksmiths, they can stay there for a few days, Jiang Wujian planned, contemplating arrangements for the blacksmith's accommodation. Oh, and while you're out, could you also check if there are any houses for sale near the blacksmith shop? They need not be extravagant. If you find any, purchase them at a price you deem reasonable. Jiang Wujian instructed Qing Yuer to purchase a residence, and she was momentarily taken aback by his extravagant request, which was uncharacteristic of him. As she murmured to herself, she made her way outside, anticipating the arrival of Tai Chui, after which they could commence their endeavors. With his eyes closed, Jiang Wujian envisioned a promising future. Sir, there is someone seeking your presence, a servant announced, interrupting Jiang Wujian's daydream. Who is it? He inquired, casting a glance at the servant before instructing him to bring the visitor in. Jiang Gongzi, I am Xiao Zhu from the martial arena, sent by Elder Teng to deliver tickets for the upcoming competition in 2 days. The visitor was a slender young woman, quite striking, with bright, expressive eyes that immediately captured Jiang Wujian's attention. After receiving the tickets, Xiao Zhu offered a graceful bow before departing. Once she had left, Heyu regarded Jiang Wujian and remarked casually before retreating to his own quarters. I wasn't thinking of anything, Jiang Wujian replied, only to shake his head in resignation when Heyu ignored him. In the ensuing 2 days, Jiang Wujian busied himself with the affairs of the weapon shop, and in the blink of an eye, time slipped away. Outside the martial arena, the scene was vastly different from 6 days prior. As throngs of diverse individuals gathered in anticipation, Jiang Wujian, accompanied by Heyu, Qing Yuer, and Xiao Xia, navigated through the bustling crowd with great difficulty, eventually arriving at the grand entrance of the arena. There are indeed a great many people today, he remarked, glancing back at the sea of faces. Please, come in. Jiang Gongzi greeted Xiao Zhu, the ticket bearer, whose captivating eyes lingered in Jiang Wujian's memory. Who is that lad? How is it he gets to enter first? Does anyone know who he is? Curiosity rippled through the crowd as they noted Jiang Wujian's reception by Xiao Zhu. It was understandable, given that he was not particularly renowned in the sword-casting city. Make way. As Jiang Wujian stepped through the entrance, a voice demanded that the crowd part. Well, if it isn't brother Jiang. What brings you here today? Not interested in a match? It was Zhang Su. And Jiang Wujian felt a sense of exasperation at their continual encounters. If brother Zhang is interested, I would be glad to indulge you. Jiang Wujian replied with a forced smile, one that anyone could perceive as insincere. I appreciate your straightforwardness, brother Jiang. Once I claim victory over that first-star martial artist, I insist we celebrate together. Jiang Wujian, wishing to avoid further banter with Zhang Su, exchanged a few perfunctory pleasantries before following Xiao Zhu to the VIP room. Young Master Jiang, here are the profiles of the two formidable martial brothers. You may evaluate their information to ascertain which side is likely to prevail, thus determining your betting choice, whether on the victor or the vanquished. Xiao Zhu produced 2 crystal tokens, inscribed with the details of the martial duel scheduled for today. Thank you, Miss Xiao Zhu. Jiang Wujian bestowed a gentlemanly smile upon her, to which Xiao Zhu responded with a sweet smile of her own. The young master seems quite fond of this Miss Xiao Zhu, remarked Qing Yue, observing Jiang Wujian's expression with a playful grin. Hee. Jiang Wujian chuckled awkwardly, casting a sidelong glance at Heiyu. If the young master is interested, one could certainly procure a sum to acquire Miss Xiao Zhu from the martial arena, Qing Yue suggested. Is that truly possible? Jiang Wujian was taken aback by the notion of purchasing a person. Qing Yue explained that as long as there is profit to be made, the martial arena is willing to trade. Their conversation left Xiao Zhu feeling somewhat awkward. Yet she smiled at Jiang Wujian and assured him that he could call upon her when he wished to place a bet. After Xiao Zhu departed, Jiang Wujian handed the profiles to Heiyu, seeking an analysis of the competitor's strengths. These two are evenly matched. It is quite challenging to determine who is superior, Heiyu remarked, furrowing his brow. Are you suggesting we forego betting this time? Jiang Wujian had intended to profit from this duel, yet Heiyu's assessment cast doubt on that possibility. Yue, why don't you take a stroll? Jiang Wujian instructed Qing Yue, who, having accompanied him for some time, understood his implied meaning. After a brief circuit, Qing Yue returned to Jiang Wujian's side. Young master, I have learned from inside sources at the martial arena that Su Hua suffered a severe injury 6 months ago. Though this information has not been disclosed publicly, having previously worked at the martial arena, Qing Yue had established connections, and now with access to the VIP rooms, she could easily acquire insider information with a bit of financial persuasion. This indicates that Su Hua's chances of victory are likely diminished, allowing us to bet on his defeat and Feng Dang's triumph instead. Yue, you are indeed quite capable. Jiang Wujian praised her in front of everyone, causing a faint blush to rise on Qing Yue's cheeks. Go ahead and place a wager of 300,000 crystal coins on Su Hua's loss, and another 300,000 on Feng Dang's win, Jiang Wujian instructed Qing Yue. After she placed the bets, she returned to the VIP room accompanied by a figure, Iron Hammer, who had just completed his errand. Upon seeing Iron Hammer, Jiang Wujian immediately rose to greet him. Is everything settled? Iron Hammer nodded with a smile. Jiang Wujian, overjoyed, attempted to embrace him, only to find that Iron Hammer's imposing stature rendered the gesture futile. Were it not for the ongoing duel, Jiang Wujian would have eagerly taken Iron Hammer to meet the blacksmiths. In the eyes of others, those individuals may merely be seen as blacksmiths. However, to Jiang Wujian, they are akin to golden geese. Ladies and gentlemen, the martial contest is about to commence. Please be reminded that betting will cease 15 minutes prior to the start of the event. Those wishing to place wagers must act swiftly. A delicate voice resonated from the VIP room, sending a delightful shiver through those who heard it. And now, the martial contest officially begins. Half an hour later, in the center of the arena, a man stands to oversee the proceedings. We now invite our 2 esteemed first-star martial masters to enter the arena, Master Su Hua and Master Feng Dang. The announcer's voice boomed with fervor, prompting an eruption of cheers from the spectators. Su Hua and Feng Dang entered from opposing gates amidst the acclaim of the crowd. Both men appeared to be of similar age. Su Hua sported a rugged beard, exuding a robust demeanor, while Feng Dang, though possessing a clear visage, bore the marks of life's trials upon his brow. Kindly sign the death warrant, the host instructed, gesturing towards a table beside the arena where Elder Tung stood. Without hesitation, both martial masters confidently inscribed their names on the document. Since both have signed the death warrant, I hereby declare the martial contest officially commenced. Let it begin. Su Hua, I have wagered on your victory. Eliminate Feng Dang. Feng Dang, you must prevail. The audience erupted into fervent cheers for their chosen champions. In stark contrast, the VIP room remained eerily quiet. As Su Hua and Feng Dang simultaneously drew their swords, no words were exchanged, nor did they cast hostile glances at one another. It was difficult to fathom that these two would engage in a life-and-death struggle. Su Hua, taking the initiative, lunged at Feng Dang with his blade. Though the strike appeared unremarkable, Feng Dang sensed an underlying lethal intent. With a swift movement, Feng Dang parried with his sword, deflecting Su Hua's attack. The clash of their blades rang out, a crisp sound that elicited admiration from all onlookers. This exchange was merely a tentative probing of each other's skills. The momentum of the swords mirrored the will of their wielders, and in this regard, Su Hua held a slight advantage over Feng Dang. Silver Serpent emerges. As Feng Dang's sword surged with a low growl, it seemed to come alive. The blade transformed into a silver serpent, lunging towards Su Hua's hand with ferocious intent. With a decisive exhale, Su Hua executed a swift and precise horizontal cut, aiming to sever the serpent's trajectory. Feng Dang, witnessing this maneuver, felt a fleeting moment of surprise, though it was quickly overshadowed by the urgency of the duel. As the intensity of their combat escalated, the speed of their exchanges became so rapid that Jiang Wujian could no longer distinguish between the two combatants. The crowd in the stands erupted in cheers. Jiang Wujian glanced back and noticed that among the spectators, only Black Feather and Iron Hammer were intently watching the duel, their eyes tracking the movements of the two combatants. In a swift motion, the two figures separated, only to entangle once more in a fierce clash. A tempest of silver swords danced in the arena. As the rapid exchanges between the two warriors conjured a torrential downpour of blades, crashing against a colossal storm of silver. The rain of swords was shredded by the tempest, while simultaneously, the storm was pierced by the relentless barrage of blades. The sounds of their fierce collision reverberated through the air, as Su Hua and Feng Dang each shimmered with a faint glow of sword energy. It was truly unexpected that both had grasped the essence of sword intent. Seeing the aura surrounding them, Black Feather acknowledged their prowess. Su Hua, receive my next strike. Feng Dang bellowed, his sword energy flaring. Chapter 8. I grant you dreams. Yet shatter your sword intent. Feng Dang's sword energy surged dramatically, conjuring a tempest of sword intent that surged towards Su Hua. Faced with Feng Dang's assault, Su Hua's expression turned grave. They understood each other well. Su Hua gathered his strength, his sword energy intensifying as he swung his long sword at an alarming speed, conjuring countless sword shadows and forming a shield before him. Storm's Feng. Feng Dang roared, his sword intent spiraling rapidly, transforming into a sharp Feng aimed at Su Hua's shield. With a thunderous boom, the Feng collided with the shield, the sound echoing so powerfully that every spectator instinctively covered their ears. A crack appeared in Su Hua's shield, causing him to stagger slightly. Break it. Feng Dang seethed, frustrated that his Storm Feng was halted by Su Hua's defense. With a swift motion, Feng Dang slashed his own hand, blood flowing down his arm and into his sword. This is the blood offering. His action astonished Black Feather, who stood beside Jiang Wujian. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wujian, he could only observe the Feng now stained crimson. Feng Dang, Su Hua shouted, as he too allowed a stream of blood to flow into his longsword. With a resounding crash, Su Hua's shield shattered, and Feng Dang's Feng struck Su Hua's left shoulder. Su Hua's body was propelled backward, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth with a scream. He tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Wow! He gasped, spitting out more blood from the impact. In the blink of an eye, Feng Dang appeared before Su Hua, his visage twisted with malice and his eyes gleaming with cruelty. Die! He cackled, raising his long sword to deliver a fatal thrust aimed directly at Su Hua. Yet, in that critical moment, Su Hua's sword moved even faster, intercepting Feng Dang's blade with a horizontal strike, the blade's surface deflecting the incoming thrust. The clash resonated as Su Hua managed to parry Feng Dang's lethal strike, yet the sword in Su Hua's grasp was shattered by Feng Dang's blow, leaving Su Hua's already injured body to endure another severe impact. It was over. Gazing at the shards strewn upon the ground, those three words echoed in the hearts of both Feng Dang and Su Hua. Without hesitation, Feng Dang plunged his sword into Su Hua's heart, pierced. Su Hua clasped the blade tightly with both hands, a slight smirk curving the corners of his mouth. Junyan, I have avenged you by dispatching this unfaithful man. Tears streamed down Feng Dang's face as he relinquished his sword, his body succumbing to weakness as he knelt upon the ground. Feng Dang, I am finally liberated. Thank you, my dearest friend. Su Hua reached out in an attempt to grasp Feng Dang, but his arm fell limply midway. In that moment, Su Hua's life drew to a close. Upon witnessing Su Hua's lifeless form, Feng Dang let out a heart-wrenching wail, a lament tinged with sorrow. Accompanied by his cry, the duel was officially concluded, and those who had bet on Feng Dang erupted into a fervent roar. Jiang Wujian observed the scene with tears glistening in his eyes, perplexed by his own emotions. "Yuer, may I meet Feng Dang?" he inquired of Qing Yuer, inexplicably compelled to see this man, sensing that Feng Dang would ultimately determine his fate. "That depends on his own will. The arena can only relay messages," Qing Yuer replied, her expression fraught with difficulty. Jiang Wujian recognized the burden he had placed upon her. "Very well. Please convey a message to Feng Dang for me. He bears no fault, and he should carry on with the shared dream he had with Su Hua." After instructing Qing Yuer, Jiang Wujian settled quietly in the VIP room, awaiting Feng Dang's arrival. Once the duel concluded, the onlookers eagerly rushed to claim their winnings. The thrilling contest quickly fading into insignificance before the allure of wealth. Feng Dang was escorted away by the arena staff, leaving Jiang Wujian to wait. "Young master, here is your crystal card." Xiao Zhu entered the VIP room, presenting Jiang Wujian with his card. Indeed, he had emerged as a true victor, yet he felt no joy. With a deep sigh, Jiang Wujian pondered the nature of life and death, recognizing that fate often dictates existence, but the essence of life remained elusive to him. "Young master, someone has arrived." Shortly thereafter, Qing Yuer returned to the VIP room, accompanied by Feng Dang. Upon seeing Jiang Wujian, Feng Dang hesitated for a moment, taken aback to find that the messenger was but a youth. "Mr. Feng, please take a seat," Jiang Wujian said courteously as he rose, and Feng Dang nodded in acknowledgement. Taking a seat without further formality. "Mr. Feng, allow me to introduce myself." Jiang Wujian proceeded to introduce himself and those around him to Feng Dang, who courteously greeted everyone in turn. "Now, Mr. Feng, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Jiang Wujian said with a warm smile directed at Feng Dang. "How did you come to know of my relationship with Su Hua?" Feng Dang inquired directly, without any preamble. "I am not privy to the details. I merely speculated based on your sorrowful exclamation at the end," Jiang Wujian replied honestly. Feng Dang's poignant lament stirred great turbulence within Jiang Wujian's heart. An intuition that hinted at a deeper connection between Feng Dang and Su Hua. At the very least, they were acquainted. Feng Dang was taken aback that the young man before him could discern the nature of his relationship with Su Hua. "Young Master Jiang, I have known Su Hua since childhood. We trained under the same master, grew up together, and shared affections for the same person." Feng Dang felt an indescribable sensation emanating from the youth, as though he yearned for Jiang Wujian to listen to his tale. After recounting his story with Su Hua, several women present were moved to tears. "I grew up in the streets." Jiang Wujian shared his own upbringing with Feng Dang, who was astonished to discover that this young man was not the son of a wealthy family. "My lord, how unfortunate you are," Qing Yuer and Xiao Xiao lamented, weeping profusely after hearing Jiang Wujian's past, and they instinctively embraced him. Please don't," Jiang Wujian said, attempting to push the two away, though the expression of enjoyment on his face betrayed him, and the previous look of sorrow vanished. "Shameless." Hey, you scoffed at Jiang Wujian's inexplicable delight. All right, I'm fine. Am I not doing well now?" Jiang Wujian reassured the two women, inadvertently implying that his past was indeed a tale of woe. "Mr. Feng, I wish to invite you to join us. I am willing to dedicate all my efforts to realize your and Mr. Su's dreams," Jiang Wujian said earnestly, and Feng Dang sensed the sincerity in his words. "I believe you, young master. However, I must first attend to Su Hua's affairs and investigate the events of the past. After hearing your analysis, I too feel it necessary to conduct a fresh inquiry," Feng Dang replied. Though he did not explicitly agree, his intent was clear. "I shall await your return, Mr. Feng." After further conversation, Jiang Wujian and Feng Dang parted ways at the martial arts arena. Upon returning to his residence, Jiang Wujian felt elated. Although Feng Dang had not accompanied him, he was confident that Feng would seek him out. "Now, let us embark on a grand endeavor and make our names known in this sword-casting city," Jiang Wujian declared with spirited enthusiasm as he gazed at those who followed him. "Forged Hammer, allow me to meet the individual you have brought back, and may Yuer accompany me as well." After Jiang Wujian expressed this to Forged Hammer and Qing Yuer, the trio made their way to the iron workshop. "Yuer, have you found a suitable courtyard for purchase?" Jiang Wujian inquired during their journey. "There is indeed a courtyard available, but the owner is demanding an exorbitant price, and I am still negotiating with him." Qing Yuer elaborated on the matter concerning the courtyard. "I have but one request. It must be in close proximity to the iron workshop. You may handle the rest." and I shall entrust its management to you in the future." Jiang Wujian handed over the crystal card he carried, and upon witnessing this gesture, tears glimmered in Qing Yuer's eyes. She felt an overwhelming gratitude towards Jiang Wujian, though the exact amount of crystal coins within the card remained unknown to her. The winnings from the martial arena alone constituted a staggering sum. Not only Qing Yuer, but even Forged Hammer experienced a profound shift in his perception of Jiang Wujian. Upon arriving at the iron workshop, Forged Hammer introduced each of the blacksmiths he had brought to Jiang Wujian. "Esteemed predecessors, I shall rely on your expertise in the future." Jiang Wujian's courteous demeanor greatly pleased and astonished the blacksmiths. Despite being skilled artisans, they were not held in high regard within Sword-Casting City, making Jiang Wujian's politeness all the more remarkable to them. "Please endure the current conditions a little longer. I assure you that it will not be long before I provide you with the best arrangements." Jiang Wujian had already contemplated that the optimal way to motivate the blacksmiths was to bring their families to Sword-Casting City, which was also the reason behind his pursuit of purchasing a courtyard. "In the coming days, I appreciate your hard work. We must amass sufficient stock to ensure ample supplies on the opening day." Jiang Wujian observed that aside from the two largest weapon shops that boasted their own forging facilities, the others lacked such establishments and offered weapons of poor quality. "Rest assured, young Master Jiang, we will guarantee both supply and quality," the blacksmiths collectively assured him. "Very well. Then take a day to rest. We shall commence work tomorrow." After sharing some casual conversation with the blacksmiths and arranging a few matters, Jiang Wujian requested Qing Yuer to guide him to the courtyard, bringing Forged Hammer along as well. "Forged Hammer, give the owner of the courtyard a fright momentarily." Jiang Wujian's mischievous demeanor resurfaced, leaving Forged Hammer in a state of concern. Before long, the three arrived at the courtyard mentioned by Qing Yuer, and Jiang Wujian was quite pleased with its location, generously complimenting her on this aspect. "Let us proceed to negotiate," Jiang Wujian declared, then waved his hand to knock on the courtyard's door. With a creak, the door opened slightly, revealing a young servant peering out. "Kindly inform Lord Wu that young master from my family has come to pay a visit." As soon as the houseman spotted Qing Yuer, he glanced at Jiang Wujian and Tai Chui, nodded with a smile, and entered. Shortly after, the houseman opened the grand door and ushered Jiang Wujian and the others into the courtyard. Upon entering, Jiang Wujian surveyed the layout of the courtyard and felt quite satisfied, though he would not express his thoughts aloud. "Yuer, is this the courtyard you were referring to? It doesn't appear to be as splendid as you described. Just look at this, how shabby it is," Jiang Wujian remarked, while subtly nudging his eyebrows at Qing Yuer. Understanding his intent, Qing Yuer smiled knowingly. "Haha, if you find my courtyard so unappealing, why come all this way to see it in person?" An elderly man chuckled, observing Jiang Wujian. Recognizing the man as someone not easily trifled with, Jiang Wujian thought to himself that this was fortuitous, since he found the courtyard lacking. He could now respond to Qing Yuer with ease, and he would be able to sell the courtyard to someone else. The old man grinned broadly at Jiang Wujian. "Who else would be interested in purchasing your courtyard?" Just as Jiang Wujian finished speaking, a young woman stepped through the entrance, striding toward him. Chapter 9. The city lord's daughter. Jiang Wujian tilted his head and turned to regard the newly arrived young woman, his gaze rather unfriendly. "What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before?" The young woman, seemingly not very old, possessed a strikingly handsome face, delicate willow-like eyebrows, a pair of bright, expressive eyes, and a petite cherry-red mouth that pouted slightly. "Ah." Jiang Wujian felt a bit taken aback by her boldness and managed an awkward smile. "Miss, what brings you here today? I thought we agreed to finalize everything tomorrow." The elderly man, wearing a broad smile, nodded and bowed toward the young woman. "Oh, I was simply bored and wandering around the vicinity, and I don't quite know how I ended up here, only to find someone vying for my courtyard," the young woman remarked, addressing the old man while glaring fiercely at Jiang Wujian. "Miss, has anyone ever told you that you look particularly lovely when you're angry?" Jiang Wujian commented, genuinely finding her anger appealing. "Ugh, you shameless rogue. I shall have my father expel you from the Sword-Casting City." The young woman's face flushed crimson upon hearing Jiang Wujian's words, mistaking them for flirtation, and she stomped her foot in indignation. "I was complimenting you. What are you doing?" Jiang Wujian observed her flustered demeanor and felt he had not provoked her. "Young sir, please conduct yourself with decorum. This is the esteemed daughter of the city lord," the elderly man interjected, sensing the young woman's ire and hastily invoking her status to intimidate Jiang Wujian. Upon realizing that this young woman was indeed the city lord's daughter, Jiang Wujian was somewhat taken aback, yet his mind began to devise schemes regarding her. Qing Yuer, observing Jiang Wujian's gaze, understood precisely what he was contemplating. "My dear lady, I acknowledge my folly. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely vocalize the innermost sentiments of every man in this city. Your beauty is undoubtedly the most exquisite I have ever encountered in this lifetime. Nay, in several lifetimes. As Jiang Wujian uttered these words, it was evident that he possessed the thickest skin in the realm, as revealed by the disdainful gaze of the nearby blacksmith. May I inquire your name? The woman, upon hearing Jiang Wujian's compliment, felt a surge of joy, for there exists no woman who does not relish being told of her beauty. What do you intend? Jiang Wujian feigned terror, clutching his chest. Oh, I merely wish to inquire your name. Why the alarm? Her laughter, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, was exceptionally delightful. I am Luo Xueshu now? Might I learn your name? Luo Xueshu willingly revealed her name, which rendered Jiang Wujian somewhat bashful. Jiang Wujian, it is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Xueshu. He understood that aligning with the Lord of the sword-casting city would be advantageous, and the Lord's daughter was an excellent candidate for such an alliance. Your flattery is rather sweet today. Luo Xueshu regarded Jiang Wujian with a playful smile, her expression both teasing and curious. Miss Xueshu, you cannot fault me for my sweetness. After all, you have yet to taste it. Jiang Wujian's words once again flushed Luo Xueshu's cheeks with embarrassment. How shameless you are. I was even considering offering you this courtyard. Luo Xueshu observed Jiang Wujian, recognizing that his boldness in conversation was something others would not dare attempt. Then I must express my gratitude for your generosity, Miss Xueshu. Please settle the payment promptly. As Jiang Wujian thanked Luo Xueshu, he urged Qing Yuer to pay the old man. Wait, when did I say I would give the courtyard to you? Just as Qing Yuer was about to make the payment, Luo Xueshu halted her. Well, you not only possess a thick skin but also a knack for cunning, it seems. Luo Xueshu pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Wujian, almost having fallen into his trap. If you desire this courtyard, it is certainly possible. However, you must assist me with a task. Should you succeed, I would gladly gift you the courtyard. Luo Xueshu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. In that case, I shall decline. Jiang Wujian was acutely aware of one truth. Nothing is ever truly free. The daughter of the city lord was certainly no ordinary individual. Why? Luo Xueshu was taken aback by Jiang Wujian's decisive refusal. I fear I might purchase my own demise. Although Jiang Wujian harbored a desire to forge a connection with Luo Xueshu in hopes of approaching the city lord, he was met with disdain. How cowardly and timid of you. If you do not want it, so be it. Luo Xueshu looked down on Jiang Wujian, who had initially intended to play hard to get, but found that she was not swayed by such tactics. What? I am cowardly. I am timid. Pray tell. What do you mean? Now, Jiang Wujian found himself in a predicament, compelled to face the situation head-on, even though he was fully aware that Luo Xueshu was deliberately provoking him. I need you to accompany me to meet my father and inform him that you are the suitor I have chosen. Wait a minute, sister. This is our first encounter. Is it appropriate to act this way? Moreover, I am still quite young, Jiang Wujian exclaimed. He was utterly taken aback by the audacity of a daughter of the city. What are you thinking? My father intends for me to marry the second son of the Hu family, a notorious scion of Zhujian City. I cannot fathom why my father fears the Hu family so much. If you agree to help me with this matter, I shall bestow this courtyard upon you. As she spoke, Luo Xueshu squeezed her eyes tightly, forcing a few tears to emerge, creating a look reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Yuer Tai Chue, let us depart. Upon hearing Luo Xueshu's words, Jiang Wujian called for Tai Chue and Qing Yuer before hastily making his exit. Stop right there. Jiang Wujian. I must inform you that whether you consent or not, you are obliged to comply, Luo Xueshu declared, stepping assertively in front of him, her expression one of defiance. My esteemed Lady Luo, we are not well acquainted. As a young lady, you should simply follow your father's wishes and marry as he commands. Why must you drag me into this perilous situation? Have I wronged you in this life or the previous one? I implore you, spare me. I have a family depending on me. If anything were to happen to me, how would they survive? I cannot agree to this. I must take my leave. As soon as Jiang Wujian finished speaking, he attempted to flee. However, he was quick to act, yet Luo Xueshu was even quicker, resolutely holding on to him. Do you think I desire this? The influence of the Hu family in Zhujian City is overwhelming. No one dares to offend them. I have learned that there is animosity between you and that Hu Ershi, and he has suffered a loss at your hands. Given his temperament, he would not let you off easily. His reluctance to trouble you suggests he harbors some reservations. Jiang Wujian was astonished to realize that she had orchestrated this encounter deliberately, which left him feeling quite distressed. What you're implying is that I should provoke someone, while you can conveniently distance yourself from the fallout. Such fortune is rare indeed. It became evident to Jiang Wujian that Luo Xueshu was intent on exploiting him. Here's the deal. I will grant you the courtyard. Is there anything else you desire? As long as it is within my power, I shall not refuse. It appeared that Luo Xueshu was willing to pay any price to avoid being with Huershi. I seek a transformation elixir. Do you possess one? Jiang Wujian mentioned the elixir, hoping to dissuade her. None. Choose another. Upon hearing him mention the transformation elixir, Luo Xueshu realized that such a rare item was beyond her reach, even among the prominent families of Zhujian City. Very well. I shall gift you a piece of soft armor, crafted from cold crystal stone. It is impervious to blades and bullets, and immune to fire and water. Luo Xueshu gritted her teeth and reluctantly produced a piece of shadowy soft armor. Wisps of chilling air circulated around the armor, yet this chill did not penetrate the body. It merely flowed upon the surface. A fine item indeed. A stout hammer whispered into Jiang Wujian's ear, and he wholeheartedly trusted the hammer's words. Moreover, Jiang Wujian had long desired a piece of protective gear. It was settled. He snatched the soft armor from Luo Xueshu's hands and donned it immediately. Perfect fit. Now, when shall I meet my future in-laws? With the advantage secured, Jiang Wujian's roguish demeanor resurfaced. Bah, I must warn you, speak no further of this matter. It is to remain known only to my father and the Hu family. Should you dare to gossip, I shall ensure you remain forever silenced. Seeing Jiang Wujian's agreement, Luo Xueshu sternly admonished him before turning on her heel and departing. I will send someone to fetch you tomorrow, she called back, having already walked quite a distance. At that moment, Jiang Wujian was entirely preoccupied with the soft armor, oblivious to her words. This armor was indeed quite comfortable. The chilling flow from the armor repelled the heat in the air, creating a pleasant balance of coolness and warmth. Young master, having promised Miss Xueshu, we may indeed incur the Hu family's ire. This matter should weigh heavily on your mind. Qing Yuer expressed her concern. In Forging Sword City, the Hu family's influence was formidable enough to make even the city's lord wary. As a member of the Hu family held significant favor with the Ninth Prince. Isn't the city lord also aligned with the Ninth Prince? Why then should he fear the Hu family? Upon hearing Qing Yuer's words, Jiang Wujian was compelled to carefully contemplate future implications. It was true that the Ninth Prince's affiliation could not be dismissed, yet it was essential to recognize who currently held power. In any case, it was prudent for the young master to exercise caution. Qing Yuer's worries were not unfounded. Although Jiang Wujian had grown up in the bustling streets of Yuxiao City, the intrigues of power did not discriminate by setting. Clearly, he needed to think matters through. Having already promised that insufferable girl, a man of honor must keep his word, he could not renege on his commitment. While Jiang Wujian spoke with bravado, inwardly he yearned to take the armor and abscond without consequence. It appeared that the individual surnamed Zhang seemed relatively unafraid of the Hu family. It would be prudent to cultivate a rapport with him to expand his own sphere of influence. Jiang Wujian understood that to win over Zhang, he would need to offer substantial incentives. Let us return and deliberate further, he decided. Continuing to ponder the delicate balance of not offending Luo Xueshu while avoiding conflict with the Hu family, as his current strength was insufficient to contend with any major power. Yuer, for the next few days, focus entirely on arranging matters for those blacksmiths and their families. Jiang Wujian had already devised a plan for managing the blacksmiths. Alas, I must also curry favor with that little ant. It seems I shall need her support at a crucial juncture. Qing Yuer and Tai Chue realized that the ant in Jiang Wujian's mouth referred to Heiyu. They were astonished to discern that the typically fearless Jiang Wujian had developed a fear of Heiyu. Have you ever felt that Heiyu is not her true name? It is uncommon for a girl to bear such a name. Jiang Wujian had long harbored suspicions that Heiyu was an alias, and this suspicion was unexpectedly echoed by Tai Chue and Qing Yuer. It seems that if the identity of that man in white could be clarified, then Heiyu's true identity would also come to light. Jiang Wujian contemplated silently. Chapter 10. Conflict within the Lord's Mansion of the Sword Forging City. Luo Xueshu held Jiang Wujian's arm as they stood before a middle-aged man, the lord of the city, Luo Hu. At this moment, Luo Hu was glaring furiously at Jiang Wujian and Luo Xueshu. Confronted by Luo Hu's wrath, Jiang Wujian felt no trepidation. Seize this scoundrel and execute him, roared Luo Hu. As several guards rushed in, lunging at Jiang Wujian. Who dares? Seeing the guards advance, Luo Xueshu shouted defiantly, spreading her arms to shield Jiang Wujian. Momentarily taken aback by her boldness, the guards hesitated, fully aware of Luo Xueshu's fierce demeanor. Why are you all just standing there? This city is still under my command. With the guards frozen in place, Luo Hu roared once more. Since when has Jiang Wujian needed a woman to protect him? Jiang Wujian had no desire to escalate tensions with Luo Hu, as his future in Sword Forging City depended on the Lord's support. To his surprise, Jiang Wujian's display of masculinity at that moment stirred something in Luo Shueshu. Well, since you can utter such words, it seems you possess a semblance of manliness. I promise you, I will leave you with a whole corpse, Luo Hu stated to Jiang Wujian. At this moment, what are you trying to prove? My father is resolute in his decisions. Luo Shueshu glared at Jiang Wujian. If Lord Luo desires my death, then even if I attempt to flee, he will not allow me to escape this city. Since Lord Luo wishes for my demise, I, Jiang Wujian, naturally possess means to extinguish Lord Luo as well. Jiang Wujian asserted, knowing that an unseen force was safeguarding him, the suddenly appearing man in white, and the enigmatic He Yu who accompanied him. Are you threatening me? I, Luo Hu, fear nothing, least of all threats. Quickly, drag him out and execute him. The guards, emboldened by Luo Hu's fury, disregarded Luo Shueshu and reached for Jiang Wujian. Suddenly, a series of resounding thuds echoed as the guards attempting to approach Jiang Wujian were kicked aside, retreating several paces. Mr. Feng, what brings you here? The one who had intervened was Feng Dang from the martial arena, and Jiang Wujian was genuinely surprised to see him. I came to bid farewell to Brother Luo, but unexpectedly encountered you here. Feng Dang addressed Jiang Wujian, eliciting a startled reaction from Luo Hu, who was well aware of Feng Dang's haughty reputation. Brother Feng, what is the meaning of this? Although it was Feng Dang who took action, the ire of Luo Hu has not yet subsided. Brother Luo, this person must not be harmed. Feng Dang spoke with unwavering resolve, seemingly willing to risk a rift with Luo Hu for the sake of Jiang Wujian. If Brother Feng insists on protecting him, then I can only express my apologies. Summon the Iron Sword Guards. No sooner had Luo Hu spoken than a cadre of fully armed guards encircled Jiang Wujian and Feng Dang. With a swift motion, Feng Dang unsheathed his sword, his cold gaze fixed upon the encroaching guards. At that moment, Jiang Wujian's expression turned frigid, a never-before-felt intent to kill enveloping his heart. Lord Luo, are you truly prepared to proceed in such a manner? Willing to sacrifice your daughter's happiness for an alliance with another? Jiang Wujian's voice, icy and deliberate, carried an undeniable chill. If you agree to my terms, leave the sword forging city immediately and never return, I shall grant you your freedom. Luo Hu's tone softened, revealing his underlying caution towards Feng Dang. Were I to refuse, it would certainly lead to a complete fallout with Lord Luo today. At this juncture, Jiang Wujian was reluctant to escalate matters with Luo Hu, yet he had not anticipated the latter's steadfastness regarding the marriage alliance with the Hu family. A sentiment even Luo Shueshu had not foreseen. Since you are already aware, why ask further? Luo Hu's response had made his stance unmistakably clear. Very well. Jiang Wujian sighed softly, acknowledging that he currently lacked the standing to oppose a city lord, yet this did not imply he would allow himself to be manipulated. Mr. Feng, it seems I must trouble you. Jiang Wujian knew he could not rely solely on Feng Dang to extricate himself from the city lord's grasp. But Feng Dang's unexpected presence was indeed fortuitous. I shall do my utmost to ensure the young master's safe departure. Feng Dang was motivated by a single phrase from Jiang Wujian, a word of understanding, a promise made to him. With a swift motion, He Yu, who had long been lurking in the shadows, sprang forward, positioning himself before Jiang Wujian. Kill! Luo Hu commanded the Iron Sword Guards, who charged recklessly at Jiang Wujian and his companions. Take this! Luo Hu leaped into the fray, aiming a powerful punch directly at Jiang Wujian's heart. As Luo Hu closed in, He Yu soared into action, delivering a kick that intercepted Luo Hu's punch. A resounding clash echoed as both combatants were sent reeling backwards. Luo Hu stared in astonishment at He Yu, surprised by the latter's formidable prowess. What a remarkable young man. No wonder he dares to be so audacious. He has such an impressive ally by his side. Though Luo Hu was taken aback by He Yu's strength, he could discern from their earlier exchange that his own power surpassed that of He Yu. Brother Luo, are you truly intent on tearing the facade? While fending off the onslaught of the Iron Sword Guards and shielding Jiang Wujian, Feng Dang, recalling his past camaraderie with Luo Hu, refrained from delivering lethal blows. Hearing Feng Dang's inquiry, Luo Hu understood that continuing down this path would yield no advantage for his side either. Ceasing hostilities is not an impossibility. As long as this young man departs from the sword-casting city and never sets foot within its borders again, I could grant you safe passage. Luo Hu's intentions have become exceedingly clear, yet Jiang Wujian would never acquiesce. I apologize, but I shall not leave sword-casting city, and I have every intention of claiming your daughter for myself. Jiang Wujian's declaration rendered Luo Shueshu's delicate face flushed with embarrassment. while Luo Hu was consumed with rage. Then may you all perish. Luo Hu's aura surged violently, a flicker of lightning illuminating the air as he clenched his fist, enveloped by a shimmering gauntlet of thunder. Simultaneously, the air around He Yu shimmered with azure light, a swirling mist enveloping him, within which floated crystalline frost. Thunderstorm Fist. Luo Hu swung his fist, the lightning crackling through the air with a resounding force, a display of overwhelming might. Deluge. He Yu directed his sword towards the mist, which expanded rapidly, surging toward Luo Hu. He could sense the formidable lethality concealed within its seemingly gentle embrace. Shatter you. Luo Hu struck out with his fist, aiming to crush the mist, determined to overpower He Yu with sheer strength. The clash of thunder and mist intertwined, a tempest of energy erupting from their collision. Feng Dang swung his sword, its aura intensifying, transforming into a massive blade that shielded Jiang Wujian. He Yu sensed that his spiritual essence was somewhat inferior to Luo Hu's. However, this did not imply submission. Frostblade Slash. He Yu let out a fierce cry, his sword descending upon Luo Hu, a radiant ice blade coalescing in the air, its immense water element signifying its tremendous power. Acknowledging the threat posed by He Yu's strike, Luo Hu did not underestimate it. He sank lower, letting out a low growl. He shattered the mist with a punch and swung again to intercept the descending ice blade. Crash. The ice blade shattered into a flurry of frost, while Luo Hu's thunderous gauntlet disintegrated under its might. Though he had obliterated the ice blade, he was forced back several meters. At this moment, Luo Hu realized he had underestimated the young woman before him, while her strength was lesser than his. The martial arts she practiced were undeniably of a higher caliber. Take him away from here. He Yu instructed Luo Shuesu, who initially deemed Jiang Wujian's compliance with Luo Shuesu's request absurdly laughable. Now, Luo Shuesu understood that she had underestimated the fury within Luo Hu, believing that merely bringing someone back would persuade him to renounce the engagement with the Hu family. Upon hearing He Yu's words, Luo Shuesu did not hesitate. Under Feng Dang's protection, she grasped Jiang Wujian's hand and made for the exit. With He Yu preoccupied with Luo Hu, he was unable to intercept Jiang Wujian's departure and could only unleash his fury upon He Yu. A thin line of water appeared, and a Qilin manifested. After Jiang Wujian's departure, He Yu's energy and spiritual essence surged, his eyes gleaming with a verdant light, as a Qilin emerged beside him. Kirin gazed at Luo Hu with an expression of boundless disdain, an overwhelming aura of ancient power causing Luo Hu's very soul to tremble. In that moment, he realized he had grossly underestimated the true strength of this young woman. Although the figure beside He Yu was not engaging Kirin directly, even a mere apparition emanated an ancient presence that Luo Hu found utterly irresistible. He Yu regarded Luo Hu with icy indifference, gesturing towards him as Kirin advanced with a deliberate step. No matter how he attempted to evade her approach, he found it impossible to escape. Second miss, please show mercy. Luo Hu pleaded, believing his end was nigh. Just then, a beam of jade light soared in from outside the city, hovering before He Yu. Upon recognizing the source of the jade light, He Yu waved her hand, and the Kirin that had been rushing towards Luo Hu vanished into thin air. With the Kirin's disappearance, the soul-deep terror that had gripped Luo Hu instantly dissipated. My subordinate, Luo Tong, has met the second miss, he announced, kneeling before He Yu, unable to meet her gaze, fully aware of the formidable power wielded by the Qin family. I seldom attend family gatherings, thus many remain unknown to me. Given you are of the Qin lineage, this matter need not escalate any further. Let us consider it resolved, He Yu stated. And Luo Tong felt an immense wave of gratitude wash over him. He then extended his appreciation to Luo Hu for He Yu's intervention. Second miss, I have returned on the orders of Sixth Master to inform my father, hoping he will look after young Master Jiang in the sword-forging city. Had it not been for the resonance of the Kirin Jade Tablet with your Kirin, my father's life would likely have been forfeit, Luo Tong explained. He Yu recognized the Sixth Master he referred to, but was taken aback by the level of importance her uncle placed on Jiang Wujian, far exceeding her own assumptions. I must apologize for my previous discourtesies, Second Mississippi. I hope you can forgive me, Luo Hu said, lowering his demeanor in light of He Yu's status. He understood that despite being a city lord, he was but an ant compared to the hidden power of those great families. This matter cannot be attributed to you. Blame that scoundrel instead, He Yu retorted, eliciting an awkward chuckle from both Luo Hu and Luo Tong. Second miss, regarding the marriage between that young lady and young Master Jiang, Luo Hu inquired cautiously, uncertain of the relationship between He Yu and Jiang Wujian. That is a matter for you to decide amongst yourselves, He Yu replied, offering no opportunity for further discussion as she departed from the city lord's residence. My dear child, your return is indeed timely. Otherwise, today I would have been destined to part from you forever. After Yu departed, Luo Hu grasped Luo Tong's hand, still trembling at the thought. Father, regarding that young Master Jiang, please proceed according to the family's wishes, Luo Tong reiterated, aware that he possessed a deeper understanding of the Qin family's influence than Luo Hu did. The identity of young Master Jiang, who could command the protection of the second Miss Qin, piqued Luo Hu's curiosity immensely. Father, it is perhaps best that you remain unaware of these matters. All I know is that young Master Jiang hails from the Sea of Miracles. Beyond that, I am at a loss. As Luo Tong mentioned the Sea of Miracles, Luo Hu's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 11. Schemes afoot under the cover of Feng Dang. Jiang Wujian exited the Lord's manor, closely followed by Luo Shueshu. How unfortunate it was. An endeavor to pilfer had resulted in a substantial loss. The thought of the debacle with Luo Hu made Jiang Wujian realize that establishing himself in the sword-casting city would be exceedingly difficult henceforth. Unbeknownst to him, had he foreseen Luo Tong's subsequent appearance, his character would have compelled him to seize the opportunity for retribution. Mr. Feng, I am truly grateful. Jiang Wujian's gratitude was heartfelt. Feng Dang had risked his relationship with Luo Hu for his sake, which deeply moved him. My lord, my connection with Luo Hu is not profound. He merely seeks to cultivate my favor, Feng Dang hastily clarified, fearing Jiang Wujian might misconstrue his intentions. Jiang Wujian offered a slight smile and waved his hand, indicating that Feng Dang was overthinking the matter. As Jiang Wujian conversed, his gaze drifted toward the Lord's manor, and Feng Dang understood that he was anxious about Yu. My lord, I shall enter to support Miss Yu. There's no need. She has emerged. Feng Dang had scarcely uttered the words when Yu appeared before Jiang Wujian. Are you unharmed? Yu's rare display of concern momentarily astonished Jiang Wujian, though warmth blossomed within him. It seems you are not so cold after all. Jiang Wujian, feeling a surge of pride, playfully jested before being met with Yu's icy stare. Instantly chastened, he found himself inexplicably intimidated by her. What are you still doing here? I expect you to disclose the entire sequence of events to your father. Yu directed her frigid gaze toward Luo Shueshu. Yes. Do hurry back and clarify the situation. It is all a misunderstanding, Jiang Wujian urged, nudging Luo Shueshu to return and explain to Luo Hu. Ha, young Master Jiang. It seems this was all a misunderstanding. Before Luo Shueshu could even depart, Luo Hu appeared before them, chuckling heartily. Jiang Wujian could not help but inwardly scorn Luo Hu for his rapid change of demeanor. Young Master Jiang, I was unaware of the circumstances beforehand, and nearly caused a calamity between us. It is my fault, and I sincerely hope for your understanding. Luo Hu clasped his fists in apology towards Jiang Wujian, leaving him taken aback. Lord Luo, what is this performance? Jiang Wujian inquired, observing the man who just moments ago had been clamoring for violence, now exhibiting a complete transformation in demeanor that prompted caution. Ah, young Master Jiang, I assure you, my intentions are genuine, Luo Hu said, wearing a forced smile, which astonished Luo Shueshu and Feng Dang, who were standing nearby. Since this is a misunderstanding, perhaps you could grant me a few hundred jade crystals as compensation for my soul and spirit? Jiang Wujian's bold request was simply outrageous. Young Master Jiang, you put me in a difficult position. Although I am the lord of a city, I cannot possibly produce several hundred jade crystals. Please do not make it hard for me, Luo Hu thought to himself, wishing he could silence Jiang Wujian right then and there, were it not for the presence of Yu. Very well, I shall not impose further on Lord Luo. Instead, allocate that vacant land in the south of the city to me, along with 10 jade crystals and 200 iron sword guards. Jiang Wujian seized the opportunity to demand more from Luo Hu. Seeing Luo Hu's grim expression, Jiang Wujian felt a sense of satisfaction. He knew that if he did not seize this moment to assert himself, future opportunities may not be so readily available. Young master, I truly cannot agree to your terms regarding the land and jade crystals, but I can provide you with 300 iron sword guards, Luo Hu replied, his face resembling a bitter melon, which elicited a chuckle from his daughter, Luo Shueshu. Impudent girl, how dare you laugh? Luo Hu scolded his daughter, who merely stuck out her tongue in response. Father, young Master Jiang, why not consider this? We could lease the southern land to young Master Jiang indefinitely, and the 10 jade crystals could serve as rent. As for the iron sword guards, we shall adhere to my father's offer of 300. Luo Tong, who had been quietly observing, displayed his cleverness in crafting a compromise, with Luo Hu ultimately agreeing to provide 300 iron sword guards. After all, The land and jade crystals would ultimately have no bearing on Luo Hu, as he could easily deflect any inquiries onto Jiang Wujian. That arrangement is feasible, but the funds for constructing the tower must come from your lordship's estate. I will find a skilled craftsman and send you the blueprints. Jiang Wujian resolutely held firm, leaving Luo Hu to silently lament, yet he verbally acquiesced. Young Master Jiang, I accept your conditions, and now we should discuss the marriage between you and my daughter, Xueshu. Luo Hu's words made Jiang Wujian's eyelids twitch, as he felt the dread of an impending predicament. This matter arose because Miss Luo sought me to evade her engagement with the Hu family. Thus, there is no actual marriage to speak of. Jiang Wujian inwardly cursed Luo Hu, perceiving him as a cunning old fox who, after securing his own benefits, had now broached the subject of marriage, leaving Jiang Wujian feeling indebted and reluctant to refuse. Father, I did not express any intention to marry him. However, if you wish to take charge of my matrimonial affairs, I shall not oppose it. Meanwhile, Luo Xueshu, hearing Luo Hu mention the marriage with Jiang Wujian, found herself inexplicably drawn to the idea of becoming his bride. Goodness gracious! Are you two truly conspiring against me? Upon hearing Luo Xueshu's words, Jiang Wujian was incensed, disregarding her gender as he erupted into a tirade. Lord Luo, this matter requires careful handling on your part. You must provide an explanation to the Hu family. We ought to temporarily set this aside, as I currently lack the time to contemplate such matters. At this juncture, Jiang Wujian sought merely to placate Luo Hu, as he was reluctant to squander further time on this issue. Luo Hu understood the necessity of not applying excessive pressure and reluctantly acquiesced. While the matter with the Hu family was to be addressed by Luo Tong, who would leverage the influence of the Qin family to annul the previously agreed-upon union. On the fourth day following the events at the Lord's Manor, Luo Hu received the architectural plans for the southern construction sent by Jiang Wujian. Upon perusing the blueprints, a wave of indignation surged through him. The cost of construction, according to Jiang Wujian's designs, far surpassed 10 jade crystals. It dawned on Luo Hu that, despite his precautions, he had been ensnared by Jiang Wujian's cunning. He sought out Jiang Wujian in person, only to find himself compelled to concede to the myriad of extravagant demands presented by Jiang Wujian, ultimately agreeing to construct according to the plans. On the day construction commenced on the vacant lot in the south, merchants and wealthy magnates from across the sword-forging city were abuzz with inquiries, eager to discover the identity of the individual who could secure such coveted land, a parcel that had incited envy among many. In the days that followed, Jiang Wujian's residence was inundated with visits from affluent merchants seeking a share of the southern lot. To each visitor, Jiang Wujian merely stated that aside from the central area of the land, the remainder would be auctioned off in due course. Upon hearing this news, Luo Hu could not help but admire Jiang Wujian's acumen in business. The plans indicated that all structures on the southern land were oriented around a central 7-story tower, not only occupying the most advantageous position but also utilizing the surrounding buildings to generate foot traffic. At this moment, Luo Hu genuinely recognized Jiang Wujian's abilities, his initial resentment born of the Qin family's influence having dissipated. Meanwhile, as visits to Jiang Wujian's residence continued, the Hu family remained conspicuously silent. Jiang Wujian awaited their move, confident that they would not ignore such a substantial opportunity. Yuer, has there been any news from the Hu family of late? Reclining in a chair in the courtyard and savoring grapes, Jiang Wujian was attended to by 2 maidens who pampered his legs, relishing in the moment. Yuer replied that the Hu family had been quite tranquil, with no discernible activity, though she mentioned that Hu Ershi was vigorously recruiting troops. Yuer took a grape from Jiang Wujian's hand and fed it to him, and Jiang Wujian cast a sidelong glance at Qin Yuer, pleased with the maid's thoughtfulness and attentiveness. Young master, all affairs of the Hu family are presided over by Miss Hu Yiming. This individual wields considerable influence over the vast Hu family, and thus, young master should pay greater attention to her. Qin Yuer offered Jiang Wujian a grape, cautioning him to be wary of Hu Yiming. I cannot afford to be at a disadvantage, yet it is curious that Hu Yiming has yet to approach me regarding the land in the southern city. It seems she possesses remarkable composure. With this alone, Jiang Wujian would not underestimate Hu Yiming, for he has invested considerable effort in understanding the Hu family's influence in the sword-casting city. Young master, Sister Yuer, someone from the Hu family has arrived, Xiaoxia said, breathlessly approaching Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuer. Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuer exchanged a knowing smile. Well, just as we were speaking, she has indeed arrived. One cannot speak too soon. Let us go. I shall meet this Miss Hu. Jiang Wujian stretched lazily, stood up, and brushed off his clothes before striding toward the main entrance. I remarked upon my unusually buoyant mood this morning. realizing it was due to the visit of a great beauty. Jiang Wujian, adopting a roguish demeanor, found Hu Yimeng at the door, and her presence indeed evoked a fleeting sense of enchantment. "Young Master Jiang, are you jesting? With my appearance, how could I possibly catch your eye?" In response to Jiang Wujian's playful banter, Hu Yimeng not only remained unperturbed, but also played along. "Miss Hu is merely being modest. I truly find you quite captivating. Please, do enter," Jiang Wujian said, gesturing for Hu Yimeng to enter his residence. With a gentle smile, Hu Yimeng graciously stepped inside the Jiang manor. In the reception hall, after Jiang Wujian and Hu Yimeng took their respective seats, Qing Yue served them tea. "Young Master Jiang, I shall not beat around the bush. My visit today concerns the land in the southern city." Hu Yimeng took a sip of tea and, foregoing pleasantries, addressed the purpose of her visit directly. "I have already made promises to the merchants regarding the southern land, which I plan to auction. I cannot monopolize the southern land alone, and thus I am willing to develop it alongside the many merchants within Sword-Casting City. Miss Hu is welcome to participate in the auction." Jiang Wujian's intention in auctioning the shops was to unite the merchants, ensuring that powerful factions such as the Hu family would think twice before offending the entire merchant community of Sword-Casting City. "Young Master Jiang, I am willing to offer 500 jade crystals to purchase the land in the southern city from you. I believe you understand that this price guarantees you a profit." Jiang Wujian was taken aback by Hu Yimeng's direct proposal to buy the southern land. Her offer was indeed as enticing as she claimed. Miss Hu is certainly generous. 500 jade crystals is indeed a tempting sum. However, I do not intend to sell. Should Miss Hu be interested, she is welcome to bid at the auction. Jiang Wujian's refusal was clear, and a flicker of steely determination flashed in Hu Yimeng's eyes in response. Chapter 12. Not cold-blooded in the guest hall of the Jiang residence. Hu Yimeng rose to her feet, gazing at Jiang Wujian, striving to suppress the turbulent emotions within her. "Young Master Jiang, I hope you will reconsider my suggestion. I shall not trouble you any further today," she stated, elegantly flicking her sleeves and offering him a faint smile. "Since Miss Hu has other matters to attend to, I shall not detain you," Jiang Wujian replied with commendable grace. "Although we did not collaborate this time, I am confident that opportunities for partnership will arise in the future, perhaps in the joint development of iron mines." Jiang Wujian's demeanor exuded charm, yet with each polite word, Hu Yimeng's resentment grew stronger. After bidding farewell to Hu Yimeng, Jiang Wujian reclined alone on a chaise in the courtyard, gazing at the sky while contemplating strategies to avert Hu Yimeng's vengeance. Alas, what a pity it is to possess such a beautiful visage, yet harbor a heart as venomous as a serpent's, he sighed. Meanwhile, Hu Yimeng, upon parting from Jiang Wujian, wore a countenance marred by displeasure, a sight her attendants had never witnessed before. "Jiang Wujian, how dare you challenge the interests of the Hu family's iron mines? I, Hu Yimeng, shall remain indifferent to whoever supports you from behind," she seethed, meticulously recalling his words. The control over the iron mines was the very foundation of the Hu family's standing. "My lord, how could you speak of iron mines in front of Miss Hu? The Hu family regards their iron mines as more precious than life itself," Qing Yue remarked. Aware of Jiang Wujian's intellect, but puzzled by his audacity to discuss such matters before Hu Yimeng. It is a confrontation that must be faced sooner or later. I merely uttered those words to test Hu Yimeng. If she turns against me over a few remarks, it will signify the impending decline of the Hu family." Jiang Wujian mused, probing the limits of Hu Yimeng's patience. If she could endure, he would pivot to another plan. Indeed, Hu Yimeng's capacity for endurance surpassed that of most individuals, a realization that exceeded Jiang Wujian's expectations. In the sword-casting city, Jiang Wujian had transformed into a topic of discussion among men and an object of desire for countless young women. "My lord, you must remain vigilant against Hu Yimeng," Qing Yue cautioned, her gaze filled with concern. "By the way, have there been any updates regarding Mr. Feng?" Having departed from Sword-Casting City over a month ago following the incident at the city lord's residence, Jiang Wujian held the loyalty of Feng Dang in high regard. "No news yet. Are you worried about Mr. Feng?" Qing Yue inquired, just as Xiao Xia rushed towards Jiang Wujian, her expression fraught with urgency. "Xiao Xia, why are you in such a flurry?" Qing Yue admonished, only for Xiao Xia to grasp Jiang Wujian's hand tightly. "My lord, you must hurry to save someone," Xiao Xia implored, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What has happened? Speak slowly," Jiang Wujian urged, recognizing that Xiao Xia would not display such distress without a significant cause. "I ventured to the marketplace with Cui from the Lin blacksmith's family, only to encounter a band of ruffians who forcibly took her away." Xiao Xia, amidst her tears, recounted the events to Jiang Wujian, who, upon hearing her tale, dashed swiftly towards the market. "Go fetch Miss Heiyu," he commanded, concerned for Jiang Wujian's safety. Qing Yuer immediately instructed Xiaoxia to seek Heiyu. As soon as Qing Yuer finished speaking, a shadow darted past, with Heiyu trailing closely behind Jiang Wujian. "Iron Sword Guards!" Qing Yuer bellowed, and the Iron Sword Guards of the Jiang household, under her leadership, raced toward the marketplace. In mere moments, Heiyu caught up with Jiang Wujian, seizing him and propelling them both toward the market with the power of water elements coursing through her. Upon their arrival at the bustling marketplace, Jiang Wujian scanned the crowd but could not find Chui'er. The more he searched, the deeper his unease grew. "Let us go," Heiyu urged softly, leading him to an abandoned cottage. "Come on, big brother, hurry. The others are waiting for some fun." A ruffian's voice echoed. "No, please don't." Chui'er cried out. "This little girl is quite a catch. I'll make sure you regret this," Heiyu declared, delivering a merciless kick that sent the ruffian atop Chui'er flying. The blow was fatal, and the ruffian leader fell lifeless to the ground. Jiang Wujian, although a moment behind, burst into the cottage to find Chui'er in tattered clothing. Realizing the horror that had transpired, he swiftly removed his long robe and draped it over her, then drew Heiyu's sword and lunged at the remaining ruffians. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, the previously jubilant ruffians were struck with terror. In his rage, Jiang Wujian pierced several of them. Yet he spared one, unwilling to believe that these ruffians acted without a puppeteer orchestrating their actions. With his sword poised at the last ruffian's throat, Jiang Wujian's bloodshot eyes instilled paralyzing fear in the man. "Please, young Master Jiang, spare me," the ruffian pleaded, revealing his awareness of Jiang Wujian's identity, thus confirming Jiang Wujian's suspicions. Who was behind this? Jiang Wujian's voice was icy, sending chills through the ruffian, who felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of despair. Before the ruffian could respond, two dark arrows flew toward Jiang Wujian and himself. Heiyu, with a swift movement, intercepted the arrow aimed at Jiang Wujian, while the ruffian met his demise from the other arrow. Upon catching the dart, Heiyu's body flickered as she darted towards the source of the arrows. A few moments later, fearing a trap meant to draw them away, she returned to Jiang Wujian's side, anxious for his safety. The return of the dark-feathered figure shook his head at Jiang Wuji, who remained silent, bending down to envelop the unconscious Chui'er in his embrace. The commotion within the small abode had already attracted the attention of the bustling market, drawing a large crowd outside, the scent of blood causing onlookers to maintain a cautious distance. "Stand back." Qing Yuer, accompanied by her Iron Sword Guards, charged into the dwelling. Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the local ruffian and the blood-soaked Jiang Wuji, Qing Yuer could empathize with his fury. Outside the cottage, Xiaoxia arrived with Chui'er's family. Upon seeing Jiang Wuji cradling Chui'er, the tattered clothing suggested her family had an inkling of the tragedy that had transpired. "Master Lin, I am deeply sorry," Jiang Wuji said as he handed Chui'er to the blacksmith, Lin Tai. He bowed respectfully before him. "My lord, you mustn't," Lin Tai exclaimed, swiftly attempting to halt Jiang Wuji's excessive display of reverence. "I shall provide you and Chui'er with a satisfactory resolution," Jiang Wuji proclaimed, stepping out of the cottage, his cold gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd, instilling fear in all present with his frosty demeanor. The Iron Sword Guards received their orders to eliminate anyone associated with the culprits, regardless of age or gender. The moment Jiang Wuji uttered the word kill, he became synonymous with cold-bloodedness in the sword-forging city. "I, Jiang Wuji, hereby vow that anyone who harbors ill intentions towards me shall face the annihilation of their entire clan." His words sent shockwaves throughout the sword-forging city. Only the royal family had the authority to obliterate entire lineages, and Jiang Wuji's declaration would later be exploited by those with ulterior motives. This course of action stemmed from Jiang Wuji's desire to protect his own from unwarranted misfortune, and he vowed to establish rules for his people. He instructed Qing Yuer to escort Chui'er's family back home, while dispatching a small contingent of Iron Sword Guards to safeguard those within the courtyard. Having given his orders, Jiang Wuji proceeded towards the lord's mansion with the dark-feathered figure, seeking to leverage Luo, whose influence to investigate the entity that sought his life. Concurrently, he contemplated the formation of his own intelligence network. At the lord's mansion, Luo, who was equally astonished upon hearing of Chui'er's plight, never anticipating such disgraceful events could unfold in Sword Forging City. "I have come to request your assistance, Lord Luo, in investigating the force that seeks my demise." Luo, who, without hesitation, readily acquiesced, viewing Jiang Wuji as a prospective son-in-law. Jiang Wuji sought Luo's aid because every city possessed its own intelligence organization, often referred to as dark stakes. However, You must consider whether you have crossed paths with anyone in Sword Forging City, Luo inquired. Jiang Wuji had pondered this question on his way to the Lord's mansion, in all his time in the city. The only animosity he could recall was with the second-generation heir of the Hu family. However, Jiang Wujian did not believe that the infamous Hu Ershi sought his life, currently. The Hu family was eager to collaborate with him, and thus, Hu Yiming would certainly not permit any discord between Jiang Wujian and himself. Indeed, there was a connection, one he aspired to cultivate with the Hu family of Chujian City. Jiang Wujian refrained from sharing his analysis with Luo Hu. After all, there was always a possibility, and that possibility could indeed involve Hu Ershi. Nevertheless, he leaned towards the notion that someone might exploit Hu Ershi as a means to sow discord between him and the Hu family, employing a strategy akin to killing with a borrowed knife. At present, Jiang Wujian's primary concern was not with those who held grievances against him, but rather with those who bore ill will towards the Hu family. Strikingly, it seemed that the entirety of Chujian City harbored disdain for the Hu family. In any case, once you uncover the truth, you must inform me immediately. Whoever desires my demise, I, Jiang Wujian, shall ensure their end as well. As he uttered these words, a fierce intensity radiated from him, instilling a sense of trepidation in Luo Hu. Subsequently, after a brief discussion regarding the construction progress in the southern part of the city, Jiang Wujian departed from the Lord's manor. Are you truly intent on exterminating all the ruffians and their kin? This was the first time Yu had spoken so extensively to Jiang Wujian. What do you think? Jiang Wujian replied with a wicked charm, causing Yu to blush under his gaze. The sight of Yu in such a state left Jiang Wujian momentarily entranced, and he coughed awkwardly to mask his reaction. Rest assured, I, Jiang Wujian, am not a cold-blooded killer. These ruffians have long been estranged from their families, and even if they do have relatives, those ties have been severed long ago. There was a tinge of bitterness in Jiang Wujian's words. After all, was he not once perceived as a ruffian in the eyes of others? I am aware of your past, but you are not like those ruffians. Yu discerned the undercurrents of sorrow within Jiang Wujian, understanding him better than he knew himself. Yet, Yu could not divulge this to Jiang Wujian, though he sensed that Jiang Wujian had already begun to perceive certain truths. Perhaps one day you will come to know all that you seek. I shall stand by your side then. Without waiting for Jiang Wujian's response, Yu vanished in a flurry of movement. If that day truly arrives, I shall not let you down, Jiang Wujian vowed silently as he watched Yu depart. Chapter 13. The secret of the Jiang family. Jiang Wujian found himself emotionally touched by Yu, a feeling that weighed heavily upon him. The distress stemmed from his inability to cultivate his powers and thereby protect those dear to him. How can I obtain the transformation pill without the ability to cultivate? How can I enter the Qingyuan palace? Deep within, Jiang Wujian felt an inexplicable sensation, a conviction that his reality was not meant to be as it currently was. With a heavy heart, Jiang Wujian returned to his residence. Qing Yuer informed him about the situation regarding the thugs, confirming Jiang Wujian's suspicions that these individuals had no families. As Qing Yuer reported to him, Yu lurked in the shadows. When he heard Qing Yuer mention the thug's lack of family, a faint smile appeared on his otherwise indifferent face. Very well, I understand. I will be in the backyard for the time being. Please refrain from disturbing me unless it is of utmost importance, Jiang Wujian instructed. Following his command, he retreated to the backyard, while Qing Yuer complied and stationed the iron sword guard at the entrance. Seated in a secluded corner of the backyard, Jiang Wujian closed his eyes, attempting to piece together the fragmented images that had once surfaced in his mind. Ultimately, he found himself unsuccessful. Since that fateful occasion, those visions had eluded him despite his persistent efforts. Do not continue trying, Yu whispered, having quietly approached Jiang Wujian's side. A complex sentiment stirred within Yu regarding Jiang Wujian. I am aware that you know certain things about me. I will not press you to reveal them. In time, I shall uncover all that I seek to know, Jiang Wujian replied, rising to face Yu with a smile. My true name is Qin Yuexin. Jiang Wujian was taken aback. Although he had long suspected that Yu was an alias, he had not pressed the matter. It was Qin Yuexin herself who disclosed her true name. Qin Yuexin, a beautiful name, Jiang Wujian remarked, observing her. He noted that Qin Yuexin, devoid of her usual cold demeanor, appeared truly enchanting. Concerning the sealing spell within you, the transformation pill cannot dissolve it. Only the one who cast the spell may undo it, unless you can master the dragon pattern forbidden technique. Qin Yuexin possessed a deeper understanding of the sealing spell within Jiang Wujian than even He Qianin. What is the dragon pattern forbidden technique? Jiang Wujian inquired. realizing that the sealing spell within him was likely far more complex than he had anticipated. Setting aside the dragon pattern forbidden technique for now, let us focus on the sealing spell within you, Qin Yuexin said, her gaze steady upon Jiang Wujian, feeling compelled to share vital information. If the sealing spell within you is triggered, you will be relentlessly hunted, unless you can shatter the final dimension of your cultivation and ascend to divinity. Jiang Wujian was astounded. Why would the unbinding of a sealing spell invite such dire peril? 900 years ago, your ancestor, Jiang Yuntian, with exceptional talent, broke through to the extreme martial realm. This realm for cultivators is akin to stepping into the void god realm. Breaking through the dimension would allow entry into the true god realm, becoming a true deity. Admiration shone in Qin Yuexin's eyes as she spoke of Jiang Yuntian. Just as your ancestor was on the verge of breaking through the dimension, an invisible force intervened, thwarting his ascent and claiming his life. Qin Yuexin's words exploded in Jiang Wujian's mind, igniting a surge of unexplainable fury regarding the fate of his ancestor. At that time, the Jiang family's influence was immense. Even in the absence of Jiang Yuntian, their power remained unparalleled. Perhaps fearing that an unseen force would annihilate them entirely, the Jiang family vanished from the continent overnight. It was not until later that a city was discovered in the heart of the Sea of Miracles, a city known as the City of Miracles, which was none other than the Jiang family that had disappeared from the mainland. Jiang Wujian could only imagine the terror that gripped the Jiang family in the absence of Jiang Yuntian, fearing that enigmatic force. From the inception of the City of Miracles, every century, a child born with a natural spirit body would emerge from the Jiang family. This should have been a momentous occasion. Yet these infants with innate spirit bodies were ruthlessly extinguished by that unseen force during their childhood. Qin Yuexin's eyes reflected a profound sympathy as she gazed at Jiang Wujian, her compassion intensifying. The Jiang family expended a full 600 years to develop a sealing technique for the spirit body and an additional 300 years to perfect the sealing spell, which is the very spell that resides within you. The information that Qin Yuexin relayed was still somewhat overwhelming for Jiang Wujian to fully comprehend. In essence, if my sealing spell were to be lifted, I would be obliterated by that unseen force, correct? Jiang Wujian expressed a hint of reluctance. Indeed, this is why the Jiang family placed the sealing spell within you, dispatching you from the Sea of Miracles and entrusting us, the Qin family, to protect you from the shadows. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujian finally grasped why the man in white had come to his rescue in Yinxiao City. The Jiang family, unwilling to succumb to fate, has persistently sought that mysterious power, and you are the most suitable candidate to shatter it. Qin Yuexin was uncertain of the consequences of divulging such information to Jiang Wujian. Being the daughter of a prominent family, she was not content with merely safeguarding a man of his current stature. What remained unspoken between them was the engagement prearranged between the Jiang and Qin families for the two of them. It seems I must adopt a more discreet demeanor henceforth. Jiang Wujian chuckled heartily, which elicited a smile from Qin Yuexin at his carefree spirit. You may take this to peruse, but refrain from practicing, she said, handing him a small parcel. Upon opening it, Jiang Wujian discovered a yellowed tome entitled Xianyang Ju. He carefully stored the book, assuring Qin Yuexin that he would not practice in secret. During this time, focus on resting. I have notified my uncle to send a few individuals from Wind and Snow City. Given that Jiang Wujian had been ambushed, Qin Yuexin felt uneasy and had additionally dispatched reinforcements from the Qin family. Wind and Snow City. I hope to visit it someday. Jiang Wujian expressed his gratitude to Qin Yuexin, though his words inadvertently led her to believe he wished to visit the Qin family. You must be weary from all this. I've arranged for you to prepare a basement specifically for your training. Jiang Wujian had initially refrained from informing Qin Yuexin, having noticed her recent lapses in practice while she was by his side. I intend to arrange for Chui'er to be by your side. The girl, Jiang Wuji, fears that Lin Xuan may become despondent, and he also wishes to assign Qin Yuexin a personal maid. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yuexin readily consented. After a brief conversation between Jiang Wuji and Qin Yuexin, he instructed Qin Yuer to take Qin Yuexin to the prepared training room. Xia, in a couple of days, please bring Chui'er over so she can accompany Yuexin, Jiang Wuji directed Xia. However, Xia was left perplexed upon hearing the name Yuexin. Yuexin is the Black Feather. Her true name is Qin Yuexin, Jiang Wuji quickly clarified upon noticing Xia's confusion. Understood, young master. Upon realizing that Black Feather was indeed Qin Yuexin, Xia promptly agreed. In the following days, Jiang Wuji occupied himself with the study of the Xianyang formula. Although he was unable to cultivate, it did not hinder his research. During this time, Feng Dang returned to Jiang Wuji after attending to his own matters, and Zhang Wuji tasked him with selecting some robust servants for training, as they would need capable attendants in the southern part of the city to maintain order. In the sword-casting city, the most discussed topic was Zhang Wuji's cold-heartedness. Meanwhile, regardless of their status, anyone from the Zhang family was treated with utmost respect by others. Of course, Zhang Wuji had long established rules against his people behaving arrogantly in public, aside from himself. However, what concerned Zhang Wuji the most was the unexpected alliance between the Hu family and his archrival, the Zhang family, to form a commercial association. The partnership of these two families would naturally draw individuals with business ties to them towards this united association. Hu Yiming certainly possessed remarkable acumen, managing to persuade the Zhang family to collaborate. Consequently, it seemed that the Hu family would exploit those allied merchants to monopolize auctions in the southern district. Zhang Wuji held Hu Yiming in high regard. Although they would be competitors in the future, he respected individuals of capability. With the union of the Hu and Zhang families, no one in sword-casting city could rival them, whether in terms of financial or manpower resources. However, it was evident that their alliance was not solely due to the southern district's territory or to contend with their minor faction. They must have reached a consensus on a specific matter. Zhang Wuji pondered deeply, his mind racing as he contemplated the reasons behind the Hu and Zhang families' collaboration. Yuer, prepare for us. We shall pay a visit to the Hu family. Rather than speculate, it would be more prudent to visit the Hu family directly. With Qing Yuer by his side, Zhang Wuji strolled leisurely down the street, as he preferred not to be surrounded by a throng of people. "Ah, young Master Jiang." A passerby greeted him warmly on the street, and Zhang Wuji responded amicably in kind. "Come quickly, there stands young Master Jiang. How graceful he is. I long to marry him," some young ladies murmured behind Zhang Wujian, each one wishing to throw herself into his embrace. A few of the maidens cast envious glances at Qing Yuer. "Young master, it would be best if you refrained from making public appearances in the future. If you must show yourself, do so without me. Just look at the way those girls gaze at me. It's as though they wish to skin me alive." Qing Yuer complained as she walked alongside him. "Is that so? I find them quite charming, friendly, and delightful," Zhang Wujian replied, waving at the young ladies, which sent them into a frenzy of excited screams. "Young master, you should indulge in their affections at your leisure," Qing Yuer sighed, unable to contend with Zhang Wujian's audacity. "Ah, young Master Jiang, what a coincidence to encounter you here today." Zhang Su, who had intended to visit the brothel, was halted at the entrance by the raucous cheers of the maidens. Narrowing his eyes, he caught sight of Zhang Wujian's flamboyant demeanor, and a flicker of malice crossed his gaze. "Oh, it's you. I have no time to chat today. I'm off to find Hu Yiming." Zhang Wujian had long been aware of Zhang Su's infatuation with Hu Yiming. He deliberately spoke of his closeness with her, hoping to provoke Zhang Su and extract useful information. Upon hearing Zhang Wujian refer to Hu Yiming so intimately, Zhang Su's expression darkened. "I heard that young Master Jiang nearly lost his life not long ago. Yet, you appear to be in better spirits than anyone else," he remarked, igniting a surge of murderous intent within Zhang Wujian. In the abandoned cottage, where Zhang Wujian had been ambushed, only Qin Yuexin and Luo who were privy to the incident. Zhang Wujian had instructed Luo who to keep the matter secret. How could Zhang Su be aware of such details without provoking Zhang Wujian's wrath? Sensing Zhang Wujian's hostility, Zhang Su's countenance grew even more grim. "Do you not wish to know how I came to learn of this matter?" he inquired, a cunning glint in his eyes, which Zhang Wujian perceived all too clearly. Chapter 14. The invitation from the Hu family. A faint smile played on Zhang Wujian's lips as he regarded Zhang Su, the sole heir of the Zhang family, who was not foolish enough to utter words better left unsaid. At the very least, Zhang Su struck Zhang Wujian as far more astute than the second son of the Hu family. "Young Master Zhang, you are indeed the pride of the Zhang family in Forging Sword City. However, I am not interested in what you have to say. My sole desire at present is to rendezvous with my beloved Ming Ming." Zhang Wujian's words infuriated Zhang Su, who seethed not at the words themselves, but at the insufferable demeanor Zhang Wujian displayed while speaking. "I shall not intrude upon your leisure, young Master Zhang, but I must counsel you to be wary. One day, that thing may cease to be of use to you." After saying this, Zhang Wujian gestured toward Zhang Su, causing him to swallow hard and break into a cold sweat. "Engaging in a war of words with me, you are still rather inexperienced." After parting ways with Zhang Su, Zhang Wujian muttered under his breath, attracting a stifled laugh from the side of Qing Yuer. However, regardless of whether Zhang Su intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Zhang Wujian's recent assault, it greatly concerned him. This indicated that within the confines of the sword forging city, Zhang Wujian was essentially transparent to both the Zhang and Hu families. Everyone seemed to be privy to his affairs. At the entrance of the Hu family estate, Jiang Wujian was halted by 2 family attendants. Yuera requested that they announce her presence, but the attendants refused, citing the arrival of distinguished guests. Distinguished guests, you say? Jiang Wujian pondered, curious about which esteemed individuals could be visiting the Hu family. As he stood contemplating the identity of the guests, the familiar voice of Hu Ershi echoed in his ears, akin to a heavenly melody. Haha, brother Hu, you've finally returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Jiang Wujian's words caused the 2 attendants at the Hu family's entrance to inwardly curse his brazen audacity, as they perceived his claim as sheer nonsense. What do you want, you scoundrel? Hu Ershi, upon recognizing Jiang Wujian, opened his mouth to scold him, but midway, he recalled Qin Yuexin. Glancing past Jiang Wujian, he noticed only Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuer, which eased his mind. Come, let us enter and speak. I surely have good news for you. Jiang Wujian, unabashed, wrapped his arm around Hu Ershi and proceeded toward the main gate of the Hu estate. Young master, the young lady has instructed that, due to the presence of distinguished guests, we are not to entertain any other visitors today. As Jiang Wujian and Hu Ershi approached the entrance, the attendants once again barred their way. What nonsense! Am I not considered an outsider? I am a close friend of your young master. Jiang Wujian rebuked the attendants, completely disregarding his status as an outsider. Enough with the commotion. Suddenly, a commanding voice interrupted, and Jiang Wujian turned to see Hu Yiming. Just as he was about to greet Hu Yiming, he noticed a change in his expression upon seeing someone beside her. Ah, it is young Master Jiang. Uncle, are you truly not staying with me? Upon recognizing Jiang Wujian, Hu Yiming offered a brief comment before returning to her conversation with the individual next to her. The person who caused Jiang Wujian's expression to shift was none other than Nangong Ci, the commander of the Iron Bear Guards from Yinshao City. No, since you have guests, I shall not impose any longer. Just remember the matter I entrusted to you. After speaking to Hu Yiming, Nangong Ci strode toward the gate. Jiang Wujian, upon seeing Nangong Ci, forced a stiff smile and nodded. However, Nangong Ci did not even spare him a glance. Hu Yiming followed closely behind Nangong Ci, seeing him off before turning to face Jiang Wujian. Minger, who was that just now? Jiang Wujian naturally refrained from revealing his acquaintance with Nangong Ci. Minger? Young Master Jiang. We are not that familiar yet, are we? Upon hearing the title bestowed upon her by Jiang Wujian, Hu Yiming hesitated momentarily. Few dared to address her in such a manner within the sword-casting city. My apologies for my presumption. I hope Miss Hu will be understanding. However, I truly have matters to discuss with you today. Jiang Wujian chuckled awkwardly, though his thoughts were preoccupied with how Nangong Ci had returned to the Hu family. The fact that Hu Yiming referred to Nangong Ci as uncle piqued Jiang Wujian's interest, as did Nangong Ci's formidable reputation. Coincidentally, I too have matters to confer with young Master Jiang. Please, let us converse inside. Hu Yiming invited, leading Jiang Wujian into the Hu residence without hesitation. Stepping into the grand courtyard, Jiang Wujian noted that the Hu family indeed was the foremost household in sword-casting city. The courtyard was at least twice the size of his own, with a well-structured layout, exquisite carvings, and an impressively designed garden. The prominence of the first family was unmistakable. Please, young Master Jiang. Hu Yiming acknowledged Jiang Wujian's compliment without response, ushering him into the guest hall. Now, might you enlighten me on the purpose of your visit? After they were seated, Hu Yiming inquired. It is not a matter of great import. I merely wish to discuss purchasing some iron with Miss Hu. Jiang Wujian had resolved beforehand that he would seek to procure iron from the Hu family for his future iron shop. Rest assured, young Master Jiang. We can always prepare it for you at any time. Yet, I cannot believe that you have come to my Hu family solely for such a trivial matter. Hu Yiming expressed skepticism regarding Jiang Wujian's intentions. Indeed, it is merely this matter, nothing else, Jiang Wujian insisted earnestly. Then allow me to share the reason I sought you out as well, Hu Yiming declared, dismissing the maidservants attending to them with a wave of her hand. Once they had exited, she turned her gaze toward the young lady beside Jiang Wujian. Might I request Miss Yuer to wait for your master in the adjoining room? Though Hu Yiming spoke with a smile, her tone carried an air of command. Jiang Wujian nodded at Yuer, who then excused herself from their presence. Is Miss Hu plotting some grand scheme? Jiang Wujian inquired, curiosity piqued by the dismissal of all others. Young Master Jiang, 300 miles from sword-casting city. We have discovered a mysterious iron mine at Mo Shui Gorge. However, given the strength of my Hu family, we cannot possibly manage it alone. As this mine is unlike ordinary iron mines, Hu Yiming revealed, and Jiang Wujian was taken aback by the mention of the mysterious iron mine. Are you suggesting that I collaborate with the Hu family to claim this iron mine? Jiang Wujian was incredulous at the notion of Hu Yiming being so generous. Do you believe that merely the two of us could seize that iron mine? Hu Yiming replied candidly. To be frank, the Zhang family is also involved. I trust you are aware that the Hu family and the Zhang family have formed a joint trading association? Hu Yiming did not find amusement in Jiang Wujian's words. Rather, she was astonished by his ambition. Was it related to the Xiantai mine? Jiang Wujian was surprised to discover that the Hu family seemed to harbor considerable apprehension towards the Zhang family. Perhaps Jiang Gongzi was unaware of the Zhang family's origins. The Zhang family of Zhejian City is merely a branch of the Zhang family from Jiuhuang City, whose influence is second only to the imperial clan, owing to the presence of a formidable expert in the extreme martial realm. This was the second time Jiang Wujian had heard of the extreme martial realm. From Qin Yuexin, he learned that after reaching the extreme martial level, one could enter the void. It was no wonder that Miss Hu could tolerate the Zhang family in Zhejian City. As an expert of the extreme martial realm, could easily annihilate an entire city with a mere gesture. Although the Hu family is the foremost in Zhejian City, this status is attributed to their ties with the Jiuhuang. The Zhang family refrained from taking action against the Hu family precisely due to this concern. However, there is no need for an in-depth discussion on this matter. Despite the Zhang family's strength, they remain a distant branch. And in terms of genuine power among the major factions in Zhejian City, aside from the Hu and Zhang families, it is indeed you, Jiang Gongzi. Hu Yiming was aware of the Qin family's backing behind Jiang Wujian, whose overall strength surpassed that of the Jiuhuang. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. Jiang Wujian had no reason to decline such a favorable proposal. While nothing in this world is truly free, he was reluctant to refuse Hu Yiming. The mining rights would be jointly held by the Hu family, Jiang Gongzi, and the Zhang family. Yet the ownership of the Xiantai mine must rest with the Hu family. Furthermore, the timeline for extraction would be determined by the Hu family. And when they requested a halt in mining, all parties must comply. Jiang Wujian now understood that the Hu family's control over the timeline indicated that there was indeed some hidden agenda regarding the mine. And what about the distribution of profits? Jiang Wujian readily agreed. So much so that Hu Yiming began to harbor doubts regarding his intentions. Do you have no reservations, Jiang Gongzi? Hu Yiming inquired, puzzled. What reservations could I possibly have? Miss Hu holds me in such regard, and I am to be granted a share. What more is there to ponder? Jiang Wujian expressed his gratitude towards Hu Yiming, who seemed to have prepared numerous responses to address his potential concerns. However, Jiang Wujian's swift agreement left her momentarily speechless, causing her some discomfort. Jiang Gongzi is quite agreeable. How does a three-way profit split, 30% for you and 30% for the Zhang family, sound? The proposed distribution exceeded Jiang Wujian's expectations, as he had anticipated a mere 10% share. Nevertheless, he understood that a higher return often entails greater complexities. It appeared that Hu Yiming was concealing something. However, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. Within the Mo Shui Gorge resides a 7-ring silver python, and we must deal with it before we can commence mining the Xiantai. Jiang Wujian realized that such a straightforward opportunity was too good to be true. It seemed that Hu Yiming had already factored him into her plans. The 7-ring silver python, you say? How does Miss Hu intend to resolve this issue? Jiang Wujian was resolute in his refusal to recklessly charge forward. Since Hu Yiming sought to gather allies to confront the 7-loop silver python, Jiang Wujian would not act foolishly. At that juncture, it would suffice for the Zhang family and young Master Jiang to restrain the beast with the aid of the Black Feather Maiden, while the Hu family had their own methods to resolve the matter. However, Jiang Wujian found Hu Yiming's words dubious, particularly as her notion of resolution did not explicitly entail slaying the 7-loop silver python. Do you intend to capture the 7-loop silver python alive? Jiang Wujian considered the implications, incredulously voicing his thoughts to Hu Yiming. Taken aback by Jiang Wujian's perceptiveness, Hu Yiming offered an awkward smile. I no longer wish for this mine. You may seek others. Jiang Wujian, though covetous, would never disregard the lives of his own kin. Upon witnessing Jiang Wujian's refusal, a fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Hu Yiming's eyes. Though it vanished as quickly as it appeared, Jiang Wujian still felt a chill. He could not fathom why the Zhang family would acquiesce to Hu Yiming. Their patriarch was no fool. If they were amenable to her, it suggested that the benefits she offered were substantial enough to satisfy the entire Zhang clan. Since young Master Jiang is unwilling, I kindly request that you keep this matter confidential. Hu Yiming adeptly concealed her ire, maintaining a facade of benevolence as she spoke to Jiang Wujian. I assure you, I shall not disclose this to anyone. I truly cannot assist Miss Hu in this matter. Perhaps you should consider alternative plans. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall not disturb you further, Jiang Wujian replied, sensing Hu Yiming's murderous intent, and promptly took his leave from the Hu residence. Chapter 15. Journey to Moshui Gorge. Having rejected Hu Yiming, Jiang Wujian exited the Hu manor, a sense of unease gnawing at him. The Hu family, the Zhang family, enemies and allies intertwined. Hu Yiming sought to recruit him, while Zhang Su incited discord. If the Hu family seized the opportunity to annihilate the Zhang family, or vice versa, and he became embroiled in their conflict, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Jiang Wujian contemplated the possibility that both families harbored ulterior motives. Wait, there's another scenario. Perhaps the Hu and Zhang families aim to maintain the status quo in Forging Sword City, disallowing any third force from rising. If this were the case, they would surely seek to eliminate him. The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became. Should his suspicions prove accurate? He realized he understood neither the Hu nor the Zhang families at all. At that moment, Jiang Wujian was drenched in cold sweat, startling the nearby Qing Yuer. Let us proceed to the city lord's manor. Jiang Wujian needed to verify his suspicions. If the first scenario were true, aside from himself, City Lord Luo Hu would be the most suitable candidate to consult. Should neither the Hu nor Zhang families have approached Luo Hu, it would lend credence to his second hypothesis. Regardless of which conjecture held true, Jiang Wujian had resolved to take decisive action against both the Hu and Zhang families. Beyond them, his greatest concern was the purpose behind Nangongxi's arrival in Forging Sword City, for in Yunxiao City, he had nearly lost his life at the behest of Nangongxi's orders. Jiang Wujian and Qing Yuer arrived at the Lord's mansion. Jiang Wujian did not conceal anything, sharing with Luo Hu the invitation from Hu Yiming and his own speculations. They did not come looking for me. If your conjecture holds true, how do you plan to respond? Perhaps due to concerns for his daughter, Luo Hu was exceedingly worried about Jiang Wujian. If they truly wish to eliminate me, no matter how I respond, they will not relent. However, I am not someone they can manipulate at will. Deep down, Jiang Wujian struggled with his lack of strength, which often restrained his words from being too assertive. Nevertheless, I am quite intrigued by that mysterious iron mine. Oh, Nangongxi has arrived at the sword forging city. You are acquainted with him, I presume? At the mention of Nangongxi, Luo Hu's expression became somewhat uneasy. Observing Luo Hu's demeanor, Jiang Wujian surmised that the two were likely familiar with one another. You would do well to avoid Nangongxi. He is ruthless and exceptionally narrow-minded, not to mention quite formidable. Luo Hu was about to inquire how Jiang Wujian knew Nangongxi, but refrained, instead urging Jiang Wujian to steer clear of him. I understand. Thank you. Jiang Wujian did not linger at the Lord's mansion and, after expressing his gratitude to Luo Hu, returned home. Once at home, Jiang Wujian isolated himself for several days until Hu Yiming paid him another visit. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Hu Yiming was taken aback by Jiang Wujian's disheveled appearance. His eyes sunken, and his complexion pallid, resembling someone gravely ill. Young Master Jiang, what has happened to you? She exclaimed in shock. Miss Hu, have you come to my residence for something? Jiang Wujian replied weakly, intermittently coughing while covering his mouth. Young Master Jiang, what ails you? How can such a short time have changed you so drastically? Hu Yiming expressed concern, although her eyes betrayed her skepticism. Surely, Miss Hu did not come merely to mock my current state. Jiang Wujian gazed at her feebly, each word seemingly draining his last reserves of strength. Meanwhile, Qing Yuer gently patted Jiang Wujian's back, her face etched with sorrow. Since young Master Jiang is unwell, I shall not intrude further. As Hu Yiming prepared to leave, Jiang Wujian instructed Qing Yuer to see her off. Yuer, your Master Wawa? Before Hu Yiming could finish her sentence, Qing Yuer burst into tears, her wails echoing mournfully, leaving anyone unaware to believe that a tragedy had struck the Jiang residence. Witnessing Qing Yuer's distress, Hu Yiming could only offer a few words of comfort before hastily departing. Enough now, she has left. I am not dead, so why the dramatic weeping? Jiang Wujian stood behind Qing Yuer, his arms crossed. Master, do you think Miss Hu will believe this? Jiang Wujian looked at Qing Yuer, shrugged his shoulders, and shook his head dismissively, his expression one of indifference. Hu Yiming would not seek out Jiang Wuji without reason. Originally, Hu Yiming intended to inform Jiang Wuji of the time to visit Moshui Gorge, as he inherently doubted Jiang Wuji's disinterest in the Xiantai mine. Yuer, prepare yourself. I must embark on a distant journey to consult with Yuexin. Jiang Wuji had not seen Qin Yuexin for quite some time and planned to find her. Without her presence, he felt disinclined to venture to Moshui Gorge. Young Master, Miss Yuexin has instructed that she is currently in seclusion for cultivation and does not wish to be disturbed. Upon hearing Qing Yuer's words, Jiang Wuji felt a surge of frustration. He certainly could not interrupt Qin Yuexin's training. It seemed he would have to abandon his plans. When faced with the choice between the Xiantai mine and Qin Yuexin, Jiang Wuji would invariably choose the latter, so upon learning of her seclusion, he acquiesced. Ah, how disheartening. He sighed, gazing skyward, and strolled leisurely towards the back courtyard, hands clasped behind him. Send someone to keep watch over the Hu family. If there is any movement, return to inform me immediately, he commanded as he walked. In the dead of night, outside Zhang's residence, a figure stood shrouded in darkness. It was none other than Nangong Ci, who had come from the sword-forging city. With narrowed eyes, he scrutinized the entrance to Zhang's estate, his gaze brimming with malice. My lord, we have confirmed that he is indeed within Zhang's residence, along with the second young lady of the Qin family. A voice echoed from behind Nangong Ci, though the speaker remained hidden from view. Humph, the Qin family again. Why does this family show such interest in a street urchin? Have you uncovered the true identity of Jiang Wuji? Nangong Ci's demeanor towards the Qin family was far from amiable, had it not been for their formidable influence. He would have long since expressed his disdain. We have investigated, but all we found was that he is an abandoned child raised by a blind man. However, he was present at the scene when Lord Hong was murdered. As they spoke, a shadow flickered in the night. Jiang Wuji. How could an abandoned child possibly be connected to the Qin family? Given his surname Jiang, could he be from the Miracle Sea? Nangong Ci suddenly contemplated Jiang Wuji's surname. Yet aside from the Jiang family of the Miracle Sea, countless others bore the same name. The connection between the Qin and Jiang families was known only to a select few within their inner circles. The outside world remained oblivious to this link, and the Jiang family had resided in the Miracle Sea for centuries without deviation. With this knowledge, Nangong Ci remained convinced that Jiang Wuji had no ties to the Miracle Sea. Let us depart. Once we capture the seven-ring silver python, we can seek out that individual at a later time. With that, Nangong Ci vanished into the shadows. 2 days later, the Hu and Zhang families organized a contingent to leave sword-forging city. Only Jiang Wuji and Luo Hu were privy to the true purpose of this expedition. Although Luo Hu was aware, he had no intention of getting involved. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Wuji felt an overwhelming urge to follow. Yet with Qin Yuexin still immersed in her cultivation, he could only remain at home, anxious and restless. My dear sir, you may discreetly follow Mr. Feng. Once Miss Yuexin emerges, I shall inform her. Qin Yuer observed the anxious Jiang Wujian and offered him a suggestion. Jiang Wujian had indeed contemplated this course of action. However, the duration of Qin Yuexin's cultivation remained shrouded in uncertainty. Following them seemed a viable option, and when the moment arose, they could act accordingly. Jiang Wujian summoned Feng Dang, relaying the situation to him, and the two set off quietly behind the United Merchants Association. Jiang Wujian initially believed they were stealthy, but unbeknownst to them, they were already being watched the moment they stepped out of the Jiang residence. Something felt amiss. What troubles you, sir? Feng Dang inquired, noticing Jiang Wujian's contemplative demeanor. I find it peculiar that a certain individual has not joined the United Merchants. Jiang Wujian had always suspected that Nangong Ci's arrival at the sword-casting city was related to the Xian iron mine. Yet the observers from the Hu family had not spotted Nangong Ci, despite Jiang Wujian's explicit instructions to keep a close watch on him. Perhaps I am overthinking this. That person's purpose in visiting the sword-casting city may not concern the Xian iron mine. Jiang Wujian shook his head, and Feng Dang, seeing this, refrained from further questioning. Meanwhile, within the United Merchants Association, an elderly gentleman sat before Hu Yiming, who displayed utmost respect towards him. Another individual leaned in, whispering discreetly into the elder's ear. What a twist of fate. The elder commanded the person beside him, prepare yourself, but be sure to conceal your whereabouts. It was evident that the elder had received some fortuitous news. Why are you so elated, uncle? Hu Yiming asked respectfully. The elder regarded her, his facade momentarily slipping. He was none other than the disguised Nangong Ci. I am merely delighted for Meng girl. The sole heir of the Zhang family has contracted smallpox and is now bedridden. Nangong Ci fabricated a lie to placate Hu Yiming. Although she felt a tinge of doubt, she chose not to press further, instead feigning delight in his presence. Such a girl, Nangong Ci mused, surprised by Hu Yiming's cunning. The journey of the United Merchants Association proceeded remarkably smoothly, with Jiang Wujian and Feng Dang following suit. Sir, we shall reach Mo Shui Gorge by tomorrow. Upon entering, we must exercise caution. The gorge is steep and densely wooded, inhabited by numerous low-tier beasts. Although Feng Dang had never been to Mo Shui Gorge, he had heard tales during his travels. The gorge was said to contain only low-tier beasts, which posed little threat to a first-star martial master like him. However, upon hearing Jiang Wujian mention the seven-linked silver python, Feng Dang realized that Mo Shui Gorge was not as benign as the rumors suggested. Mr. Feng, during our expedition. We must refrain from taking any action until Miss Yuexin arrives. Should there be even the slightest danger, we will withdraw immediately. Zhang Wujian would never gamble with his own life or Feng Dang's. I shall heed your wishes, sir. Feng Dang agreed to accompany Zhang Wujian primarily out of a fear that he would be unable to protect Zhang Wujian alone. Zhang Wujian nodded, his hand resting on the cold crystal armor he wore, yet an inexplicable anxiety lingered in his heart. His greatest concern lay in the absence of Nangong Ci. He could not fathom why Nangong Ci would come to the sword-forging city without reason. The uncertainty surrounding Nangong Ci's intentions only heightened Zhang Wujian's unease, perhaps connected to his escape from Yunshao City. Mr. Feng, what stage of beast is the seven-linked silver python? Zhang Wujian pondered that his worries were of little consequence. It would be more prudent to understand the challenges ahead. The seven-linked silver python is classified as a high-tier beast, its bones prized for weapon crafting, its skin suitable for creating advanced armor, and its blood is favored for body tempering, particularly among practitioners of internal martial arts. Thus, Feng Dang implied that every part of the seven-linked silver python is a treasure. Moreover, some families capture these high-tier beasts to raise them, thereby ensuring a steady supply of beast blood or to tame them as formidable combatants. Feng Dang's explanation enlightened Zhang Wujian as to why Hu Yiming aspired to capture the seven-linked silver python. It was indeed the living beasts that held true value. Chapter 16. Captured after a night of respite, the Joint Chamber of Commerce prepared to venture into the Inkwater Gorge at dawn. The gorge was neither overly large nor small. Typically, practitioners lingered around its periphery. As one ventured deeper, the mountains grew increasingly steep, with unique peaks rising like blades into the sky. This place possessed an unexpected beauty. Observing the peaks enveloped in mist, swirling with the gentle breeze, they appeared shrouded in mystery, evoking admiration even from Hu Yiming, and leaving the accompanying members utterly entranced. The mist rolled forth, punctuated by distant beast roars, adding to the enigmatic atmosphere. Come, do you see that highest peak? Our destination lies there. Following Hu Yiming's, a towering silhouette pierced the clouds, unmoved by the breeze. That must be the main peak. It would likely take us another 2 days to reach it. Within the Joint Chamber of Commerce, gazing at the distant, imposing main peak, a sense of grandeur was overshadowed by an oppressive feeling. Was the seven-linked silver python situated atop that mountain? Disguised as an elderly man, Nangong Ci stood before Hu Yiming, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed the distant peak. The members of the Joint Chamber had never encountered this elderly guise of Nangong Ci. Yet witnessing Hu Yiming's reverence for him silenced their inquiries, leaving them to speculate about his identity in their hearts. Indeed, they would require the expertise of Mr. Nangong to confront the seven-linked silver python. Hu Yiming addressed Nangong Ci with the title of Mr., a formality undoubtedly orchestrated by Nangong Ci himself. Let us proceed. With a commanding order from Hu Yiming, the members of the United Chamber of Commerce formally entered the Inkwater Gorge, making their way toward the principal peak. The United Chamber of Commerce is comprised of the Hu and Zhang families. However, this time, the Zhang family did not allow Zhang Su to accompany them, despite his desire to seize this opportunity to spend more time with Hu Yiming. Perhaps the Zhang family still harbors some reservations toward the Hu family, which is why they sent Zhang Weicheng, the second in command of the Zhang family, to lead the team. As an elder to Hu Yiming, his presence signifies the Zhang family's utmost support for her. Though they were a united front, upon entering the Inkwater Gorge, the members of the Hu and Zhang families naturally divided into 2 groups. This division illustrates that while they may appear united, in reality, both families remain self-centered. Shortly after the United Chamber of Commerce's arrival in the Inkwater Gorge, Zhang Wujian and Feng Dang also reached the outskirts of the gorge. Upon gazing at the distant mountains and the towering peak, Zhang Wujian felt an overwhelming sense of beauty and pressure. The principal peak of the Inkwater Gorge was far more magnificent than he had imagined. Feng Dang also marveled at the grandeur of the peak, and Zhang Wujian, upon noticing Feng Dang's expression of awe, playfully remarked that a first-star martial master is just like himself. In response to Zhang Wujian's teasing, Feng Dang could only manage a wry smile. My lord, the deeper we venture into the Inkwater Gorge, the more fierce beasts we will encounter. Therefore, please do not stray too far from me, Feng Dang cautioned, his concern for Zhang Wujian's safety evident as he gazed at the distant peak. I will exercise caution. If we encounter any entities beyond our control, we shall promptly withdraw from the gorge, Zhang Wujian assured him, and the two then proceeded deeper into the Inkwater Gorge. Initially, they anticipated encountering a few low-level fierce beasts along the way. However, they instead came across numerous corpses of beasts that had been severed into pieces. It seems we need not worry about the fierce beasts, Jiang Wujin mused, expressing gratitude toward Hu Yimeng and her entourage. The slain beasts were not the work of a single individual, as evidenced by the varying cuts and elemental traces on the remains. Holding a fragment of a fierce beast, Feng Dang, with his experience, deduced that the group responsible for these slayings possessed extensive combat experience against such creatures. It appears the Hu family has many secrets yet to be uncovered, Jiang Wujin thought, growing more wary of the Hu family after Feng Dang's remarks. Suddenly, Feng Dang dropped the fragment he held, sprang into action, and thrust his sword toward a rustling in the nearby bushes. This unexpected turn of events caused Jiang Wujin to tense, lowering his body instinctively. "Please spare me, great sir." A voice cried out from the foliage as Feng Dang's sword pierced the underbrush. With a flick of his wrist, Feng Dang sheathed his sword and reached out to seize the person hiding in the bushes. With a thud, Feng Dang tossed the individual before Jiang Wujin, who yelped upon landing. "Please spare me, great sir." The man, upon seeing Jiang Wujin, disregarded his pain and immediately bowed in supplication. Although Jiang Wujin witnessed the man's plea for mercy, he instinctively moved closer to Feng Dang. A sudden appearance of an unfamiliar individual left Jiang Wujin with an instinctive sense of unease. "Speak, who are you?" he inquired. Just as the question left his lips, Feng Dang swiftly unsheathed his sword and, in a single stroke, extinguished the life of the stranger. Jiang Wujin gazed at Feng Dang in astonishment. Without uttering a word, Feng Dang pried open the deceased's hand, revealing a concealed dart. Upon seeing the dart, Jiang Wujin's expression changed dramatically. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one used in a previous ambush. "Let us ascertain whether there is any evidence to confirm his identity." Jiang Wujin took possession of the dart and instructed Feng Dang to search the corpse thoroughly. After a meticulous examination, Feng Dang found nothing of significance. Given the circumstances, Jiang Wujin could only draw connections to the Hu and Zhang families. "Let us depart." Jiang Wujin secured the dart and continued onward with Feng Dang. Not long after their departure, a masked figure emerged from behind a grand tree. The figure lightly brushed the corpse, which then disintegrated into a puddle of blood. The masked individual observed the retreating forms of Jiang Wujin and Feng Dang, and with a swift motion, vanished from sight. "My lord, I fear our movements may have been compromised," Feng Dang suggested, a notion that Jiang Wujin echoed in his thoughts. Yet, he found himself torn between seeking out Hu Yimeng or returning to the sword-forging city. "Mr. Feng, let us return to the sword-forging city." Ultimately, Jiang Wujin resolved to head back, recognizing that relying solely on Feng Dang was impractical at this juncture. As he turned to retrace his steps, Feng Dang drew his sword, blocking Jiang Wujin's path. "Mr. Feng," Jiang Wujin initially misinterpreted Feng Dang's intentions, only realizing the gravity of the situation when several figures materialized around them. "Young Master Jiang, since you are here, why not accompany us?" Hu Yimeng emerged from the shadows, her gaze scanning the surroundings even as she addressed Jiang Wujin. "Miss Hu, what a coincidence to encounter you here." Jiang Wujin exchanged pleasantries with Hu Yimeng while gesturing for Feng Dang to sheath his sword. "A few days ago, it appeared you were on the brink of death, yet now you seem quite healthy. Come, show us a few jumps." Hu Yimeng playfully extended 2 fingers toward Jiang Wujin. "Miss Hu, you jest. I merely ventured out for some physical exercise, perhaps to climb a mountain," Jiang Wujin replied, surveying the area. Though there were only a handful of individuals present, he sensed the presence of others lurking in the shadows. "Did you not hear my request, young Master Jiang? I asked you to jump for us. Do you think I am jesting? Hurry, jump." The last few words were nearly shouted in urgency. "Do not insult my master." Feng Dang shouted fiercely at Hu Yimeng. Now, let us not spoil the atmosphere. It is merely a matter of jumping a few times. I shall jump thrice, and the extra one shall be on the house." Jiang Wujin has navigated the streets since childhood, instinctively grasping the principle of survival of the fittest. Moreover, as long as he can preserve his life, he would gladly leap a few times, or even shed his trousers if necessary. After making his declaration, Jiang Wujin energetically jumped thrice. "Ha ha, young Master Jiang, you truly jumped," exclaimed Hu Yimeng, who playfully regarded him with a flirtatious gaze. However, what Jiang Wujin perceived was not flirtation, but rather a chilling intent. "Please do not take offense, young Master Jiang. I merely intended to assess your health, and now I can confirm that you are quite well. I feel assured to have you accompany us on our journey," Hu Yimeng stated, not awaiting Jiang Wujin's consent before gesturing for several individuals to position themselves in front of him and Feng Dang, compelling Jiang Wujin to follow. Throughout the journey, Hu Yimeng refrained from further conversation with Jiang Wujin. The low-tier demonic beasts encountered along the way were swiftly dealt with by the four, employing decisive and direct techniques that targeted the beast's vital points. Although the methods appeared straightforward and brutal, they proved most effective in vanquishing the creatures. Zhang Wujian diligently committed each move to memory, aspiring to utilize these uncomplicated techniques himself in the future. Miss, beyond the upcoming canyon lies the summit of Mo Shui Gorge. One of the four remarked, gesturing towards the canyon ahead. Zhang Wujian noticed a considerable number of individuals resting within the canyon, instantly recognizing them as members of the United Merchants Association. Damn it, she only brought 4 people. Had I known, I might have taken a gamble at that moment. Perhaps there would have been a chance. Now, I never anticipated Hu Yimeng would have 4 individuals waiting for me. It is now impossible for me to flee. Miss Hu, may I pose a question? Zhang Wujian inquired, gazing at Hu Yimeng, who turned to him with a smile. You wish to know how I discovered your presence, correct? Truth be told, I was informed by a distinguished individual, Hu Yimeng answered, engaging Zhang Wujian in rapid-fire responses, leaving him little room to speak. Young Master Jiang, I believe it would be best for you to accompany me willingly. To be frank, it is not merely my desire for you to follow. There are others who wish to meet you. Meanwhile, Hu Yimeng pondered how Nangong Ci knew of Zhang Wujian's following, and why it was imperative to bring him and Feng Dang before him. Oh, this revelation left Zhang Wujian and Feng Dang perplexed. Who could so effortlessly uncover their whereabouts and wish to meet them? Hu Yimeng soon led Zhang Wujian to the canyon, where the onlookers were taken aback to see her accompanied by 2 new individuals, especially Zhang Weicheng of the Zhang family. Miss Hu, you didn't inform us that there were others, Zhang Weicheng inquired, his voice laced with irritation. Zhang Yiri, rest assured that my promise to the Zhang family remains unwavering. Young Master Jiang has been invited by my Hu family. It is solely our affair. Observing the angered Zhang Weicheng, Hu Yimeng smiled charmingly and reaffirmed her commitment. Well then, everyone has had enough rest. Our true destination lies ahead, halfway up the summit of Mo Shui Jian, where the items required by our United Chamber of Commerce await. Each of you shall be honored as a benefactor upon our return. I, Hu Yimeng, shall ensure you receive generous rewards. Oh, let us extend our gratitude to the young lady. Haha. Upon hearing Hu Yimeng's words and the promise of rewards, the group buzzed with excitement, invigorated as if they had been electrified. However, only Nangong Ci, disguised as an elderly man, harbored a sinister smile within. Chapter 17. The 7-looped silver python. As they journeyed onward, no low-tier beast appeared, heightening Zhang Wujian's unease. He was not alone in his discomfort. Nangong Ci similarly sensed the tension. If it were merely the 7-looped silver python, it would not explain the lack of low-tier beasts since entering the gorge. Uncle, has the journey been too quiet? Hu Yimeng also noted the silence and leaned closer to Nangong Ci to inquire softly. I have received news of a 7-looped silver python in this area. That information is undoubtedly accurate. However, do not worry. It is possible that the python is merely hunting nearby, which accounts for the stillness, Nangong Ci reassured. Despite having encountered high-tier beasts before, he found the eerie quietness unusual. Everyone heightened their vigilance, attentive to the sounds around them. Hu Yimeng instructed her family members, and noticing their sudden caution, Zhang Weicheng furrowed his brow. Everyone, please prioritize safety. An unshakable sense of unease loomed over him, yet he could not articulate it, so he merely urged the Zhang family to remain alert. Zhang Wujian, observing the Hu and Zhang families each taking their positions, began to plot how to leverage the Zhang family for his own escape alongside Feng Dang from Mo Shui Jian. Let us scout ahead, Hu Yimeng commanded one of her family members. He complied, hastening up the mountain, disappearing from Zhang Wujian's view. Zhang Wujian discreetly surveyed his surroundings. The once clear area began to shroud in mist as a gentle breeze swept through. He stealthily approached Feng Dang, realizing that should trouble arise, the Hu and Zhang families would likely abandon them. Unbeknownst to Zhang Wujian, Nangong Ci had been attentively monitoring him and Feng Dang. Be vigilant of your surroundings. Hu Yimeng called out to the United Chamber of Commerce members. Amidst the mist, no one noticed a pair of eyes fixated on Zhang Wujian and his companions. Suddenly, the scout returned in a panic. A massive python. As the Pathfinder sprinted forward, he let out a frantic howl, only to be met with a chilling scream that abruptly silenced. The group gathered closely together, and Hu Yimeng urgently called out to everyone. Within the swirling mist, a colossal shadow gradually materialized before their eyes, instilling a growing sense of dread in their hearts. Suddenly, Nangong Ci bellowed fiercely, prompting over a dozen members of the Hu family to discard their garments, revealing gleaming ebony armor. Upon seeing the armor, Zhang Wujian instantly recognized it as that of the Iron Bear Guards from Yunshao City. The elderly figure was Nangong Ci. Realizing the presence of the Iron Bear Guards, Zhang Wujian comprehended that it was all an elaborate ruse orchestrated by the Hu family. In an instant, the Iron Bear Guards swiftly maneuvered into a crescent formation, demonstrating remarkable coordination among them. Gradually, the shadow within the mist became tangible. How immense! Is this the seven-striped silver python? Zhang Wujian beheld a magnificent serpent, glistening with silver, stretching an impressive 5 zhang in length. The python flicked its tongue, thick as a human arm, its pitch-black eyes resembling an abyss, ensnaring those who dared to meet its gaze. In that moment, Feng, the young master, positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Wujian, equally awestruck by the python's enormity. It has arrived. Onward. Nangong Ci tore away his disguise, revealing a long spear wreathed in black flames, and leaped into the center of the Iron Bear Guards formation. Hu Yimeng, how could you deceive us? Zhang Weiqing furiously pointed at Hu Yimeng, his eyes ablaze with rage, as if he wished to tear her apart. Zhang Yiri, I too did not anticipate the emergence of such a monstrous beast. We must unite to confront this creature, Hu Yimeng replied, unfazed by Zhang Weiqing's fury. Recognizing that the cooperation of the Zhang family was essential to subdue the seven-striped silver python, Zhang Weiqing understood that despite his anger, facing the python was their utmost priority. Charge! With a commanding shout, Zhang's family members swiftly aligned themselves with Nangong Ci's forces. Your task is to entangle the seven-striped silver python while we execute the main assault. Nangong Ci efficiently assigned roles, showcasing his exceptional tactical and leadership skills. Enraged by the swarm of human ants encircling it, the python's demonic blood surged, and its beastly spirit roared with fury. With a swift motion, the seven-striped silver python swung its silvery tail towards Nangong Ci. The speed was astonishing. As the tail swept through, mountains splintered, and stones tumbled, unleashing a devastating force that threatened to crush Nangong Ci. Standing firm against the python's onslaught, Nangong Ci did not flinch. With a fierce roar, he thrust his spear directly at the incoming tail. Kill! The Iron Bear Guards shouted in unison, an indomitable spirit of battle radiating from each of them. The Iron Bear arm, an embodiment of the battle spirit, fused the martial intent of several Iron Bear Guardians and Nangong Ci. Before Nangong Ci stood a formidable Iron Bear, its arms dragging as it collided fiercely with the tail of the seven-loop silver python, which had just swept by. How impressive! Witnessing the Iron Bear arm successfully deflect the strike from the seven-loop silver python, Zhang Wuji felt an overwhelming admiration for Nangong Ci's prowess. With the dark flame extinguished, Nangong Ci brandished his spear, soaring into the air, soaring over the Iron Bear that had halted the python's tail, aiming a piercing thrust at the python's vital point. As he unleashed a strike, black flames erupted from his body, enveloping the spear with a wild ferocity, as if to pierce through all existence. This entire sequence, from the Iron Bear arm blocking the python's tail to Nangong Ci's aerial thrust, unfolded in a mere breath. Zhang Wuji now comprehended the true strength of Nangong Ci and understood why he remained indifferent to the vengeful spirits of those slain in Cloud City. With a twist of its massive body, the silver python lunged, its gaping maw intent on savagely biting down on Nangong Ci's spear. Change formation. Nangong Ci bellowed, and the Iron Bear Guardians surged from 10 different directions towards the silver python, all targeting a singular point. What are you all standing around for? Hu Yimeng shouted in anger, seeing the Zhang family paralyzed by the fierce conflict between Nangong Ci and the silver python. Kill! At last, the Zhang family joined the Iron Bear Guardians in their assault on the seven-loop silver python. Thud, thud, thud. Sensing danger, the silver python pounded its body against the ground, sending clouds of dust and debris swirling towards the Iron Bear Guardians and the Zhang family. Simultaneously, several screams pierced the air as lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, instantly slain. Mr. Feng, we must retreat. Zhang Wuji whispered urgently to Feng Dang, realizing that in such dire circumstances, retreat was the wisest course. Zhang Wuji, please allow Mr. Feng to assist. Hu Yimeng had been fixated on Zhang Wuji from the outset, refusing to let her guard down. Mr. Feng, take action. Understanding Zhang Wuji's intent, Feng Dang glanced at Nangong Ci, who was entangled with the silver python, and launched himself towards Nangong Ci like a cannonball, sword drawn. What is happening? Zhang Wuji was taken aback to see Feng Dang aiming his strike at Nangong Ci instead of Hu Yimeng, leaving him bewildered. Not only Zhang Wuji, but Hu Yimeng was equally shocked by this sudden turn of events. Uncle, be careful. Hearing Hu Yimeng's warning, Nangong Ci turned to find Feng Dang attacking him at that moment, and the fury within him was palpable to all present. With a swift motion, Feng Dang pivoted midair, thrusting his sword towards Hu Yiming. In that instant, as Nangong Ci turned back, he was violently struck by the 7-looped silver python, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feng Dang! Nangong Ci roared in rage, fending off the silver python's assault while harboring deep resentment towards Feng Dang. Due to the actions of Nangong Ci, the Iron Bear Guards, originally advancing towards the 7-linked silver python, lost their commanding presence and were sent flying by the sand and stones kicked up by the serpent. The despicable Feng Dang suddenly turned back with a strike, prompting Hu Yiming to retreat violently, cursing Feng Dang's shamelessness. Feng Dang seized Zhang Wujian, fleeing down the mountain. A low, ominous beastly roar suddenly emerged from the mist, causing unease in Feng Dang, who immediately pulled Zhang Wujian back to a safer distance. At this moment, Nangong Ci pierced the serpent for the first time, perhaps due to his own injuries. This strike inflicted only a minor wound upon the silver python. Skynet! Nangong Ci bellowed, forcefully striking the serpent with his spear, propelling himself backward. Almost simultaneously, all the Iron Bear Guards raised their hands, unleashing a flurry of threads that intertwined in a complex web. Turn! With a command from Nangong Ci, the Iron Bear Guards danced left and right before the serpent, increasing the number of threads they wielded, which densely entangled the silver python. Hissing, the silver python, ensnared by the Iron Bear Guards, became agitated, its primal fury erupting. The red threads binding it began to snap. With each thread that broke, a guard was left gasping, blood pouring from their mouths. Beast! Nangong Ci's Skynet could not contain the silver python, and he thrust his spear again at the serpent. The constraints of the Skynet, combined with the serpent's massive size, significantly reduced its speed. Die! Sensing the serpent was restrained, Nangong Ci summoned all his spiritual energy, causing the black flames around him to surge. Fong of the Flame Demon, extinguish your beast soul. From behind Nangong Ci, his spiritual energy materialized into a colossal Fong that pierced into the body of the silver python. Hiss! Struck by the Fong, the enormous serpent thrashed violently, snapping all the red threads binding it. Several Iron Bear Guards were grievously wounded, their bodies bursting forth with blood. With a series of sickening thuds, numerous guards fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing the deaths of his subordinates, Nangong Ci let out a furious roar towards the heavens, his heart heavy with anguish and resentment. His gaze fixed fiercely upon Zhang Wujian, while Feng Dang was engaged in a fierce battle against the approaching beasts. Due to Zhang Wujian's presence, Feng Dang's range of attack had become severely limited. Minger, bring the item. Nangong Ci gritted his teeth, shouting at Hu Yiming. Startled by his command, Hu Yiming's face paled as she produced a small leather pouch and handed it to Nangong Ci. The pouch shimmered with ancient runes, as if something within was stirring. Mr. Feng, head towards the silver python. I will escape from there, Zhang Wujian urged, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease upon seeing Hu Yiming pass the pouch to Nangong Ci. His intention in directing Feng Dang towards the silver python was to exploit that fleeting moment when Nangong Ci confronted the serpent, allowing both to escape. Since there was no way to descend the mountain, Zhang Wujian could only flee upward. Upon hearing Zhang Wujian's words, Feng Dang accompanied him, swiftly dispatching several demon beasts. They charged towards the silver python with a series of rapid strikes. Observing Zhang Wujian's actions, Hu Yiming understood that he would not gamble his life recklessly. He must have devised a strategy. Thus, as Zhang Wujian rushed towards the silver python, Hu Yiming cast a glance at Nangong Ci before following closely behind him. Almost simultaneously as Zhang Wujian lunged at the silver python, Nangong Ci let out a thunderous roar, and dark clouds suddenly loomed ominously overhead. Chapter 18. The Death of Feng Dang. As Nangong Ci opened the pouch in his hand, the sky above the Inkwater Gorge became engulfed in tumultuous black clouds, with streaks of red lightning weaving through them. A chilling, bone-chilling laughter echoed from within the clouds, growing ever more tumultuous, as a colossal red hand emerged. Reaching for Nangong Ci, he did not flinch. Once ensnared by the red hand, he was subjected to searing red lightning, culminating in a piercing scream as the bolts surged into his very being. What terror! This sensation resonated with everyone present, including Zhang Wujian. After the red hand injected the lightning into Nangong Ci, it released him. Floating in midair, Nangong Ci was enveloped in crackling red electricity, resembling a deity of thunder surveying the earth below. As he extended his hand, the enormous red hand mirrored his movement, indicating that he now wielded control over it. The silver python, witnessing the giant hand in the sky, instinctively recoiled, its eyes reflecting a burgeoning fear of the looming threat. "Behold as I capture you," commanded Nangong. The colossal hand, now under his command, seized the silver python within its grasp. The entire process left the python no opportunity to resist. Once captured, the silver python writhed violently, and with every twist, the torment intensified. As the giant hand gripped the silver python, red lightning incessantly struck its body, causing it to coil tighter around the hand. The more the python struggled, the more the grip tightened, and the accumulation of red lightning intensified. With a series of crackling sounds, the python's body was squeezed, eliciting a painful roar as it bared its bloody maw and bit down on the hand. "Submit to me, silver python, and I shall spare your life," Nangong declared, soaring before the creature, his spear aimed at its forehead. The silver python flicked its tongue, gazing at Nangong, its mouth curling into a smirk, as if mocking him. "If you do not honor my request, then meet your demise," Nangong retorted, unable to suppress the anger ignited by the python's derision, plunging his spear into its forehead. The seven-patterned silver python, pierced and in agony, raised its head and swayed. Nangong executed a backward somersault, distancing himself from the creature. He then summoned a colossal hand to crush the python's bones. Soon, the seven-patterned silver python lay limp, crashing to the ground, motionless. After its demise, atop the peak of the Ink-Water Gorge, a golden silhouette let out a furious roar. Concurrently, at the foot of the main peak, 3 figures raced towards the mountainside. These figures were Qin Yuexin and the members dispatched by the Qin family. "Dreamer, obtain the python's blood," Nangong commanded Hu Yiming. Before he could await her response, he glanced around and discovered Hu Yiming trailing behind Jiang Wuji. Nangong presumed Hu Yiming was pursuing Jiang Wuji, unaware that she was fleeing for her life. "Ha ha ha, I shall claim the souls of those insignificant ants." A sinister voice echoed from the dark clouds, and Nangong's body was uncontrollably propelled towards Jiang Wuji. "Please do not harm that woman," the controlled Nangong uttered. His face contorted in agony, as if exerting every ounce of his strength. With his spear, he impaled the last runner, Zhang Weicheng, who did not utter a single cry. A wisp of black cloud enveloped Zhang Weicheng, accompanied by a few sickening sounds. When the black cloud dissipated, a pile of scattered bones lay upon the ground. The once vibrant Zhang Weicheng had been reduced to a heap of bones in mere moments. "What in the world is this?" Jiang Wuji shuddered at the sight of Zhang Weicheng's skeletal remains, desperately fleeing up the mountain. Nangong's spear did not waver, aiming directly at the pale-faced Hu Yiming. "Uncle, it's me," Hu Yiming cried out in terror. Nangong's gaze flickered slightly, a thread of consciousness managing to regain control, halting the spear at Hu Yiming's chest. As Hu Yiming stared at the spear poised at her heart, and then at the soulless Nangong, her body weakened, and she collapsed to the ground. "Oh, it actually stopped. This individual must hold great significance." The voice in the dark clouds seemed surprised by Nangong's momentary clarity. "Enough. Get out of my body immediately." Nangong, in excruciating pain, clutched his head and discarded the spear. "Heh, no rush. There are still 2 souls left to harvest." The voice in the dark clouds taunted. A surge of black energy erupted, penetrating Nangong's body through his brow. With a swift motion, Nangong summoned the fallen spear back into his grasp. He cast a glance at Hu Yiming before launching towards the fleeing Jiang Wuji and Feng Dang. "Heh, go forth and collect the demon's blood," commanded the presence controlling Nangong. In a flash, Nangong's speed was astounding, and in mere moments, he was behind Jiang Wuji, aiming the spear at his chest just as he had done with Zhang Weicheng. "Quickly, young master, run." At a critical moment, Feng Dang skillfully deflected Nangong's spear with a single stroke of his sword, causing Jiang Wujian to break into a cold sweat. Heeding Feng Dang's words, Jiang Wujian continued his ascent up the mountain, filled with regret for not anticipating the elaborate trap set by Hu Yiming. Nangong, undeterred by the interruption, brandished his spear with a deft motion, unleashing a shadow of the weapon towards Feng Dang. With a fierce roar, Feng Dang unleashed his technique. Silver serpent emerges from the hole, as his sword danced with grace, resembling a silver serpent that entwined around Nangong's spear. This execution of silver serpent emerges from the hole was even more refined than during their previous encounter in the martial arena, its potency significantly heightened. As the sword and spear collided, Feng Dang felt the sting in his hand, the vibrations of his sword resonating painfully. "Flame of the rending slash," Nangong declared with a chilling calmness, causing Feng Dang's heart to quiver. Suddenly, A surge of black flames erupted from the spear, creating a dark shadow that tore through the air, laced with flickering red lightning, emanating an aura of despair. Upon witnessing the ominous shadow, Feng Dang's expression shifted dramatically as he spun his sword, conjuring a flurry of blade blossoms. Tempest Feng, he invoked, as the blossoms transformed into a violent storm, coalescing into a colossal sword aimed at the spear's shadow. Naught but fragments, Nangong Ci disdainfully remarked, observing Feng Dang's massive sword. The spear shadow, undiminished in power, effortlessly shattered Feng Dang's assault. Realizing the futility of his effort, Feng Dang conjured a sword shield and retreated, but it was not enough. With a swift thrust, Nangong Ci's attack pierced through the shield, and Feng Dang was struck, blood spilling forth as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Shocked by the disparity in their strengths, Feng Dang understood that his only option was to buy more time for Jiang Wujian to escape. Delicious soul, a mysterious entity whispered from the dark clouds, harboring an insatiable hunger for Feng Dang's essence. Mr. Feng, Jiang Wujian halted, unwilling to let Feng Dang sacrifice his life for him. My lord, do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. Feng Dang rose, clutching his chest, imploring Jiang Wujian to escape. Nangong Ci, drawn by Jiang Wujian's voice, turned his gaze towards him, but Feng Dang swiftly interposed himself, blocking Nangong Ci's line of sight. The clash resumed fiercely, and after several exchanges, Feng Dang was left bloodied, wounded in multiple places by Nangong Ci's relentless assault. Mr. Feng, Jiang Wujian, now resolute, dashed back to Feng Dang's side, who was no longer capable of fighting. My lord, why have you returned? You must leave. Feng Dang urged him forcefully, but Jiang Wujian held his hand, signaling for him to remain still. You killed my brother. I shall take your life. Nangong Ci pointed accusingly at Feng Dang, each word rolling forth from his throat, imbued with a profound hatred. It was now Jiang Wujian's turn to be shocked. The very one who had slain Nangong Hong in Yinshao City was none other than Feng Dang. He deserved death. He had defiled Junyan. Were it not for him, Junyan would not have perished. How infuriating it was that I had not torn him to shreds. Feng Dang regarded Nangong Ci with indifference toward his own life or death, yet when his gaze met Jiang Wujian's, a flicker of remorse shone in his eyes. Young master, I fear I cannot protect you any longer. Jiang Wujian smiled and shook his head at Feng Dang, understanding him well enough. The act of killing Nangong Hong must have been justified. Then go meet your end. Nangong Ci lunged forward with his spear aimed at Feng Dang. But Jiang Wujian suddenly moved to shield Feng Dang. The spear pierced Jiang Wujian's body, causing him to lean back and be hurled several paces away. Young master. Feng Dang, dragging his injured body, rushed toward Jiang Wujian recklessly. Ah! A voice from the dark clouds expressed surprise. Wow! Jiang Wujian coughed up a large mouthful of blood from the force of the spear, though his chest bore no wound. Upon inspecting his garment, a tear revealed a glimmer of cold crystal armor beneath. So it was that he possessed protective armor. Young master. Feng Dang reached Jiang Wujian's side and embraced him tightly. Jiang Wujian began to speak, but another spurt of blood escaped his lips. Feng Dang realized that Jiang Wujian's internal injuries were likely severe. It matters not. On the path of reincarnation, I shall have companions, and I will not be alone. Jiang Wujian forced a smile, his blood-stained teeth contrasting sharply with his expression, which bore a tragic joy. However, Jiang Wujian's face remained cheerful. Seeing his smile, Nangong Ci thrust his spear once more, but this time, Feng Dang positioned himself before Jiang Wujian. With a piercing sound, Nangong Ci's spear pierced Feng Dang, who grasped the weapon tightly, refusing to relinquish it despite Nangong Ci's immense strength. Young master, I cannot protect you, but I can use my final breath to allow you one last glimpse of this world, and thank you for the memories on the path of reincarnation. Feng Dang gazed at Jiang Wujian, slowly closing his eyes for the last time. Ah, thank you, sir. I shall cherish this final memory. As Jiang Wujian watched Feng Dang's lifeless form, sorrow and despair filled his heart, mingled with a deep sense of unwillingness. With Feng Dang's death, a swirling black mist enveloped him, dissipating to reveal a pile of white bones before Jiang Wujian's eyes. Jiejia, truly delicious. The black mist retreated into the dark clouds, exhibiting a satisfied demeanor. Jiang Wujian's heart burned with hatred, overwhelmed by frustration at his own helplessness. Kill him, Jiejia. The voice from the dark clouds clamored for Nangong Ci to eliminate Jiang Wujian. Nangong Ci raised his spear and lunged towards Jiang Wujian, aiming directly at his head. Suddenly, a massive golden shadow sprang from the mountaintop, while three figures dashed from below towards Jiang Wujian. As the menacing golden figure opened its gaping maw, Nangong Ci deftly maneuvered his spear, impelling Zhang Wujian into the path of the colossal creature. Upon witnessing the true form of the golden shadow, dark clouds enveloped them, whisking Nangong Ci and Hu Yiming away swiftly into the horizon. No, Zhang Wujian was engulfed in darkness. The world around him suffused with an overwhelming sense of despair and the metallic scent of blood. Chapter 19. An unspoken promise. Yuexin, have you arrived? It pains me to let you witness my demise. It is truly disheartening, so deeply unjust. In the abyss of darkness, Zhang Wujian faintly heard Qin Yuexin's frantic calls, his mind conjuring the image of her cold, yet breathtaking visage. Memories flooded back to him. Zhang Wujian felt his head grow heavier, his body plummeting towards an endless abyss. An increasing numbness enveloping him. Am I to perish? Yes, death may be a welcome release. Gradually, consciousness slipped away from him, as Qin Yuexin rushed towards the golden shadow. Her desperate cry of no resonated with hopelessness. Ignoring her own safety, she sprinted toward the creature, but two elders from the Qin family grabbed her, frantically pulling her down the mountainside. Tears streamed down Qin Yuexin's face, falling through the air like delicate raindrops, marking the first time she truly felt the heart-wrenching pangs of sorrow. Wujian. She had never fathomed that this roguish figure had burrowed so deeply into her heart. In the depths of his fading awareness, Zhang Wujian sensed her anguish, tears cascading from the corners of his eyes, flowing relentlessly. The darkness consumed him, devouring his thoughts and essence bit by bit. In the profound silence of the void, the only sound was Zhang Wujian's faint heartbeat, a solemn hymn of life within the shadows. Suddenly, a crystal-clear orb shot forth from his chest, radiating a verdant light that enveloped him. Within the orb, a flicker of green luminescence hinted at movement. So warm on the precipice of losing consciousness, Zhang Wujian felt a comforting warmth wash over him. He yearned to open his eyes, yet no effort could grant him that wish. Is this the sensation of the cycle of reincarnation? How warm it is. I wonder if Mr. Feng is waiting for me. At that moment, Zhang Wujian's awareness began to flicker back, though he remained unaware of it. The orb floating above his chest emitted another beam of green light, ensnaring a small golden python. The creature writhed wildly, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the verdant embrace. Atop the majestic peak of Mosui Gorge, a colossal nine-ringed golden python writhed, its immense body swiftly carving out a flat expanse upon the summit. Within the python's being, Zhang Wujian observed as the orb upon his chest gradually drew the smaller golden python toward it. The closer the diminutive creature approached the orb, the more fiercely it resisted. This small golden python was the beast soul of the nine-ringed golden python. Should it be refined, the mighty serpent would either succumb to the commands of its captor or vanish into the earth, reduced to mere dust. With a profound roar, the beast soul of the nine-ringed golden python unleashed a low growl, as a golden ring of fire ignited around the smaller python. It sought to incinerate the binding azure light with its own soul flame. As the soul flame flared, the azure glow emanating from the orb intensified, releasing an ancient and primal aura. The small golden python trembled in response to this overwhelming presence, its beast soul quivering. While the enormous body of the nine-ringed golden python lay motionless on the ground, the small golden python extinguished its soul flame, allowing itself to be ensnared by the azure light, and with a flash, it vanished from sight. This place was steeped in ancient mystique, and before the small golden python coiled a gargantuan azure dragon. The sight of the swirling dragon filled the python with awe and dread, compelling it to prostrate itself before the majestic creature. Do you acknowledge your transgressions? The azure dragon's authoritative voice resonated, gazing down at the prostrated golden python. Unable to articulate its thoughts, the python remained still, trembling under the dragon's gaze. Noticing the python's submissive posture, the dragon extended a claw, directing a beam of azure light into the python's form. In an instant, the small golden python felt an infusion of power coursing through its body, its beast's soul expanding. I pay homage to the great dragon lord. Empowered by the dragon's divine essence, the small python's capabilities elevated to the point of human speech. It is said that only divine-tier beasts possess the ability to articulate human language. However, such tales, like the azure dragon before it, are often relegated to legend. Should a divine being choose to bestow their power upon a transcendent beast, there exists a possibility for that beast to ascend to divine status. Great Dragon Lord, why? The small golden python yearned to inquire, but hesitated. You wish to know why I dwell within the form of a human, the azure dragon surmised. This is a promise made 9 centuries ago to a young man, to protect his descendants for a millennium. Alas, I find myself incapable of fulfilling this vow, and the promise of 1,000 years may remain uncompleted. The dragon's tone bore a melancholic weight, evoking a profound sorrow within the small golden python. 9 centuries prior, a young man named Lin Xuan had inadvertently unsealed the binding of the dragon's beast soul within the dragon burial abyss. Yet at that time, the dragon possessed but a fragment of divine strength. Lin Xuan had sealed its remnant soul within the beast control orb, allowing it to reside within his being. The azure dragon recounted its bond with the Jiang family, and upon realizing that the dragon had bestowed its final vestige of divine power upon him, the small golden python found itself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by gratitude. From the mouth of the azure dragon, it was revealed that although possessing a fragment of divine power, the azure dragon was unable to wield it in its beast soul form. Thus, it generously infused a trace of divine energy into the soul of the nine-world golden python. Having long controlled divine power, the azure dragon's beast soul was nearly exhausted, barely managing to retain the last vestiges of its divine energy. Little one, in exchange for this divine power, I hope you will promise to guard the Jiang family for a century, fulfilling my millennium-long vow. After bestowing the divine energy upon the small golden python, the azure dragon's form became increasingly indistinct, eventually vanishing entirely after imparting its final wishes. The small golden python bowed in reverence to the spot where the azure dragon had disappeared, and in gratitude for the bestowed divine power, the nine-world golden python pledged to protect the Jiang family for 100 years. As the azure dragon faded away, a crack appeared on the gem upon Jiang Wujian's chest, which subsequently fell onto him. Gazing at Jiang Wujian enveloped in azure light, the nine-world golden python opened its mouth and regurgitated Jiang Wujian. After expelling him, the nine-world golden python gradually diminished in size until it transformed into a graceful maiden, with smooth skin, exquisite features, and a slender figure. She appeared particularly enchanting amidst the swirling mist. The nine-world golden python admired her transformed self with great excitement. "O great dragon, I shall undoubtedly fulfill your last wish. I am grateful for the divine power you have granted me." Feeling the divine energy of the azure dragon merging within her, the nine-world golden python experienced a remarkable growth. Perhaps one day, I too shall transcend into a dragon, stepping into the legendary realm of the divine. With dreams of the future, the expression of longing on her face resembled that of an ordinary girl. Is this the descendant of the Jiang family? Observing Jiang Wujian, who lay unconscious with closed eyes, the nine-world golden python gently caressed his face. Jiang Wujian remained unaware that he had been rescued by the remnants of the azure dragon's soul within the nine-world golden python. Frowning at the sight of Jiang Wujian's unconscious state, the nine-world golden python pressed a hand against his chest, sending a surge of demonic energy into his body. No wonder the great dragon. The nine-world golden python's cultivation differed from that of humans, and having acquired a trace of the azure dragon's divine power, she was able to detect Jiang Wujian's spiritual essence as the demonic energy permeated his being. Cradling the unconscious Jiang Wujian, the nine-world golden python swiftly maneuvered through the forest, bringing him to a cave at the edge of a cliff. This was her sanctuary for cultivation. At the cave's entrance, a smooth boulder extended towards the precipice, forming a unique observation platform. "I have promised the great dragon to protect you, and I shall fulfill that promise. It seems that I shall be bound to you in ways I could never have imagined." The nine-world golden python regarded Jiang Wujian thoughtfully. Having once believed her existence would be confined to that of a mere beast, yet now, thanks to him and the divine power of the azure dragon, she glimpsed a flicker of hope for ascension to the divine realm. As a spiritual being, why is there not a trace of spiritual essence within? The nine-headed golden python was perplexed. Within Jiang Wujian's body, it detected not a trace of spiritual essence. Let me investigate further. The python summoned its demon essence, allowing it to traverse Jiang Wujian's being. After a thorough exploration, it discerned that Jiang Wujian's spiritual form was ensnared by intricate incantations, remarkably concealed, nearly imperceptible without meticulous scrutiny. Is he sealed? What is the true nature of this Jiang family? It seems I must delve deeper into this matter. The nine-headed golden python was astounded. A family had sealed away a fortunate child possessing a spiritual body. This was no ordinary occurrence. As Jiang Wujian lay in a state of unconsciousness, fragments of awareness began to resurface, memories of Feng Dang's demise and Qin Yuexin's sorrow gradually materializing in his mind. Suddenly, the vigilant nine-headed golden python noticed a flicker of anguish on Jiang Wujian's face, a solitary tear streaming from the corner of his eye. Unable to grasp the depth of Jiang Wujian's sorrow, the python gently wiped away the tear. The complexity of human emotions eluded the nine-headed golden python. Among beasts, survival was the sole concern. Noticing Jiang Wujian's frail state, the python lifted him and exited the cliff cave, leaping into the abyss below. Swiftly, it carried him into a secluded forest, where an eerie silence reigned, thick with mist that obscured visibility to less than a foot, laced with a faint crimson haze. The forest floor was littered with countless bones, both animal and human, rendering the area reminiscent of a purgatory. With its demon essence surging, the nine-headed golden python stepped into the dense woods, seemingly familiar with the terrain. You are fortunate. This is my place for body tempering and bone refining. Had it not been for Jiang Wujian's incomplete recovery of consciousness, the python would have hesitated to bring him here. In the heart of the forest, a wave of intense heat greeted them. Following the heat, the python advanced, discovering an opening that descended into the depths. The source of the heat emanating from this cavernous mouth. Without hesitation, the python leaped into the abyss with Jiang Wujian in its embrace. Inside, the cavern was spacious. Yet the heat was even more oppressive than outside, revealing a landscape akin to a burning sea of fire. The source of the heat was the incessantly churning magma below, punctuated by the occasional explosive sounds of eruptions. The nine-headed golden python summoned its demon essence to shield itself and Jiang Wujian from the searing waves. To its surprise, the python felt a sudden chill emanating from Jiang Wujian, stirring a sense of astonishment within. The coldness was radiating from the icy crystal armor enveloping Jiang Wujian. The python had not anticipated such a precious artifact. I did not foresee you possessing such a remarkable item. Protecting both itself and Jiang Wujian with its demon essence, the nine-headed golden python ventured further into the molten heart of the cavern. Chapter 20. The Bath of Ice and Fire in the midst of the volcanic inferno. The nine-linked golden python stood beside a serene pool of azure water. The water, remarkably clear and blue, was not boiling from the surrounding molten earth, but instead exuded a subtle chill. Let us immerse you in this earthly spring, the nine-linked golden python declared, as it gently placed Jiang Wujian into the crystalline waters, utilizing the spring to cleanse his body. In the vast expanse of nature, amidst the myriad wonders of the universe, who could have fathomed the existence of such a rare earthly spring in this searing landscape? The earthly spring, a convergence of the earth's spiritual essence, is formed only after millennia, highlighting its rarity. Within the spring, Jiang Wujian felt a frigid energy coursing through him, sometimes meandering slowly, other times surging violently, until the chill enveloped his entire being. The cold energy, an embodiment of the spring's spiritual essence, began to merge with Jiang Wujian as it filled him. Although his consciousness was faint, he could sense the essence penetrating his blood and intertwining with his bones. Suddenly, a cry of unbearable agony escaped Jiang Wujian's lips. As the spiritual essence began to amalgamate with his blood, an indescribable pain surged within him. The once refreshing chill transformed as it mingled with his blood, turning his tranquil flow into a thickening freeze, as if seeking to solidify his very lifeblood. Thump, thump. Jiang Wujian's heartbeat slowed, and the coagulating blood transported him into an icy realm. Is this the cycle path? In this frigid world, he beheld a desolate landscape of ice, utterly devoid of life. I am truly dead. This must be the cycle path, he thought, shivering as he hugged himself, surveying the identical surroundings. He remained still, seated in contemplation. Wasn't there supposed to be a guide in the cycle path? Why had none appeared? Was this a punishment inflicted upon him by the cycle path? He had heard tales in Cloud City about the guides who awaited souls. Crack, crack. Tiny ice flowers began to form upon Jiang Wujian's body. As he reached to pluck them, he realized in horror that these flowers were rooted in him. Surely, they would not require me to die again in the cycle path. A profound despair gripped his heart as he watched the ice flowers proliferate, consuming him without mercy. When the flowers finally ceased their growth, all that remained of him were his eyes, his body rendered immobile, loathing this sensation. Drip, drip. Time became indeterminate as the sound of dripping water shattered the silence of this icy realm. To his astonishment, the ice flowers upon him began to melt. As he witnessed the melting, a primal instinct for survival ignited within him. Drip, drip. The droplets fell with increasing urgency, soon soaking him entirely in the water that emerged from the melting flowers. Even in death, they would not grant him the solace of a quick demise. Jiang Wujian gazed at his drenched appearance, cursing inwardly. Just as he finished his tirade, his eyes widened in shock as a wave of intense heat radiated from within him, gradually becoming uncontrollable. Amidst this overwhelming warmth, Jiang Wujian witnessed the collapse of a world of ice, which ultimately transformed into a realm engulfed in flames. He felt as if he were ablaze. The excruciating pain of the fire drove him into a frenzy of screams. His skin had been scorched and was now cracking, with fiery red flames flickering through the fissures. The compounded agony intensified his cries, turning them into desperate howls. Nearby, the 9-looped golden python observed Jiang Wujian's body, enveloped in thick white smoke rising from the spiritual spring, causing it to shudder involuntarily. The python, having once experienced the very ordeal Jiang Wujian was undergoing, understood that only through the cleansing of the spiritual spring would Jiang Wujian's constitution undergo a profound transformation. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wujian, a beast was watching him. Within the fiery realm, a powerful vortex loomed above the endless sea of flames, drawing in the fire with an insatiable pull. As this force grew stronger, the vortex began to consume the entire fiery expanse. Sensing the shift, the 9-looped golden python noticed the earth's flames boiling, forming fiery pillars that shot into Jiang Wujian's body. Alarmed by this development, the python reached out to grasp Jiang Wujian, but as it neared, its expression changed dramatically, and it quickly withdrew, retreating in shock. Upon closer inspection, the python realized that its own demonic essence was being devoured by Jiang Wujian. Oblivious to the external turmoil, Jiang Wujian gazed up at the colossal vortex in the sky. The flames of the fiery realm seemed boundless, while the vortex's ability to absorb appeared limitless. The flames enveloping Jiang Wujian were also being siphoned away. From within the vortex, a hand ablaze emerged, and before Jiang Wujian's astonished eyes, a giant formed of flames ascended from the swirling mass. This spectacle left Jiang Wujian in disbelief, contemplating the implication of this being as the harbinger of the cycle of reincarnation. Surely, such a grand display was unnecessary. Observing the fiery giant, he felt the situation did not warrant such an elaborate manifestation. Once the fiery giant emerged, it opened its mouth and inhaled deeply, consuming the flames of the fiery world. Within mere moments, the giant had devoured all the fire, its massive form gradually diminishing in size. As the fiery giant shrank to the size of a palm, Jiang Wujian stood agape, disbelief filling his eyes. He vigorously rubbed them and looked again at the now diminutive fiery giant. When the flames had entirely vanished, the world succumbed to darkness, leaving only the palm-sized fiery giant suspended in the air. The radiance of that flame shone in the darkness like a guiding beacon leading to the light. This must be the true path of reincarnation. This flame is surely the one that beckons me. Jiang Wujian stood in the shadows, observing the diminishing figure of the flame giant. Suddenly, as Jiang Wujian believed he was alone, the flame giant transformed into a streak of fire, lunging towards him and entering his body. Once the flame giant entered Jiang Wujian, the dark world around him began to collapse, ultimately causing him to vanish within the crumbling realm. In the once searing cavern, the 9-looped golden python gaped at its surroundings. Upon witnessing the earth's fire soar into Jiang Wujian's body, culminating in the emergence of a flame spirit above his head, it truly grasped the meaning of shock. After the flames in the cave dissipated, all that remained was a charred expanse of land, and the earth spirit spring where Jiang Wujian stood had completely dried up, devoid of even a single drop. My earth spirit spring, you wretch, why did I bring you here? The 9-looped golden python, recovering from its astonishment, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Wujian, unleashing a torrent of harsh words. Why did I bring this wretch here? My earth spirit spring is gone. The 9-looped golden python lamented deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret, having thought to improve Jiang Wujian's constitution by introducing him to the spring, only to find itself ensnared in remorse. Hey, wake up! The 9-looped golden python intended to approach Jiang Wujian, yet the memory of the devouring power emanating from him filled it with trepidation, forcing it to remain at a distance, shouting loudly. At that moment, Jiang Wujian kept his eyes tightly shut, showing no reaction to the python's words. Gradually, the 9-looped golden python inched closer, cautiously extending its hand towards Jiang Wujian. When it finally made contact with him, the 9-looped golden python exhaled a long sigh of relief. Wretch, wake up! With the absence of that terrifying devouring force, the python gripped Jiang Wujian's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Ah, the path of reincarnation is quite tumultuous. Jiang Wujian finally opened his eyes, and upon seeing the 9-looped golden python, mistook it for his guide along the path of reincarnation. What nonsense is this reincarnation? Don't try to play dumb with me. The 9-looped golden python shouted at Jiang Wujian, spitting froth onto his face. Was his consciousness still not restored? Observing Jiang Wujian's state, the python began to doubt whether he had fully recovered. Wait a moment. Jiang Wujian, shaken, grasped the python's hands. This sudden touch sent an electric sensation through the 9-looped golden python, causing its cheeks to flush a deep crimson. You are truly beautiful. Seeing the python's bashful demeanor, Zhang Wujian could not help but compliment it. Is that so? Beautiful? The 9-looped golden python, having been praised by Zhang Wujian, transformed from a figure of fury into a docile little lamb in an instant. I scoff. Do not divert the topic. Return my earth spirit spring to me. The 9-looped golden python took a sip and continued to roar loudly at Zhang Wujian. Perhaps in a fit of excitement, the python gripped Zhang Wujian's shoulder with excessive force, causing him pain. Zhang Wujian felt the searing ache in his shoulder and pushed against the python's hand with all his might. Wait, does it hurt? Am I not dead? Am I truly alive? Realizing the pain, Zhang Wujian's reaction was somewhat sluggish as he gazed at the python, incredulously inquiring about his condition. Of course, you're not dead, retorted the 9-looped golden python with irritation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wujian urged the python to squeeze him a few more times, which earned him a disdainful glance from the python. By the way, who are you? Where am I? After the initial excitement subsided, Zhang Wujian finally remembered to inquire about the python's identity. Why should I tell you who I am? You devoured my earth spirit spring, and now you must pay the price. The python, still fixated on the earth spirit spring, thought that had it not been for its duty to protect Zhang Wujian, it would have already consumed him. Wait, what is the earth spirit spring? Having heard the python mention it repeatedly, Zhang Wujian's curiosity was piqued, and he yearned to understand its nature. The python explained what the earth spirit spring was, and Zhang Wujian's expressionless face only fueled the python's irritation further. Hold on, something is poking me. Zhang Wujian reached behind him and retrieved a small blue stone that shimmered with a crystalline glow. Whoosh! The moment Zhang Wujian held it up, before he could even examine it, a hand snatched the object away with lightning speed. This is a spirit crystal. My heavens, it is indeed a spirit crystal. The 9-looped golden python cradled the blue gem, its eyes sparkling with excitement, momentarily forgetting about the earth spirit spring. Seeing the python's eyes gleam with interest, Zhang Wujian understood that the spirit crystal must be something extraordinary, yet his unfamiliarity with the python made him hesitant to seize it. I recall being devoured. How did I end up in this place? Observing the exhilarated python, Zhang Wujian finally took a moment to survey his surroundings, discovering himself in a cavern filled with scorched earth. Oh, right, you were just asking me who I am, weren't you? The 9-looped golden python held the spirit crystal, gazing at Zhang Wujian with a wicked smile. Chapter 21. The malevolent 9-looped golden python faced with the python's sinister grin, Zhang Wujian felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Haha, since you are so eager to know who I am, allow me to show you. With an evil smile, the 9-looped golden python fixated its gaze upon Zhang Wujian and transformed malevolently before him. Upon witnessing the enormous form of the python, Zhang Wujian was so terrified that he scrambled and rolled towards the cave's exit. The sight of Zhang Wujian fleeing in terror filled the python with immense satisfaction, washing away the earlier frustration of having lost the earth spirit spring. The 9-ringed golden python hissed, deliberately flicking its tongue at Zhang Wujian, opening its mouth wide as if to bite him. Zhang Wujian sprinted to the cave's entrance, only to find it facing upwards. Gazing at the shaft of light streaming in, and measuring the height of the opening, despair washed over him. Why have you stopped running? Seeing Zhang Wujian's disheveled escape and the hopelessness in his eyes, the 9-ringed golden python transformed once more into a beautiful maiden. Please, great beast, spare my life. I am but a humble mortal, with an elderly mother to care for and a wife to support. I strive to do good daily, ensuring my family's lineage continues. Grant me this mercy, for I am both charming and lovely. With nowhere to flee, Zhang Wujian knelt before the 9-ringed golden python, channeling the lessons he had learned in the alleys of Yuxiao City. Observing his words, the python crossed her arms, tilting her head with a playful smile. Continue. Do not cease. Your speech is rather endearing. The python's eyes sparkled with mischief, and as Zhang Wujian caught sight of the mockery therein, a sense of calm enveloped him. To be frightened into submission by a mere girl, if this were to circulate, where would his dignity as a man reside? He could not allow this to be known, even if the girl was, in truth, a python. Why have you ceased kneeling? As Zhang Wujian rose, the 9-ringed golden python feigned a fierce demeanor to intimidate him. Were it not for the jest in her eyes, Zhang Wujian might have been genuinely frightened. It was precisely that mockery that led him to realize she would have harmed him long ago if that had been her intent. Huh. A true man cannot kneel without cause. Zhang Wujian straightened his posture, embodying the essence of masculinity. How shameless. Who was it that knelt in supplication mere moments ago? The nine-ringed golden python regarded him with disdain, feeling an unexpected pang of pity for herself, having to guard such a thick-skinned individual. Now, can you reveal the truth to me? Zhang Wujian felt a newfound certainty that this transformed python would not inflict harm upon him, though he remained oblivious to the reasons behind her mercy. Setting that aside, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Having absorbed the earth spirit spring and the earth fire, the nine-ringed golden python was curious about the overwhelming power within Zhang Wujian, yet he exhibited no signs of response. My body. Upon hearing her query, Zhang Wujian swiftly turned, adjusting his trousers to inspect himself. Phew, all is well. He sighed in relief. But the python nearly lost her composure, almost kicking him for his crudeness. How vulgar. I meant whether you feel anything unusual within. Perhaps you should circulate your spiritual energy to check. The nine-ringed golden python was unaware that Zhang Wujian's spiritual body was sealed. Zhang Wujian, having processed her words, pouted slightly, suspecting she was merely toying with him. The nine-looped golden python recounted to Zhang Wujian the entire tale of how he devoured the earth spirit spring and the earth flame. Could I truly be that powerful? Zhang Wujian pondered skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at the nine-looped golden python, suspecting that she might be jesting with him. Nevertheless, he discreetly attempted to sense whether he possessed any spiritual essence within him. After a prolonged struggle, his face flushed crimson, yet he felt no trace of spiritual energy within. This was perplexing. The nine-looped golden python, disbelieving, had witnessed Zhang Wujian consume the earth spirit spring and the earth flame with her own eyes. Placing a hand upon his back, she infused him with a surge of demonic energy to probe deeper. To her astonishment, she could detect no hint of spiritual essence within him, and the consumed earth spirit spring and earth flame had seemingly vanished without a trace. Damn it! With a forceful strike, Zhang Wujian slammed his fist against the cave wall, causing a hairline fracture to appear. Staring at the damage he had caused, he could hardly believe he possessed such strength, a notion echoed by the nine-looped golden python, who felt certain this power was beyond Zhang Wujian's own. With renewed determination, he struck the wall again, this time with even greater force, resulting in a more pronounced crack. Both Zhang Wujian and the nine-looped golden python were now convinced, especially Zhang Wujian himself, that the power he wielded was akin to divine strength. He closed his eyes, calming his exhilaration, allowing both body and spirit to relax. As he recalled the sword techniques employed by the Iron Bear guards to slay beasts, he mimicked their movements, discovering that his execution surpassed theirs in potency despite their extensive training. Once more, Zhang Wujian realized that his strength, perception, and agility had transformed remarkably. His laughter erupted, resonating through the cave, a sound both joyous and heart-wrenching. Are you all right? The sight of Zhang Wujian in such a state unsettled the nine-looped golden python. I'm fine. Can we now discuss your matters? Zhang Wujian did not harbor any illusions about the nine-looped golden python's intentions. The nature of demonic beasts was one of bloodlust, indiscriminately slaughtering both kin and kindred for survival, unless they were of divine tier. The nine-looped golden python did not withhold information regarding the azure dragon, imparting the entirety of the tale to Zhang Wujian. After absorbing her account, Zhang Wujian felt an intensified desire to learn more about his ancestor, Zhang Yuntian. In the following days, Zhang Wujian remained in the cliff cave where the nine-looped golden python practiced, meditating daily upon the great stone within. However, he refrained from cultivating his powers, having previously suffered internal injuries from an attempt made in the cave. Later, he learned from the nine-looped golden python that it was the divine power of the azure dragon that had healed his internal injuries inflicted by Nangong Ci. It is uncertain whether this is the reason, but Zhang Wujian has been recovering from injuries more swiftly than before. Unable to cultivate, he relies solely on the pure power and agility he has acquired to train himself. After a few days of rest, he feels an unprecedented vitality coursing through his body. Standing outside the cliff cave, he gazes toward the direction of the sword-forging city, where a sorrowful woman awaits him. Is it time to depart? The nine-looped golden python observes Zhang Wujian, and after spending some time with him, it has come to realize that despite his somewhat thick-skinned demeanor, he possesses numerous commendable traits. Indeed, I shall return. Zhang Wujian has grown fond of this secluded cliff cave, a sanctuary free from the tumult of worldly affairs. Although he cherishes it, he is, after all, a creature of the mundane world and must navigate life within it. Here, take this. The nine-looped golden python presents Zhang Wujian with a garment, which, rather than a robe, resembles a roughly crafted piece of beast hide. Without hesitation, Zhang Wujian accepts the garment and drapes it over himself. Ah, By the way, could you lead me to the cave of the Earth Spirit Spring? Jiang Wujian recalls the sound that echoed when he struck the cave wall with his fist, sensing that something lies within. In his initial excitement over his newfound power, he had paid little heed to that sound. It was only upon later reflection that he found the noise peculiar. But his focus had shifted to refining the sword techniques he had covertly learned, thus setting the matter aside. Now, as he prepares to leave, he requests the 9-looped golden python to guide him to that cave for a closer inspection. Without a hint of hesitation, the 9-looped golden python seizes Jiang Wujian and leaps from the cliff cave. Goodness, must it be so sudden? The abrupt descent causes Jiang Wujian's heart to race with trepidation. Do you believe I won't take you? The 9-looped golden python casts a sidelong glance and threatens Jiang Wujian with its words. I was wrong. Jiang Wujian readily admits his fault, displaying a typical demeanor of one who is easily intimidated. Did you not witness the events concealed within the dark clouds above? Jiang Wujian has long harbored curiosity about the strange entities that controlled Nangong Ci amidst those ominous clouds, especially since even the 7-looped silver python could not contend with the bewitched Nangong Ci. I cannot say for certain. At that moment, I sensed that little silver was in peril. Though I was unaware of what lay within those dark clouds, I could feel the malevolent energy surging within them. When the 9-looped golden python appeared, the dark clouds whisked Nangong Ci and Hu Yiming away in a swift retreat, which is why it did not pursue them after swallowing Jiang Wujian. As for Qin Yuxian, the 9-looped golden python sensed an ancient, savage beast's aura within her, and out of fear of that presence, it dared not pursue her. Beasts of that nature? Surely, there cannot be many that possess the ability to manipulate the minds of others. Jiang Wujian does not believe that just any beast could exert control over someone like Nangong Ci. To be precise, the mythical beasts capable of controlling the human mind mysteriously vanished long ago, much like the enigmatic presence of the revered dragon. The 9-looped golden python remains unaware of the nature of such a beast that can exert control over humanity. During the ancient, untamed era, divine-tier beasts ruled this world. This suggests that these creatures from the primordial wilderness, particularly those of divine rank, are likely few and far between. If they truly possess divine power, there would be no need for them to dominate humans. Jiang Wujian believes that even among the beasts of that ancient time, such beings would be exceedingly rare. Moreover, if the beasts you speak of possess another trait, it is their consumption of human souls. As Jiang Wujian recalls this, a pang of anguish pierces his heart, remembering how Feng Dang was consumed by the dark clouds because of him. I truly do not know, as that era is too distant. However, I can affirm that no beast would devour human souls, for they inhabit their own realm. The words of the 9-looped golden python caused Jiang Wujian to furrow his brow, as it seems only the Nangong family might hold the knowledge of what lurks within the dark clouds. As Jiang Wujian pondered, the 9-looped golden python led him to the entrance of the cave, seizing him and leaping directly into the abyss. Within the cave, the oppressive heat of the past had dissipated, leaving only a dim light at the entrance. The cave was engulfed in darkness, and Jiang Wujian, eyes closed, took a moment to acclimate before opening them. The 9-looped golden python, however, was unfazed by the gloom, moving effortlessly within it. Strike the cave wall with all your might. Jiang Wujian instructed the python. The creature concentrated its demonic energy and delivered a powerful punch to the wall. A thunderous roar erupted in the darkness. Chapter 22. The Nameless Tomb. Following the resounding crash, Jiang Wujian observed the 9-looped golden python's grim expression. He had anticipated that such a strike would send debris flying. Instead, he found himself staggered back several steps from the force of his own blow, which explained the python's displeasure. What do you think, little nine? Jiang Wujian quipped, stifling a chuckle. Little nine? Move aside. I refuse to be mocked. The 9-looped golden python, enraged by the setback, recognized that the thunderous sound indicated the back entrance was empty. With a surge of energy, the python unleashed a violent force against the cave wall. Boom! The wall gave way under the force of the 9-looped golden python's strike, and a blinding light erupted from the opening. Both Jiang Wujian and the python, having just adapted to the darkness, instinctively shielded their eyes from the brilliance. Wait here. I will venture inside first, the python declared before leaping into the radiant gap. Disappearing from view, Jiang Wujian stood waiting outside for a full quarter of an hour, yet the 9-looped golden python did not return. Concerned for the safety of the 9-headed golden python, Jiang Wujian leapt into the radiant light. Upon entering, he discovered that the source of illumination emanated from 2 large night glow cups positioned on either side. Little nine, what troubles you? Jiang Wujian asked, noticing the python standing motionless, its gaze fixed ahead. Following the direction of its stare, he beheld a regal throne, upon which sat a figure with eyes wide open, clutching a scepter in hand. Jiang Wujian was startled to realize that the man was merely a statue. "Little Nine," he called, nudging the python, which suddenly snapped back to reality. Gazing at Jiang Wujian and trembling, pointing at the statue. "That is the nine-treasured demon emperor's scepter," the python stammered, its hand quivering. "What nonsense is this?" Jiang Wujian remarked, surveying the surroundings, which revealed nothing but the man on the throne and the two night glow cups. "What connection does it have to you?" As he spoke, he circled the cups, contemplating how to acquire them. "Those are treasures we demon beasts covet." Seeing Jiang Wujian's nonchalant demeanor towards the treasures, the python was filled with frustration, wishing to throttle him. "If it is so formidable, why not retrieve it yourself?" Jiang Wujian replied dismissively, his gaze never straying far from the cups. "Why so quiet?" Noticing the python's lack of retort, he finally turned his attention to it. "I dare not," the python responded, aware of the distinct hierarchy among demon beasts, where lower-tiered creatures often felt oppressed by those of higher rank. Jiang Wujian found it amusing to see the nine-headed golden python display such hesitation. "If you promise to change your name to Little Nine, I might assist you," Jiang Wujian said, a mischievous glint in his eye, which only served to infuriate the python further. "Very well, you have my word," the python conceded, albeit without Jiang Wujian waiting for a reply. With confident strides, Jiang Wujian approached the statue, while the nine-headed golden python anxiously observed, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. "My apologies, dear brother. It would be a waste for you to leave this scepter here. Why not lend it to me for a few days?" he said, clasping his hands in respect before reaching for the scepter. Alas, as soon as his fingers brushed against it, the scepter disintegrated into dust, scattering across the ground. "Is this a ruse? I suspected as much. Treasures are never so easily acquired." Turning to the python, Jiang Wujian shrugged in resignation at the sight of the crumbling scepter. However, at the very moment when Jiang Wujian turned around, the once motionless statue suddenly opened its eyes, and two beams of crimson light shot towards him. "Be careful!" As the nine-looped golden python rushed toward Jiang Wujian, it cried out in alarm. Jiang Wujian twisted his body and performed a roll on the ground. Although he appeared somewhat awkward in his evasion, he successfully dodged the two beams of red light. Boom! The two beams struck two luminous cups, shattering them into fine powder that floated away into the air. "Damn it, my luminous cups, my fortune!" Jiang Wujian exclaimed in a panic, as if those two cups were his very life. The statue, having missed its target, disintegrated into dust after the beams of light passed, forming a small mound of sand at the spot. Was that it? Wasn't there supposed to be treasure according to the narrative? Jiang Wujian gazed at the pile of sand where the statue had stood, then looked around. There was nothing left. The nine-looped golden python approached the sand mound and began to sift through it, uncovering a small jade slip buried within. "What is this?" Jiang Wujian leaned closer to the nine-looped golden python, observing the jade slip in its possession. "There are characters on it, but I cannot decipher them." The nine-looped golden python handed the jade slip to Jiang Wujian, who took it and discovered that he, too, could not understand the inscriptions. "Never mind. I shall keep it for now." Jiang Wujian, unceremoniously, tucked the jade slip into his bosom as if it were his own. With a thorough search of the surroundings confirming that there was nothing else of value, he and the nine-looped golden python prepared to depart. "Let us fill this cave." Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Wujian felt a sudden urge to fill the cavern. The nine-looped golden python did not question the rationale. With a mere wave of its hand, the cave collapsed. "Little Jiao, let us part ways here for the time being." Although the nine-looped golden python had wished to accompany Jiang Wujian back to the sword-forging city, Jiang Wujian did not acquiesce. "If you need anything, do come find me," the nine-looped golden python said to Jiang Wujian before turning and vanishing into the forest. How decisive its departure was. Jiang Wujian watched the direction in which the nine-looped golden python had vanished, a gentle smile gracing his lips. After parting ways, Jiang Wujian arrived at the place where Feng Dang had met his demise. "Sir." Jiang Wujian sat at the spot where Feng Dang had fallen, his hand brushing against the soil, the tragic scene of that day vividly etched in his memory. Rising to his feet, he found a stone and ultimately piled earth into a grave at Feng Dang's resting place. "Sir, here I vow, in this life and the next, to ensure the destruction of the Nangong and whose families shall not go unavenged." Jiang Wujian swore to the heavens, then bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto Feng Dang's grave. "Rest here for now, sir. I shall build you a proper resting place in due time." Kneeling, Jiang Wujian bowed 3 times with deep reverence, sitting quietly before the grave for a long while, burying his sorrow and hatred deep within his heart. Shortly after Jiang Wujin departed, the nine-loop golden python, stealthily escorting him, observed all that Jiang had done. Over the days spent together, the python seemed to have begun to grasp the nuances of human emotion. Extending a hand, it imitated Jiang Wujin by biting its own finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon Feng Dang's grave. The python did not do this to swear an oath like Jiang. Rather, its blood, derived from a superior-grade beast, served to deter lesser beasts from encroaching upon the site. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wujin, who was now descending the mountain alone, the python's actions remained a secret. As he journeyed, Jiang yearned to encounter a few low-tier beasts to test his skills, yet he met none along the way. Frustration clouded his thoughts. How could he not find a single beast? Just then, his eyes brightened as a low-tier beast appeared before him. It was a gray wolf, noted for its formidable combat prowess among its kind. Perhaps due to Jiang's lack of spiritual essence, the wolf regarded him with a glint of interest. Both perceiving the other as prey, with a shared instinct, they charged towards one another. To his surprise, Jiang found himself underestimating the creature. As the wolf leapt with a fierce howl, it embodied the primal instinct of beasts, seeking to instill fear in its quarry. "Take this," Jiang declared. Despite his inability to cultivate, his agility and strength had significantly improved. In a deft maneuver, he sidestepped, delivering a powerful punch aimed squarely at the wolf's head. With a resounding thud, the wolf was sent sprawling, though Jiang held back his full strength. After all, he had finally encountered a low-tier beast, and he wished to hone his skills. The wolf tumbled several meters before regaining its footing. "Let me give you another." Jiang relished the exhilarating sensation of delivering solid blows. Having tasted defeat, the wolf seemed to acknowledge Jiang's prowess, and, upon seeing him charge again, it flicked its tail and attempted to flee. Not so fast. Jiang would not allow such an easy escape, pursuing the wolf with fervor. The wolf, in its frantic flight, howled in desperation. After a brief chase, the wolf halted abruptly, fixating its gaze upon Jiang. Just as Jiang felt triumphant in closing in, dozens of gray wolves emerged around him, encircling him without launching an attack. Suddenly, a white wolf appeared among them, towering at twice the size of the others. Jiang sensed an ominous aura emanating from this imposing figure, a clear warning of the danger it posed. The white wolf gazed at Jiang Wujin, its eyes reflecting a chilling ruthlessness that sent a shiver down Jiang Wujin's spine. Indeed, he had provoked a formidable adversary. One wolf could be dealt with, but now he faced a pack, including an alpha that Jiang Wujin could not contend with. The white wolf threw its head back and let out a couple of howls, prompting the pack to surge towards Jiang Wujin from all directions, with the most ferocious of them being the very wolf he had pursued. Understanding the wisdom of avoiding immediate peril, Jiang Wujin thought little and turned to flee. With a resounding thud, he struck one wolf away with a powerful punch and took off at a breakneck pace. The pack would not allow their prey to escape easily. One by one, they howled, relentlessly chasing after him. In that moment, Jiang Wujin truly felt the essence of the hunted, experiencing the same terror that the gray wolf must have felt earlier. Just as he seemed poised to escape, the previously motionless white wolf suddenly lunged forward, its speed so astonishing that it appeared as a mere white streak across the air. Astonished by the white wolf's swiftness, Jiang Wujin found himself confronted by a spectral figure blocking his path. "I'll send you flying," he thought, refusing to diminish his momentum as he unleashed a full-force punch at the white wolf. The strike cleaved through the air with a piercing whistle, and the white wolf, sensing the impending impact, stood its ground. As the alpha, it possessed its own dignity. Despite recognizing the power behind Jiang Wujin's blow, it chose to confront him head-on. Had it not been for the pack trailing behind, Jiang Wujin would have relished the opportunity to engage the white wolf in a proper fight. However, he lamented the necessity of facing an entire pack. Realizing he could not afford to be ensnared by this wolf, he swiftly braced himself and, with a powerful stomp, evaded the wolf's assault. Jiang Wujin felt unjustly persecuted. He had merely pursued a single wolf with no intent to kill it. Yet now he had incited a murderous intent from the entire pack. As he deftly dodged, the white wolf landed and executed a sharp turn, sending stones and dirt flying in all directions. Upon turning, the white wolf suddenly froze, trembling uncontrollably, a reaction mirrored even more intensely by the other gray wolves. Oblivious to the events transpiring behind him, Jiang Wujin was singularly focused on his escape. "Relay my message. All beasts of the Inkwater Gorge must avoid this individual," resonated the voice of the nine-loop golden python, though her presence was nowhere to be seen. The white wolf emitted a few whimpers, and once the oppressive aura dissipated, it and the gray wolves vanished into the forest. After running for over 10 miles, Jiang Wujian finally paused beside a large tree, gasping for breath. Relieved to find no wolves in pursuit. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, he sighed deeply. Jiang Wujian leaned against a grand tree and sat down, panting heavily. After an arduous sprint, he had finally distanced himself from the summit of Mo Shui Gorge and could now glimpse the canyon ahead. After a brief respite, Jiang Wujian spent 4 days traversing the rugged terrain, ultimately arriving at the illustrious sword-forging city. Standing before the towering city gates, he felt a surge of excitement at the thought of soon meeting the person he yearned to see. He couldn't help but wonder if she was still there. Jiang Wujian's greatest concern was that Qin Yuexin, having witnessed his perilous encounter with the 9-looped golden python, might have assumed he had perished and left sword-forging city. Unbeknownst to him, the Qin family had dispatched individuals to the summit of Mo Shui Gorge with the intention of slaying the formidable python. Coincidentally, when they arrived, the python was with Jiang Wujian in its lair. "Stop right there." A guard at the city gates halted Jiang Wujian's advance. "What is the matter?" Jiang Wujian felt a flicker of irritation at being obstructed. "You cannot enter the city. Refugees are prohibited. Over there, do you see? The Jiang residence is distributing gruel. All refugees must go there." The guard pointed to a nearby open space where a considerable gathering had formed, and indeed, Jiang Wujian could see people receiving gruel. But none were familiar to him. "Which Jiang residence are you referring to?" Jiang Wujian inquired of the gatekeeper. "There is only one Jiang residence in Sword Forging City. Young Master Jiang, you are fortunate to encounter someone as benevolent as young Master Jiang here." The guard spoke of Jiang Wujian with admiration, his thumb raised in approval. "It is not that we wish to deny you entry. The plague from Mudao City is quite severe, and the city lord is merely looking out for the citizens. You should consider yourselves fortunate to have food to eat," another guard explained. However, Jiang Wujian felt a surge of joy, realizing that Qin Yuexin was still in Sword Forging City. He made his way toward the gruel distribution point, observing the throngs of refugees queuing for their share. Jiang Wujian joined the line, standing amongst the hopeful crowd. "Dear friends, due to the recent scarcity of resources, the gruel is rather thin, and I apologize for that." An elderly man, ladling gruel, expressed his regrets to the waiting refugees. "Old man, we would be exceedingly grateful for just a morsel. We dare not ask for more." "Your words leave us feeling quite embarrassed," a voice from the crowd expressed gratitude toward the Jiang residents. "Indeed, old man, your young master is a true philanthropist." Others chimed in, echoing sentiments of appreciation for Jiang Wujian. Surrounded by expressions of gratitude, he felt a warmth in his heart. "You there, young lad, with empty hands. How do you expect me to serve you?" The elder remarked as Jiang Wujian approached the front of the line, noticing his lack of containers. "Old sir, I do not seek gruel. I simply wish to inquire, is your young master Jiang well?" The elder did not expect Jiang Wujian to refuse the porridge and instead inquired about his young master. "Does the young man know my master?" The elder hastily set down his spoon, exited the porridge shop, and pulled Jiang Wujian aside for further questioning. "Well, I suppose I do," Jiang Wujian acknowledged, aware that the master the elder referred to was indeed himself, rather than Qin Yuexin. "If you know my master, why not simply enter the city to find him?" The elder suggested, gesturing towards the city gates. "The guards wouldn't allow me in." "It's all right, dear sir. I merely wish to know that your master is well," Jiang Wujian replied. He later learned from the elder that the Jiang residence had not only remained intact, but had also seen an increase in its inhabitants. After bidding farewell to the elder, Jiang Wujian departed from the porridge shop, while the elder watched him leave, occasionally glancing back. Once again at the city gate, Jiang Wujian chose not to venture further into the city, but instead turned to find a place to sit. He realized that he could not enter the city. If he claimed to be Jiang Wujian, he would likely be met with disbelief and ridicule, a folly he was unwilling to commit. "Old sir, my master has sent me with porridge once more," came the call from a group pushing a cart laden with wooden barrels towards the porridge shop. "Xia?" Jiang Wujian exclaimed upon spotting a familiar face among those emerging from the city gate. Leading the group was none other than Xia, filling his heart with joy. Finally, he had encountered someone he recognized. Xia, as she busily instructed others to unload the porridge from the cart. Xia did not notice Jiang Wujian until she heard her name being called. When she turned around and saw him, her eyes widened in shock, rendering her momentarily frozen. Placing a hand over her mouth, Jiang Wujian pulled Xia aside. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he found himself surrounded by an angry crowd, all glaring at him. "Everything's fine. Everyone disperse." Xia, recovering from her astonishment, waved her hand to dismiss the gathering around Jiang Wujian. Is it truly you, my lord? Are you really alive? Once the crowd had cleared, Xia looked at Jiang Wujian, tears streaming down her face, releasing the sorrow that had long been bottled up within her. Enough of the tears. I am alive and well, Jiang Wujian reassured her, feeling deeply moved by her emotional response. All right, I won't cry anymore. With you back. The Jiang residents seized the dawn again. Come, let me take you into the city, Xia declared, grasping Jiang Wujian's hand as they made their way towards Iron Sword City. With Xia by his side, entering the city became a smooth endeavor. By the way, what of the many refugees at the city gate? Does Lord Luo not intervene? On their way home, Jiang Wujian inquired about the situation of the refugees outside the city, to which Xia provided a brief explanation. Soon, Xiaoxia led Jiang Wujian back to the Jiang residence. You all, clumsy and awkward as you are. If it weren't for my young master's benevolence in taking you in, I would have long since expelled you. Qing Yuer's voice could be heard from outside the door. Oh, Chief Qing, how imposing you are. Upon entering, Jiang Wujian began to tease Qing Yuer. Rascal, who dares to speak to me in such a manner? Qing Yuer turned around in anger, and when she saw it was Jiang Wujian, her shock was no less than that of Xiaoxia. Wow! Qing Yuer cried out loudly, then threw herself into Jiang Wujian's embrace, wailing and pounding her fists on his shoulder. Xiaoxia, witnessing Qing Yuer's outburst, could not help but begin to weep as well. The unusual behavior of the two girls left the group of people reprimanded by Qing Yuer staring in astonishment at the trio. All right, my esteemed chief. The fire is still burning. Jiang Wujian gently patted Qing Yuer's shoulder, tears glistening in his eyes. I don't care. I don't want to be chief anymore. I just want you to be alive. Qing Yuer shouted from Jiang Wujian's arms, holding him tightly, as if he would vanish if she loosened her grip. My lord, I will boil water for you to bathe. Xiaoxia wiped her tears and prepared to fetch water for Jiang Wujian. Let me. Qing Yuer ceased her crying, dried her tears with her sleeve, and without waiting for Xiaoxia or Jiang Wujian to respond, she went off to boil water for him. Everyone, get back to work. Be diligent and do not provoke Chief Yu anymore. Xiaoxia dismissed those who had been scolded by Qing Yuer. These individuals were all children of refugees from outside. Jiang Wujian stood in the courtyard, gazing at the familiar surroundings, contemplating the sorrowful women for whom he cared, and he felt that this life was worth living. Let us go to the back courtyard, Jiang Wujian declared as he strode towards the rear. My lord, please have some tea first. Once Sister Yuer has finished boiling the water, you can bathe. Xiaoxia prepared a pot of tea for Jiang Wujian. Ever since learning of Jiang Wujian's death, Qin Yuexin had forbidden anyone from stepping into the back courtyard. Upon arriving, Jiang Wujian found the area meticulously cleaned. This back courtyard had always been tidied by Miss Yuexin herself, not allowing anyone else to enter. Observing Jiang Wujian's scrutiny of the courtyard, Xiaoxia recounted its history. Where is Yuexin? Jiang Wujian, eager to see Qin Yuexin, inquired since he had not encountered her upon returning home. Miss Yuexin went to the city lord's residence to discuss matters concerning the refugees outside the city. Xiaoxia relayed Qin Yuexin's whereabouts to Jiang Wujian. My lord, the water is ready. You may go wash up now. Here are your clothes. Qing Yuer approached with Jiang Wujian's garments in hand, which he accepted. All right. I shall go wash up immediately to avoid inciting her wrath. Jiang Wujian's playful remarks caused Qing Yuer's cheeks to flush, while the nearby Xiaoxia chuckled dreamily. Young master, I did not recognize you at that time. I apologize for my mistake. Although aware that Jiang Wujian was merely jesting, Qing Yuer still offered her contrition. Oh no, I am quite wild. It is rare for someone to dare assume the role of my mother. Haha. With that, Jiang Wujian burst into laughter, clutching his garments as he made his way to the bathhouse. Quickly send someone to the city lord's residence and inform them of an urgent matter requiring the young master's swift return. Also, summon the blacksmith to bring the hammer. Qing Yuer instructed Xiaoxia, who nodded and departed from Zhang's estate. Indeed, there is no place quite as comfortable as one's own home. After bathing, Jiang Wujian felt revitalized and invigorated. Young master, I have already dispatched someone to the city lord's residence to notify Miss Yuexin, Qing Yuer informed him. Jiang Wujian cast a look of appreciation towards her, admiring her thoughtfulness and understanding. Where is she? Not long after, Jiang Wujian's voice echoed with urgency, the sound he had long yearned to hear. Chapter 24. Embracing upon hearing that cherished voice, Jiang Wujian nearly sprang forth. Qing Yuer had not yet comprehended what was happening when he had already dashed several meters away. Observing Jiang Wujian's hasty departure, Qing Yuer felt a sudden pang of bitterness. What am I thinking? She chastised herself, realizing her own position. As Jiang Wujian beheld Qin Yuexin, he rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Though she did not wail like Qin Yuer, her feelings for Jiang Wujian ran deeper than anyone else's. I am back. I have truly returned. Jiang Wujian, unable to contain his emotions, wept like a child while holding Qin Yuexin close. She gently nestled her head against him, biting her lip to stifle her sobs. Witnessing this poignant reunion, those around them discreetly wiped away their tears. Qin Yuer, seeing the pair, signaled for others to disperse, granting Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuexin a moment of privacy. In that moment, when I believed you were truly lost, Qin Yuexin finally spoke. I know. I saw you arrive, heard your voice, felt your sorrow. I was so unwilling to accept it. Jiang Wujian tightened his embrace, while Qin Yuexin nestled closer, their tears mingling. The profound sorrow of separation forging an unbreakable bond between them. Young master, young master, young master. A rough voice echoed throughout the Jiang estate. The only one capable of such a bellow was the blacksmith. Hearing the raucous call of the blacksmith, Jiang Wujian could only manage a wry smile, inwardly cursing. This fellow has chosen the worst possible time to arrive. Upon hearing the exuberant voice of Iron Hammer, Jiang Wujian felt an immense joy within his heart, warmed by the presence of those who cared for him. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Iron Hammer, upon spotting Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuexin, remarked on the timing, yet his body honestly embraced Jiang Wujian in a bear hug. You know, when I received that news, I was truly heartbroken. With this utterance from Iron Hammer, Jiang Wujian comprehended fully, between men, often a single statement encapsulates everything. The news of Jiang Wujian's return reached the city lord, Luo Hu, who promptly brought Luo Shueshu to the Jiang residence. My dear son-in-law, you are alive. This is splendid. My daughter shall not be a widow after all. Upon arriving at the Jiang residence, Luo Hu chattered incessantly. Lord Luo, the matter between Shueshu and me was merely a misunderstanding. I would appreciate it if you could refrain from calling me son-in-law in front of Qin Yuexin. Hearing Luo Hu refer to him as son-in-law made Jiang Wujian too shy to meet Qin Yuexin's gaze. Oh, feeling bashful, huh? Fear not, dear son-in-law. I shall mention it no more. Once you wed Shueshu, shyness will be a thing of the past. Luo Hu laughed heartily, giving Jiang Wujian's shoulder a couple of light pats. Meanwhile, Luo Shueshu blushed furiously at the thought of her father suggesting she would remain a widow for Jiang Wujian. Lord Luo, please, let us retire inside. I have matters to discuss with you. Jiang Wujian led Luo Hu and the others to the guest hall of the Jiang residence. Yuer, prepare a pot of fine tea. After instructing Qin Yuer, Jiang Wujian invited Luo Hu and the others to take their seats. Lord Luo, you are aware of the refugees outside the city, are you not? As Jiang Wujian broached the subject of the refugees, Luo Hu felt a headache coming on. Of course, I am aware. Those refugees have fled from Mudao City, which is currently afflicted by a plague, prompting many to escape to Zhujian City. Luo Hu wore a troubled expression, evidently burdened by concerns for the refugees. I do have an idea for their resettlement, but I will need Lord Luo's support. Jiang Wujian had been contemplating how to shelter the refugees while outside the city. My only stipulation is that they do not enter the city. I remain concerned about the plague being brought into Zhujian City. I assure you they will not enter the city for 2 years. After that, I cannot guarantee anything. However, I believe the plague will no longer pose a threat by then. Observing Jiang Wujian's confident demeanor, Luo Hu felt a pang of doubt, uncertain of how Jiang Wujian intended to arrange for the refugees. Pray, enlighten me on your plans for the refugees. As Luo Hu spoke, Qin Yuer presented the freshly brewed tea to him, which he accepted with a nod. There lies a flat expanse of land to the east outside the city. Does there not? I have investigated, and there is a water source. The terrain is excellent. Let us have the refugees cultivate that land. Jiang Wujian envisioned gathering the refugees to reclaim and farm the land. Are you suggesting that the refugees should cultivate the land? Luo Hu was indeed taken aback, contemplating why he had not considered this perspective. The pressing concern was, once the plague subsided, what would happen to these refugees returning to Mudao City? Would not their efforts in clearing land and cultivating crops be rendered futile? Luo Hu's considerations were valid, for the environment in Zhujian City was relatively unfamiliar to the refugees from Mudao City. I have pondered this as well. Hence the necessity for a fair distribution of benefits arises. The refugees, upon cultivating the land, would divide their produce into 3 parts, one for the farmers, another for the lord's residence, and the last for the Jiang family. Jiang Wujian was acutely aware that such a distribution had never been witnessed before. As in the eyes of the common folk, all under heaven belonged to the 9 sovereigns. This arrangement seems inappropriate. There has never been a precedent for such a division among the populace of any city. If questioned from above, I would find it difficult to justify. Luo Hu remained hesitant, for he knew that should he proceed with this course of action, it might draw people from other regions to Chujian City. There is nothing amiss. The provision of food in Chujian City has always been a significant concern. With these refugees clearing land and cultivating crops, not only would the food shortage be addressed, but there would also be a surplus accumulated over the years. Jiang Wujian contemplated that the nearby land cultivation would yield a substantial income for himself in the future. This matter requires my further contemplation. I shall respond to you in 2 days. Luo, who did not immediately agree or refuse, he recognized the potential benefits of this initiative. Yet in a world dominated by power and desire, it was difficult to allow the common people to retain a surplus of provisions. Then I implore you, Lord Luo, to consider this matter carefully, Jiang Wujian replied. Subsequently, Jiang Wujian would embark on the construction of his commercial empire, aspiring for his voice to resonate in every field. After discussing various other topics, Luo who left Luo Shuesu at the Jiang residence and returned alone to the Lord's residence. You have suffered, he remarked. Luo Shuesu, for reasons unknown, no longer dared to act frivolously in front of Jiang Wujian. It's nothing. I am quite well, Jiang Wujian responded, feeling uncertain about how to face Luo Shuesu. The earlier farce had placed them both in an awkward position. Do not take my father's words to heart. I know you could never harbor feelings for me, she said sincerely, prompting Jiang Wujian to think that the girl had finally gained some understanding. That is not the case. I do hold affection for you, but it is not of that nature. My feelings for you are akin to that of an elder brother. Do you comprehend what I mean? Jiang Wujian thought it best to clarify, lest misunderstandings deepen with time. I understand, my Wujian brother. Luo Shuesu suddenly grew playful, pinching his cheek. Do you truly understand? Jiang Wujian mused internally, aware that her temperament could shift in an instant. It is clear that you hold only Sister Yuexin in your heart. I understand that my previous actions were misguided. Yet I must express my sincere gratitude to you for ultimately helping me achieve my goal, sparing me from marrying that young scion. Luo Shuesu genuinely grasped Jiang Wujian's words. And with that, the burden in Jiang Wujian's heart was lifted. Brother Wujian, you must promise me to treat Sister Yuexin well, or I will truly cling to you and insist you marry me, Luo Shuesu declared with a feigned fierceness. Jiang Wujian smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Should anyone dare to bully you, I will stand up for you. Even if your father mistreats you, I will cherish you beyond measure. As Jiang Wujian embraced Luo Shuesu, he experienced a warmth of affection he had never known before. Remember, you said this. You cannot go back on your word. Luo Shuesu looked playfully at Jiang Wujian, who earnestly assured her, causing her to giggle. Jiang Wujian recognized that although Luo Shuesu was somewhat eccentric, her heart was kind, and he envisioned nurturing her into a capable ally. After bidding farewell to Luo Shuesu, Jiang Wujian exhaled deeply, having finally witnessed the full extent of her eccentricity. You must be tired, Qin Yuexin said softly, gazing at Jiang Wujian. He pulled her into his embrace. Thank you for not leaving Swordcasting City, for not departing from the Jiang residence. As he looked at the beauty in his arms, Jiang Wujian marveled at the grandeur of the Jiang estate. Feeling as though he were in a dream, if it were indeed a dream, he wished never to awaken. Are you truly considering resettling the refugees outside the city? Qin Yuexin also wished to provide shelter for those outside, yet her thoughts were more meticulous than Jiang Wujian's, leading to a multitude of concerns. I understand that once I take this step, I will bear greater responsibilities. However, if we do not assist those refugees, can you fathom the consequences they would face without our aid? Jiang Wujian recognized the weight of Qin Yuexin's apprehensions. In the future, the hungry refugees might rise in desperation, flooding into Sword-Casting City. To protect its inhabitants, Lord Luo who would inevitably drive them away, and Jiang Wujian feared the potential outcomes. Qin Yuexin pondered the moral implications of such actions, feeling a pang of compassion. Rather than being driven away, why not empower them to sustain themselves? Though Lord Luo who harbors concerns, if we enable those refugees to establish a better home within 2 years, what choice would they make? In this world dominated by royalty, Jiang Wujian aspired to create an ideal realm in his proximity. However, this ambition would surely lead to conflicts with numerous factions, and he must be mentally prepared for that. Regardless of your actions, I will always support you. Qin Yuexin had resolved to stand by Jiang Wujian, perhaps having deepened her emotional world through their recent brush with life and death. With the support of Miss Qin Er, I can rest assured. Jiang Wujian felt deeply moved, so much so that he couldn't help but tease Qin Yuexin, ultimately earning himself a flurry of playful punches from her. However, it remains uncertain whether Lord Luo who will acquiesce to your request, as he serves the royal family and must consider their interests. Qin Yuexin's concerns elicited a smile from Jiang Wujian. Fear not. He is indeed a clever man. Do not be deceived by his seemingly careless demeanor. He is quite astute within. With an air of confidence, Jiang Wujian inspired Qin Yuexin, who found herself equally uplifted. Chapter 25. The impression of a demon outside the sword-casting city. At Jiang's porridge shop, Jiang Wujian gathered a multitude of refugees. Thank you, young Master Jiang. You are a great benefactor. You shall have my eternal prayers, young Master Jiang. In front of the porridge shop, the refugees extolled Jiang Wujian's virtues. Everyone, I have gathered you here today to discuss an important matter. Jiang Wujian addressed the assembled crowd. Please, young Master Jiang, whatever you command, we shall heed. They replied in unison, urging him not to be so formal. Allow me to finish before you express your thoughts, Jiang Wujian said, raising his hands to quiet the crowd, who then listened intently. I am aware that the plague in Mudao City has rendered many of you homeless. However, remaining in sword-casting city and relying solely on my meager porridge is not a sustainable solution. His words incited murmurs among the refugees. Young Master Jiang, we are all aware that you are the only one willing to assist us in these trying times. We shall not forget your kindness. But we truly do not know where to go from here. A younger voice from the crowd articulated the collective sentiment. Dear friends, you are not without a home. What are these hands for? These hands are meant to build our own dwelling and forge a new future. Jiang Wujian raised his hands, his words silencing the refugees. Do you see over there, to the east of the city? The land there is fertile. I will provide for all your initial needs. Should you be willing to cultivate that land, I assure you that in 2 years' time, you will reap far more than you invest. The refugees gazed towards the eastern territory Jiang Wujian spoke of, though none dared to voice their thoughts, collectively silent. Observing their silence, Jiang Wujian understood that their hesitance stemmed not from disbelief, but rather from fear of the royal family's oppression. Young Master Jiang, we recognize your goodwill. But farming is not a simple endeavor. This land belongs to the royal family. Who are we to presume we could cultivate it? After a brief pause, someone finally voiced their inner thoughts. I possess the official document of the Lord of the sword-casting city. Should everyone be willing, we can cultivate fields in the eastern part of the city. Jiang Wujian presented the document sent by Luo Hu and displayed it to the refugees. Young Master Jiang, for your benevolent heart, I shall heed your words and venture to the east of the city, perhaps due to the authority of the document. Some began to agree with Jiang Wujian, expressing their willingness to go east and cultivate the land. One person took the lead, and soon many followed. Although a portion expressed their gratitude to Jiang Wujian for various reasons, choosing not to accompany him to the east. Well, since you all trust me, I shall not betray that trust. Jiang Wujian instructed the organization of those willing to head east and dispatched 100 iron sword guards from the Jiang residence. A grand procession made its way to the tract of land that Jiang Wujian had selected in the eastern part of the city. Young Master Jiang certainly knows how to choose land. This location is remarkably superior, far better than what we had in Mudao City. Observing the land before them, the people began to praise Jiang Wujian's discerning eye. Let us construct our shelters over the next few days. Feel free to voice any needs, and I shall fulfill all your requirements. With Jiang Wujian's unwavering support, the progress in clearing the land and cultivating fields surpassed his expectations. To ensure safety, he assigned 100 iron sword guards to patrol the area, organized into rounds of 50 and squads of 10, to deter any low-tier demonic beasts from appearing. For the remaining refugees who did not join the cultivation efforts, Jiang Wujian continued to provide them with porridge. Although their living conditions were markedly inferior to those engaged in the farming, once all arrangements were in place, Jiang Wujian turned his attention to matters in the southern part of the city. The southern district had been completed 2 weeks prior, and now many merchants in the sword-casting city awaited the commencement of auctions. Significant changes had also transpired among the 2 prominent families, the Hu and the Zhang. Since the disappearance of Hu Yimeng, the family headship had been entrusted to Hu Ershi. Jiang Wujian was not surprised by Hu Yimeng's absence. However, he was astonished that the Zhang family, following the murder of Zhang Weicheng, managed to refrain from escalating tensions with the Hu family. In the southern district, all buildings had been constructed according to Jiang Wujian's specifications. In the center stood a 7-story wooden tower, standing proudly amidst 3 surrounding 3-story wooden buildings. At the entrance of the wooden tower, Jiang Wujian rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the sign above the tower's door. He decided to name this tower Ming Jian, famous sword. The first floor would host ordinary goods and reception. The second and third floors would serve as VIP lounges. The fourth floor designated for auctions, the fifth and sixth floors for the Ming Jian Hall, while the seventh floor would be reserved exclusively for his use. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mingjian building. Today, I am delighted to gather you all here for this auction. I shall be auctioning off the shops on the Merchant Street. Please note that each individual may only acquire one shop. Any additional bids will be deemed invalid. Furthermore, the purchased shops cannot be sold within 3 years, except through me. On the 4th floor of the Swordsmith Pavilion, a multitude of wealthy merchants from the sword forging city filled the space. Upon hearing the words of Jiang Wujian, several merchants exhibited expressions of discomfort. Young Master Jiang, the shops we have secured rightfully belong to us, and we possess the authority to determine their fate. Is it not a bit excessive to make such demands? One merchant voiced his dissent against Jiang Wujian, with some supporting him, while others remained ambivalent. I stand in agreement with young Master Jiang, interjected a voice, revealing that some had discerned Jiang Wujian's true intentions. Following this endorsement, the atmosphere shifted. What do you think you are? You cannot simply declare agreement. This retort came from Hu Ershi, the current head of the Hu family, who was known for his audacity. The moment he spoke, the individual who had initially sided with Jiang fell silent, intimidated by Hu Ershi's presence. As Hu Ershi sought to provoke further discord, some among the crowd felt a surge of delight, primarily those who had long been aligned with the Hu family. And who are you to act so brazenly in my presence? Jiang Wujian feigned ignorance of Hu Ershi's identity, deliberately pretending to recall. Oh wait, I believe I have seen you before. Ah, yes, you are that scoundrel. How is your sister faring? With a frown, Jiang pointed at Hu Ershi, inching closer. The audacity of Jiang Wujian's words resonated with many, except for Zhang Su, who sat aloof, observing the confrontation with a cold gaze. Jiang Wujian, you insolent, Hu Ershi began. But before he could finish, Jiang Wujian landed a fierce punch to his face. Scoundrel, your father is a scoundrel, and your entire family as well. Before Hu Ershi could react, a flurry of blows rained down upon him. With a gasp, Hu Ershi coughed up a mouthful of blood along with a few teeth. The sight of Hu Ershi reminded Jiang Wujian of Hu Yiming, igniting a surge of murderous intent within him. Suppressing the urge to annihilate Hu Ershi, Jiang Wujian finally shook his hand, observing the now toothless Hu Ershi, who clutched his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. His muffled words were lost to the chaos. Jiang Wujian's violent display left an indelible impression on the wealthy merchants, marking him as a figure of demonic wrath. Someone, throw this scoundrel out, Jiang Wujian bellowed, instilling a palpable fear in all present. Now, if anyone has any objections, please voice them. I am quite amenable and open to discussion. With an innocuous smile that belied his earlier brutality, Jiang Wujian scanned the room, realizing that none held power comparable to the Hu family, except perhaps the Zhang family. Very well, since there are no objections, let us commence the auction. With that, Jiang Wujian signaled for Qin Yuer to oversee the proceedings, her eloquence nearly matching his own. Perhaps compelled by the devilish tyranny of Jiang Wujian, a multitude of affluent merchants raised their bids to astonishing heights, much to Jiang Wujian's delight as he grinned incessantly. It is likely that you have left a rather unfavorable impression on these traders, yet you still managed to smile. Following the auction, seated on the 7th floor, Jiang Wujian beamed even brighter upon hearing the final figures, while Qin Yuexin playfully chided him. Oh, it's nothing, as long as there is profit to be made. Look at this, We've struck it rich this time. Jiang Wujian, akin to a money-obsessed individual, brandished a crystal card, having sold over 400 jade crystals, far exceeding his expectations. Oh, did you manage to keep Zhang Su? Jiang Wujian suddenly recalled his intention to retain Zhang Su, having been so consumed by happiness that he forgot to address the matter. He has been waiting in the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor. I thought you were too pleased to remind you, allowing you to enjoy your joy a bit longer. You truly understand me. You and Yuexin rest here. I shall find Zhang Su. Jiang Wujian playfully pinched Qin Yuer's cheek, rendering her quite embarrassed in front of Qin Yuexin. Brother Zhang, I sincerely apologize for the delay. I was occupied with some matters. Upon entering the VIP lounge on the 3rd floor, Jiang Wujian promptly extended his apologies to Zhang Su. You are too courteous, Brother Jiang. I've been quite comfortable in this elegant room. It seems I shall be a frequent visitor henceforth. Zhang Su stood to greet Jiang Wujian, the grim visage of Hu Ershi lingering in his memory. It is my honor to have you here, Brother Zhang. What do you think of my VIP lounge in comparison to the arena? Jiang Wujian engaged in pleasantries. No one can compare, Zhang Su jested. Surely you aren't asking me to evaluate this lounge, are you? If there is something on your mind, please feel free to speak. Zhang Su was not deceived into thinking Jiang Wujian had summoned him merely for idle chatter. Very well, Brother Zhang, you are indeed a forthright individual. I shall be direct. Are you interested in the foremost establishment of the sword-forging city? Zhang Wujian observed a glimmer of desire flash in Zhang Su's eyes upon hearing this inquiry. Haha, brother Zhang, you jest. Who doesn't he know that the leading establishment belongs to the Hu family? Moreover, without the Hu family, there is still you, brother Zhang. It hardly falls to my Zhang family. Zhang Su was indeed far superior to Hu Ershi, as he could conceal his innermost desires. I am not joking, brother Zhang. I can assure you that I will eventually eradicate the Hu family, and I have no interest in the foremost establishment. Zhang Wujian's intent was unmistakably conveyed. Brother Zhang, do you not fear that I might inform the Hu family? Zhang Su deliberately tested Zhang Wujian, who naturally discerned Zhang Su's intentions. I trust you would not do such a thing. Besides, I boldly confronted Hu Ershi in front of so many today, which has already made my stance clear. By the way, does brother Zhang not wish to avenge Zhang Eryi? The final words of Zhang Wujian truly provoked Zhang Su, igniting a murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 26. Provocation of the Hu family. The Hu family, with its patriarch publicly humiliated by Zhang Wujian at the Mingjin Tower, could hardly endure such disgrace. Being the foremost family in the sword-casting city, spread the word to the 9 royal palace, declaring a crisis for the Hu family. The elder patriarch of the Hu family, upon witnessing Hu Ershi's face swollen like a pig's head after the beating, was filled with unbridled resentment. Since the disappearance of Hu Yiming, the Hu family had lost a crucial pillar of support, and it seemed that only Hu Ershi harbored the greatest desire for Hu Yiming to vanish. Master, the Zhang family has announced their intention to withdraw from the United Merchants Association. As soon as the elder patriarch heard this news, he realized that the Zhang family had explicitly positioned themselves in opposition to the Hu family. What prowess does that Zhang Wujian possess to have persuaded the Zhang family? The elder patriarch was filled with animosity towards the suddenly emerging Zhang Wujian. Let the Zhang family withdraw. We are not dependent on them. One day, I shall ensure that both the Zhang family and Zhang Wujian are driven out of the sword-casting city. Hu Ershi murmured through his hands covering his mouth. Silence. If you possessed even a fraction of your sister's capabilities, you wouldn't have been humiliated publicly. The elder patriarch rebuked Hu Ershi in a fit of rage. Master, Zhang Wujian has come to pay a visit. Just as the elder patriarch was berating Hu Ershi, a servant rushed in with the news. Upon hearing that Zhang Wujian had arrived, the elder patriarch's face involuntarily twitched, a clear sign of his murderous intent. Please. The elder patriarch commanded the servant to invite Zhang Wujian in. Every time I visit the Hu family, I am struck by its grandeur. What a magnificent courtyard. How splendid it would be to possess such a residence, Zhang Wujian remarked, his voice rising slightly, as the servant leading the way dared not respond. The members of the Hu family understood that Zhang Wujian's presence at this moment was far from benign. Master Zhang, you are now a prominent figure in the sword-casting city. Your visit indeed brings glory to our Hu family. The elder patriarch of the Hu family smiled with a veneer of politeness, while Zhang Wujian, with an eager expression, hurried forward. Oh, what great honor I have to be personally received by the esteemed patriarch. By the way, where is young Master Hu? Zhang Wujian inquired while peering around, feigning concern on his face. The elder patriarch felt an overwhelming desire to strike Zhang Wujian dead on the spot. When had the Hu family ever been subjected to such brazen insolence? Patriarch Hu, I have come to discuss a collaboration with the Hu family. Do you expect me to stand here to negotiate? Zhang Wujian declared, disregarding the elder patriarch's reaction and confidently strode toward the guest hall as if he were at home. This is an unbearable affront. The servants of the Hu family could no longer tolerate Zhang Wujian's arrogance, some seething with anger at the thought of expelling him from the Hu residence. The patriarch of the Hu family remained silent as he followed Zhang Wujian into the guest hall. Young Master Zhang, it would be best for you to take your leave. There is nothing of significance for us to discuss. The elder of the Hu family issued an eviction order to Zhang Wujian. Nothing to discuss? Then let us converse about the commendable deeds of Hu Yiming. Zhang Wujian's gaze was frigid, a piercing cold that sent shivers down one's spine. How dare you act with such impudence in my home? The elder of the Hu family bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury. In a swift movement, Zhang Wujian seized the elder by the throat, his expression fierce enough to instill terror. Impudent? Were it not for the desire to let Hu Yiming witness my annihilation of your family, I would have already dispatched every last one of you. You would do well to pray that Hu Yiming never crosses my path. The day she appears will be the day I bring ruin to your lineage. With that, Zhang Wujian forcefully pushed the elder, sending him sprawling to the ground, a sight both humiliating and pitiful. Summon help and have him killed, the elder roared, unable to withstand such disgrace. A throng of Hu family members rushed into the guest hall, encircling Jiang Wujian. "Do not hesitate," the elder shouted, and the family attendants brandished their clubs, ready to strike. With a resounding thud, Jiang Wujian met the oncoming blows with his fists, using sheer strength to counter the attacks. The clubs that made contact with him shattered under the force of his strikes, leaving the attendants increasingly apprehensive as they witnessed Jiang Wujian emerge unscathed. A wicked smile played upon Jiang Wujian's lips, and the sight of his malevolent grin caused the attendants to instinctively recoil. In a flash, he lunged forward, appearing before one of the attendants, and delivered a punch to the man's face. The sound echoed, a blend of red and white as the attendant's head snapped back, tracing a perfect arc through the air. "I've lost several teeth," the attendant screamed, clutching his bleeding mouth, his face contorted in agony. Before the remaining attendants could fully register the chaos, another cry pierced the air. Jiang Wujian had struck another attendant in the ribs, the sickening crack of bone reverberating, jarring the nerves of those present. The attendant, with broken ribs, lay on the ground, howling in pain like a wounded animal. More and more of the Hu family attendants fell victim to Jiang Wujian's onslaught, their fear escalating with each blow. Yet, with every strike, Jiang Wujian's exhilaration grew. Was this the euphoria that comes with battle? He reveled in the sensation, finding immense pleasure in the chaos he wrought. Jiang Wujian could not be stopped. The more he fought, the faster his strikes became. By the end, the servants of the Hu family dared not approach him any longer. To the onlookers in the guest hall, Jiang Wujian appeared as a monstrous entity, an invincible force that could not be subdued. "Come on," he taunted, beckoning the hesitant servants with a flick of his hand. Faced with his provocation, the servants could only endure, none daring to charge at him. Suddenly, a coarse shout resonated from outside the hall, causing the Hu family's servants to display expressions of delight as they hastily parted to create a path. Upon their retreat, 3 figures stepped into the guest hall. These 3 individuals bore rugged appearances and robust voices, each mirroring the other in looks. "Kill this scoundrel," commanded the elder of the Hu family, emboldened by the arrival of these 3. As he pointed at Jiang Wujian, his tone transformed with newfound authority. "State your name." "We, the Wu brothers, do not slay nameless wretches," one of the trio, evidently the leader, declared, directing his finger at Jiang Wujian. "There's no need for you to know my name. You are all destined to perish," Jiang Wujian retorted, provoking the Wu brothers, whose collective aura began to radiate a palpable energy. "Martial practitioners of the internal arts, I wonder to what extent you have cultivated your skills," Jiang Wujian mused, feeling a rush of exhilaration rather than fear at their presence. "Prepare to receive my punch," shouted one of the brothers, launching a direct assault aimed at Jiang Wujian's chest. "Come on then, let us see whose fist is stronger." Jiang Wujian's eyes sparkled with a fierce combativeness, undeterred by the oncoming strike. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, generating a thunderous sound that echoed through the air. Jiang Wujian staggered back several steps before regaining his balance, while his adversary was sent hurtling backward, only to be caught by the other 2 brothers. Again, Jiang Wujian grinned, his body launching forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling toward the Wu brothers. Seeking death, the eldest Wu brother bellowed in anger, delivering a powerful palm strike toward Jiang Wujian. This strike, Jiang Wujian could sense, possessed far greater force than the previous punch. "I will shatter your palm," he declared, gathering his inner strength and propelling himself toward the eldest Wu brother with all his might. With a forceful clash of fist against palm, a tempest of energy erupted, causing Jiang Wujian's robe to billow wildly. The impact sent him flying backward, crashing against a table and chairs, reducing them to splinters. As he rose, blood filled his throat, and he spat a mouthful onto the floor. The eldest Wu brother, however, merely swayed slightly, standing his ground without retreating an inch. Wow! The eldest of the Wu family ultimately could not contain himself, and he too spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicating that Jiang Wujian's punch had inflicted damage upon him as well. "How delightful!" Jiang Wujian clutched his chest, exclaiming his exhilaration. This authentic combat ignited a thirst within his very being. "Kid, I shall slay you." Upon witnessing his elder brother's injury, the second son of the Wu family swiftly unsheathed a short blade. Before Jiang Wujian could react, the second son had already struck him in the chest with the knife. With a thud, Jiang Wujian's body was once again propelled backward by the force of the blow, crashing against the wall. The wound from this strike caused him to cough up yet another mouthful of blood, despite enduring further injury. The flames of battle in Jiang Wujian's eyes blazed brighter than ever, causing the 3 brothers of the Wu family to falter in their resolve. "Is he a madman?" the eldest Wu brother murmured, observing Jiang Wujian. With his fiery spirit ignited, Jiang Wujian's speed intensified. In a flash, he sidestepped and reached out with his hand, aiming directly for the wrist of the second son, who was gripping the knife. However, the second son was not to be outdone, as Jiang Wujian lunged for his wrist. He deftly twirled the short blade in his hand, slashing towards Jiang Wujian's arm. Unperturbed, Jiang Wujian continued his advance, executing a swift kick aimed at the lower back of the second son, whose unanticipated angle of attack forced him to retreat just in time to evade the strike. Though the second son successfully dodged Jiang Wujian's kick, the threat posed by the blade in his hand had dissipated, and Jiang Wujian lost the opportunity to disarm him. All three of you, attack together. Quickly dispatch this little beast. The head of the Hu family, witnessing the Wu brothers' prolonged struggle against Jiang Wujian, bellowed in frustration. The faces of the Wu brothers paled at the sound of his furious command. If they were to combine their strength, Jiang Wujian understood that he would surely be overwhelmed in an instant. Eldest brother, let us strike together. The brothers, though visibly distressed, felt compelled to obey the command of the Hu family, who had provided them with cultivation resources. The triad technique. This was the Wu brothers' combined combat skill, as three streams of power surged forth from them, ultimately merging into a singular force. Die, they shouted in unison, their inner energies swirling as the amalgamated technique surged toward Jiang Wujian like an unstoppable tide. Chapter 27. The Man in the Black Robe, the Xianbing Sword Strikes. As the Wu brothers unleashed their triad technique upon Jiang Wujian, a chilling voice echoed from outside. An ice sword soared into the air, poised to cleave down upon the trio's combined attack. With a resounding clash, the three brothers of the Wu family found their martial prowess severed by a single stroke of the sword. An icy floral formation spun before their eyes, a chilling spectacle. The ice lotus, with a swift motion, unfurled its petals, each resembling a razor-sharp blade, hurtling towards the Wu brothers. Unable to withstand the onslaught of the icy petals, the three brothers clutched their chests and staggered backward. How frigid! The servants of the Wu family were paralyzed by the sudden turn of events, the only sensation they could grasp being the biting cold, as the petals of the ice lotus danced through the air. A striking figure gracefully entered the Hu family's hall, casting a cold gaze that deterred anyone from meeting her eyes. What brings you here? Upon witnessing the execution of the Xianbing sword, Jiang Wujian immediately recognized it was Qin Yuexin. Observing how effortlessly she incapacitated the Wu brothers, he noted the stark disparity in their strengths. I was concerned for your safety, hence I followed. In an instant, the icy demeanor of the frost-like woman transformed into one of warmth, rendering her as if two distinct individuals. Did they harm you? Qin Yuexin, previously gentle, turned to face the members of the Hu family, her gaze now exuding a chilling authority that sent shivers down their spines. I am unharmed, haha. It was exhilarating. Though I wish my strength were greater, I could have enjoyed it even more. Witnessing Qin Yuexin's swift domination over the gathered crowd, Jiang Wujian understood that true power determines all outcomes. Let us depart. This shall be the end of today's affairs. As Jiang Wujian took Qin Yuexin's hand, they navigated through the throng, only to find their path obstructed by a man. Draped in a black robe, he wielded a blue long sword at his back, his countenance stark and forbidding, projecting an aura that warned others to keep their distance. To injure someone and leave so nonchalantly is rather inappropriate, wouldn't you agree? The appearance of this man elicited delight from the elder of the Hu family, who quickly positioned himself beside him. Mr. Kong, if you eliminate Jiang Wujian, our grievances will be settled. The elder seemed to possess immense confidence in the black-robed figure, whose eyes flickered with mild surprise at the proclamation. Very well. Without hesitation, the black-robed man appeared to regard the condition of settling scores with the Hu family as significant. Facing him, Qin Yuexin's expression turned serious. The black-robed man emanated a dangerous aura that even she found unsettling. My lady, I have no desire to engage you. I need only to eliminate him. The black-robed man pointed at Jiang Wujian, his gaze filled with disdain. You're courting death, Qin Yuexin exclaimed, thrusting her sword toward the black-robed man. He, however, stepped back, evading her strike. It seemed the black-robed man truly wished to avoid confrontation with her, as he merely dodged her relentless attacks. With her sword poised, Qin Yuexin executed a series of movements, summoning the ice lotus once more. The ice lotus's petals scattered like a long line of projectiles, hurtling toward the black-robed man with fierce intensity. With a swift clang, the figure in the black robe finally drew his sword, shattering the delicate petals of the icy lotus, sending glistening shards cascading to the ground, creating a layer of frost. The elusive Yingui proved challenging as the black-robed man extended his sword, causing a black skeleton to open its mouth and unleash a torrent. The crystalline petals of the ice lotus became ensnared by tendrils of dark energy, ultimately succumbing to the shadows. The black-robed man's sword technique shifted once more. The black skeleton split apart, transforming into a dark lotus that floated in the air. With a commanding breath, the black-robed man summoned the dark lotus petals, which shot towards Jiang Wujian with fierce intent. Qin Yuxian was taken aback to witness the black-robed man wielding the icy lotus technique. The onslaught of dark lotus petals aimed at Jiang Wujian halted abruptly in response to Qin Yuxian's maneuver, rendered immobile before cascading down like falling leaves. This moment of surprise flickered in the black-robed man's eyes, yet he continued his relentless swordplay, dark elements coalescing beneath his blade. As he raised his sword high, a torrent of dark energy surged forth, enveloping the courtyard of the Hu family in an instant's darkness. Qin Yuxian, sensing the impending peril, seized Jiang Wujian, channeling her spiritual essence to form a protective barrier around them both. With a sharp exhale, she expressed her determination and countered with a technique known as Xianbing Pu, striking deftly at the black-robed man's sword. The sound of their blades clashing resonated with a piercing clarity as her sword tip met the body of his blade. Through her combat experience, Qin Yuxian recognized the formidable prowess of the black-robed man, akin to that of a martial artist at the earth martial realm. Yuxian, you hold this black-clad fellow at bay while I confront the elder of the Hu family, Jiang Wujian declared, realizing he had underestimated the Hu family's strength. He understood that if this continued, there could be more formidable adversaries like the black-robed man lurking within the Hu family. It was imperative to subdue the elder to ensure their safe escape, for their positions against the Hu family had now been clarified, and the means to achieve this no longer mattered. In pursuit of Jiang Wujian's safety and understanding his intent, Qin Yuxian nodded in agreement. A thread of celestial water, a qilin appears, she called out softly, summoning a qilin that descended with an ancient and primordial aura emanating from its form. Upon witnessing the qilin behind her, the black-robed man's composure faltered, his expression turning grave. Pointing her sword at the black-robed man, Qin Yuxian directed the qilin to pounce upon him. The dark energy surrounding the black-robed man's sword intensified, shrouding it in an inky blackness, while a devouring force swirled within. The qilin clamped its jaws around the dark sword, causing it to vibrate under the pressure of its ancient essence. In that moment of chaos, no one anticipated the flash of movement, as Jiang Wujian seized the elder of the Hu family. Do not move. If you do, I shall end his life, Jiang Wujian warned, tightening his grip around the elder's neck, causing the elder's face to flush crimson, his eyes wide with fear. Jiang Wujian, you despicable one, the patriarch of the Hu family cursed as his throat rolled with fury. Jiang Wujian merely responded with a cold laugh. Under Jiang Wujian's control, the servants of the Hu family dared not make a move, while the three brothers of the Wu family were infuriated, their eyes ablaze with rage. All their attention was fixated on the battle between Qin Yuxian and the man in the black robe, and none anticipated that Jiang Wujian would seize the patriarch of the Hu family as leverage. Release us, and I shall spare you, Jiang Wujian coldly declared to the patriarch. In a desperate bid for survival, the patriarch reluctantly acquiesced to Jiang Wujian's demands, permitting him and Qin Yuxian to depart. The man in the black robe remained notably composed compared to the others from the Hu family. Once Qin Yuxian realized that Jiang Wujian had gained the upper hand, she ceased her assault on the man in black and returned to Jiang Wujian's side for protection, with the patriarch of the Hu family serving as a shield. Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuxian successfully exited the Hu family estate. However, Jiang Wujian did not release his captive immediately. He waited until they had traversed several streets before doing so. I never imagined the Hu family had individuals like that man in black, Jiang Wujian mused upon returning to the Jiang residence. He found himself intrigued by the man in black, who had attempted to take his life. Yet, instead of harboring resentment, Jiang Wujian felt a desire to forge a connection. The man's martial skills were peculiar, capable of mimicking Jiang Wujian's techniques. Although the power of those techniques did not match his own, they had nonetheless startled him. Reflecting on the man in black's combat style, Qin Yuxian recognized it as something she had never encountered before. And you, do not venture out alone to stir trouble in the future, she admonished Jiang Wujian. Had she not been worried about him at that moment, he might have already fallen to the blade of the man in black. Yes, I was wrong. In hindsight, I too feel a sense of trepidation, Jiang Wujian replied, raising a finger in assurance to Qin Yuxian. He then pondered whether Zhang Su had successfully acquired the iron mine from the Hu family. Jiang Wujian had promised Zhang Su that the Zhang family would become the foremost in the sword-casting city, seeking a 30% share of the Hu family's iron reserves. Initially, His visit to the Hu family was merely to gauge their strength, never expecting to encounter the man in black. It appeared that the Hu family's reluctance to confront the Zhang family over the years indicated a concern about the latter's capabilities. Zhang Wujin narrowed his eyes, contemplating how to ascertain the true strength of the Zhang family. He had refrained from bringing the nine-headed golden python back to the sword-casting city to conceal his own power. For Zhang Wujian, the python was a hidden trump card, and now, uncertain about the Hu and Zhang families, he dared not act recklessly. Outside the Zhang residence, a shadow observed from a distance. It was none other than the man in black. The patriarch of the Hu family's words, severing ties with his clan, had ignited the man's relentless pursuit to eliminate Zhang Wujian. Meanwhile, within the Zhang estate, Qin Yuexin sensed the presence of the man in black lurking outside. This was due to the barrier set by Elder Qin Lu, which prevented any threats from entering the Zhang residence. The figure cloaked in black followed Zhang Wujian closely, initially intending to storm into the Zhang residence to carry out an assassination. However, upon encountering the protective barriers surrounding the estate, a new idea took root in his mind. Fortunately, the barrier had been meticulously arranged by Lord Lu. Zhang Wujian mused internally that, without addressing the threat posed by the man in black, he would find it impossible to leave the Zhang residence. "Yuer, please fetch Zhang Su for me," he instructed. As of now, he had yet to receive any word from Zhang Su, to whom he had secretly entrusted the task of seizing the Hu family's iron mine. The outcome of that endeavor remained uncertain. After about half an hour, Qin Yuer returned and informed Zhang Wujian that the individuals sent from the Zhang family had not yet returned. This news stirred a sense of unease within him. Should the Zhang family suffer significant losses as a result, Zhang Su would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Zhang Wujian. Never mind, let us resolve the immediate predicament first. Yuexin, what are the odds of successfully eliminating the man in black, provided you remain unscathed? Although Zhang Wujian bore no particular animosity towards the cloaked figure, the threat to his life necessitated the latter's demise. For the sake of survival, Zhang Wujian was prepared to employ any means to eliminate those who posed a danger to him. Even if I were to sustain injuries, I still find myself unable to slay this individual. However, should I manage to subdue him, he could prove to be a valuable ally. Qin Yuexin's thoughts ventured bolder than Zhang Wujian's, as she contemplated the prospect of directly subduing the man in black. It appeared to be a formidable challenge. The man surely had ties with the Hu family, for otherwise, the elder of the Hu clan would not have spoken of severing their ties. Zhang Wujian recalled the elder's words and the glint of determination that had sparked in the man's eyes upon hearing them. Nothing is absolute. Individuals of such nature often require overwhelming force to be conquered. Once subdued by strength, the truth of his connection to the Hu family would soon be revealed. Qin Yuexin began to analyze the situation for Zhang Wujian, a departure from her previous indifference to such matters. "Why do you gaze at me so?" After concluding her analysis, Qin Yuexin caught Zhang Wujian looking at her with gentle eyes, causing her cheeks to flush slightly with shyness. I have a way to deal with the man in black," she stammered. Zhang Wujian, taken aback by her inquiry, cleared his throat to mask the emotions stirring within him. Chapter 28. Seeking assistance from the nine-looped golden python at the summit of the Mo Shui Gorge, a burly man stood before the nine-looped golden python, beads of sweat adorning his brow. This man was the hammer, sent by Zhang Wujian. "You claim you were sent by that rascal Zhang Wujian?" The nine-looped golden python toyed with a jade token, an artifact they had uncovered together in an unnamed tomb. "Why, yes," the hammer stammered, swallowing hard. Had Zhang Wujian not informed him that the woman before him was the nine-looped golden python in her true form, he would have found it hard to believe. "You seem rather frightened of me," the nine-looped golden python remarked, amusement glinting in her eyes. The hammer, following her words, shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. "Young master has instructed you to rush over immediately." The iron hammer lowered his head, unable to meet the gaze of the nine-linked golden python, who exuded an undeniable aura of pressure. "Why don't you stay here with me instead?" The nine-linked golden python leaned against the iron hammer, softly gliding a fingernail along his shoulder, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure. This gesture stirred a tempest of emotions within the iron hammer, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum, or kindly assist the young master without delay." The iron hammer struggled to maintain his composure, aware that a cultivator's greatest fear is the chaos of a disordered mind. "Remarkable, that simpleton manages to maintain his focus," the nine-linked golden python mused, her admiration for the iron hammer evident. "Very well, I understand. You may return now." With a wave of her hand, the nine-linked golden python vanished into the forest. After her departure, The iron hammer hastened from the summit of Inkwater Gorge towards the sword-casting city. The 9-linked golden python swiftly navigated the woods, covering the 300 miles to the sword-casting city with remarkable speed. A barrier. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Jiang residence, the 9-linked golden python encountered the barrier and found herself unable to enter. "Jiang Wujian, you scoundrel!" she exclaimed, hurling insults toward the Jiang residents. "Who dares?" Before Jiang Wujian could react, Qin Yuexin had already burst from the Jiang residence, spotting the 9-linked golden python outside, and without hesitation, launched a sword strike toward her. "Yuexin, she is one of us," Jiang Wujian urgently called out, witnessing the imminent attack. At the sound of his voice, Qin Yuexin halted her assault, executing a graceful backflip to retreat. "Finally, you have arrived, little nine." Jiang Wujian, upon seeing the 9-linked golden python, appeared as if he were on the verge of tears, lamenting his grievances. "I never imagined there would be a formidable presence here to establish a barrier." Being a beast of supernatural origin, the 9-linked golden python found herself barred from entering the main courtyard of the Jiang residence. "Alas, little nine, this predicament is not my desire." The barrier had been set by the 6th master of the Qin family, leaving Jiang Wujian unable to alter the situation, thus forcing the 9-linked golden python to remain outside. With the barrier obstructing her, the 9-linked golden python decided to approach the man in the black robe instead. "Is it you?" Without uttering a word, the 9-linked golden python launched a swift kick toward the man in black. The black-robed figure, in response to her attack, executed a technique reminiscent of Qin Yuexin's combat style. "Humph." The 9-linked golden python let out a cold snort, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the black lotus conjured by the man. Crack! The black lotus shattered under the force of her strike, yet the momentum of her punch remained unabated, heading straight for the black-robed figure. The man in black was taken aback, rapidly retreating, but the 9-linked golden python would not allow such evasion. The black-clad figure fled swiftly, yet the python pursued even more swiftly. With an unyielding strike, the man brandished his sword, casting a spell that unleashed a beam of dark light, sending a black blade imbued with a chilling aura of death hurtling towards the python's fist. The 9-linked golden python sensed the demonic energy within the man's attack. Feeling an oddity stir within, transforming its fist into a seal, the python conjured a golden serpentine apparition that opened its jaws to seize the black blade. In a swift maneuver, the golden python coiled around the dark blade, and with a resounding crack, the blade shattered into fragments. Raising its hand, the python dispersed the apparition, which devoured the remnants of the black blade, transforming it into a dark element. With a flick of its finger, the python's apparition multiplied into countless serpentine forms, surging towards the man in black. The overwhelming aura of demonic energy emanating from the multitude of serpents pressed down upon Jiang Wujian, even within the confines of the barrier. Confronted with the python's onslaught, the man in black could distinctly sense a perilous energy swirling around him. The myriad serpentine forms ensnared him without launching an immediate attack. Upon detecting the demonic energy from the man, the 9-linked golden python had no intention of delivering a lethal blow. "Ha, still as formidable as ever, Xiaojiu," Jiang Wujian remarked, stepping out of the barrier with an air of triumph to taunt the ensnared figure. The man in black regarded Jiang Wujian with disdain, which did not faze Jiang Wujian in the least. "I shall take this lad with me," the 9-linked golden python declared, approaching the man in black and lightly tapping him twice, subsequently departing from the sword-forging city with the figure in tow. "Just like that, he has gone?" Jiang Wujian mused, bemused by the python's nonchalant exit, devoid of any unnecessary dialogue. Who was that woman? The tone of Qin Yuexin's inquiry sent shivers down Jiang Wujian's spine, her words dripping with an unmistakable acidity. "Do you believe me if I say she is not human?" Jiang Wujian replied, forcing a smile as he looked at Qin Yuexin. "I believe you," Qin Yuexin succinctly responded. Having already deduced during the battle that the 9-linked golden python was not of human origin, though she had not realized it was the very python that had once devoured Jiang Wujian. "It seems we must send 2 more from our clan," she concluded. Initially, the Qin family had dispatched 2 individuals, but after Jiang Wujian's predicament arose, Qin Yuexin had instructed them to return to Snowwind City. "Now that we have dealt with that black-clad lad, we await news from Jiangsu," Jiang Wujian said, his arm around Qin Yuexin. Feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "I wonder when I will be able to cultivate. Where can I learn that dragon pattern forbidden art you mentioned last time?" In the midst of the commotion caused by the Hu family, Jiang Wujian came to realize the significance of strength, simultaneously reflecting on his own impulsiveness. Regarding the dragon mark forbidden technique, he had merely heard whispers of it, Legend has it that in the ancient times, the dragon clan, revered as the apex of beasts, possessed a secret art known as the dragon mark forbidden technique. Upon noticing Jiang Wujian's eager gaze as he awaited her words, Qin Yuexin couldn't help but chuckle. Don't laugh. Please continue, he urged, still engrossed in her narrative. Though the dragon clan was formidable, they had yet to transcend their inherent limits. Eventually, the dragons discovered during their cultivation that their constraints were not insurmountable. Rather, they were bound by an unseen force. In their quest to break through these limitations, the dragon clan dedicated millennia to the creation of the dragon mark forbidden technique. Jiang Wujian was left astounded by Qin Yuexin's revelations. After all, who could possibly bind the dragons? Following the invention of this technique, the dragons began their cultivation, leading to a substantial enhancement of their power. Yet it also ushered in a catastrophic fate for their lineage. Qin Yuexin confided that her knowledge stemmed from her family. The extermination of the dragon clan? What a formidable force could have wrought such devastation? Jiang Wujian found himself overwhelmed by the magnitude of this terrifying information, which far exceeded his capacity to comprehend at present. In the primordial era, this world belonged to the demon beasts, with humanity merely serving as sustenance for these creatures. The imagery of merciless demon beasts preying upon humans lingered in both Qin Yuexin's and Jiang Wujian's minds. However, concerning the annihilation of the dragon clan, Jiang Wujian noted the absence of any related records within the Qin family archives, including how humanity came to dominate this world. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Qin Yuexin's eyes. Thus, it is no simple task to seek the dragon mark forbidden technique. Whether or not it can be learned remains uncertain, as it was devised specifically for the dragons, intended solely for the cultivation of demon beasts. At the time, Qin Yuexin had merely mentioned the dragon mark forbidden technique in passing, not considering whether it could be learned. Yet to her surprise, Jiang Wujian took it to heart. We shall discuss this later. For now, accompany me to the Zhang family, he suggested. Jiang Wujian was acutely aware that he must focus on the present. The greatest issue within him was the sealing spell, which, once lifted, would unleash the force that sought his demise. Qin Yuexin nodded in agreement, and the two proceeded toward the Zhang family. Along the way, Qin Yuexin's mind lingered on the suddenly appearing nine-ringed golden python. What occupies your thoughts? Jiang Wujian inquired. Noticing her contemplative expression, I was wondering how many women you know that I am unaware of, she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujian felt an urge to chastise himself for his indiscretion. Do tell me about this woman, he prompted. Qin Yuexin was not a possessive individual. Her curiosity was merely piqued, especially since Jiang Wujian had even concealed this from her. I had previously refrained from mentioning her, for the entity that once devoured me was indeed she, the nine-linked golden python. Jiang Wujian deemed it necessary to elucidate the matter to Qin Yuexin. Thus he recounted in detail the tale of the nine-linked golden python and his own experiences. The revelations Jiang Wujian shared left Qin Yuexin utterly astonished. She could scarcely fathom the myriad tribulations he had endured. You claim the nine-linked golden python informed you of a fire spirit residing within you, along with your absorption of the earth spirit spring? Setting aside the earth spirit spring for the moment, the mere notion of a fire spirit was enough to leave Qin Yuexin in awe. Are you aware of the significance of a fire spirit? Every element in existence possesses its own spirit, and the fire spirit symbolizes mastery over the entire realm of fire. Qin Yuexin was acutely aware of the pride inherent in such spirits. They seldom reveal themselves or accept a master lightly. Notably, the little nine had informed me that no fire spirit was detected within me, and there was no trace of spiritual essence from the earth spirit spring either. With a pained expression, Jiang Wujian gazed at Qin Yuexin in exasperation. I cannot elucidate this matter further. Should these two entities indeed exist within you, it is imperative that you never disclose this to anyone. Qin Yuexin earnestly cautioned Jiang Wujian, recognizing that the fire spirit, even if forcibly obtained, could simply transform into an elemental form and vanish without a trace. However, the changes in your physique should stem from the absorption of the earth spirit spring. Jiang Wujian's transformation was indeed a consequence of this absorption. I am aware of all that you have stated. My intention is to stabilize the sword forging city before proceeding to the Clear Yuan Palace. Jiang Wujian's decision to refrain from becoming the foremost family in the sword forging city was also motivated by considerations for the Jiang family. You plan to visit the Clear Yuan Palace? Yet, given your current circumstances, entry into the palace appears impossible. Observing the longing in Jiang Wujian's eyes, Qin Yuexin feared that the greater his hopes, the deeper his potential disappointment. Jiang Wujian understood that Qin Yuexin referred to the sealing spell within his body. which was indeed his greatest source of anguish. Thus, they arrived at the Zhang family estate. Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuexin stood before the grand courtyard of the Zhang family. Chapter 29. Clear robbers. This marked Jiang Wujian's inaugural visit to the Zhang family, and while their courtyard lacked the opulence of the Hu family, it exuded a more inviting charm. The courtyard offered an understated elegance, with its proximity to water and the gentle flow of a stream amidst vibrant flora, occasionally accompanied by the sweet melodies of birds, truly a refined setting. Brother Jiang. As Jiang Wujian reveled in the beauty of the courtyard, Zhang Su approached him, wearing a pained expression. Brother Zhang. Upon witnessing Zhang Su's troubled demeanor, Jiang Wujian felt an unsettling premonition. Brother Jiang, I have let you down. I must apologize. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujian's expression darkened as he regarded Zhang Su. Brother Jiang, the family has instructed us not to engage with the Hu family, hence my failure to uphold my promise. I am bound to obey the family's directives. Zhang Su bowed deeply to Jiang Wujian, who struggled to suppress his anger in that moment. Since Brother Zhang has chosen to adhere to the family's orders, I shall refrain from intervening. However, I implore you, Brother Zhang, to remain uninvolved in matters concerning the Hu family. Jiang Wujian suppressed the fury within, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed Zhang Su. Consider it a favor owed by me, and I welcome any request you might have, Brother Jiang. Zhang Su once again expressed his apologies, as Jiang Wujian's formidable presence at the Mingjian building had left a profound impression on him. Given Brother Zhang's assurances, I shall not be overly formal. I require your guarantee that my Jiang family will remain safe and unharmed in Casting Sword City. Offending the Hu family has necessitated the Zhang family to distance themselves, and Jiang Wujian's foremost concern lies not with himself, but with the safety of others in the Jiang residence. Very well, I shall grant your request, Brother Jiang. Zhang Su felt compelled to acquiesce, unwilling to provoke Jiang Wujian further. Since Brother Zhang has consented, I have no further matters to discuss. I bid you farewell. Jiang Wujian, suppressing his dissatisfaction with Zhang Su, spoke courteously as he prepared to depart. Master, there is someone outside claiming to be from the Jiang family, seeking young Master Jiang, and they appear quite urgent. Just as Jiang Wujian stood to take his leave, a servant from the Zhang family rushed in to announce the arrival of someone from the Jiang residence. Let him in, Jiang Wujian said. No need. I must exit anyway. Let him wait outside. Jiang Wujian declined the offer and subsequently bid farewell to Zhang Su as he exited the Zhang family courtyard. Young master. As soon as the servant outside saw Jiang Wujian, he approached, eager to speak, but was immediately silenced by a glance from Jiang Wujian. Let us go. Jiang Wujian brushed past the servant and made his way towards his own residence. What brings you here in such a hurry? Speak. Noticing the anxious expression on the servant's face, Jiang Wujian feared that trouble had arisen with the Hu family. Those who stayed behind to cultivate the land sent word that a group of bandits has entered the village today. Steward Yu has already gone ahead with some men and asked me to find you. No sooner had the servant finished speaking than Jiang Wujian's figure had darted away, with Qin Yu closely trailing behind. The safety of those cultivating the land was of utmost importance to Jiang Wujian. Their well-being was paramount, for failing to protect them would be a grave sin. To the east of Casting Sword City, Jiang Wujian swiftly arrived at the village entrance. Observing a sign that read Jiang Village, he noted that the villagers had named their settlement in his honor as an expression of gratitude. Initially, Jiang Wujian had stationed 100 iron sword guards to protect Jiang Village. Once stability was achieved, he had recalled them to Casting Sword City, fearing that a prolonged military presence might instill a sense of surveillance among the villagers. Hurry up, hand over everything of value, a bandit shouted boisterously. But before he could finish his sentence, his body collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. Witnessing Jiang Wujian standing furiously beside the lifeless bandit, everyone understood that the brigand had met his end at the hands of Jiang Wujian's singular blow. As the villagers beheld Jiang Wujian, the despair in their eyes transformed into a flicker of excitement. Qin Yuer, upon seeing Jiang Wujian, felt a sense of relief wash over her. Who dares oppose me? A group of bandits stood aghast as they witnessed Jiang Wujian strike down one of their own with a single punch. The speaker was none other than the leader of these ruffians. Ignoring the bandit leader, Jiang Wujian extended his fingers, counting the villagers to ensure they were all present before turning his attention to the bandits. 19 in total, excellent. After tallying the number of bandits, Jiang Wujian approached their leader step by step. Qin Yuexin joined Qin Yuer, the two women standing resolutely before the villagers, protecting them. Let them all perish, Jiang Wujian declared, delivering a powerful punch toward the bandit leader. He intended to demonstrate the severe consequences awaiting those who would threaten the villagers. The bandit leader scoffed, dismissing Jiang Wujian entirely. With a swift motion, the bandit leader slashed at Jiang Wujian, his speed astonishing. Jiang Wujian barely caught a glimpse of the blade's trajectory. Jiang Wujian withdrew his fist, executing a precise kick. The bandit leader's eyes widened in shock as he hastily drew his blade to defend himself. The sound of impact echoed as Jiang Wujian's foot struck the bandit leader's blocking knife, sending a jolt of numbness through his hand. The force behind Jiang Wujian's kick compelled the bandit leader to abandon any notion of underestimating him. He gripped his knife firmly and aimed for Jiang Wujian's waist. "I shall cleave you in two," the bandit leader bellowed, as Jiang Wujian discerned a faint aura emanating from the blade. Realizing that the leader was a martial artist of the external discipline. Die. The bandit leader's strikes were indeed swift, his reactions equally rapid, and his techniques exceptionally cunning. The subtle blade intent sent a shiver across Jiang Wujian's skin, as if he were on the verge of being cut. Jiang Wujian stepped back, creating distance between himself and the bandit leader to evade the impending strike. "Boss." The other bandits, witnessing their usually formidable leader struggling against Jiang Wujian, prepared to rush in for a collective assault. "Stand down. I will handle this brat myself." The bandit leader intervened, halting his men from overwhelming Jiang Wujian. "Oh, you still possess some spirit," Jiang Wujian remarked, complimenting the bandit leader while his hands remained in motion. "You are indeed stronger than the average person, but you are still no match for me," the bandit leader asserted. Jiang Wujian understood this well. After all, one could not rely solely on physical strength to confront a practitioner of martial arts, be it external or internal. "You are correct. Thus, I shall indulge you and refrain from fighting," Jiang Wujian replied, spreading his hands wide. "Yuexin, it is your turn to engage." Qin Yuexin nodded slightly and slowly approached Jiang Wuji. Was it life or death? This question was directed at Jiang Wuji, and the bandit leader mistook it as a slight against him, instantly roaring in fury as he swung his blade towards Qin Yuexin with ferocity. "Without mercy," Jiang Wuji coldly replied, and Qin Yuexin understood that he intended to make an example out of this. With a mere flick of her long sword, Qin Yuexin caused the bandit leader's grip on his weapon to falter, a painful gash opening up in his palm, causing him to drop the blade to the ground. "Death." The single word from Qin Yuexin was as chilling as falling into a frigid abyss. "Ice Lotus Thorn." With a graceful gesture, Qin Yuexin's long sword summoned swirling petals of the ice lotus, each one darting towards the bandits. The crystalline petals pierced through their chests, dripping with blood as they floated in the air, their brilliance mingling with crimson, creating a sight that was both enchanting and terrifying. In just one strike, she had dispatched all of the bandit leader's subordinates, and in that moment, he realized the folly of his actions. "Please spare me, goddess. I was wrong. I beg you for my life. I have an elderly mother above me and a wife and children below. I became a bandit out of desperation." The bandit leader knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication to Qin Yuexin. With a swift motion, Qin Yuexin plunged her sword through the pleading bandit leader. He stared at her, words caught in his throat as blood filled his mouth. As she withdrew her sword, the bandit leader's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed, his expression frozen in disbelief. The ruthlessness of Qin Yuexin instilled a deep-seated fear in the hearts of the villagers of Jiangsuan. "Too ruthless," Jiang Wuji remarked, moving closer to ascertain whether the bandit leader was truly lifeless, while also acknowledging Qin Yuexin's severity. Qin Yuexin shot him a glance, already knowing his character. "Well then, are we all unscathed?" Observing the frightened villagers, Jiang Wuji found the situation rather amusing. Young master, we are all fine," the villagers responded, regaining their composure. "Sir, we coincidentally caught the tail end of the sowing season, and thankfully, we have already planted everything. When harvest time comes, we will deliver all the grain to the Jiang mansion," a villager informed Jiang Wuji. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wuji waved his hand dismissively. "I have told you, I will not let you suffer losses. After the harvest, you shall divide the grain into 3 portions, one for the city lord's mansion, one for my Jiang mansion to purchase, and one for yourselves." Jiang Wuji explained how the grain should be apportioned to those refugees who remained to cultivate the land. "Sir, is that truly appropriate?" the villagers inquired, their hearts filled with joy at the prospect of being able to keep some of the harvest, a privilege they had never known. The villagers' concerns are entirely understandable, as they have never experienced a situation quite like the one described by Jiang Wujian. "There is nothing amiss, my word is final," Jiang Wujian assured the villagers before instructing Qin Yuer to return and arrange for the iron sword guards to come. Under Jiang Wujian's direction, within a month, 10 iron sword guards were stationed in Jiang village to safeguard the villagers' safety. Once the arrangements were complete, Jiang Wujian departed from Jiang village alongside Qin Yuexin. After their departure, Jiang Wujian exchanged a few words with Qin Yuexin before she wandered off alone into the distance, while he made his way toward the sword-forging city. Young Master Jiang, good day, greeted a guard at the city gate, who had previously encountered Jiang Wujian. Upon entering the sword-forging city, Jiang Wujian bypassed his residence and headed straight for the Ming Sword Pavilion. Many merchants who had secured shops were now in operation, and Jiang Wujian contemplated transforming this place into the most prosperous area of sword-forging city. Young Master, here are the latest account books, Little Lu. Assuming Jiang Wujian had come to inspect them, presented the records to him. Little Lu, come here, Jiang Wujian beckoned with a smile. As Little Lu approached, Jiang Wujian scolded him in a loud voice. Did I summon you to bring me the account books? If you dare bring them to me again, I shall not be courteous. Stung by the rebuke, Little Lu glared at Jiang Wujian, clutching the account books, and walked away in a huff. Stubborn mule. Still behaving this way, Jiang Wujian muttered. Yuexin should be back soon. It turned out that Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuexin had agreed to wait for her at the Ming Sword Pavilion. Chapter 30. Blocked at Seoul, have you heard? The bandits surrounding sword-forging city have been completely eradicated by a mysterious figure in a single day. That's splendid news. Who would believe such a tale? Within sword-forging city, both common folk and wealthy merchants were abuzz with discussions about the bandits' eradication outside the city. Yet, Jiang Wujian and Qin Yuexin showed little interest in the matter. Have you made your decision? In the Jiang residence's courtyard, Qin Yuexin leaned against Jiang Wujian, her eyes reflecting reluctance. Yes, though it is somewhat sudden, I have contemplated this decision for quite some time. I cannot rely on external forces indefinitely. Only my own strength is truly dependable. As Jiang Wujian spoke of strength, his eyes shimmered with fervent light, embodying not merely a thirst for power but a deeper desire to wield it. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Just remember, do not exclude me from your journey. Consider your actions carefully in the future. I will work to fortify the Jiang residence within sword-forging city. Qin Yuexin gazed up at Jiang Wujian, her bright eyes resembling autumn waters beneath the full moon. No, you should return to the Qin family in Snowstorm City. Let the Qin family send someone to oversee matters here, and I will leave everything in Yuer's capable hands. Jiang Wujian had meticulously arranged everything, including the arrival of those sent by the Qin family, along with the 9-loop golden python. Since you have everything in order, I shall return to the Qin family. You may come find me in Snowstorm City then. Qin Yuexin was acutely aware that only by allowing Jiang Wujian to depart alone and confront the myriad uncertainties ahead could he truly grow in strength. She also believed that once Jiang Wujian's spiritual seal was lifted, he would soar through the heavens like a celestial dragon. You had already resolved this in your heart when speaking with Zhang Su at the Zhang residence, hadn't you? Qin Yuexin gazed at Jiang Wujian. Understanding that he would inevitably leave Forging Sword City, nothing could remain hidden from him. Jiang Wujian gently caressed Qin Yuexin's hair, a warmth of reluctance blossoming within him. This sentiment was not sorrowful, but rather comforting. Stay with me in this courtyard for the next 2 days, he whispered softly in her ear. Qin Yuexin nodded obediently. 2 days later, Jiang Wujian quietly departed from the Jiang residence, with only 3 individuals aware of his departure. Simultaneously, 3 figures from the Hu family also stealthily left. Their destination unknown. Several dozen miles away from Forging Sword City, Jiang Wujian, donned in a bamboo hat, sat at a tea stall, quenching his thirst. Let me tell you, that girl from Drunken Flower Tower yesterday. Oh, do share the details with us. As he listened to the patrons at the tea stall discuss various topics, Jiang Wujian felt a nostalgic sense of returning to the bustling streets, a feeling that enveloped him in comfort, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. Shopkeeper, if I head south from here, where will I arrive? Jiang Wujian poured himself another cup of tea and inquired of the stall owner, pointing towards the south. Oh, are you planning to travel south, sir? I would advise against it. The south is not peaceful at the moment. A patron interjected upon hearing Jiang Wujian's question about the route. Oh, what troubles the south, my good sir? Jiang Wujian asked, intrigued, with others joining in his curiosity. Well, I have heard that the city of Hei's in the south has suddenly become a ghost town, with its entire population of 1 million vanishing overnight. How could that possibly be? Such a large number of people disappearing in a single night is simply unbelievable. Upon hearing this, the patrons expressed their skepticism, none convinced by the tale, including Jiang Wujian, who shook his head in disbelief. My good fellow, rumors often exaggerate the truth. For 1 million people to vanish overnight does seem rather far-fetched, Jiang Wujian remarked, sipping his tea and smiling at the man at the adjacent table. The others nodded, finding his perspective reasonable. After finishing his tea, Jiang Wujian settled the bill and rose to head south. The man who had mentioned he eyes opened his mouth, seemingly to dissuade Jiang Wujian, but ultimately sighed and chose silence. Not long after Jiang Wujian departed, 3 figures from the Hu family arrived at the tea stall. Among them was Hu Ershi, the current head of the Hu family. Hu Ershi, accompanied by 2 others, chose not to sit beneath the tea stall. Instead, they stood and sipped a bowl of tea before hastily pursuing the direction Jiang Wujian had taken. Master, following that Jiang fellow's path, we can strike at the Broken Soul Cliff. Once we eliminate that brat, you can rest easy, one of the men behind Hu Ershi said, a sinister smile adorning his face as he sought to ingratiate himself. Hu Yang, do you have confidence in dealing with Jiang Wujian? Hu Ershi ignored the sycophant and turned to the one who had remained silent. It will be effortless, the man named Hu Yang replied succinctly. Let us proceed to the Broken Soul Cliff. I intend to ensure that Jiang Wujian meets his demise there. With that, Hu Ershi, along with his 2 companions, swiftly followed the path Jiang Wujian had taken. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wujian, who was making his way towards the Broken Soul Cliff, he was being pursued. As he walked, his thoughts lingered on the conversation at the tea stall regarding Heiai City, which brought a faint smile to his lips. The cliff, known as the Broken Soul Cliff, earned its name not from the number of lives claimed, but due to the towering cliffs on one side and an unfathomable abyss shrouded in mist on the other. A narrow path, barely wide enough for a single person, allowed for passage, stretching only about 100 meters. Although short, a moment's carelessness could result in a fatal plunge into the depths. Due to the perilous nature of this route, people had gradually forged a new path around the cliff to avoid danger, leading to a decline in travelers. Typically, only those in a hurry would dare traverse the Broken Soul Cliff, resulting in overgrowth of weeds that lent an air of desolation to the area, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who passed by. As Hu Ershi had anticipated, Jiang Wujian arrived at the Broken Soul Cliff alone. Hu Yang had already reached the cliff before him, waiting for Jiang Wujian's arrival, while Hu Ershi and his companion closely followed, cutting off any chance of retreat. Seeing Hu Yang blocking his way, Jiang Wujian sensed a formidable danger emanating from him, realizing that his opponent was no ordinary bandit. Who goes there? Jiang Wujian demanded, aware that such an adversary indicated an intent to kill him. Hu Yang advanced step by step, ignoring Jiang Wujian's query, his murderous intent intensifying. Jiang Wujian's body tensed as he slowly began to retreat. Faced with an insurmountable threat, fleeing became his only recourse. Young Master Jiang, long time no see. Hu Ershi called out mockingly as Jiang Wujian withdrew. Upon hearing Hu Ershi's voice, Jiang Wujian understood that the Hu family sought his life, and escaping would not be as easy as he had hoped. Oh, is that not young Master Hu? Oh, no, it should be addressed as Master Hu. What is this? Do you intend to keep me here? Jiang Wujian gazed at Hu Ershi, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Hu Ershi, recalling the events at the Mingjin Tower, sensed the menace emanating from Jiang Wujian. You are indeed correct, Jiang Wujian. Today, Duanhuan Cliff shall be your place of demise. Hu Ershi sneered, for in his eyes, Jiang Wujian was already a dead man. Hey, brother Hu, that golden tooth of yours is quite impressive, Jiang Wujian jested, aiming to provoke Hu Ershi into lowering his guard, thus allowing Jiang Wujian the opportunity to seize Hu Ershi and threaten the other 2 individuals. You bastard! I will shatter those dog teeth of yours before your wretched life ends. Hu Ershi, infuriated, leaped and cursed at Jiang Wujian, precisely the reaction Jiang Wujian desired. Seizing the moment of Hu Ershi's rage, Jiang Wujian lunged forward, reaching for Hu Ershi's neck. Crack! The whip in Hu Yang's hand lashed out the instant Jiang Wujian moved, its speed surpassing Jiang Wujian's by a fraction. As Jiang Wujian leaped toward Hu Ershi, he realized he had to evade Hu Yang's whip. Thus, he abandoned his target and rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the strike. Hu Ershi, startled by Jiang Wujian's sudden advance, fell onto the ground, his feet frantically kicking against the earth as he struggled to retreat. Jiang Wujian had no time to relish Hu Ershi's disgraceful state. Evading Hu Yang's whip, he planted his hands on the ground, exerting force to propel himself into a kick aimed at Hu Ershi. Hu Yang, taken aback by Jiang Wujian's swift reflexes, was too late to intercept with his whip. Master, Hu Yang shouted in desperation, unleashing a torrent of lightning energy that transformed into a lightning arrow, targeting Jiang Wujian's chest. Stop him! Upon seeing the approaching kick, Hu Ershi urgently called out to the person beside him. The individual, noticing Hu Ershi's distress and the incoming kick, wore a cunning smile. Realizing the man intended to use him to eliminate Hu Ershi, Jiang Wujian understood the treachery unfolding. You scoundrel! Hu Ershi recognized the man's intentions and began to curse. But before he could finish, Jiang Wujian's kick struck his abdomen. Jiang Wujian sent Hu Ershi flying, even as Hu Yang's lightning arrow struck Jiang Wujian's chest. The two men fell simultaneously to the ground. Thud! They landed one after the other, and as soon as Jiang Wujian hit the ground, he rolled toward Hu Ershi, seizing him with a finger pressed against his neck. Having captured Hu Ershi, Jiang Wujian let out a triumphant laugh, only to involuntarily spew blood onto Hu Ershi's face. You are once again in my grasp. Jiang Wujian revealed a row of blood-red teeth, his expression decidedly sinister. Hu Yang, eliminate him. Hu Ershi pointed at another individual, who responded with a sinister chuckle before transforming into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing. It appears that I am not the only one who seeks your demise. Jiang Wujian observed the vanishing figure, mocking Hu Ershi, who now found himself at Jiang Wujian's mercy, rendering Hu Yang hesitant to act recklessly. Yet, Hu Yang was perplexed as to why Jiang Wujian, having suffered a strike from his lightning arrow, remained unscathed. Young Master Jiang, let us negotiate. Hu Ershi, now under Jiang Wujian's control, had no choice but to appease him for the sake of his own life. Otherwise, Jiang Wujian could terminate him at any moment. What is there to discuss? Jiang Wujian regarded Hu Yang, fully aware that should Hu Ershi regain his autonomy, Hu Yang would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him without hesitation. Young Master Jiang, in truth, our families bear no deep-seated animosity. Your conflict lies solely with my sister. How about this? Release me, and we can foster an alliance between our families. The sword forging city would then belong to us. Upon hearing Hu Ershi's naively simplistic proposal, Jiang Wujian struggled to suppress a laugh at his expense. I have a splendid idea. Jiang Wujian's words instilled a sudden sense of profound unease within Hu Ershi. Chapter 31. Peril at the Abyss. Gazing down into the abyss of the Broken Soul Cliff, where tumultuous clouds swirled, Jiang Wujian gradually dragged Hu Ershi closer to the edge. Brother Jiang, do not act impulsively. Jiang grandfather, Jiang ancestor, I was wrong. I swear to the heavens, I shall never oppose you again. I will do whatever you ask. I beseech you, do not act rashly. As they neared the precipice, Hu Ershi's legs quaked uncontrollably, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Release my clan leader. Hu Yang refrained from making any sudden moves, fearing that any provocation might incite Jiang Wujian to retaliate, leading to mutual destruction. Now you are frightened? Where was your fear when you pursued me? Jiang Wujian remarked. Do you not see that we are fated to cross paths? On my very first day in the sword forging city, I encountered you and realized I could never shake you off. Despite his taunts, Jiang Wujian did not falter in his advance. Should he release Hu Ershi now, the abyss below would become his final resting place. I was wrong. I implore you to spare me. I truly regret my actions. Hu Ershi, having experienced Jiang Wujian's capabilities, understood that he was entirely capable of casting him into the abyss. Very well, you must order that whip-wielding fellow to leave, and then we can discuss our matters. Upon finishing his statement, Jiang Wujian took a significant step toward the edge, causing Hu Ershi to scream in terror. Hu Yang, depart from here and return to the sword forging city. Hu Ershi shouted urgently, fearing that Hu Yang's hesitation might provoke Jiang Wujian into a reckless act. But, clan leader, Hu Yang's expression conveyed his dilemma. For if he were to leave and Jiang Wujian were to renege on their agreement, Hu Ershi would indeed be cast into the abyss. With an eerie cackle resonating through the air, the previously vanished figure materialized beside Jiang Wujian and Hu Ershi. With a swift motion, Jiang Wujian and Hu Ershi plummeted into the abyss, the sounds of battle faintly reaching Jiang Wujian's ears, emanating from Hu Yang and that mysterious individual. Grabbing Hu Ershi, Jiang Wujian pinned him down with force. In that moment, Hu Ershi comprehended that descending this way would render him nothing more than Jiang Wujian's cushioning. Jiang Wujian, release me. You despicable scoundrel. Hu Ershi protested, striving to escape from beneath Jiang Wujian's grip. Behave yourself, Jiang Wujian retorted before delivering a punch that rendered Hu Ershi unconscious. It dawned on Jiang Wujian that survival demanded ruthlessness, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. The depth of the abyss remained a mystery to him. But upon regaining consciousness, he found Hu Ershi lifeless beside him, surrounded by a dense thicket. The air was thick with the scent of decaying leaves, and Jiang Wujian sat clutching his chest. Who was that person? Why had he infiltrated the Hu family? Recalling the individual who had cast him and Hu Ershi into the void, he glanced once more at Hu Ershi, contemplating the necessity of burying him. With a sudden effort, a sharp pain shot through Jiang Wujian's right leg, revealing that the bone had fractured. It is not that I wish to leave you unburied. I am simply powerless now. He reclined, gazing at the mist-laden sky, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Just as he pondered his survival, a ferocious roar jolted his senses. Should he encounter a beast at this moment, he would surely be devoured. A black-eyed, three-eyed leopard approached, its nose twitching as it caught the scent, closing in on Jiang Wujian. What ill fate! I managed to survive the fall, only to find myself in such peril upon waking. Jiang Wujian lamented inwardly, uncertain whether he was fortunate or cursed. The black-eyed, three-eyed leopard lunged at him, having spotted both Jiang Wujian and the lifeless Hu Ershi sprawled on the ground. You wretched beast! Why not feast upon the motionless one? Jiang Wujian grimaced through the agony of his fractured bone, rolling to evade the leopard's gaping maw. The miss allowed the creature to expose its menacingly white teeth as it snarled viciously at Jiang Wujian. Shortly thereafter, another black-eyed, three-eyed leopard emerged, the two beasts exchanging roars, seemingly in communication. The latter seized Hu Ershi's corpse and swiftly vanished from Jiang Wujian's sight. The first leopard, however, had no intention of sparing Jiang Wujian. Instead of pouncing, it circled him, intent on psychologically breaking its prey before the final attack. Unfortunately for the predator, it had encountered Jiang Wujian. Jiang Wujian, while vigilantly guarding against the imminent assault of the three-eyed leopard, remained remarkably composed as he surveyed his surroundings in search of an escape route. He soon discovered a small slope not far away. If he could somehow reach it, he could roll down and evade his pursuer. Grasping a handful of fallen leaves, Jiang Wujian gradually maneuvered himself toward the slope. Observing his movement, the three-eyed leopard ceased its circling. With a feline grace, the leopard's body coiled like a bow, its hind leg muscles quivering before it launched itself at Jiang Wujian with the force of a cannonball. In a swift motion, Jiang Wujian scattered the leaves he held toward the creature, momentarily blinding it. Seizing the opportunity, he rolled toward the slope. Although he narrowly escaped the leopard's lethal jaws, it nonetheless struck his foot with its claws. In pain, Jiang Wujian let out a cry, yet he dared not relent, gritting his teeth against the agony. He propelled himself toward the slope. Sensing Jiang Wujian's intent, the leopard's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Having failed twice to secure its prey, the beast's primal instincts surged forth. With a rustling sound, the three-eyed leopard lunged for a third time. Jiang Wujian evaded once more, yet the toll on his body was greater than before. The leopard's claws made contact, and a sharp pain surged through him as he heard the sickening crack of his ribs. Nevertheless, he successfully rolled down the slope, though the gravel beneath him exacted its own painful price. As he reached the bottom, a surge of frustration overwhelmed him. He had inadvertently fallen into a trench, rendering him immobile. Despair washed over Jiang Wujian as he resigned himself to becoming a mere meal for the beast. Closing his eyes, he awaited the moment of the leopard's descent, hoping for a swift death that would spare him prolonged suffering. Time passed slowly as he endured the torment of impending doom. Yet he felt no tearing pain. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld the three-eyed leopard perched above him on the slope, alternating its gaze between him and the horizon. It was evident that the leopard was hesitating, perhaps wary of something. Jiang Wujian perceived the uncertainty in the creature's eyes, igniting a flicker of survival instinct within him. He silently prayed that the leopard would not leap down. The leopard paced back and forth atop the slope, seemingly weighing its options. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies, startling the three-eyed leopard, which instinctively recoiled a few steps. After casting one last reluctant glance at Jiang Wujian and surveying the area once more, the leopard finally turned and vanished from sight atop the slope. After the disappearance of the black-eyed, three-eyed leopard, Jiang Wujian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the tension in his nerves eased, the pain coursing through his body became almost unbearable once again. Lying motionless in the trench, Jiang Wujian began to sense a warm liquid flowing within him. He soon discovered that the pain was gradually subsiding, and the most notable sensation was that the injured areas were slowly healing. All he could do was lie there quietly. As time slipped away silently, days passed, and as Jiang Wujian gently moved his right leg, the pain from his fractured bones had not completely vanished. Yet he could feel that the broken parts were returning to normal, filling his heart with immense joy. Soon, he would be able to leave this place, and he fervently prayed that nothing would go awry on that day. If he could just endure for one more day, his body would be entirely restored. "Thank you, Xiaojiao," he whispered, knowing that the remarkable healing ability of his body was due to the 9-looped golden python leading him to absorb the Earth's spiritual spring. Unbeknownst to him, it was a trace of the Azure Dragon's divine power that played a crucial role in his body's capacity to absorb the spiritual essence. On the third day, without a hint of pain, Jiang Wujian suddenly sat up. After lying still for several days, he felt a stiffness in his body. Cautiously, he stood up and moved about, confirming that he had fully recovered before climbing out of the trench. Gazing at the lush green grass before him and inhaling the fresh scent of the greenery, memories of the Hu family's ambush and the black-eyed, three-eyed leopard's predation washed over him, evoking a profound sense of survival. Just as he was reflecting, Jiang Wujian felt a chilling gaze fixated on him from behind. Whipping around, he caught sight of the black-eyed, three-eyed leopard observing him coldly from the slope. So, this creature had been lurking here all along. Jiang Wujian muttered under his breath in annoyance, but upon further thought, he realized that it was fortunate the leopard had been there. Otherwise, the emergence of other beasts would have posed a significant threat. However, Jiang Wujian was overthinking this. The black-eyed, three-eyed leopard would not dare trespass into certain areas, and thus, other beasts would naturally refrain from doing so as well. But then, why was this creature so hesitant? As this realization struck him, his expression changed dramatically. The fact that the black-eyed, three-eyed leopard dared not cross the trench indicated the presence of something it feared. The thought sent a wave of dread crashing over Jiang Wujian. He felt as if he had narrowly escaped one danger only to plunge into another. With no retreat possible and an unknown peril ahead, despair gnawed at his heart. With no choice but to move forward, Jiang Wujian pressed on, and only after he had distanced himself did the black-eyed, three-eyed leopard finally depart. As he traversed the expanse of green grass, the deeper he went, the more uneasy he felt. That unsettling sensation was more intense than ever before. At last, Jiang Wujian comprehended the reason behind the black-eyed, three-eyed leopard's reluctance to cross the trench. It sensed a formidable aura emanating from the vicinity, belonging to the same demonic beasts. Accompanying Jiang Wujian's growing unease was the increasingly oppressive heat in the air. Were it not for the chilling crystal armor he donned, he would have succumbed to the sweltering discomfort. Presently, he fervently wished to traverse this area swiftly and unscathed, hoping desperately to avoid any encounters with the beasts. Damn it, he muttered under his breath as he walked. In the midst of the heat, the beastly roar Jiang Wujian had heard days prior reverberated once more, this time resonating painfully against his eardrums. He halted, bending his body low to obscure himself as much as possible. Suddenly, his heart began to pound violently, not from fear, but from an exhilarating thrill. Chapter 32, Descendants of the Demon God. Jiang Wujian endeavored to suppress the exhilaration coursing through him. His instincts warned that such excitement could prove perilous. If you feel restless, remember the calming technique I taught you to steady your heart. Echoed the words of Qin Yuexin in his mind, imparted to him before their parting. As Jiang Wujian's body was incapable of cultivation at present, Qin Yuexin had bestowed upon him the calming technique to help focus his mind. This technique could soothe emotions through measured inhalation and exhalation, transforming tumultuous feelings into tranquility. Having quelled the excitement within, Jiang Wujian found that the calming technique not only steadied his emotions, but also clarified his thoughts. He cautiously distanced himself from the source of the roar, and the oppressive heat gradually diminished. After 2 days of careful navigation, he finally escaped the sweltering region. He faintly discerned the sound of flowing water and followed it eagerly. As he approached, the sound intensified, leading him to a picturesque waterfall. Though not vast, its height was impressive, obscuring the origin of its descent from his view. Beneath the waterfall lay a crystalline pool, into which Jiang Wujian joyfully leaped. The refreshing water washed away his fatigue, leaving him feeling considerably lighter. After lingering in the pool for a while, he finally emerged. Seated at the edge of the pond, he caught a fish, disregarding its frantic wriggling, and took a hearty bite. Having been in a state of tension for so long, he had almost forgotten his hunger. And only now, in this moment of relaxation, did he realize how ravenous he truly was. The fish, though raw, tasted exquisite to him. Where exactly am I in this desolate place? Jiang Wujian pondered, gazing up at the towering waterfall and then toward the shrouded area ahead. This could be a splendid place for cultivation. Alas, I am unable to. He mused to himself, a melancholic feeling creeping into his heart. After resting sufficiently, Jiang Wujian still felt an urge to leave this place. Although this journey was meant for training, he had no intention of risking his life. Initially, he had heard from Qin Yuexin about a place called Heiai City, located at the southernmost tip, near the Black Mountain Valley, which stretched for miles and was home to countless monstrous beasts. Most cultivators hunted in the Black Mountain Valley, as the blood of high-level beasts was highly sought after by many prominent families. That wretched Hu Ershi had left him stranded in this forsaken place, where not a single soul was visible. As Jiang Wujian walked, he muttered complaints, unknowingly stepping into a thick fog. Why do I feel my head growing heavier? With a sudden thud, just as Jiang Wujian uttered those words, he collapsed, falling to the ground motionless. Jiang Wujian slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a rot-tin bed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was in a simple wooden room. I am so thirsty. Jiang Wujian felt parched and weak. Noticing a water jug on the wooden table, he mustered the strength to rise. Thud. Lacking the energy to support himself, he fell back down onto the wooden floor. Creak. A young boy opened the wooden door, saw Jiang Wujian sprawled on the ground, then quickly shut the door and ran off to fetch help. He actually awoke. The boy returned with a middle-aged man, followed by several others who gathered around him, all heading towards the wooden room. Creak. The middle-aged man opened the door and, seeing Jiang Wujian on the floor, quickly stepped forward to assist him. See, I wasn't lying. I told you he was awake. The boy exclaimed to the middle-aged man while observing Jiang Wujian. Go, bring a bowl of spring water. The middle-aged man instructed the boy, who dashed outside and soon returned with a bowl of water. Here, drink this. The middle-aged man took the bowl from the boy and handed it to Jiang Wujian, who felt a refreshing chill emanating from it. Overcome by thirst, Jiang Wujian wasted no time, lifting the bowl and gulping down the water eagerly. After drinking, Jiang Wujian was astonished to find his weak body gradually regaining strength. Seeing the surprise on Jiang Wujian's face, the others in the wooden room chuckled heartily. Haha, when we first tasted this spring water, our astonishment was no less than yours. The middle-aged man remarked, taking the bowl from Jiang Wujian's hands while conversing with him. Benefactor, please allow me to pay my respects. Jiang Wujian attempted to bow, but the middle-aged man firmly supported him, his strength akin to that of a mountain. It was not I who saved you, but our great healer, Ami, the middle-aged man said, helping Jiang Wujian to his feet and encouraging him to rest more. Indeed, it was Sister Ami who rescued you. Were it not for her, you would not be alive now. The youth beside Jiang Wujian spoke to him, and Jiang Wujian noticed that when these individuals uttered the name Ami, their eyes sparkled with a luminous fervor. Could you guide me to meet the esteemed healer, Ami? Jiang Wujian felt an urgent need to express his heartfelt gratitude to Ami for saving his life. Thus he was eager to meet her. You should rest for now. Ami is not in the tribe at the moment. She has gone out to gather herbs. She will visit you upon her return, the middle-aged man said with a smile, gently urging Jiang Wujian to take a moment to recuperate. Tribe? Jiang Wujian was taken aback upon hearing the term from the middle-aged man's lips, for he was aware that such tribes no longer existed in his world. May I inquire your name? Jiang Wujian realized he had yet to learn the man's name and promptly asked. I am called Ah Huang, and this is my son, Xuan. The middle-aged man introduced himself and his son, along with the names of the others present. Jiang Wujian now discerned that these individuals possessed only given names, without surnames, and his apprehension grew about whether he had truly ventured beyond his own realm. Xuan, I have returned. Outside the wooden dwelling, a voice called for Ah Huang's son, Xuan. Sister Ami is back, Xuan exclaimed excitedly, racing out of the hut, soon returning with a woman in tow. He has awakened? Ah Huang, did you give him the spring water? Ami inquired as she entered, unloading her basket. Yes, he drank it, Ah Huang replied, stepping aside with the others to allow Ami to approach Jiang Wujian. Ami possessed a slender physique, an exquisite visage, and delicate brows framing her enchanting peach-like eyes. Her beauty seemed untouched by the mundane world. What troubles you? Are you well? Upon noticing Jiang Wujian's dazed expression, Ami waved her hand before him. I am fine. I wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness, Jiang Wujian stammered, attempting to bow in reverence, but Ami, like Ah Huang, gently restrained him, albeit with less force. Please rise. I am not fond of such formalities, Ami said, assisting Jiang Wujian to sit upon a wicker bed. Observing the other occupants of the room, Jiang Wujian felt an overwhelming desire to understand one pressing matter, the nature of this tribe. You all may disperse now. There is nothing more for you to do here. Ami instructed the others, who bid her farewell, leaving only Jiang Wujian and Ami in the room. Are you curious as to why we possess only names and lack surnames? Ami suddenly remarked with a smile. Indeed, and your self-identification as a tribe piques my interest, Jiang Wujian candidly confessed to his savior. That is because we are descendants of the demon god, trapped here, unable to leave for generations. Ami's words filled Jiang Wujian with astonishment. The demon god was merely a figure from ancient legends. If we were to depart from this place, we would be cursed, our bodies turning to smoke and vanishing. Ami spoke with a tone tinged with melancholy. How can one possibly break this curse? Perhaps it is due to Amai saving Jiang Wujian, prompting Jiang Wujian to wish to repay Amai in some way. Only the God King possesses the power to lift such a curse, yet that remains an unattainable dream. Amai chuckled bitterly, never imagining that this curse would be intertwined with the God King. In ancient times, the demon god fought against the God King. Upon defeat, the demon god sacrificed the future of his descendants, cursing them for generations to ensure the survival of his kin. Amayi was uncertain why she felt compelled to share this tale with Jiang Wujian, leaving her somewhat surprised at her own revelation. "Oh, I still do not know your name." Amayi finally remembered to inquire after a lengthy conversation. "I am called Jiang Wujian." Upon hearing this name, Amayi looked up at Jiang Wujian with an expression of peculiar intrigue, as she believed names should consist of a single character. Noticing the odd gaze from Amayi, Jiang Wujian felt compelled to recount the world beyond to her. His description of the outside world astonished Amayi and filled her with longing. It seemed the world had transformed entirely. As Amayi gazed out the window, a flicker of melancholy graced her eyes. "Have you never contemplated a way to escape this place?" Jiang Wujian knew the question was somewhat redundant. Yet one must harbor dreams to nurture hope. Amayi extended her hand, conjuring a sphere of black energy that pulsated with a power even Jiang Wujian, who was unable to cultivate, could perceive. Because we possessed the bloodline of the demon god, venturing beyond these confines would result in self-destruction by our own demonic essence. Unless one, like that fellow, possesses a demon bone. The dark sphere in Amayi's hand suddenly reminded Jiang Wujian of a certain individual, the man in the black cloak who had sought to end his life at the Hu family estate. "I know someone akin to you, who also wields dark elements." Jiang Wujian was uncertain if that individual hailed from this realm, but he was convinced that both Amayi and that person shared the same dark essence. "Are you referring to the man clad in black?" Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's words, Amayi eagerly grasped his arm, her eyes alight with urgency. "Yes, could he possibly have exited from your realm?" Jiang Wujian mused, doubting such a coincidence could occur. "It is Kong. I have finally learned of his whereabouts. Please, tell me, where is he?" Amayi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes, her urgency surpassing that of before. Jiang Wujian recounted the events involving Kong, and when he reached the moment Kong was taken by the 9-looped golden python. Amayi's concerned gaze revealed to Jiang Wujian that she likely harbored feelings for Kong. Rest assured, Xiaojie would never harm Kong. By the way, how is it that Kong could leave? Why is he unaffected by the curse? Jiang Wujian pondered with intrigue. It is because he possesses a demon bone. It is precisely this that shields him from the curse. Thus, Amayi's earlier mention of possessing a demon bone referred to Kong. "You cannot leave this place. Has no one ever come here in the span of 10,000 years? Jiang Wujian felt a genuine sense of curiosity. By calculating from the position where he had fallen from the Cliff of Souls, he deduced that this location was merely 100 miles from the sword-forging city. "You are the first outsider to arrive at our tribe. I understand your doubts. Come, I shall take you to a place where all will be revealed," Ami stated, gently supporting Jiang Wujian as she led him to the location she had mentioned. Chapter 33. Inside and outside the Gate of Realms, Ami guided Jiang Wujian through a dense forest until they stood before a colossal stone tablet. The tablet towered approximately 30 feet high and was about 10 feet wide, exuding an ancient aura. Ami touched the surface of the stone, and an archaic rune materialized upon it. Subsequently, dark vapors coiled around the tablet, while ancient characters danced upon the rune. With her hands clasped in prayer, Ami began to chant softly. After the passage of a fragrant incense's worth of time, the ancient aura dissipated, and the verdant mountains and waters gradually faded away, ultimately transforming into a desolate wasteland. In disbelief, Jiang Wujian surveyed the barren surroundings. "Look up," Ami urged him. As he raised his gaze, an indescribable shock enveloped him. The sky above was drenched in a blood-red hue, infused with an overwhelming sense of resentment, punctuated by mournful wails echoing through the air. "This is the curse bestowed upon us by the Divine King. Observe the desolation surrounding us. Come, let me show you more," Ami said before walking towards the stone tablet and stepping directly into it. Jiang Wujian followed suit, entering the stone tablet, where a force pulled him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself beside Ami. Ami stood atop a massive rock, surrounded by tumultuous waves that surged around them. Apart from the towering waves, there was nothing else in sight. What the outside world perceives is merely what we currently see, an ordinary boulder encircled by colossal waves. Jiang Wujian found himself at a loss for words, fully grasping the sorrow that resided within Ami. "Ami, why have you chosen to share this with me?" Jiang Wujian questioned, realizing that the knowledge he had just acquired was likely a closely guarded secret of Ami's tribe. "For generations, we have passed down a message. The demon god will guide the one who is to rescue us. After 10,000 years, only you have come." Ami led Jiang Wujian back to the desolate place before the ancient tablet, where she clasped her hands once more, causing the runes to shimmer, restoring everything to its original state. This great tablet is what we refer to as the Gate of Realms. The realms it connects are independent spaces. Yet there are hierarchies among these gates. Ours is of a lower tier. Ami imparted to Jiang Wujian a newfound understanding of the myriad wonders of this world, a knowledge that even Qin Yuexin might not possess. The gateway to the outside world has been sealed by the Divine King, confining us to this space for generations. Should anyone succeed in breaking the seal, the consequences would be the desolation you have just witnessed. Although Jiang Wujian is aware that Ami is a descendant of the demon god, he perceives no connection between her and the demonic realm. This leaves him perplexed. How did he manage to traverse the gateway and arrive here? Jiang Wujian finds himself in a state of bewilderment. According to Ami, it seems impossible for him to have reached this place. The demon god, in a moment of sacrifice, created a rift while sealing the gateway, which became the sole passage in and out. For this singular portal, the demon god ultimately perished, his essence extinguished. At this moment, Jiang Wujian can almost sense the unwavering resolve of the demon god, a determination to sacrifice everything for the sake of future generations. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Ami announces her intention to prepare a ritual, leaving Jiang Wujian alone in the dwelling. Inside, he grapples with the myriad pieces of information and experiences that Ami has shared. For 9 centuries, each century has witnessed the demise of innate spiritual beings like himself, seemingly at the hands of a mysterious force. Could this be related to Ami and her kin? Jiang Wujian struggles to comprehend how the affairs of the Jiang family could intertwine with those of Ami's tribe. Having observed countless instances where only immense power could unveil the truth, he clenches his fists. The Jiang family, in sealing Jiang Wujian's spiritual essence, chooses to cast him into the world rather than acknowledge him, even denying their connection. All of this points to one undeniable truth. The Jiang family harbors a deep-seated fear. To uncover the truth, he must eventually return to the Jiang clan and demand answers. As Jiang Wujian contemplates his thoughts, Ami arrives at the wooden cabin, cradling a beast robe in her arms. Ami, please refrain from calling me sir. Just use my name, he replies, feeling somewhat uneasy at her formal address. Very well, Wujian. This is a beast robe passed down through generations, said to belong to the demon god himself, though its authenticity remains a mystery. Jiang Wujian gazes at the robe, skeptical of its origins, as the notion of a garment from a millennium ago seems far-fetched. Nevertheless, it has emitted a resistive force over the years. The tribe's chief remarked that upon your arrival, the robe's resistance dissipated, prompting him to present it to you. As Ami extends the beast robe towards Jiang Wujian, he hesitates, uncertain whether to accept it. He understands that accepting the robe would irrevocably bind him to this tribe. I sense your hesitation. You may refuse if you wish, Ami acknowledges, aware that the chief's actions may seem abrupt. Yet, she offers the robe to Jiang Wujian for the sake of her people. He is indeed apprehensive, not about forming a bond with Ami and her tribe, but fearing the calamity his presence might bring upon them. Ami, I must confide my circumstances to you. Jiang Wujian unreservedly shared the intricate history of his family, spanning 9 centuries, along with the plight of his spirit being sealed and thus unable to cultivate, with Ami. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's tale, Ami realized that he had misjudged him earlier. The demon god sacrificed himself to carve a path entwined with ours. We are willing to pay any price for this bond. Upon finishing her words, Ami extended her hands towards Jiang Wujian, and that singular gesture conveyed the answer to him. Jiang Wujian accepted the beast robe from Ami's hands, lifting it and draping it over himself. As the robe enveloped him, a series of runes suddenly emerged upon its surface, resonating with faint beastly roars. In the blink of an eye, the robe vanished from Jiang Wujian's form, yet he felt as though his skin was being cocooned. It is truly you, Wujian. The High Priestess has decreed that the beast robe recognizes your worthiness, allowing you to accompany me to seek her. Ami exclaimed with delight, grasping Jiang Wujian's hand, her delicate features becoming even more enchanting. She led him through a labyrinth of paths to a humble earthen dwelling, the only one of its kind in the tribe. Is she here? A woman's voice resonated from within the dwelling. The sound alone sent a tingling sensation through Jiang Wujian's body. High Priestess, he has arrived. Ami appeared to hold great reverence for the person inside, placing a hand over her heart and bowing towards the earthen house. Let him enter, Ami. Please invite the other elders as well. The woman's voice sounded again, and the wooden door of the dwelling opened to reveal a middle-aged woman standing at the threshold. Dressed simply yet immaculately, even the coarse fabric could not conceal her inherent grace and nobility. She smiled at Jiang Wujian, beckoning him to enter. Following her inside, Jiang Wujian found the interior modest, dominated by a table in the center upon which a circular diagram was laid out. The middle-aged woman seated herself cross-legged at the table, still smiling at Jiang Wujian. "Young friend, please take a seat," she gestured invitingly. Jiang Wujian approached the table and sat cross-legged opposite her. 10,000 years. What an interminable span of time. How many landscapes have transformed, and at long last, this day has arrived, the woman reflected, gazing at Jiang Wujian. "High Priestess." Jiang Wujian began, but was swiftly silenced by a wave of her hand. "The questions that burden your heart must be unraveled by you alone. I cannot provide the answers. What I do know is that you are the chosen one by our great Lord." The great Lord spoken of by the woman was indeed the demon god that Ami had referenced. "The demon goddess war robe has acknowledged you," which signifies the great Lord's recognition. "You are destined to be our new great Lord." The high priestess's words sent a jolt through Jiang Wujian's heart. He had no desire to assume such a title. The entirety of this revelation felt surreal, and he remained unconvinced about the rift that Ami had mentioned. "Great sage, I fear I must disappoint you. I do not aspire to become your great leader. I possess my own path and my own mission." Jiang Wujian, unwilling to deceive the great sage, confided in him due to the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by Ami. As soon as Jiang Wujian finished speaking, the great sage moved without a sound, appearing beside him while maintaining his seated posture. With a sudden impact, the great sage placed his hand upon Jiang Wujian's back. A surge of energy coursing through Jiang Wujian's body. Moments later, the great sage withdrew his hand, and the energy dissipated as swiftly as it had come. "You have not deceived me. Indeed, there exists a seal within you. I intended to unravel it, yet upon merely touching the seal, I sensed a consuming force." The great sage regarded Jiang Wujian with an expression of peculiarity. Jiang Wujian's constitution was inherently unsuitable for cultivating the techniques of the demon god. Such is the caprice of fate, that one born with a spiritual physique is chosen by the demon god. The great sage murmured softly to himself. "However, that consuming force within you should not be a seal. I am utterly perplexed as to its origin." The great sage proceeded to elucidate Jiang Wujian's internal condition. "Great sage, the elders have arrived." Just as the great sage was explaining, Ami, accompanied by the elders, approached the earthen dwelling. "Please, come in." The great sage rose, prompting Jiang Wujian to stand as well. "We pay our respects to the great sage." The 5 elders, along with Ami, bowed in reverence. "Esteemed elders, please take your seats." The great sage invited, resuming his seated position on the ground, with Jiang Wujian and the elders following suit. Once seated, the 5 elders scrutinized Jiang Wujian closely. "I have summoned several elders to gather their insights." The great sage shared the details of Jiang Wujian's situation with the elders, including his reluctance to assume the mantle of leadership. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's hesitance, Ami's astonishment surpassed that of the elders. "Esteemed elders, I truly cannot bear this burden. It is not a matter of cowardice on my part. Should I become your great leader, the path I tread may very well lead you into an abyss from which there is no return. Presently, I remain unscathed, for my spiritual body is yet unbroken. However, should the day come when that seal is shattered, the consequences are beyond my comprehension." "Great sage, what are your thoughts? We wish to hear your perspective," inquired the eldest among the elders, while the others nodded in agreement. "My stance is that regardless of whether he accepts the role of our great leader, we must adhere to the ancestral teachings." Upon the great sage's pronouncement, the elders fell into contemplative silence. "Great sage, esteemed elders, may I express my own thoughts?" Ami interjected during the silence, and all eyes turned to her, including Jiang Wujian, as they awaited her insights. Chapter 34. The will of the demon god. Ami gazed at the grand priest and boldly proposed an idea. After articulating her thoughts, she turned her gaze towards Jiang Wujian, her eyes seemingly imbued with deeper meanings. "Oh, do share your thoughts," the grand priest replied, intrigued by Ami's suggestions. Jiang Wujian, reluctant to assume the role of the principal leader, rendered the grand priest's position rather precarious. "Perhaps we could have Wujian apprentice under the grand priest, learning from her expertise," Ami suggested, but before she could finish, she was sternly interrupted by the grand priest. The fiery anger reflected in the grand priest's eyes compelled Ami to lower her head in silence. "Indeed, I possess a viable solution. Might we consider an alliance? This would forge a bond between us while respecting my own desires," Jiang Wujian interjected. Observing Ami's reprimand, he discerned her underlying intentions, as her earlier expression had revealed. The grand priest found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond in the presence of the elders. Seeking counsel, He turned to them. I find this strategy feasible. Should the curse upon our clan be lifted in the future, we could then honor him as the principal leader. One of the elder sages whispered in agreement with Zhang Wujian's proposal. With the elder's consent, the Grand Priest declared, "Let us proceed with this alliance." However, he glanced at Zhang Wujian, seemingly hesitant to voice something further. "If you have something to say, please do not hesitate," Zhang Wujian encouraged, noticing the Grand Priest's reluctance. "Very well, since the demon god beast robe acknowledges you as its master, consider it a token of our alliance," the Grand Priest proclaimed. As soon as the words left his lips, the scroll that lay upon the table levitated into the air before soaring into Zhang Wujian's grasp. This unexpected turn of events left not only Zhang Wujian bewildered, but also astonished the Grand Priest, the other elders, and Ami, all of whom were rendered speechless. "This cannot be," the Grand Priest exclaimed, his disbelief palpable, while the others gazed at Zhang Wujian in stunned silence. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," he continued to mutter, oblivious to the others' presence. Suddenly, the Grand Priest knelt before Zhang Wujian, his eyes filled with fervent devotion. "Esteemed sir, please do not forsake us." This act of submission, coupled with the inexplicable declaration, left Zhang Wujian momentarily at a loss. "Such conduct is unwarranted. Please rise," he urged, alarmed by the Grand Priest's gesture. From the moment he entered the earthen dwelling, he had recognized the middle-aged woman known as the Grand Priest as the ultimate authority of this tribe. In unison, the other elders and Ami followed suit, kneeling before Zhang Wujian. He found himself perplexed, questioning how a mere scroll could compel such reverence. "Please rise. How can I accept such honor?" he implored. Zhang Wujian watched as several individuals, who had previously exchanged pleasantries, suddenly altered their demeanor towards him due to a single scroll. "Mr. Zhang, I implore you to acquiesce to my earlier request," the Grand Priest implored once more. Observing the Grand Priest's demeanor, Zhang understood that the scroll in his possession held significant importance to them. "Grand Priest, you may simply call me Wujian. I am unworthy of such formal address," Zhang Wujian replied, having already obtained the robe of the demon god, yet not having consented to the Grand Priest's demands. Now, with their scroll in hand, he felt a twinge of guilt. "What you hold is one of our clan's 3 treasures, and indeed the most vital among them," the Grand Priest declared, his eyes brimming with profound respect as he regarded the scroll. Upon hearing that it was a treasure, Zhang instinctively tightened his grip on the scroll, a small gesture that left him somewhat disdainful of himself. "Wujian, what you possess is the will of the demon god," the Grand Priest informed him. "This will encapsulate the entirety of the demon god's life experiences and aspirations." The Grand Priest further elucidated that by merging with the will of the demon god, one could inherit the demon god's cultivation techniques, the 9. Upon hearing the mention of the demon god's cultivation method, Zhang Wujian felt a disconnect with the title. The will of the demon god, safeguarded by a fragment of his essence, could only be activated by one deemed worthy by the demon god himself, allowing for the fusion of the will. The Grand Priest spoke, yet his eyes revealed an unmistakable envy. Furthermore, the Grand Priest added, "Once you fully merge with the will of the demon god, you will wield 30% of his power, and you will be able to utilize the 9 to its 3rd movement." At this revelation, Zhang Wujian was utterly astounded. While he was unaware of the true might of the demon god, the ability to contend with the divine king suggested an undeniable prowess. "How does one initiate this fusion?" Zhang inquired, now eager to merge with the will of the demon god. "Simply unroll the scroll," the Grand Priest instructed. However, as Zhang Wujian gazed at the scroll in his hands, he realized that he was incapable of opening it. Frustrated, he wore a distressed expression as he regarded the invaluable artifact. Yet, opening the scroll was no simple task. It necessitated passing the trials set forth by the demon god. Upon hearing about the trials, Zhang, in a fit of disregard, tossed the scroll onto the table. "Trials? No thanks. Such a precious artifact surely entails formidable challenges," he declared, making it clear that he had no intention of undergoing any trials. Ami and several elders, witnessing Zhang's casual dismissal of their clan's treasure, barely restrained their impulse to chastise him. The Grand Priest, laced with persuasion, noted that passing the trials could also yield another artifact among the 3 treasures. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wujian instinctively reached for the scroll once more. Upon witnessing Zhang Wujian's expression, the High Priest surprisingly stifled a chuckle, which left the others around him in astonishment. In the tribe, no one had ever seen the High Priest smile in such a manner, hence the surprised looks exchanged among the few present. It was only by gathering the 3 treasures, the demon god robe, the demon god will, and the demon god ring, that one could awaken their true potential. Jiang Wujian, after considerable contemplation, realized that even if he acquired the first two items, they would be of no use to him without the third. Nevertheless, he understood that securing all three treasures would be immensely beneficial for his future endeavors. The question lingered, where might the final treasure be? Jiang Wujian felt an urgent desire to obtain the demon god ring. However, acquiring it seemed no trivial matter. The high priest regarded Jiang Wujian with a troubled expression, which silently conveyed the answer he sought. In truth, they had been investigating the whereabouts of the demon god ring for some time. Although it belonged to their tribe, it was not present among them. The elder, with an air of resignation, echoed this sentiment. Indeed, over the years, they had relied solely on their own strength to locate the demon god ring, ultimately only achieving a vague sense of its location. Upon hearing this, the other tribesmen, aside from Jiang Wujian, wore expressions of despair. Could you share that approximate location with me? Even a rough idea would provide me with a lead, Jiang Wujian implored. The high priest waved his hand through the air, and a blurred image materialized before them. The vision flickered intermittently, unstable and elusive. Jiang Wujian saw a desolate city engulfed by swirling sands. Suddenly, the image dissipated after only a brief moment. This image has been the only clue we've been able to uncover over the years. No matter our efforts, we have been unable to discern the city amidst the sands. The elder lamented. Jiang Wujian understood that these individuals had remained isolated from the outside world. Otherwise, their formidable strength would undoubtedly position them as a powerful force. Reflecting on the fleeting vision, Jiang Wujian concluded that the sandy expanse he had glimpsed could only be one place, the desert city. I believe that place must be the desert city, though I cannot assert this with certainty. During his time with Qin Yuexin, she had imparted considerable geographical knowledge and other insights to him. The desert city? Alas, we are unable to leave this place. Otherwise, I would eagerly venture there at once. The high priest's remark left Jiang Wujian at a loss for words, yet now that he possessed a lead, he was determined to reach the desert city. Furthermore, the power derived from integrating the demon god was precisely what Jiang Wujian yearned for. If you acquire the demon god ring and awaken the three treasures, you will be able to use the demon god robe to conceal your innate spirit form, thereby breaking the seal on your spirit body. Upon hearing that the demon god robe possessed such a function, Jiang Wujian felt a surge of astonishment and an unwavering resolve to obtain the demon god ring. In the absence of sight, your spirit being sealed undoubtedly has a crucial connection to your family, which is why you must acquire the demon god ring. Amy's words resonated deeply within Jiang Wujian, for his yearning for power was more intense than anyone else's. Great priest, we can activate the teleportation spirit disc once more and send this lad to the desert city he mentioned, spoke an elder. However, the great priest did not respond immediately. He was lost in contemplation. The teleportation spirit disc was an artifact from millennia ago, and achieving accurate transmission would likely prove challenging, especially since the world outside had evolved over the ages. The great priest voiced his uncertainty, yet Jiang Wujian was eager to give it a try. He thought to himself that reaching the desert city would be ideal, but even if he did not arrive there, he would still manage to leave this place. Great priest, I am willing to attempt it, Jiang Wujian resolved, determined to utilize the teleportation spirit disc to escape. Since you have made your decision, let us prepare. Amy, please take Wujian to the teleportation spirit disc, the great priest instructed. He and several elders rose and departed from the earthen dwelling, with Jiang Wujian following Amy to the spirit disc. Soon, under Amy's guidance, Jiang Wujian arrived at a circular disc measuring 10 meters in diameter, intricately engraved with ancient runes akin to those on stone tablets. Activating this spirit disc required the combined efforts of the great priest and several elders. Amy informed Jiang Wujian, who gazed again at the teleportation disc. He mused that if such a disc were established in the outside world, it would indeed be extraordinarily convenient. Is this device capable of transporting one anywhere? Jiang Wujian inquired, prompting Amy to regard him as if he were foolish. Haven't you seen this before? It is a directional teleportation device. Altering the destination temporarily necessitates a substantial amount of magical essence, only achievable by legendary figures such as the demon god, Amy explained. Jiang Wujian was taken aback by the revelation that this fabled disc required the joint infusion of magical essence from the great priest and several elders to activate. Chapter 35. Encountering adversaries in the desert. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the great priest and several elders approached the teleportation spirit disc, accompanied by a few individuals who appeared to be around 50 years of age. Such a grand assembly for merely a teleportation? Jiang Wujian marveled at the sight of the large group. To ensure the stability of the spirit disc and enhance the accuracy of the positioning, More magical essence was required for its activation. Observing Jiang Wujian's bewilderment, the great priest chuckled and offered an explanation. In a moment, you will simply sit cross-legged in the center of the disc. Jiang Wujian settled into the center of the disc, closing his eyes, his heart racing with trepidation. For he had never encountered such a teleportation spirit disc before. Wujian, we are preparing to activate the spirit disc, the great priest informed him. To which Jiang Wujian nodded silently, with his eyes still shut. In the boundless cosmos, I shall establish the firmament. The grand priest chanted incantations, directing his fingers towards the spiritual disc as a surge of magical essence flowed into it. One by one, the assembled individuals placed their fingers upon the disc, channeling streams of magical energy into its depths. As the runes upon the disc absorbed this essence, they began to illuminate, swirling with increasing velocity. The runes coalesced into a radiant beam, enveloping Jiang Wujian, who was instantly engulfed in this luminous aura. With a flick of his hand, the grand priest summoned a hazy image to materialize in the air once more. Depart, he commanded, gesturing towards the light. The beam, encasing Jiang Wujian, transformed into a streak of brilliance that surged into the nebulous apparition hovering above. A resonant buzzing filled Jiang Wujian's ears as he opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a blinding radiance, obscuring all else from his sight. Shortly thereafter, a ripple coursed through the air, and he felt an easing sensation in his body as the light dissipated. How unfortunate, he lamented, surveying the desolate landscape, where swirling sands filled the air, leaving nothing but yellow dust in every direction. What ill fate has befallen me, to arrive in such a barren expanse? Where shall I venture now? Jiang Wujian sighed, lamenting his misfortune for being transported to a place devoid of even the faintest semblance of life. It seemed he could only rely on chance. Selecting a direction, he trudged through the sands for several days. Suddenly, he heard a melodious voice singing, and it invigorated him instantly. Following the sound, he stumbled upon a caravan, the singer being the leader of the group. The sight of people filled Jiang Wujian with indescribable joy, and he hastened towards them, disregarding his fatigue. Good sirs, where are you headed? He inquired politely of the caravan members, noting they were merely ordinary folk. The presence of such a humble caravan in this desolate place surprised him. Ah, young brother, what brings you here alone? The caravan leader asked, his expression warm and devoid of suspicion. Good sir, I seem to have lost my way. Your magnificent voice has truly been a guiding light for me in this vast emptiness. It feels as though fate has led me to you, Jiang Wujian flattered, momentarily forgetting his own identity in his eagerness. Haha, young brother, how can you speak such honest words in front of so many? You make me feel quite bashful. The leader responded, graciously accepting the praise. Jiang Wujian inwardly scoffed at the leader's unabashed demeanor. What is your name, good sir? Jiang Wujian asked, now introducing himself humbly, as he sought assistance. My name is Yishan, and everyone calls me Brother Shan. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Jiang Wujian immediately called out to Yishan, causing the latter to grin from ear to ear. Yishan, where are we headed? Jiang Wujian fawned over Yishan, disregarding the gazes of others. Oh, we are returning to the desert city. Where are you going, little brother? Upon hearing that the caravan was en route to the desert city, Jiang Wujian nearly leapt with excitement. Through their conversation, he learned that this caravan belonged to the Ijia family, the most powerful clan in the desert city. If one were to inquire about the most formidable figure in the desert city, it would undoubtedly be the illustrious Miss Yiwulei, known as the infamous Little Demoness. Without a moment's hesitation, Yishan mentioned Yiwulei when Jiang Wujian inquired about prominent personalities in the desert city. However, there exists someone capable of keeping the Little Demoness in check, the eldest son of the Ijia family, Yiwuin. A nearby companion leaned in closer to Jiang Wujian. Whispering these names, Jiang Wujian took note of Yiwulei and Yiwuin, silently vowing to steer clear of the sibling duo. Brother Shan, how long until we reach the desert city? Jiang Wujian gazed ahead at the endless expanse of yellow sand, with nothing else in sight. In 3 days, we shall arrive at the desert city. However, it has been quite lively there recently. I hear that treasures have surfaced nearby, drawing many to the city in search of fortune. After Yishan spoke, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Jiang Wujian, making him feel a twinge of unease. Brother Shan, what do you intend to do? Jiang Wujian instinctively distanced himself from Yishan. What are you thinking? I'm merely asking if you are also here for treasure hunting. Fortunately, Yishan's curiosity held no ulterior motives. Brother Shan, I am not here for treasure, but since you are so well informed, why not share the details of the treasure hunt with everyone? It could provide some amusement. Jiang Wujian's suggestion sparked a lively reaction from the others, prompting Yishan to clear his throat. Since everyone wishes to hear, I shall share. Zhang Wujian and the others quieted down, awaiting Yishan's tales of treasure hunting. However, as Yishan began to narrate, Zhang Wujian's heart raced, suspecting these individuals might be after the demon god ring. What nonsense! After all that talking, nothing substantial was conveyed. Zhang Wujian found himself frustrated. The stories were merely frivolous chatter. Observing Yishan becoming increasingly animated, he worried that the latter might choke on a mouthful of sand. While Zhang Wujian found the tale dull, the others listened with rapt attention, occasionally joining in with cheers. Brother, you seem preoccupied. As Yishan continued with his captivating tales, everyone else erupted in applause, while Zhang Wujian occasionally glanced into the distance. Brother Shan, how far are we from the desert city? Zhang Wujian did not respond to Yishan, instead inquiring about the time it would take to reach the desert city. If we do not encounter any delays on the road, we shall arrive by dawn tomorrow. Yishan replied, and after that, he paid no further attention to Zhang Wujian, continuing to recount his tales of treasure hunting. Brother Shan, do you not fear encountering bandits along the way with such a merchant convoy? Zhang Wujian asked, perplexed. This seemingly ordinary merchant group, comprised entirely of common folk transporting goods, seemed particularly vulnerable to bandit attacks. Bandits? Upon hearing Zhang Wujian mention bandits, everyone burst into laughter, leaving him utterly bewildered. It was precisely such an ordinary convoy as ours that once fell prey to bandits, and by dawn, the heads of those ruffians were displayed outside the desert city. Yishan recounted the tale of the little witch, Yiwulei, who had vanquished the bandits, a name bestowed upon her by the people during that time. Haha, young brother. Fear not. No one dares to provoke the little witch, they chattered excitedly, as if she were their guardian deity. Is that so? Zhang Wujian asked, not without reason, for he had sensed that their group was being watched from the shadows. I hope we can reach the desert city safely by dawn, he thought to himself, believing that it was better to avoid trouble if possible. Suddenly, figures began to move swiftly through the yellow sands, and dozens of shadows encircled them. Brother Shan, we are surrounded, Zhang Wujian exclaimed, grabbing Yishan. Upon hearing this, Yishan turned to see the group of individuals encircling the convoy. They wore ghostly masks with protruding fangs, their wide eyes appearing particularly menacing against the backdrop of the yellow sands. Rather than fear, Yishan and his companions were struck by disbelief that anyone would dare to obstruct them. Brother Shan, find a way to contact your little witch. I will hold them off. Zhang Wujian shouted to Yishan. If the little witch indeed held such formidable power, this group of assailants could not possibly be ordinary bandits. Heh, what a bunch of small fry, one of the masked figures cackled, clearly recognizing that Zhang Wujian and his companions were mere commoners. Old Six, stop the chatter, eliminate them. Our master has decreed that no one is to enter the desert city, another growled in response. With that, the lead masked man swayed his body, brandishing a ghostly blade towards Yishan. Without hesitation, Zhang Wujian could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. He lunged forward with a powerful punch aimed directly at the masked man, unleashing his full strength as his fist sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. As Zhang Wujian unleashed his punch, the masked man was compelled to withdraw his blade for defense, abandoning his assault on Yishan. Quick to react to Zhang Wujian's attack, Yishan retrieved an arrow from his bosom. With a swift whoosh, a crimson light soared into the sky, accompanying the sound of the arrow's flight. Zhang Wujian's countenance darkened upon realizing that Yishan's means of contacting the little sorceress was through releasing arrows. What good is that contraption? He shouted at Yishan while fending off the masked man. Quite effective indeed. This is a specially crafted spiritual arrow by the young lady. Not only can she perceive it from this distance, but even farther afield. Yishan's eyes brimmed with reverence whenever he mentioned the little sorceress of the Yi house. Hurry and deal with the others. After releasing the arrow, the leading masked man urged his companions while intensifying his assaults on Zhang Wujian. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the masked men, Zhang Wujian could barely defend himself, only managing to protect Yishan. The anguished cries of those who had been laughing and joking just moments before pierced his heart, filling him with profound sorrow. This anguish fueled his strength, each punch growing more potent, infused with a mix of grief and rage. Wujian, save me. Yishan's cry drew Zhang Wujian's attention away for just a moment, allowing the leading masked man to strike him squarely in the chest. Die. The masked man, confident in his lethal blow, believed he would cleave Zhang Wujian in two. With a splatter of blood, Zhang Wujian coughed, crimson droplets mingling with the swirling yellow sand, carried off by the wind. Though injured by the masked man's attack, he harnessed the force of the blow to lunge at another assailant targeting Yishan. Chapter 36. the little sorceress not to be provoked Jiang Wujian's punch. A culmination of his entire strength, propelled by the force of being struck, surged forth like a cannonball towards the masked man attacking Yishan. No one anticipated that Jiang Wujian would utilize the momentum of the attack to counterstrike. With a resounding bang, the masked man was caught off guard by Jiang Wujian's desperate blow. By the time he reacted, he was already struck solidly by Jiang Wujian's fist, sent hurtling aside, thereby sparing Yishan's life. However, despite saving Yishan, Jiang Wujian found himself entirely defenseless against the leading masked man. "I will shatter you," the masked man announced, executing a swift, slicing motion with his blade, a shadow of steel cutting through the swirling sands, its elemental power coalescing at the edge, aimed directly at Jiang Wujian's midsection. The speed of the strike was astonishing. Jiang Wujian realized it was too late to evade, and could only raise his hand to shield himself. Suddenly, from the swirling sand, 3 azure lights shot towards them from a distance, one of which was aimed directly at the leading masked man. After 3 beams of azure light, a woman clad in red descended from the heavens, wielding a vibrant green bow. With her right hand gripping the bow and her left hand taut on the string, she unleashed several shafts of azure light that soared through the air, targeting every ghost-faced man present. Where the azure light traversed, it seemed to carry with it a fierce wrath, and the formidable power of her spiritual essence resonated through the air, producing a sound akin to the shattering of space itself. "Miss." Upon seeing the woman in red, Yishan exclaimed with excitement, while Jiang Wujian noted that Yi Wulei had narrowly evaded a fatal blow from the ghost-faced man. Should the leader of the ghost-faced men persist in his intent to harm Jiang Wujian, he would inevitably suffer injury at the hands of Yi Wulei himself. Old 6, retreat. Yi Wulei's sudden appearance compelled the ghost-faced men to flee, clearly demonstrating her formidable deterrent power. "Humph, do you think you can escape?" Yi Wulei scoffed coldly, her hands never ceasing their motion as she knocked her bow and unleashed a torrential rain of arrows, thousands of azure beams blotting out the sky. Swish! The leader of the ghost-faced men, with a swift motion, seized the individual he referred to as Old 6. "Brother, you," Old 6 barely managed to utter before being pierced by several shafts of azure light. The leader, using Old 6's body as a shield, shielded himself from the onslaught of arrows. "How utterly ruthless," Jiang Wujian muttered, genuinely impressed. In a life-or-death situation, the leader had sacrificed his comrade's life to save his own, an act not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. Having evaded the rain of arrows, the ghost-faced man discarded the lifeless body he held and summoned his spiritual essence to flee into the distance. "Can you truly escape?" Yi Wulei coldly observed the retreating figure of the ghost-faced man, then gradually raised her longbow. "Find." A hum emanated from the vibrant green bow, its azure light sparkling as Yi Wulei gently plucked the string, causing the azure glow to vanish in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wulei appeared before Jiang Wujian, clutching the ghost-faced man in her grasp. Such speed left Jiang Wujian astounded, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Yishan, remove this ghostly visage. I wish to see what lies beneath, human or demon." Yi Wulei casually tossed the ghost-faced man to Yishan's feet. At that moment, the ghost-faced man was ensnared in a tangle of azure threads, rendering him incapable of escape, no matter how he struggled. "You dare? I warn you. Every single one of you will perish, including all the inhabitants of Desert City." The ghost-faced man roared, his words laced with fury. After uttering these threats, his head tilted, and a stream of black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Miss, he has died." Yishan observed the black blood seeping from the ghost-faced man's lips, a hint of fear creeping into his voice, causing him to tremble slightly. "If he is dead, how can we discern his identity? Hurry, remove the mask." With a sense of urgency, Yi Wulei urged Yishan onward. Yishan, feeling apprehensive, could only grimace and, with closed eyes, remove the mask from the ghost-faced man. To his astonishment, Yi Wulei realized the identity of the man beneath the mask. Yishan, too, wore a look of surprise upon recognizing the figure. "Miss, isn't this the renowned Xiao Feng from the recent tales in the Desert City?" he exclaimed. Jiang Wujian, observing the expressions of Yi Wulei and Yishan, deduced that this man lying on the ground was someone they were familiar with. However, he had no intention of becoming embroiled in the current situation. His purpose in arriving at the Desert City was solely to locate the Demon God Ring. He wished to remain uninvolved in the conflicts among the various factions. Recently, rumors had circulated in the Desert City regarding the dominance of the ghostly figures from beyond the desert, and it seemed that these individuals were indeed the rumored specters. As Yi Wulei regarded the fallen Xiao Feng, she pondered the nature of the individual who could compel someone of Xiaofeng's stature to serve him so devotedly. The desert city had been rife with strange occurrences lately, and the influx of unfamiliar faces suggested that these specters were also drawn by the allure of treasure. Though their intent appeared to be one of monopolization, resorting to violence against anyone who stood in their way. As she analyzed the situation, Yiwulei nodded, as if affirming her own deductions. By the way, who are you? Yiwulei's question ignited a surge of irritation within Zhang Wujian, as it became apparent that she had overlooked his presence entirely. Miss, this is Brother Zhang Wujian. If it weren't for him, I would never have had the chance to see you, Yishan interjected, his face a portrait of sorrow as he wallowed in self-pity. Zhang Wujian was now acutely aware of Yishan's talent for theatrics. Ah, so it was he who saved your life, rather than me? Yiwulei's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint that sent a chill down both Yishan's and Zhang Wujian's spines. Brother Shan, I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave and forego the journey to the desert city, Zhang Wujian stated, hastily departing without awaiting a response from Yishan. Hey, you think you can run away? Yiwulei smirked, her expression transforming into that of a mischievous imp as she watched Zhang Wujian flee. In an instant, Yiwulei flashed in front of him, her gaze filled with an air of inevitability that left Zhang Wujian feeling resigned. Miss, I truly have urgent business, he protested, attempting to sidestep her. But Yiwulei mirrored his movements, effectively blocking his path. Brother Zhang, why are you running? The miss is not a ferocious tigress, Yishan gasped as he caught up, only to receive a sharp slap that elicited a yelp from him. I apologize, miss. I was mistaken. You are not the ferocious one. I am. Yishan covered his face and promptly sought forgiveness from Yiwulei, realizing that he had overstepped. Return to the desert city and instruct Uncle Quan to comfort the families of the deceased, ensuring they receive proper burials. Upon receiving the command from Yishan, he swiftly made his way towards the desert city. Despite his haste, he did not forget to remind Zhang Wujian to seek his own fortune. Pray tell, how did you manage to get into my caravan? Yiwulei inquired, a glimmer of menace flickering in her eyes. I merely lost my way and fortuitously encountered your caravan. With the intention of traveling together, I decided to accompany them, Zhang Wujian replied, feeling the weight of Yiwulei's fierce gaze. Recognizing the peril of provoking this little sorceress, he recounted his acquaintance with Yishan, omitting, of course, the true motive behind his presence. Lost, are you? I can tell at a glance that you are no good. It appears I must escort you back and administer a little discipline with my whip, Yiwulei declared. With that, countless strands of her azure hair ensnared Zhang Wujian, binding him tightly. Let me advise you, do not struggle, for the consequences will be yours to bear, she warned. Zhang Wujian, having already experienced the tightening grip of her hair, believed her words implicitly. Wait, I say, dear lady, I did rescue your servant after all. Is this truly how you repay my kindness? Zhang Wujian, now bound, resorted to his most persuasive eloquence. Silence. Obey me, or I shall abandon you here, Yiwulei retorted, leaving Zhang Wujian aware that this young lady would not easily relent. Reluctantly, he followed her towards the desert city, finally understanding the meaning behind Yishan's earlier words. Let us proceed, but should I pose any questions, you shall answer solely at my behest, Yiwulei urged, nudging Zhang Wujian forward with her foot. What brings you to the desert city? She demanded, her gaze fixed on his bowed head. Having witnessed Zhang Wujian's act of saving Yishan, she had little patience for his evasions. Do you believe I merely passed by? Zhang Wujian regretted his words the moment they left his lips, and his heart sank as Yiwulei retaliated with a swift kick. Should you continue to be evasive, I will not hesitate to shoot you with an arrow. Do you believe me? Yiwulei threatened, pointing her finger at him. Despite her fierce demeanor, Zhang Wujian sensed no true malice in her. I confess, I was merely wandering and inadvertently lost my way. I had no intention of visiting the desert city, he admitted, realizing that this young lady was not easily deceived. Wandering, you say? With your sword? Yiwulei scoffed, and to his surprise, she shot an arrow not at him, but as a warning. This is your final admonition. Should you remain uncooperative, the next arrow shall pierce your heart, she declared, her grip on him tightening as her eyes blazed with fury. Resembling the fearsome tigress Yishan described. I speak only the truth, he insisted. Nay, I declare I am here in search of treasure. As Yiwulei raised her long bow, Zhang Wujian, having heard her words, promptly changed his story to say that he had come in search of treasure. Upon uttering the word treasure, Yiwulei lowered her bow and gazed at Zhang Wujian with a triumphant expression. If you are indeed here to seek treasure, you must know what kind of treasure it is, correct? Yiwulei asked with a smug smile, having put away her bow. I am unaware of what treasure it may be, I merely heard whispers on my journey that treasures awaited in the desert city, so I ventured this way. Only to find myself lost, Jiang Wu Jian replied, contemplating that since I Wu Lei was aware of many seeking treasure in the desert city, there was no need for him to conceal anything further. I anticipated you would not be entirely forthright from the beginning. Recently, strange phenomena have indeed been occurring in the desert city. If you are here for treasure, you must take me along. Jiang Wu Jian's words drew 3 dark lines across his face, as he had no desire to be entangled with I Wu Lei, yet she insisted on binding them together. Remember, this matter must remain between us. Should a third party learn of it, you can imagine the dire consequences you would face, I Wu Lei warned, raising her bow towards Jiang Wu Jian, who could only respond with exasperation. Ahead lay the desert city, and I Wu Lei reminded him of their agreement. Jiang Wu Jian beheld a city rising amidst the yellow sands. Chapter 37. The rival appears. The desert city lacked the grandeur of Cloud City and the magnificence of Sword Forging City. Instead, it exuded a sense of weightiness. This heaviness instilled a feeling of stability, a sense that amidst the shifting sands, a city could protect everything within its walls. Jiang Wu Jian appreciated the sensation that the desert city bestowed upon him. Had he arrived here from the start, the tale of Sword Forging City might have unfolded differently. At the entrance of the desert city, Aishan stood calling out loudly for I Wu Lei from a distance. However, her shout caused those leisurely strolling within the city to scurry away, as if they had been electrified. Ah, you are quite the celebrity. The entire city makes way for you, Jiang Wu Jian remarked, detecting the mockery in his tone. Though I Wu Lei chose not to engage in banter and merely shot him a glare. If you dare to shout like that again, I shall cut out your tongue, she threatened as she approached Aishan, who lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze. Is this a ghost town? Hello, is there anyone alive? Come out and speak. Jiang Wu Jian called out as he wandered the streets, reveling in the sight of the pouting I Wu Lei, his spirits lifting with each passing moment. Thud, thud. Unable to bear Jiang Wu Jian's smug demeanor, I Wu Lei mercilessly kicked him twice in the rear. Little Demoness, may I pose a question to you? Jiang Wu Jian, unfazed by her kicks, looked at her with a mischievous grin. Silence. Utter another word, and I shall sever your tongue. Knowing that Jiang Wu Jian was incapable of uttering anything pleasant, I Wu Lei preferred to silence him rather than endure his provocations. Brother Xuan, what does one need to do to be so universally adored? Jiang Wu Jian, now ensnared by I Wu Lei, could only resort to verbal sparring. You insolent rogue. I shall allow you to gloat for now, but soon you shall learn the true sting of my little whip. Ishan had initially wished to converse with Jiang Wu Jian. Yet upon hearing I Wu Lei mention the whip, he immediately recoiled in trepidation. Brother, before we reach the desert city, let us pretend we are strangers. After uttering this, Ishan hastily darted toward I Wu Lei, eager to curry favor. By heavens, this fellow's duplicitous nature is second only to my own in its audacity, Jiang Wu Jian remarked, showering praise upon Ishan with a touch of sarcasm. As I Wu Lei guided Jiang Wu Jian toward the I residence, they encountered no one along their path. Upon arrival, I Wu Lei seized Jiang Wu Jian, her eyes glinting with mischief. Ishan, fetch my little whip, she commanded. Upon hearing her words, Ishan promptly dashed off to retrieve the whip, though Jiang Wu Jian discerned a glimmer of excitement in Ishan's eyes. Brother Jiang, ha. Ishan's lewd laughter sent shivers down Jiang Wu Jian's spine. He now understood the extent to which this little sorceress could go. Bring him forth, bind him, I Wu Lei bellowed, prompting 2 burly men to emerge from the I residence. Without uttering a word, they dragged Jiang Wu Jian into an empty room. The 2 men expertly bound him to the wall, then swiftly exited, as if terrified of I Wu Lei. Miss, the whip has arrived, Ishan exclaimed, brandishing a leather whip as he hurried toward I Wu Lei. Strip him bare. If I do not strike him to death today, I shall not bear the name, I Wu Lei declared, pouting as the whip cracked menacingly in the air. My apologies, Brother Jiang, Ishan remarked, standing beside Jiang Wu Jian with a sympathetic expression. Our little mistress cannot find joy without inflicting punishment upon someone daily. Today, you shall bear the brunt of her whims. We at the I residence are all grateful to you. However, Jiang Wu Jian's thoughts were far from gratitude. He harbored a secret. Should his garments be removed, the will of the demon god would be unveiled to I Wu Lei. Wait, I have something to tell you, Jiang Wu Jian called out urgently. Upon hearing his plea, I Wu Lei deftly swung her whip, sending Ishan tumbling aside. Come closer, I can only confide in you. After uttering this, Jiang Wu Jian turned to Ishan, revealing a knowing smile. This smile sent a chill down Ishan's spine. I promised to accompany you on a treasure hunt, but as Jiang Wu Jian spoke, he deliberately cast a glance at Ishan and fell silent. Yi Wulei, not one to be easily deceived, discerned that his hesitance was undoubtedly linked to Yi Xuan. Brother Jiang, do not put me in jeopardy. We have no enmity between us. Jiang Wujian's gaze revealed everything. Yi Xuan yearned to flee, yet was paralyzed by fear. Did you not acquire that ghostly mask? If Yin Gui truly seeks treasure, he must eliminate this group. Allow him to wander the city with that mask. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's words, Yi Wulei's eyes sparkled with understanding. Ah, you rascal, you are indeed luring the snake out of its hole. Yi Wulei had indeed taken the ghost mask from Xiao Feng and was contemplating how to investigate this group. Miss, if I go, my life is forfeit. Yi Xuan, terrified by Jiang Wujian's dubious suggestion, hastily pleaded for mercy from Yi Wulei. Just as Yi Xuan was begging, a voice resonated from outside the room. Young master. Clad in white, with a handsome visage and a gentle smile, this was none other than Yi Wuhan, the dream suitor of countless maidens in the great desert city. As described by Yi Xuan, release them at once. Yi Wuhan's tone was soft, yet carried an undeniable seriousness. Upon seeing him, Yi Wulei's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation. You always know how to scold me. Jiang Wujian nearly retorted with a curse upon hearing Yi Wulei's complaint, feeling his own grievances were far more substantial. While this young lady appeared aggrieved over a mere word. Humph, Yi Wulei huffed in annoyance, as the bindings of her azure hair transformed into specks of blue light, dissipating into the air. Once Jiang Wujian was liberated from his constraints, Yi Xuan hurriedly approached to unshackle the iron chains that bound him. Brother, my little sister is too headstrong. I have not managed her well. I hope you can forgive any offense. Yi Wuhan conveyed his apologies to Jiang Wujian, while Yi Wulei, unable to voice her thoughts, merely simmered in frustration. Yi Wulei's obedient demeanor before Yi Wuhan surprised Jiang Wujian. It seems even the little sorceress has her nemesis. My friend, I am magnanimous. I shall overlook this little girl's behavior, but I have pressing matters and must take my leave. Without allowing for a response, Jiang Wujian expressed his gratitude with a fist salute to Yi Wuhan and strode purposefully toward the exit. Jiang Wujian, the head of the Jiang family in Sword Forging City, a newly risen power among the city's elite. Just as he reached the threshold, Yi Wuhan's words halted him. You know of me? Jiang Wujian had never encountered Yi Wuhan and found it hard to believe he was of such renown. I have only heard tales of you, your deeds, and your appearance. Yi Wuhan's gaze had remained fixed on Jiang Wujian since entering the room. He never anticipated that the man in his eyes would be such a figure. The words of Yi Wuhan deeply concerned Jiang Wujian, indicating that someone had previously detailed Jiang Wujian's affairs before Yi Wuhan. Brother, this fellow is the man that Sister Yuexin cannot seem to part with. How could someone like him win her heart? Yi Wulei's statement unraveled the confusion in Jiang Wujian's mind, revealing that it was indeed Qin Yuexin who had informed Yi Wuhan. Silence. Yi Wulei opened his mouth, intending to say more, but fearing Yi Wuhan, he suppressed his words. Brother Jiang, would you do me the honor of gathering for a discourse? Yi Wuhan maintained a cordial smile towards Jiang Wujian, yet Jiang Wujian discerned that Yi Wuhan's demeanor was not genuinely amiable. What the hell? Is this my rival in love? Jiang Wujian had never been one to cower, especially upon learning of the acquaintance between Qin Yuexin and Yi Wuhan. Let us depart. Jiang Wujian tilted his head towards Yi Wuhan, who moved past him towards the Yi family's parlor. How could Sister Yuexin be attracted to such a person? My brother surpasses him by several magnitudes. Yi Wulei, observing the departing Yi Wuhan, finally felt emboldened to speak. What are you dawdling for? Go and attend to your duties. Yi Wulei kicked Yi Xuan, who was still in a daze. For the Yi family, Qin Yuexin was regarded as the future matriarch, so it was no wonder Yi Xuan was stunned by Yi Wuhan's words. By the way, when did Yuexin come by? The mention of Qin Yuexin's name stirred ripples in Jiang Wujian's heart. About half a month ago, Yi Wuhan spoke sparingly, leaving Jiang Wujian uncertain whether Yi Wuhan was generally taciturn or merely reserved in his presence. Our Yi family and the Qin family are both esteemed clans. It is only natural for the two families to maintain contact. Yi Wuhan regarded Jiang Wujian, seeming unable to identify any resemblance to the person Qin Yuexin had described. Am I handsome? Jiang Wujian asked with a smile, sensing that Yi Wuhan had been scrutinizing him since their first meeting, which irked him. I merely wish to ascertain whether the man Yuexin speaks of is truly as remarkable as she claims. In the parlor, Yi Wuhan gestured for Jiang Wujian to take a seat, and Jiang Wujian accepted without hesitation. Your excellence has no bearing on me. I would never take a liking to you. Surely, you do not seek me merely to admire my presence? Jiang Wujian understood that someone like Yi Wuhan would not trouble him solely based on Qin Yuexin's words. Recently, many strangers have arrived in Demo City, all with a singular purpose, to seek treasure. Jiang Wujian refrained from responding, merely nodding in acknowledgement of Yi Wuhan's words. The individuals you encountered belong to a faction known as Yin Gui, who have been active outside the city, ensuring that anyone venturing out is thoroughly expelled. From Yi Wuhan, Jiang Wujian learned that those from the Yin Gui faction had never entered the city, perpetually lingering outside, particularly near the site of recent anomalies. Do you truly intend to infiltrate Yin Gui wearing that mask? Jiang Wujian understood that Yi Wuhan had refrained from taking action against Yin Gui because Yin Gui's men had not harmed those within the desert city. It is not I who shall go, but you. I am well acquainted with these individuals in the desert city. You, however, are a stranger to them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wujian nearly erupted in anger towards Yi Wuhan, secretly pondering whether this fellow intended to use Yin Gui's hand to eliminate him. Do not overthink it. I harbor feelings for you, Eshin, yet I would never harm you for that reason. At present, you are indeed the most suitable candidate. The conversation with Yi Wuhan left Jiang Wujian somewhat hesitant. He realized that successfully infiltrating Yin Gui would undoubtedly provide him with numerous advantages in his treasure-seeking endeavors, as it would facilitate the exploration of many leads. Chapter 38. Infiltrating the Yin Gui faction. Jiang Wujian weighed his options. Although the risks were considerable, the potential information to be gained was equally vast. Very well, I accept your proposition. However, what benefits shall I receive in return? Jiang Wujian was not one to suffer losses easily. Since Yi Wuhan sought to eliminate the faction known as Yin Gui, Jiang Wujian was determined to negotiate for a substantial reward. The treasures belong to you. Yi Wuhan's words caused Jiang Wujian to roll his eyes. The treasures had long been regarded as his own in his mind. The treasures are undoubtedly mine. Perhaps you might consider offering some additional benefits. Jiang Wujian was not one to be courteous with Yi Wuhan, especially knowing that this individual was quite affluent. What do you desire? Yi Wuhan, now aware of the roguish demeanor Jiang Wujian exuded, realized that this fellow would not relent without obtaining something of value. 500 jade crystals. Jiang Wujian dared to make such a bold request, for 500 jade crystals constituted a considerable sum. Very well, I agree. Yi Wuhan unhesitatingly acquiesced to Jiang Wujian's demand, which left the latter feeling somewhat disgruntled, sensing his own excessive leniency and the inadequacy of his demands. I noticed that bow your sister possesses. Why not procure one for me as well, for my own protection? Yi Wuhan's previously calm demeanor finally faltered, as he struggled to suppress the urge to confront Jiang Wujian. None available. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Yi Wuhan regained his composure and adopted a tranquil expression once more. Anything else will suffice. You see, I lack any weaponry. Perhaps you could provide me with a storage ring? Yi Wuhan clenched his fists, a blaze of indignation igniting in his eyes, his fair visage tinged with a slight flush. None available. Yi Wuhan gritted his teeth as he spoke to Jiang Wujian. Very well, if there is none, so be it. Jiang Wujian recognized that requesting a storage ring was somewhat unreasonable, and upon observing Yi Wuhan's suppressed frustration, he quickly relented, deciding to forego any further demands. You may only wield a knife. Yi Wuhan understood that Xiao Feng's weapon was a knife, thus Jiang Wujian could only use a knife, allowing him to masquerade as Xiao Feng within the Yin Gui faction. Indeed, I should have rummaged through that fellow's belongings earlier. Perhaps I could have secured a fortune. Jiang Wujian murmured about not having rummaged through Xiao Feng's belongings after being remarked upon by Yi Wuhan. Observing Jiang Wujian, Yi Wuhan pondered how Qin Yuexin could possibly be attracted to such a person, deeming them utterly mismatched. I have investigated. All you need do is venture 50 miles beyond the city to the Wolf Valley to contact Yin Gui. Yi Wuhan had previously tracked some Yin Gui, and their final whereabouts were invariably in the Wolf Valley. When you leave the city, I shall assist you in eliminating any pursuers behind you, and at that moment, you may don their masks. Upon concluding his words, Yi Wuhan extended his hand, revealing a ghostly blade that appeared in his grasp. Jiang Wujian recognized that this fellow undoubtedly possessed a storage ring. As soon as he laid eyes on the ghostly blade, he regarded Yi Wuhan with a peculiar expression. Indeed, this was the very ghostly blade of Xiao Feng. Would you care for it? Perhaps sensing Jiang Wujian's thoughts, Yi Wuhan's expression faltered slightly. After acquiring the ghostly blade, the two deliberated on various details, including how to relay information. The following day, Jiang Wujian departed from the great desert city alone. After he exited the city, Yi Wuhan discreetly observed the movements outside from a concealed vantage point within the city. Jiang Wujian had agreed with Yi Wuhan that he would only don the mask upon receiving a signal. This signal was the ringing of the city bell. Thus, Jiang Wujian proceeded towards the direction of the Wolf Valley. Yi Wuhan's speculation proved accurate. After Jiang Wujian left the great desert city, two individuals appeared at the city gates. After exchanging a glance, They hastily followed in the direction Jiang Wujian had taken. Everything at the city gate remained under Yi Wuhan's control. Once those tracking Jiang Wujian had exited the gate, Yi Wuhan swiftly vanished from sight. Within mere moments, 2 corpses lay in the sands, each adorned with ghostly masks, while a man in white stood beside them. Indeed, it was Yi Wuhan, clearing away Jiang Wujian's tail. Regarding Yi Wuhan, there has long been a saying in the great desert city, where the yellow sands leave traces, the white-clad is without a trace. Boom. The sound of the city bell resonated through the great desert city. Upon hearing the toll, Jiang Wujian hastily donned the ghostly mask and sped towards the Wolf Valley. Contrary to expectation, the Wolf Valley was not teeming with wolves. Rather, its topography resembled a crouching wolf poised to pounce, hence its name. Following the directions and terrain descriptions provided by Yi Wuhan, Jiang Wujian was certain he had arrived at the Wolf Valley. Yet, apart from himself, he saw no one else. In the Wolf Valley, Jiang Wujian stood still, time slipping away quietly as he waited for nearly a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation emanating from the ghostly mask upon his face, and inexplicably, 2 individuals materialized in the previously desolate Wolf Valley. Why are you only just returning? The ghost master awaits you. Hurry along, they urged, immediately pulling Jiang Wujian along. Subsequently, he felt the environment shift, and the 3 found themselves within an underground palace. Beneath the mask, Jiang Wujian silently observed everything within the expansive underground palace, which was patrolled by a squad adorned with ghostly visages. Led by 2 individuals, he navigated through several corridors until they arrived at a location that resembled an altar. Upon the altar sat a figure with a golden ghost mask, comfortably settled upon a chair crafted entirely of skulls. Flanking the altar were 2 individuals donning silver ghost masks, suggesting that these individuals were the masterminds behind this ghostly organization. Reporting to the Ghost Lord, the individual has been brought. The 2 men accompanying Jiang Wujian announced to the figure with the golden mask. The Ghost Lord inquired, "Have you ascertained the precise location of the treasure?" One of the silver-masked figures spoke up, reporting to the Ghost Lord, "My subordinates have failed to uncover it." Jiang Wujian lowered his voice, attempting to mimic Xiaofeng's tone as best as he could. "What has happened to your voice?" The silver-masked figure suddenly questioned Jiang Wujian, indicating that Xiaofeng held some standing among them. Jiang Wujian then recounted a tale involving Di Yulei's confrontation with Xiaofeng. Though he altered the details to suggest that all of Xiaofeng's subordinates had been vanquished, and he had barely escaped with injuries. Curse that Di family. If it weren't for the orders from above. The silver-masked figure trailed off abruptly, while the golden-masked figure remained silent throughout. Reporting to the Ghost Lord, "We have located the treasure." At that moment, another ghost-faced man appeared beside Jiang Wujian and the others, addressing the figure on the altar. "Haha, we have finally found it. Relay the Ghost Lord's command for all the spirits to return to the nest." It was the same silver-masked figure who spoke again, and upon issuing the command, Jiang Wujian's companions immediately bowed in compliance, and he followed suit. As he bent down, Jiang Wujian quickly scanned the surroundings of the altar, noticing 16 ghost-faced men standing beneath it. After receiving their orders, Jiang Wujian departed the altar alongside the 2 men, leaving only the one who had discovered the treasure's location behind. Upon exiting the altar, Jiang Wujian's companions bid him farewell, stating they were off to relay the Ghost Lord's command. With no one following him, Jiang Wujian relished the solitude, exchanging a few casual pleasantries with them. He was astonished that such a formidable ghostly force existed within this vast underground palace. What puzzled Jiang Wujian was whether this underground palace lay beneath the Wild Wolf Valley. Tick-tock. Seizing the opportunity of being alone, Jiang Wujian wandered through the corridors of the palace, uncertain of his whereabouts, until he suddenly heard the sound of dripping water. Halt! This is a forbidden area. As he followed the sound of the dripping water to its source, 2 ghost-faced men appeared, blocking his path. Jiang Wujian waved at them, and then turned to leave. The presence of dripping water indicated that this underground palace was not situated beneath the Wild Wolf Valley. The Valley of the Wild Wolves is surrounded by yellow sand, devoid of any water, and it is inconceivable that such a grand underground palace could exist beneath the sands. Where, indeed, could this palace be located? Jiang Wujian pondered, scratching his head, contemplating where one might encounter such a vast underground edifice. Suddenly, a thought struck him, but he quickly dismissed this audacious notion. At that moment, a proclamation rang out. By the decree of the Ghost Lord, all Yin ghosts are to assemble at the altar. While Jiang Wujian was mulling over the underground palace, he heard the announcement, and soon, all those adorned with ghostly masks began to make their way towards the altar. Mingling with the throng, Jiang Wujian followed suit, but along the way, the yin ghosts parted before him, granting him passage. Upon entering the altar, he noticed the two individuals who had guided him there, and he swiftly approached them. We have finally uncovered the location of the hidden treasure. By the Ghost Lord's decree, any yin ghost who locates the treasure shall ascend to the rank of copper-faced yin ghost. As the silver-masked figure concluded his statement, murmurs of excitement rippled through the gathered yin ghosts below the altar. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that the Ghost Lord would bestow his guidance upon those who surrendered the treasure. The atmosphere among the yin ghosts became charged with anticipation, as the prospect of receiving the Ghost Lord's instruction was viewed as the highest honor. Even the two masked figures beside Zhang Wujian exhibited signs of agitation. Brother Xiao, if we could receive the Ghost Lord's personal instruction, it would truly be a life well lived, one of them remarked to Zhang Wujian, their tone brimming with inexplicable enthusiasm. Zhang Wujian felt a surge of curiosity regarding the nature of this instruction that could elicit such fervor among the crowd. Observing the exhilaration in the yin ghosts below, the silver-masked figure's eyes glinted with a hint of mockery. After the silver-masked figure finished speaking, the golden-masked figure seated upon a skeletal throne waved his hand. An image materialized in the air above the altar, depicting a crescent-shaped lake surrounded by verdant foliage, the waters glimmering dazzlingly under the sun. This is the location where we shall search for the treasure, Crescent Lake, situated 300 miles from Desert City, the silver-masked figure announced, gesturing towards the image. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, the golden-masked figure shattered the image, which ultimately vanished from sight. It appeared that this golden-masked figure possessed knowledge of ancient lore. Zhang Wujian, witnessing the golden-masked figure conjure an image in the air akin to the high priest of the demon god tribe, developed a keen interest in his identity. Externally, Crescent Lake did not seem to harbor any treasures, surrounded only by a few plants, with nothing else in sight. Zhang Wujian observed the individuals at the altar, fully aware that the quest for treasure would not be so straightforward. Given that they were encircled, it was inevitable that powerful factions would dispatch their own representatives, and thus, Zhang Wujian remained skeptical that the treasure would be easily obtained. Let us depart, commanded the silver-masked figure to the assembly below the altar. Chapter 39. The tormented when the silver-masked specter issued his command, Zhang Wujian felt an immediate heaviness in his body, as if his mind had momentarily succumbed to blankness. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself at Crescent Lake, and upon glancing back, he was taken aback to discover over 100 specters trailing him. As Zhang Wujian arrived at Crescent Lake, the siblings from Desert City hastened towards the location with utmost urgency. It turned out that under the directive of Yi Wulei, Yi Wuhan had cast a spell of boundless tracking upon Zhang Wujian. Good heavens, so many of them, Zhang Wujian thought, startled by the sheer number of specters. However, he was perplexed as to why only the forces of the Yama appeared here, with no other entities in sight. This situation left him utterly bewildered, prompting him to wonder if he had made a grave mistake. Gazing at Crescent Lake, he noted its tranquil surface and crystal-clear waters, yet the depths appeared unfathomably profound. The silver-masked specter announced to all that the treasure lay at the lake's bottom, and soon, individuals began to leap into the water. Once the first took the plunge, others followed suit with eager urgency. In a short span of time, Zhang Wujian found himself the sole individual remaining on the shore, alongside the silver-masked specter. Why do you not join them? The specter inquired, his voice laced with ominous intent. Zhang Wujian, casting a wary glance at the specter, felt a growing unease. Why do you not descend? Zhang Wujian retorted, though inwardly, he braced himself for any sudden aggression from the specter. As they faced off, bubbles began to rise ominously from the depths of Crescent Lake. Zhang Wujian observed with alarm as the bubbles emerged, tainted with a shade of crimson, initially appearing one or two at a time, until the entire surface was riddled with sinister blood bubbles. This was indeed alarming. Realizing the perilous nature of the situation, Zhang Wujian instinctively turned to flee. However, escape would not come easily. The silver-masked specter, watching Zhang Wujian retreat, exhibited no concern for his potential escape. Disregarding whether the specter pursued him, Zhang Wujian understood that survival was paramount. Get back! A second silver-masked specter materialized before him, striking out with a forceful palm. With a swift reaction, Zhang Wujian retaliated, his fist colliding with the specter's hand in a fierce clash. The impact reverberated through him, sending him staggering backward several meters, his feet carving deep grooves in the sandy ground, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. In that moment, Zhang Wujian realized that the specters were not merely on a treasure hunt. They were entangled in a more sinister plot. Return, and obediently leap into the lake. It took considerable effort to gather 1,000 souls, Your absence would jeopardize the entire endeavor. The silver-masked specter advanced menacingly, his tone icy and devoid of mercy. Heh, my life is not so easily claimed. As Jiang Wujian spoke, he removed his mask, his eyes reflecting a chilling calmness amidst the chaos. From the recent display of force by the silver-masked figure, it is evident that this individual seeks the living capture of Jiang Wujian, which is the greatest advantage for Jiang Wujian. As long as he can buy some time, he firmly believes that Yi Wuhan will inevitably arrive. Although Jiang Wujian is unaware of Yi Wuhan's methods, his faith remains unshaken. With a defiant spirit, the silver-masked figure launched himself forward, reaching for Jiang Wujian's neck. It must be acknowledged that the speed of the silver-masked figure is remarkable. Despite Jiang Wujian's own swiftness, he found himself retreating the moment the attack was initiated. Thus, Jiang Wujian narrowly escaped the grasp of the silver-masked figure. Let us see how many times you can evade, the silver-masked figure sneered. Taken aback by Jiang Wujian's ability to dodge the strike, which ignited a sense of embarrassment in front of his peers and fueled his anger, prompting him to strike even faster than before. Jiang Wujian's gaze sharpened as he hurled the ghost-headed knife he had been clutching towards the silver-masked figure. No one anticipated this unexpected maneuver, yet it indeed granted Jiang Wujian a few precious seconds. In that fleeting moment, he managed to create some distance from his assailant. The two successive misses only intensified the fury of the silver-masked figure. In a flurry of shadows, the silver-masked figure transformed into several phantoms, each lunging towards Jiang Wujian from various angles. Eerie wails reminiscent of spirits echoed from the apparitions, creating a chilling atmosphere as they clawed towards him. Realizing he was cornered, Jiang Wujian resolved to fight with every ounce of strength he possessed. Clenching his fists, the sound of cracking bones echoed as he prepared for the impending confrontation. Having previously practiced with the 9-section golden python, Jiang Wujian recalled that he could unleash the Python Mountain Strike using sheer strength. With a resounding impact, he executed the Python Mountain Strike, shattering one of the approaching phantoms. However, in doing so, another phantom managed to claw at his arm. The fabric of Jiang Wujian's sleeve was torn, leaving a shallow mark upon the frost crystal armor he wore. Although he sustained an injury, the frost crystal armor had protected him thus far, never before showing any signs of damage. Seeing the scratch upon the armor, Jiang Wujian felt a surge of relief. Had it not been for the frost crystal armor, that last strike could have rendered his arm useless. The simultaneous expressions of shock from both Jiang Wujian and the silver-masked figure were palpable. It appears you possess protective armor. Let us see whether your armor is tougher than my ghostly claws. This phrase resonated as if all phantoms spoke in unison, creating an unsettling cacophony. Jiang Wujian's ability to shatter a phantom with a single punch had already astonished the silver-masked figure. But the revelation of his protective armor deepened the latter's realization that Jiang Wujian was no ordinary individual. The armor is quite impressive. I shall claim it. In the midst of the ethereal shadow, an unrestrained greed manifested, seemingly unaffected by Jiang Wujian's presence. While words flowed from its lips, the silver-masked specter relentlessly continued its barrage, leaving Jiang Wujian gasping for breath, his garments in tatters. It appeared as if the silver-masked specter took pleasure in tormenting Jiang Wujian. Each strike deliberately aimed at his frost crystal armor. At this moment, the armor bore shallow claw marks, and Jiang Wujian's body was severely injured. To withstand such relentless blows is unexpected. Your resilience is commendable. Despite the unyielding assault, Jiang Wujian persevered, earning the silver-masked specter's newfound respect. Although he was gravely wounded, Jiang Wujian felt a warm current within him, mending his injuries. This warmth stemmed from the earth spirit spring he had absorbed, though its healing pace was far outmatched by the toll of his wounds. Nevertheless, this would allow him to endure for a while longer, for time was of the essence. The longer he could delay, the greater his chance of survival, as he firmly believed that Yi Wuhan would find him. While fending off the silver-masked specter's brutal strikes, Jiang Wujian emitted a derisive snort. My interest in you grows, for you possess a curiosity I yearn to explore. The silver-masked specter was intrigued by Jiang Wujian's ability to withstand such punishment. However, it was even more drawn to a certain essence emanating from him, a longing that resonated deeply within its being. Had it not been for the intention to keep Jiang Wujian alive and the presence of a companion by Crescent Lake, the silver-masked specter would have ruthlessly slain him. For Jiang Wujian, the specter's current assaults were lethal. It was merely a matter of time. The object of the specter's desire was the faint aura of the demon goddess while radiating from Jiang Wujian. Unable to cultivate, Jiang Wujian remained oblivious to this subtle essence. Only those like the silver-masked specter who practiced a form of shadow element, could sense it in proximity to Jiang Wujian. With the specter's level of cultivation, it would ordinarily be incapable of perceiving such an aura. Yet its affinity for dark elements enabled an instinctual craving for the essence of the demon god's will. After the initial clash at Mang Mountain, Jiang Wujian had been unable to counterattack, remaining solely in a defensive stance. He could only strive to withstand the silver-masked specter's onslaught, minimizing the damage taken, and prolonging the inevitable. Do not delay any longer. Throw him into the lake. The silver-masked specter shouted from the bank of Crescent Lake, where the waters had turned a deep crimson, transforming the entire crescent-shaped lake into a pool of blood. The once tranquil surface of the lake now roiled violently, as if the very waters had been brought to a furious boil. The tumultuous waves echoed an urgent summons, compelling the final soul to be cast into the depths. As Jiang Wujian, who had been calculating the passage of time, heard the insistence of another silver-masked figure, a sense of unease enveloped him. In his moment of anxiety, the silver specter seized upon his vulnerability, grasping Jiang's arm and yanking him forward. Jiang's body swayed precariously, and he was hurled into the air. The silver figure delivered a swift kick, sending Jiang uncontrollably soaring toward Moon Crescent Lake. With a swift kick, the silver specter charged toward the other silver figure at the lake's edge. In an instant, the lakeside figure was caught off guard, unprepared for an attack from an ally. "You bastard!" he shouted, but before he could fully react, he was propelled into the lake, the sudden turn of events silencing his curse with a resounding splash. A crimson bubble marked the end of his life beneath the water's surface. As Jiang Wujian appeared destined to follow, the silver specter lunged, catching him just in time and pulling him back. In one fluid motion, he struck Jiang's chest with a force unlike any prior assault, delivering a fatal blow. The impact resonated through Jiang, sending shockwaves that shattered his insides, and he could not halt the torrent of blood that erupted from him, his body spiraling through the air. As he crashed to the ground, rolling for several meters and stirring up clouds of yellow dust, the silver specter let out a low growl, leaping toward the fallen Jiang with the intent to deliver a final strike. "You owe me a life, Yi Wuhan." Faced with the advancing silver figure, despair washed over Jiang. Yet amidst this hopelessness, a strange warmth began to stir within him. "When did I owe you my life?" A familiar voice resonated, accompanied by a fleeting white shadow that interposed itself before Jiang, brandishing a silver spear. Chapter 40. The grim scene at the lake's bottom. This familiar voice extinguished the heat within Jiang, igniting a fierce will to survive. "Cursed be it, I am so weary. Let me rest." A sense of inexplicable trust toward Yi Wuhan enveloped him as he slowly closed his eyes, embracing the soothing warmth coursing through him. Yi Wuhan cast a glance back at the unconscious Jiang, and then a crimson figure descended, Yi Wulei landing beside him. "Watch over him," Yi Wuhan commanded, before shaking his spear, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that ignited the silver lance with a brilliant flash of lightning. Lightning danced upon the silver spear, reminiscent of a dragon of thunder twisting and turning. With each pulsation of the fierce lightning, ripples surged through the air. Yi Wuhan slowly raised his spear, thrusting it directly toward the silver-masked figure, executing a strike devoid of any technique, relying solely on his innate strength. The silver-masked figure, initially focused on attacking Jiang Wujian, was taken aback by Yi Wuhan's sudden appearance, blocking the path before Jiang. With no time to withdraw, the silver-masked figure gritted his teeth and continued his assault on Yi Wuhan. Seeing Yi Wuhan confront him with nothing but a single spear, the silver-masked figure felt a surge of confidence, believing his palm strike to be delivered with full force. As he approached Yi Wuhan's spear, however, he became acutely aware of the overwhelming killing intent emanating from it, realizing he had grossly underestimated Yi Wuhan. From the spear in Yi Wuhan's grasp, spiritual energy surged forth once more, coalescing into a sphere of lightning at the tip. "Annihilate," Yi Wuhan coldly declared, and with that single word, the lightning sphere erupted with tremendous power. A deafening roar resounded amidst a blinding flash of light, as a figure was sent hurtling backward, crimson blood blossoming in the brilliance like a flower in bloom. Following a scream of despair, the body fell to the ground, the silver-masked figure clutching his arm, which bore a gruesome, gaping wound. The wound pulsed with flickers of lightning, and the pain rendered the silver-masked figure trembling. The phrase "the yellow sand leaves traces. The white-clad remains unseen" aptly described Yi Wuhan's astonishing speed, so swift that it eluded the eye, yet no one had ever grasped the true extent of his power. The silver-masked figure felt a mix of shock and fear at Yi Wuhan's prowess. Having sustained an injury from a single strike, the silver-masked figure's fighting spirit waned, and he understood that continuing would only lead to his demise. Recognizing the silver-masked figure's reluctance to fight, Iwuhin summoned his internal spiritual energy. Thunder God's break. Lightning crackled around Iwuhin as he moved with such speed that he seemed to vanish from sight. With a single move, Iwuhin wielded his spear, the lightning flashing forth, resembling a deity of thunder descending upon the earth. The spear tip quivered, aiming straight for the silver-masked figure's chest. As the spear sliced through the air, the sound of breaking space echoed, and lightning flickered through the atmosphere. Iwuhin's strike instilled in the silver-masked figure a profound sense of being locked in place, as if evasion were futile. In desperation, the silver-masked figure transformed into several phantoms, attempting to disrupt Iwuhin's assault. Iwuhin remained undeterred, as the lightning on his spear flared brightly, morphing into multiple lightning spears that pierced through the phantoms. In a mere instant, he shattered the illusions, and the silver-masked figure realized that his strength was simply not on the same level as Iwuhin's. Die! With a decisive thrust that pierced the phantoms, Iwuhin relentlessly pursued the silver-masked figure's true form with his spear. With a sudden thrust of the silver spear, Iwuhin pierced the surface of the crescent moon lake, causing a towering column of water to erupt. A dark shadow shot forth from the depths, lunging towards the silver-masked figure. With a chilling howl, the shadow devoured the silver specter, then rolled and vanished into the lake's depths. Iwuhin sensed a malevolent aura emanating from the shadow, accompanied by a pungent scent of blood. Gripping his silver spear, he stood at the edge of the lake, his piercing gaze fixed upon the blood-red waters. "Wuya, Zhang Wujian, stay here. I shall dive below," Iwuhin instructed, then leapt into the air, activating his spiritual essence to shield himself as he plunged into the lake. "Brother!" Wuya cried out in alarm, about to rush to Iwuhin's aid when Zhang Wujian seized her arm. "What are you doing?" Wuya exclaimed, her panic evident. "Take me with you." Zhang Wujian, who had been meditating to heal his wounds, sensed the will of the demon god within him conveying vital information. There was something he sought at the bottom of the crescent moon lake. "Release me. You cannot assist." Wuya kicked Zhang Wujian away, disregarding Iwuhin's admonition. In a flash of crimson, she leapt into the lake, sending a splash of water into the air. Zhang Wujian gritted his teeth, enduring the lingering pain in his body, and followed closely behind Wuya, leaping into the depths of the lake. At the dark lake bottom lay an unfathomable number of skeletons and countless floating corpses. The chilling gloom of the depths cast an ominous pallor, and the faces of the hundreds of corpses reflected terror, rendering them even more horrifying in the water. Who could have imagined that beneath the lake's beautiful surface lay such a gruesome scene? The terrifying depths sent a shiver through the fearless Wuya. In the murky water, a pair of sinister eyes fixated on Iwuhin, who was channeling his spiritual essence to its utmost. In that moment, Iwuhin realized that a black serpent lurked beneath the lake, a formidable beast of the highest order. Though Iwuhin was strong, he was not yet powerful enough to confront such a supreme creature. The black serpent hesitated, not launching an attack. Iwuhin surmised that the serpent had sustained severe injuries, as evidenced by the skeletons and corpses around them, suggesting the creature was using them to heal. "Brother!" Seeing Iwuhin unharmed eased Wuya's worries, and she caught sight of the black serpent confronting him. "What brings you here? Did I not instruct you to stay behind?" Iwuhin chided Wuya just as Zhang Wujian arrived at his side. However, both Iwuhin and Wuya were taken aback by the sight of Zhang Wujian adorned in an additional robe. While Iwuhin and Wuya relied on their spiritual essence to navigate the lake's depths, Zhang Wujian seemed unfazed as the water parted around him, creating a space in which he moved effortlessly. Zhang Wujian had not anticipated that the demonic beast robe integrated into his body possessed such capabilities. Upon witnessing the robe adorning Zhang Wujian, the black flood dragon instinctively recoiled. This reaction did not escape Iwuhin's notice, igniting a curiosity within him to learn more about Zhang Wujian. It seemed he had underestimated this individual since their initial encounter, and throughout Zhang Wujian's battle against the silver-masked specter, he had endured relentless torment. Yet, a typical person would have long succumbed. Iwuhin, akin to the silver-masked specter, sensed that Zhang Wujian harbored numerous secrets. "Why are you looking at me? I cannot fight. This matter is entrusted to the two of you." Zhang Wujian descended into the depths of the lake, where the demonic will conveyed a more potent message. With the demonic beast robe in effect, it became apparent that the lake's depths were likely the hiding place of the demonic ring. If the demonic ring was indeed concealed within this lake, it would explain why the Grand Master could not detect it. Zhang Wujian contemplated the gathering of the three treasures of the demonic deity, the inheritance of its will, and the concealment of his presence. which would enable him to return to the Jiang family and lift the spirit-sealing curse within him. I shall delve deeper, Jiang Wujin declared, disregarding the reactions of Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei, as he continued to plunge into the lake's abyss. As soon as Jiang Wujin moved, the previously still black flood dragon flipped over, generating a massive wave, and opened its gaping maw, lunging at Jiang Wujin. With swift motions, Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei sprang into action, a white silhouette and a red shadow soaring towards Jiang Wujin. The legends of the great desert city spoke of the elusive white shadow and the red phantom, and this pair now hovered before Jiang Wujin. Thunder God 7 strikes. Arrow rain. Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei struck simultaneously, lightning flashing and azure light illuminating the scene. Yi Wuhan's silver spear surged forth with thunderous brilliance, forming 7 phantoms as the spear's essence churned the lake's waters, cleaving them apart. Amidst the spear's shadow, thunder and lightning intertwined as it pierced towards the black flood dragon. Although Yi Wulei's arrow rain lacked the ferocity of Yi Wuhan's assault, its wide coverage and sheer volume rendered it nearly impossible for the black flood dragon to evade. With a roar, the black flood dragon inhaled deeply, drawing the blood-red waters of the lake into a formidable vortex. In a swift motion, the dragon expelled a torrent of lake water, creating a barrier of mist before it. Yi Wulei's arrows disintegrated upon contact with this water shield. The black flood dragon then twisted its head and rolled its body, unleashing a colossal wave directed at Yi Wuhan's spear phantoms. With a series of resounding crashes, the wave was shattered by Yi Wuhan's strike, scattering droplets into the lake. The tremendous force stirred the lake's bottom, where skeletons were swept together, clattering against one another. Hundreds of floating corpses were mercilessly torn apart by the clash of Yi Wuhan and the black flood dragon, leaving a ghastly array of flesh bobbing in the water. A sight both bizarre and repulsive. Unable to contain herself, Yi Wulei retched violently, while Jiang Wujin's throat constricted, his Adam's apple bobbing as he bit down on his lip, striving to suppress the wave of nausea rising within him. Driven back several meters by Yi Wuhan finally steadied himself after a brief pause, raising his weapon once more to deliver a series of precise thrusts. The black serpent surged forward, its elongated form bearing down on Yi Wuhan like a mountain, the dark scales erupting like a flurry of sharp blades. Yi Wuhan mirrored the serpent's movements, each action leaving behind a luminous imprint. With every contact the black serpent made with these glowing marks, it was repelled, shedding large patches of its scales. The agony from the loss of its scales incited the black serpent's fury, causing its strikes to become increasingly rapid, the light from Yi Wuhan's imprints dimming in response. Meanwhile, Yi Wulei, with her longbow in hand, unleashed a barrage of arrows, ensnaring the black serpent in countless strands of ethereal silk. The thrashing serpent found itself immobilized, its attempts to break free only tightening the bonds and deepening its torment. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei restrained the black serpent, Jiang Wujin desperately swam toward the lake's depths. As the black serpent noticed Jiang Wujin's descent, a faint flame ignited upon its body. Alarmed by the sight of the fire, Yi Wuhan gasped. The so-called soul fire consumed one's spirit to temporarily augment their power, the cost being a potential decline in cultivation or, in severe cases, the shattering of one's soul once the flames extinguished. What could exist at the lake's bottom to provoke the black serpent to ignite its soul fire? Yi Wuhan pondered, even as curiosity gnawed at him. Why did Jiang Wujin know something lay below? Though intrigued, the moment was not right. The black serpent's power surged dramatically with the activation of its soul fire. The strands of binding silk began to snap, one by one, until they were overwhelmed by the serpent's burgeoning energy. With a piercing roar, the black serpent broke free from its restraints, sending shockwaves through the water and creating towering waves upon the lake's surface. Chapter 41. The Three Treasures of the Demon God on the Surface of Crescent Moon Lake. A colossal column of water shot skyward, an awe-inspiring phenomenon that would surely astonish any onlookers. As the immense water column surged and crashed down, it created a massive depression in the lake's surface, the subsequent waves rising in tumultuous splendor. The pressure experienced at the lake's depths was vastly greater than that on the surface. Disregarding the relentless assaults from Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei, the black serpent charged toward Jiang Wujin with singular focus. The speed of man and serpent in the water was not comparable, no matter how swift Jiang Wujin was. He could not outpace the black serpent. As the serpent gaped wide to engulf him, Jiang Wujin felt an overwhelming force pulling him in. In a desperate bid, Yi Wuhan hurled his silver spear, unleashing a tempest of lightning as it soared forth, a culmination of his spiritual energy. To protect itself, The black serpent had no choice but to abandon its pursuit of Jiang Wujian and evade Yi Wuhan's formidable strike. With a thunderous roar, the black serpent evaded a strike from Yi Wuhan, the silver spear whizzing past its form and plunging towards the lake's depths. Illuminated by the flashes of lightning, Jiang Wujian discerned a massive circular disc at the lake's bottom, causing his heart to race in astonishment. This disc resembled the teleportation spirit plate from the demon god's progeny tribe. Realizing it was indeed the teleportation spirit plate, Jiang Wujian hastened towards it. While the black serpent, having dodged Yi Wuhan's attack, charged once more at Jiang Wujian. With a resounding crash, Yi Wuhan's silver spear collided with the spirit plate, generating a powerful suction that drew the lightning-infused metal into its depths. Jiang Wujian recalled the immense energy required for the teleportation plate, remembering the terrifying absorption capacity it possessed when the Grand Priest had transported him. Casting a glance back at the black serpent, he noted it was once again barreling towards him. It seemed the activation of the spirit plate relied solely on the black serpent. However, Jiang Wujian was not inclined to negotiate with the creature. Instead, he intended to harness the spirit plate to absorb the serpent's demonic essence. Yi Wulei restrained the black serpent once more. He called out. Though Yi Wulei was uncertain of Jiang Wujian's intentions, she did not hesitate upon hearing his command. Tendrils of azure silk ensnared the black serpent, but this time, upon nearing it, they were incinerated by the soul fire. Despite the loss of the silk, the binding attempt slightly impeded the serpent's speed. Yi Wulei continued to impede the black serpent's advance. While true restraint was unattainable, any disruption in its velocity sufficed. With an impatient howl, the black serpent unleashed a powerful roar, expelling a surge of demonic essence that surged towards Jiang Wujian like a tidal wave. Rather than fear, Jiang Wujian felt a thrill of anticipation, a triumphant smile gracing his face. The serpent's attack struck him with tremendous force, sending him hurtling towards the teleportation spirit plate. With a resounding thud, Jiang Wujian's body collided with the plate simultaneously as the serpent's assault met its target. Enduring the sharp pain coursing through him, he rose to his feet and offered the black serpent a taunting grin. Once more, the black serpent roared, its demonic essence swirling and the soul fire intensifying. It lunged fiercely at Jiang Wujian, who seized the silver spear that had fallen onto the spirit plate. Summoning all his strength, he thrust the spear forward just as the black serpent instinctively propelled its essence to attack him. "Thank you," Jiang Wujian uttered, much to the serpent's surprise, as it realized its assault had not harmed him but had been absorbed by the spirit plate instead. The spirit plate began to whirl, its runes glowing with a myriad of lights as it absorbed the serpent's essence. "Bring your brother in," Jiang Wujian instructed. Yi Wulei, upon hearing his words, swiftly appeared beside him, having captured Yi Wuhan in the blink of an eye. "Find it. Do not let it approach." Jiang Wujian urgently called out to Yi Wulei, who, with her longbow glowing in vibrant azure, summoned the last remnants of her spiritual essence to deliver a final blow to the black serpent. As her internal energy was exhausted, a torrent of azure strands enveloped the serpent, akin to a bound cocoon. Yi Wulei's once resplendent green longbow dimmed considerably, and gazing at it, she felt an acute pang of sorrow. As the serpent was ensnared, a beam of light from the spiritual transmission disc enveloped Jiang Wujian and his companions, only to vanish in an instant. Moments later, Yi Wulei spoke first. "Why is it so dark?" Jiang Wujian and the others found themselves shrouded in complete darkness. Even with Yi Wuhan, clad in white, standing nearby, Jiang Wujian could not discern his presence. A glimmer of light emerged from Yi Wuhan's hand, revealing a fist-sized luminescent cup. Illuminated by its glow, Jiang Wujian realized they were standing atop a colossal rock. Just as he attempted to survey their surroundings, a stirring in his chest revealed the scroll of the demon god's will, which had inexplicably flown from his concealed garments. Alarmed, Jiang Wujian reached out to grasp the scroll, but his hand met only emptiness. The scroll soared into the air, illuminating the previously inky surroundings. Upon clarifying their environment, the trio discovered they were not on a rock, but rather atop an immense hand. They gazed upward at a monumental stone statue, its facial features blurred and indistinct. In the palm of the statue's other hand, Jiang Wujian spotted a desiccated human hand, adorned with a ring that radiated an energy connecting it to the demon god's will. Jiang Wujian intended to call out to Yi Wuhan and his sister, but upon turning, he found them both staring up at the statue's head, their expressions filled with astonishment. "Brother," Yi Wuhan finally reacted, "is this statue the image from the mural in our home?" Yi Wulei, recovering from her shock, was the first to question Yi Wuhan. "We shall discuss this upon our return," Wuhan replied, his mind swirling with not only astonishment but myriad uncertainties. Jiang brother, this place bears significant ties to my family, so I urge you to keep it secret. Before Jiang Wujian could respond, a surge of tremendous power lifted him skyward. What is happening? Panic surged within him as he struggled to descend, yet after a brief struggle, he ceased his efforts. It dawned on him that the demon god beast robe, merged with him, had instinctively taken flight as he ascended toward the demon goddess will. With a resonant hum, the withered hand disintegrated into dust, scattering into the atmosphere, while the ring soared free from the statue's grip. The three treasures of the demon god circled around Jiang Wujian, buoying him aloft in the ethereal air. The three treasures emanated a powerful energy imbued with an ancient aura, intertwining to form a singular force. This sudden turn of events left both Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei in a state of profound astonishment, fearing further unexpected developments. They simultaneously retrieved spirit stones to replenish their depleted spiritual essence. Meanwhile, Jiang Wujian was enveloped in a sphere of demonic energy, seated motionless within this vast orb. With eyes tightly shut, he absorbed the formidable demonic essence transmitted by the three treasures. The treasures, continuously swirling around him, were ultimately drawn into the sphere. Once inside, the demonic artifacts began to revolve around Jiang Wujian, their powers gradually assimilated by him. As Jiang Wujian absorbed the demonic essence, the black flood dragon descended from the skies. Landing atop the statue, its gaze filled with insatiable greed upon witnessing the treasures spinning around Jiang Wujian. With the emergence of the black flood dragon, Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei immediately ceased their absorption of the spirit stones, determined to buy Jiang Wujian as much time as possible. Yi Wuhan urged Yi Wulei while gripping his silver spear, poised to intercept the dragon. At that moment, the black flood dragon regarded Yi Wuhan with disdain. Refraining from attacking Jiang Wujian, intimidated by the oppressive aura emanating from the demonic beast's robe. Among the demon beasts, the pressure exerted by their ranks is insurmountable, which often restrains them from rash actions. After several minutes of tension, the black flood dragon could barely contain itself, inching closer to Jiang Wujian. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Wujian remained absorbed in his absorption of the demonic essence. Eventually, the black flood dragon lunged towards Jiang Wujian, prompting Yi Wuhan to spring into action. With the power of the thunder god surging within him, Yi Wuhan radiated lightning, his silver spear crackling with electricity, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. In engaging the black flood dragon, Yi Wuhan felt a long-lost sensation of impending breakthrough, a feeling that had eluded him for years. As the black flood dragon attempted to sweep him aside with its tail, Yi Wuhan countered by thrusting his spear into the dragon's tail, leaving a deep mark upon its scales. The dragon twisted its body, aiming to ensnare Yi Wuhan, but he deftly evaded its grasp, plummeting swiftly to avoid the dragon's reach. In the midst of this chaos, a sharp azure arrow shot forth, targeting the black flood dragon's eyes. The dragon had no choice but to dodge, violently thrashing its body to evade Yi Wulei's attack, allowing Yi Wuhan to seize the opportunity to escape the dragon's clutches. However, Yi Wuhan did not retreat. Instead, he intercepted the black flood dragon with even greater speed. The dragon, oblivious to Yi Wuhan's presence, aimed to collide with him forcefully. With a resounding crash, the black flood dragon sent Yi Wuhan flying, then halted before Jiang Wuji, gazing at the rapidly rotating beast robe. After pausing for merely a few moments, it opened its maw and lunged at the magic essence sphere. The sphere emitted a powerful rebounding force that hurled the black flood dragon several meters away, igniting its primal instincts. Undeterred by the repercussions, it lunged once more at the magic essence sphere to bite down. With a swift motion, Yi Wulei, wielding a longbow that radiated a brilliant azure light, placed her delicate fingers upon the bowstring, channeling formidable spiritual energy into the bow. Goddess's fury, she declared softly, as a faint azure flame ignited upon the bow. With her incantation, the flame transformed into a streak of light that soared toward the black flood dragon. Sensing a hint of danger from the azure flame's assault, the dragon ceased its attack on Jiang Wuji's magic essence sphere. Turning back, the dragon unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, its soul fire clashing against the azure flame in a spectacular explosion. The two forces collided, unleashing a tremendous wave of destruction that obliterated a portion of the massive statue. Yi Wulei tasted blood in her mouth, a trickle escaping the corner of her lips as she was propelled toward the statue. In a flash, Yi Wuhan caught her, his eyes filled with concern for her visibly weakened state. "Wulei, are you all right?" he inquired. She shook her head gently, signaling him to stop the black flood dragon. and he turned his gaze towards Jiang Wuji. With his eyes tightly closed, Jiang Wuji suddenly opened them. In the depths of the magic essence sphere, an icy glare emanated from Yi Wuhan, who merely exchanged a glance with Jiang Wuji, feeling as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. The look in Jiang Wuji's eyes was entirely different from the one Yi Wuhan had known. At this moment, Jiang Wuji seemed to embody an unsettling presence. Jiang Wuji's gaze shifted toward the black flood dragon, his cold eyes now infused with a murderous intent that struck fear into the heart of the beast. The energy emanating from the three treasures of the demon god was intoxicating to the dragon. Despite sensing the lethal intent in Jiang Wuji's gaze, it resolved to fight for its life. Die! Jiang Wuji's voice echoed, though it was not his own. A torrent of demonic energy surged from Jiang Wuji, manifesting a shadowy figure that loomed near the statue. Though merely a phantom, both Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei could sense that it possessed the power to obliterate everything in its vicinity. The figure swiftly seized the black flood dragon, effortlessly capturing the superlative beast, which struggled in vain against the phantom's gigantic grip. Yi Wuhan watched in disbelief as the dragon he had battled so fiercely was ensnared without a moment's chance to resist. The astonishment within Yi Wuhan was palpable. Beyond the shock experienced by Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei regarding the prowess of the phantom, there was another individual, seated at a certain location atop the divine mountain, who suddenly opened his eyes. As he did so, two flickering golden flames appeared momentarily within his gaze, accompanied by a piercing and disdainful look directed towards the crescent lake. At that moment, Jiang Wujian observed the phantom emerge, effortlessly subduing the black flood dragon with a single strike, the gigantic hand of the phantom gripping it tightly. As the struggling black flood dragon succumbed, the sound of bones snapping echoed, leaving Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei in shock as they witnessed the creature perish within the phantom's grasp. Silence enveloped the scene. Everything fell into a profound stillness at the instant the phantom crushed the black flood dragon. What an immense power! Yi Wuhan's heart cried out. This single act revealed to him the terrifying nature of the phantom. If this was merely a specter, what might its true form embody? As the phantom dispatched the black flood dragon, it slowly raised its gaze, a surge of demonic energy penetrating the very fabric of space. A resounding boom echoed through the void as the phantom's demonic essence collided with a surge of spiritual energy, yet the void remained tranquil thereafter. With a flick of its power, the phantom disintegrated into countless motes of light, gradually fading from the sight of the siblings. Brother, Yi Wulei intended to speak, but Yi Wuhan raised a hand to silence her. At that moment, as Jiang Wujian witnessed the colossal phantom vanish completely, the three divine treasures encircling him transformed into three streams of light, entering his body. Within Jiang Wujian, three forces intertwined with his being, each inflicting unbearable agony. He bit down hard on his lip, blood seeping through his teeth as he endured the torment within. Time passed, yet the pain did not subside. Instead, it intensified due to the sealing spell within him. Thud, thud, thud. The demonic energy within Jiang Wujian relentlessly battered against the sealing spell at a frenzied pace. The sealing spell valiantly resisted the onslaught, as if it were safeguarding the most precious essence within Jiang Wujian. The two forces clashed like formidable opponents, with Jiang Wujian's body serving as the battlefield, bearing the weight of excruciating pain. In the midst of this overwhelming agony, Jiang Wujian suddenly felt the pain dissipate, his body descending into an abyss of darkness. He wished to open his eyes and survey his surroundings, but no matter how hard he tried, his eyelids felt unbearably heavy, preventing him from seeing. Am I to sink endlessly into this void? The longer he lingered, the fainter his consciousness became, reminiscent of the time he was devoured by the 9-loop golden python. Suddenly, the sound of a baby's cry jolted Jiang Wujian awake, his fading awareness gradually returning. He discovered that his heavy eyelids could now be lifted. In the pitch-black realm, he beheld an infant weeping within a radiant glow. Jiang Wujian, in a moment of unconscious instinct, reached out to embrace the wailing infant, feeling an inexplicable warmth emanating from the child. Suddenly, as his hand extended, a spray of crimson erupted from the baby, staining its tiny body in a shocking tableau of blood. The sight was unbearable. No. Jiang Wujian howled and wept, his heart constricting in agony. He felt a surge of blood escape his lips, the sorrow within him more profound than any physical pain he had endured. Why? Who? Who was responsible? Jiang Wujian murmured softly, closing his eyes, the sensation of sinking once more evoking the dread of plummeting into an abyss. Come, let mother hold you. The woman, possessing an otherworldly beauty, cradled the infant in her arms, her eyes brimming with maternal love and happiness. This tender scene filled Jiang Wujian's heart with warmth. "Mother," he whispered, tears streaming down his cheeks as he was irresistibly drawn to call out to her. Yet, in this moment of warmth, the infant was once again engulfed in a spray of blood. The woman gasped, horrified by the unfolding tragedy. Jiang Wujian could sense her fear and sorrow, feeling her heartache resonate within him. Cradling the blood-soaked infant, the woman's eyes no longer shed tears. Instead, blood wept from them as she held the child tightly, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming grief. This scene shattered Jiang Wujian, who cried out to the heavens, desperately clutching at his heart, as if trying to extract the agony festering within. This sorrowful vision repeated itself 8 times, the only difference being that the infant grew into a child of 8 years, each instance culminating in tragedy. Through these 8 cycles of life and death, Jiang Wujian came to comprehend the truth. For 9 centuries, he had been ensnared in a relentless cycle, each 100-year rebirth a manifestation of the obsession left behind by his premature demise. This fixation had led him through 8 lives and deaths, bearing the weight of his family's hopes for 900 years. Who could be responsible for this torment? Jiang Wujian clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with unparalleled fury. "Child, come." In his rage, he heard a man and a woman calling for him, and before him, a toddler took tentative steps forward. "Come here, sweetheart." The woman beckoned with open arms, eagerly anticipating her child's embrace. Beside her, the man watched with joy as the child wobbled toward them. "Father, mother," Jiang Wujian beheld his parents for the first time in this life. The woman radiated beauty, an innate air of nobility surrounding her. The man, robust with a strong jawline, appeared stern, yet, upon witnessing the woman and their child, his eyes softened with tenderness. Jiang Wujian reached out, intending to grasp the hands of the man and woman before him. As he extended his hand, the scene began to twist and sway, vanishing before his eyes. In the pitch-black world that followed, a brilliant light pierced Jiang Wujian's vision, blinding him momentarily. Within that radiance, a tall shadow obscured the dazzling glow, advancing step by step towards Jiang Wujian. Shielding his eyes with his hand, he sought to discern the figure's identity. Before him stood a slender man, who, upon reaching Jiang Wujian, gazed intently at him. "Is this my successor?" The man suddenly uttered a perplexing statement. After speaking, he waved his hand, causing the dark world to dissipate, and the surroundings transformed before Jiang Wujian's eyes. A gentle breeze caressed his face, allowing him to finally discern that the slender man was draped in a beast robe. Upon seeing the robe, Jiang Wujian was taken aback, for it was the very robe of the demon god. "You need not be astonished. The being you see before you has long ceased to exist. You have awakened my will, and thus, this is merely a manifestation of my essence," the man declared, hands clasped behind his back, relishing the caress of the wind. As he inhaled deeply with closed eyes, "This is the world of my ideals, though it has never truly existed." Pointing into the distance, the man initially captured Jiang Wujian's attention. Only when the man gestured forward did Jiang Wujian follow suit. Before him lay a realm where mountains flourished with spiritual energy. Rivers brimmed with the vitality of creation. Birds soared through the azure sky, land creatures roamed the earth, and people toiled at dawn, returning home at dusk. Such a world cannot exist. The man spoke, his tone tinged with melancholy. "Are you the demon god?" Jiang Wujian finally inquired. The man smiled as he regarded Jiang Wujian. "Do you perceive the demon god as either demon or deity?" Instead of answering Jiang Wujian's question, he posed one in return. "Neither demon nor deity. The divine is human, mortals are human, and demons are also human. Among all things in the universe, there exists a singular essence, the heart." Jiang Wujian was astonished by his own words as they escaped his lips. "The heart, you say? Then tell me, what lacks a heart?" The demon god queried again, his gaze filled with anticipation for Jiang Wujian's response. "Only with hearts can heaven and earth embrace all things, within all creation. Only humanity embodies the paradox of having a heart, yet seeming heartless." Though Jiang Wujian's words were somewhat vague, they were precisely the answer the demon god sought. With a faint smile, the demon god surveyed the wondrous realm before them and waved his hand, transporting them back to their original point. In the darkened world, a beam of light illuminated a shadow, which gradually faded into the brilliance. "Remember your words. The presence or absence of a heart is contingent upon you. In this world, there exists no true distinction between demon and deity. All is influenced by the heart. You possess the cycles of 9 lifetimes, and thus your heart opens to 9 apertures. Do not forsake your potential." As the demonic deity vanished, it left behind a message that profoundly affected Jiang Wujian. After the deity's disappearance, Jiang Wujian heard someone calling his name. It was the voice of the little demoness, Yi Wulei. He also heard Yi Wuhan's voice, a comforting sound amidst his worries. You are all alive. How wonderful. Their voices alleviated Jiang Wujian's anxieties. He exhaled deeply, the will of the demonic deity etched deeply in his mind. Upon hearing Yi Wulei's call, Jiang Wujian opened his eyes, feeling a sharp sting that compelled him to shield them with his hand. What are you doing holding me? He exclaimed, noticing that Yi Wuhan was embracing him, prompting him to spring up immediately. Have you no conscience? My brother risked his life to rescue you. Before Yi Wuhan could respond, the fiery Yi Wulei interjected. Her words reminded Jiang Wujian that the three of them had been atop the colossal hand of a statue, which had since crumbled away. Perceiving Jiang Wujian's thoughts, Yi Wuhan stood and addressed him. Has it collapsed? Jiang Wujian mused silently. Chapter 43. Seeking clues about the Yin ghosts in the courtyard of the Yi family in the city of the Great Desert, Jiang Wujian sat lost in contemplation. What are you thinking about? Yi Wulei playfully tapped him and settled across from him. Do you remember my promise to your brother about infiltrating the Yin ghost forces? Jiang Wujian had been reflecting on his intentions while within the Yin ghost's underground palace, and Yi Wulei nodded in understanding. Have you made any discoveries? Yi Wuhan, dressed in white, approached Jiang Wujian, connecting to his thoughts. There are findings, yet they remain uncertain, Jiang Wujian replied, shaking his head. His uncertainty stemming from his unfamiliarity with the surroundings of the great desert city. How is your health? Yi Wuhan inquired, referencing Jiang Wujian's cultivation. At this, Jiang Wujian's expression soured. Just the same as before, the confinement of the spirit-sealing curse within him nearly brought him to tears. However, after enduring 900 reincarnations, he had gained a certain grace, shedding some of his former brashness. Let's not dwell on that. It gives me a headache. Let us discuss the Yin ghosts instead. Are there any geologically stable locations near the great desert city? Jiang Wujian understood that, given the immense size of the Yin ghost's underground palace, it could not have been excavated without solid geological foundations. The strongest ground was beneath the great desert city. Upon Yi Wuhan's pronouncement, their eyes met, and the two promptly exited the Yi residence. At the pinnacle of the great desert city, Jiang Wujian urged Yi Wuhan to lead the way to the highest point, which was none other than the Lord's mansion. The two individuals arrived at the finest building of the city lord's estate, a towering stone edifice 5 zhang high. Jiang Wujian squinted his eyes, surveying the entirety of Desert City. Have you found anything? Di Wuhan, who had stood here countless times before, had never perceived anything unusual in the city. What is that place? Jiang Wujian pointed towards a row of modest residential houses, and not far behind them stood a bathhouse, bustling with a steady stream of patrons. Is there something amiss there? Di Wuhan regarded the site, seeing it merely as an ordinary neighborhood with no discernible anomalies. Let us investigate. After disguising themselves, Jiang Wujian and Di Wuhan made their way to the entrance of the bathhouse. Gentlemen, please enjoy the baths inside. A host at the entrance greeted Jiang Wujian and Di Wuhan with a courteous bow and a smile. Di Wuhan felt somewhat out of place in the peculiar atmosphere, wrinkling his brow at the strange scent that lingered in the air. Jiang Wujian, however, was unfazed, finding a peculiar comfort in such surroundings. My good man, we would like a private bath. After offering several crystal coins to the host, Jiang Wujian noticed the man's envious gaze upon the coins, which rendered the host momentarily speechless. Is it insufficient? Observing the host's hesitation to accept the coins, Jiang Wujian's expression darkened, and his tone shifted sharply. Having lived among the common folk for an extended period, Jiang Wujian was adept at handling such situations. If gentleness failed, then firmness would prevail, a strategy he knew to be effective. Esteemed sirs, it is not that I cannot accommodate you. It is that we simply do not possess any private baths here. The host, realizing the impossibility of fulfilling the request, dared not take the coins from Jiang Wujian. Jiang Wujian did not press the matter further, and he and Di Wuhan entered the bathhouse. Haha, I mentioned that girl last night. Heh, this place is something else. Inside the bathhouse, at least 30 or 40 patrons from various origins were animatedly recounting their stories, creating a cacophony of sound. The suffocating, pungent atmosphere made Di Wuhan wish to retreat immediately, but he was abruptly pulled back by Jiang Wujian. Are you trying to flee? Remember why we are here. Jiang Wujian looked at Di Wuhan with a mischievous grin. He had distinctly heard the sound of dripping water in the underground palace, leading him to suspect that it lay beneath Desert City. Initially, he deemed it impossible. If it were indeed below the city, Di Wuhan would have detected it. After returning to Desert City, Jiang Wujian pondered that if his hypothesis were correct, the most frequented areas would likely serve as the optimal entrance to the underground palace. After a period of observation within the bathhouse, Jiang Wujian and Di Wuhan found no suspicious activity, which left Jiang Wujian feeling somewhat disheartened. As they exited the bathhouse, Jiang Wujian spotted a group of individuals entering and abruptly halted, his gaze fixed upon them. Is there an issue? Di Wuhan inquired, noticing Jiang Wujian's sudden pause. Keep an eye on this bathhouse, and also on all areas with heavy foot traffic, such as gambling dens and brothels. The reason Jiang Wujian has instructed Yi Wuhan to monitor these locations is that they serve as the most discreet hideouts. You should return to the Yi residence while I explore other places. There is one location Jiang Wujian intends to visit, but he cannot take Yi Wuhan there. Where is that? I will accompany you. Yi Wuhan remains apprehensive about Jiang Wujian's safety. Although they share a mutual appreciation for certain women, he is capable of distinguishing their budding friendship. Are you going to Wolf Valley? Jiang Wujian did not initially plan to visit Wolf Valley. But if Yi Wuhan insists on following, he is open to the idea. Haven't we been there several times already? Indeed, they have ventured to Wolf Valley multiple times. Yet each visit yielded no discoveries, and even with Jiang Wujian donning a ghost mask, no one responded. Brother Yi, can you discern when a woman disguises herself as a man? Jiang Wujian's sudden query left Yi Wuhan perplexed. The bathhouse we just exited is predominantly frequented by men. And did we not notice a few individuals entering as we left? Yi Wuhan recalled that indeed, several people had entered, appearing unremarkable at first glance. Did you not observe how lightly they walked, their steps lacking the usual heaviness, almost as if they were floating? Moreover, there was a faint fragrance emanating from them. Jiang Wujian's keen observational skills, honed in the northern district of Yunxiao City, are naturally superior to those of Yi Wuhan, who has lived within the Yi household. Are you suggesting those individuals were women? Upon seeing the astonishment on Yi Wuhan's face, Jiang Wujian smiled and nodded. Why do you think those women would dress as men and enter that bathhouse? There is a concealed passage within. Jiang Wujian's words indeed plunged Yi Wuhan into contemplation. Based on Jiang Wujian's analysis, the bathhouse was decidedly suspicious. Let us return, Yi Wuhan declared, pivoting to head back, but Jiang Wujian grasped his arm, redirecting them toward Wolf Valley. There is no rush. As I exited the bathhouse, I deliberately observed those women in disguise, ensuring they noticed my attention. If there is indeed something amiss, we will surely have a tail following us once we leave the city. As Jiang Wujian and Yi Wuhan departed from Damo City and made their way to Wolf Valley, Yi Wuhan noticed that a tail had emerged behind them. It appears you truly possess a knack for this. We are indeed being watched, Yi Wuhan whispered to Jiang Wujian, who was increasingly convinced that the bathhouse harbored secrets. Once we are far enough from the city, I will capture one alive. Yi Wuhan aspired to extract information from the tail, but Jiang Wujian shook his head, indicating that these followers would divulge no valuable intelligence. As expected, just as Jiang Wujian had said, Yi Wuhan hung his head in exasperation, his expression one of disbelief, for he had not gleaned any valuable information. Very well, let us return. Observing Yi Wuhan's dejected demeanor, Jiang Wujian could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Youth is often so naive. Are we not heading to Wolf Valley? Yi Wuhan was utterly perplexed by Jiang Wujian's erratic behavior. Why bother with Wolf Valley? After numerous visits, we discovered nothing of significance. I merely ventured outside the city to ascertain whether we were being followed. Now that I have confirmed it, we can return. With that, Jiang Wujian strode back towards the city, entirely indifferent to Yi Wuhan's feelings. In the ensuing days, Yi Wuhan deployed individuals to covertly monitor all crowded areas in the city as per Jiang Wujian's instructions. They soon uncovered several locations frequented by the same group of people, notably those Jiang Wujian had encountered in the bathhouse. Brother Yi, I wish to surveil another location. Remarkably, Jiang Wujian had nearly completed his surveillance of the entire desert city. Yet Yi Wuhan sought to investigate further. Is there truly a place within Desert City that you have not yet monitored? Are you suggesting I should spy on myself? Yi Wuhan struggled to identify any overlooked areas, and if there were any, it would likely pertain to the Yi family. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Wujian. His mouth agape. It seemed brother Yi had already deduced its whereabouts. Jiang Wujian smiled, noting that aside from the Yi family, the only remaining place was the Lord's Manor. Jiang Wujian's audacious notion left Yi Wuhan at a loss for words. He had never suspected the Lord's Manor. Could we not refrain from such actions? If discovered, it might provoke the ire of the Lord's Manor. Yi Wuhan hesitated, reluctant to jeopardize the cordial relations with the manor. Do as you wish, after all. You seek Yin Gui. Moreover, I fail to comprehend why you wish to confront him. Jiang Wujian was indeed curious, as the Yin Gui faction would not typically provoke a talent such as Yi Wuhan. Do not tell me it is for the safety of the citizens of Desert City. That matter does not require your concern. Before Yi Wuhan could respond, Jiang Wujian continued at length. We, the Yi family, have lost something of great importance. The individual I clashed with wore a ghostly mask. Yi Wuhan's words confirmed Jiang Wujian's internal suspicions. Yi Wuhan's keen interest in a mysterious organization warranted Jiang Wujian's skepticism. As for the Lord's manner, you shall decide. I merely believe we should not abandon any potential leads. Jiang Wujian clasped his hands behind his head and stretched, acknowledging that the final decision rested with Yi Wuhan. I will make arrangements. Yi Wuhan gritted his teeth, fully aware of Jiang Wujian's intentions. For the Lord's Manor was indeed the most elusive place in all of Desert City. Tomorrow, I shall enlist your sister's cooperation to create a scene at the bathhouse, instigating some chaos, allowing you to slip in amidst the turmoil and investigate. Jiang Wujian recounted the plan for causing a disturbance at the bathhouse to Yi Wuhan, who then relayed the information to Yi Wulei, albeit without adhering strictly to Jiang Wujian's narrative. Very well, let us conclude our discussions for today. Rest well. For tomorrow we shall unleash mayhem. Jiang Wujian waved farewell to Yi Wuhan, cradling his head as he departed alone. As Yin Gui observed Jiang Wujian's retreating figure, Yi Wuhan silently murmured the name Yin Gui, his eyes ablaze with fury. He suppressed the anger simmering within, eagerly anticipating the morrow's events. Chapter 44. The plot unfolds differently. The early morning in Desert City lacked the bustling crowds of sword-casting city, with the streets somewhat deserted, rendering the city less lively. Jiang Wujian, stretching lazily, stood before the Yi family residence, gazing at the sparse passers-by. Brother Jiang, Yi Wuhan called out as he stepped outside, greeting Jiang Wujian. Your family is being watched, Jiang Wujian remarked, having noticed individuals lurking in the shadows, keeping a keen eye on the Yi household. Since merging with the will of the demon god, his perceptive abilities had sharpened significantly. However, his inability to cultivate left him feeling quite helpless. I am aware. Many have their sights set on my family. Yi Wuhan dismissed the notion, understanding that any move made by the Yi family in Desert City could sway the entire city's fate, thus drawing numerous gazes. Yet, Yi Wuhan's understanding of watching differed from Jiang Wujian's implication. Your reasoning is flawed, young man. You remain too innocent. Jiang Wujian shook his head at Yi Wuhan, who had grown up among powerful families, where one would expect cunning rather than naivety. Observing Yi Wuhan now, Jiang Wujian mused that exceptions do exist. By the way, has your sister agreed to participate? Jiang Wujian was eager for a captivating performance today, which hinged on the involvement of the little sorceress, the main antagonist. She has been informed. Yi Wuhan's expression seemed somewhat unnatural as he spoke, but Jiang Wujian failed to detect any oddity. As noon approached, the heat of Desert City intensified, and the number of pedestrians dwindled even further, with most seeking refuge in tea houses and gambling dens. Jiang Wujian settled into a shaded spot across from the bathhouse, awaiting the arrival of the group of women disguised as men. After 2 hours of waiting, this particular group arrived later than on previous occasions. Nonetheless, for Jiang Wujian, their mere presence sufficed. The show is about to begin. As the women entered the bathhouse, Jiang Wujian swaggered over, declaring at the entrance, Good sir, I have come to bathe. Today, the attendant at the door had changed, and Jiang Wujian sensed that despite the uniform, this individual lacked the demeanor typical of a bathhouse worker. Today, we are not open for business. Jiang Wujian, with an air of nonchalance, made his way into the bathhouse, only to be intercepted by the attendant nearby. What? You have business to attend to? Jiang Wujian feigned a grim expression, yet the attendant, upon seeing his scowling face, did not offer the customary apologies. Jiang Wujian sensed a glint of hostility in the attendant's eyes, but he remained unfazed. You insolent fool, do you know who I am? How dare you obstruct me, you blind wretch? Jiang Wujian bellowed, his voice resonating and drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. With the crowd gathering, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The stage was set for the little sorceress to make her appearance. As he observed the spectators reveling in the commotion, a smug smile graced his face. Step aside, for today, I shall not be hindered, he declared, attempting to charge into the bathhouse. The attendant seized Jiang Wujian by the collar, his murderous intent unmistakable. If you wish to live, refrain from causing trouble here, or it shall cost you dearly. He hissed through clenched teeth, forcefully pushing Jiang Wujian back a few steps. Jiang Wujian, now riled up, rolled up his sleeves, and, with a loud curse, raised his hand to strike the attendant. You scoundrel! At last, I found you. At that moment, Yi Wulei appeared, her timing impeccable. Upon seeing her furious countenance, the gathered crowd quickly dispersed, leaving only Yi Wulei standing there in a tempest of rage. By heavens, what formidable presence! She truly embodies the title of Little Sorceress. Zhang Wujian marveled at Yi Wulei's ability to command such fear. He blinked fervently at her, conveying his admiration. Yet Yi Wulei did not spare him a glance, merely offering a strange smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Yishan, come here and tell me what this rascal has done to you. Yi Wulei bellowed. Yishan, tears glistening in his eyes, approached her, exuding an air of innocence. By heavens, it's you again, Brother Shan, Zhang Wujian thought, sensing that trouble was imminent. Yes, that's him, that vile rogue, Yishan cried, pointing at Zhang Wujian as he sobbed, fearful of the repercussions. In a panic, he fled the scene. Yishan, come back, Yi Wulei shouted in frustration, stamping her foot. You despicable rogue. I treated you with kindness, only to discover that you, the beast in human guise, dared to spy on my servants bathing. Her words ignited a wave of astonishment among the concealed onlookers, who pointed accusingly at Zhang Wujian. This is not how the story goes, Zhang Wujian thought, squinting at Yi Wulei, who continued to ignore him. The most despicable thing is that this scoundrel not only sneaked a glance, but specifically chose to spy on men while bathing. I am determined to deal with this rascal today, who would dare work in my establishment thereafter. After expressing her thoughts, Yi Wulei grasped her longbow and aimed an arrow at Zhang Wujian, unleashing a streak of azure light. Zhang Wujian was taken aback as the unfolding events deviated from his expectations, and with Yi Wulei's sudden attack, he found himself entirely at her mercy. With a loud thud, Zhang Wujian swiftly rolled aside to evade the arrow, which ultimately shattered the bathhouse door. Observing the destruction, the attendant leaped forward, delivering a punch toward Yi Wulei. Indeed, upon witnessing this strike, Zhang Wujian felt vindicated in his suspicions. Yi Wulei let out a cold snort. A flash of crimson light appeared as she deftly manipulated her bow, unleashing 3 brilliant arrows aimed at the attendant's vital points. The leaping attendant grasped a broad sword in hand, and with a swift motion, he deflected the 3 arrows, producing a series of metallic clangs. A skilled fighter. Zhang Wujian noted how the false attendant moved with fluid grace, executing his techniques with no hint of hesitation. While the false attendant simultaneously parried the 3 arrows, he swung his sword, sending forth a blade of energy aimed directly at Yi Wulei. The speed of the sword's strike was impressive, yet Yi Wulei was swifter. The sword energy sliced through the air, demolishing a nearby house and eliciting a chorus of terrified screams. The commotion drew a throng of individuals from the bathhouse, each armed with clubs. Upon recognizing Yi Wulei, they hesitated at the entrance, paralyzed by fear. Some, seeing Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei struggle, foolishly charged at him with their clubs. One by one, they were sent soaring through the air, crashing to the ground in anguish, having mistakenly believed they could easily overpower him. Thinking he was an easy target, Zhang Wujian declared, "You take care of the outside, I shall investigate within." With that, he dashed into the bathhouse. The false attendant attempted to block Zhang Wujian's path, but Yi Wulei would not grant him such an opportunity. Upon entering the bathhouse, Zhang Wujian searched every nook and cranny but found nothing suspicious. Suddenly, a white shadow flitted by as Yi Wuhan approached Zhang Wujian. She had entered the bathhouse while Yi Wulei engaged Zhang Wujian. Seeing Yi Wuhan, Zhang Wujian furiously pointed at her, his anger rendering him momentarily speechless. There is a secret passage beneath the bath, Yi Wuhan informed him, leading him to a nearby pool. Truly clever, Zhang Wujian thought, unable to contain his admiration for the architect of the hidden passage. Let us descend and investigate. With that, Yi Wuhan summoned her spiritual energy, sweeping her hands to drain the water from the pool. What did you tell her? Zhang Wujian exclaimed in frustration. As Yi Wuhan opened the secret passage, Zhang Wujian followed closely behind, persistently questioning him. Yi Wuhan, upon hearing Zhang Wujian's inquiries, remained utterly silent. Don't think that your silence will resolve this, Yi Wuhan. I assure you, this matter is far from over. Zhang Wujian began to assert himself, expressing his disdain for Yi Wuhan's choice to spy on others bathing, especially when the subject was the inept Yishan, which Zhang Wujian found intolerable. How can this be left unresolved? I cannot allow my sister to suffer, and besides, you haven't lost anything. Yi Wuhan could no longer bear Zhang Wujian's incessant chatter. Not losing anything is irrelevant, Zhang Wujian nearly erupted, his frustration palpable as he confronted Yi Wuhan, who once again experienced Zhang Wujian's brashness. Silence, Yi Wuhan suddenly whispered to Zhang Wujian as they reached a fork in the passage. Drip, drip, a sound of water echoed from the junction. Upon hearing it, Zhang Wujian recalled the same sound from the underground palace. The two cautiously approached the fork, discerning that the sound originated from the right path. Jiang Wujian gestured towards the right, signaling Yi Wuhan to proceed that way. Suddenly, a clattering noise of iron chains resonated from the left path, and both Jiang Wujian and Yi Wuhan realized that someone was imprisoned there. Upon hearing the chains, Yi Wuhan's body trembled inexplicably, his inner fury igniting. The unexpected turn of events left Jiang Wujian puzzled, but then he recalled Yi Wuhan's mention of the underworld's theft of the most vital possession of the Yi family. Could it be that the most important person was a member of the Yi family? Jiang Wujian thought, having never seen the head of the Yi family before. Could it be that Yi Wuhan referred to his father? Observing Yi Wuhan's reaction, Jiang Wujian increasingly felt that his speculation was correct. Do not act rashly. You guard the right path while I rescue the person on the left. Jiang Wujian restrained the furious Yi Wuhan, knowing that Yi Wuhan's strength was superior, and the enemies on the right would surely be more numerous. Thus, Yi Wuhan would be able to hold his ground longer there. I beg of you. Yi Wuhan's anger stemmed from the certainty that the captive was indeed his father. Understanding Jiang Wujian's intention, they reached the fork, and Jiang Wujian proceeded to the left. As he advanced, the sound of rattling chains grew louder, prompting him to tread even more cautiously. This old fool, after all this time, still refuses to speak. Indeed, were it not for the orders from above, I would have disposed of this old man long ago. Jiang Wujian overheard a dialogue between two individuals, surmising that they were the ones torturing the captive for information. The orders from above are clear. If he remains silent after today, he will face reincarnation. Haha. I eagerly anticipate the end of today. Then the two of us can finally leave. I have yet to enjoy the women of this desert city. Jiang Wujian silently celebrated his timely arrival at this location, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Wujian crouched low, observing two individuals leaning against a wall, each holding a jug of wine, indulging in their revelry. What on earth does that old coot expect us to reveal? We've been tormenting him for ages. Yet we remain oblivious to what they truly wish to know, one of them lamented after taking a sip of his drink. Chapter 45. Rescuing the captive. Noticing only two guards at the entrance, Jiang Wujian charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to one of them. The moment the other guard perceived the impending assault, he sobered up instantly. Without allowing the first guard to finish his words, Jiang Wujian's fist struck his face with unrestrained force, causing the man to stagger and crash to the ground. Having swiftly dispatched both guards, Jiang Wujian crouched down to search their bodies. He soon discovered a key, which he used to unlock the door, only to be met by a nauseating stench that compelled him to step back several paces. Covering his nose, he entered the torture chamber, which was filled with various implements of torment, the walls and floors stained with dark, dried blood, alongside some fresh crimson splatters, where grotesque insects flitted about. With a swift motion, Jiang Wujian fanned away the rancid odor and beheld 6 thick iron chains that rattled ominously. An elderly man, covered in grime, was chained and swaying helplessly. Each of his limbs was bound by a chain, while 2 hooks affixed to his sides dug into his flesh. The fabric around his waist had turned a dark, blood-soaked hue, a grim testament to his suffering. What? Another wretch has been thrown in here today? The old man slowly lifted his head, his spirit waning, and upon seeing the unfamiliar Jiang Wujian, he unleashed a volley of curses without a hint of courtesy. Jiang Wujian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, responding only with a bitter smile. Are you the head of the Yi family? He inquired, noting the elderly man's disheveled white hair obscuring half of his face, and his long beard concealing his mouth. Jiang Wujian could discern little of the man's appearance, and truthfully, he wouldn't have recognized the head of the Yi family even if he had. Humph, you insolent brat, do not think you can manipulate me. The elder presumed Jiang Wujian was in league with the likes of Yin Gui, thus he showed no deference. I must say, your temper is quite fierce for an old man. I am here to rescue you, Jiang Wujian replied, dismissing the elder's outburst as he scrutinized the thick iron chains, his heart heavy with concern. How on earth can I unlock this contraption? Spotting the locks on the chains binding the old man's limbs, Jiang Wujian realized he was powerless to open them. Kid, are you truly here to save me? The elder, surprised by Jiang Wujian's calm demeanor in the face of his insults, could not help but ask. Of course I'm here to rescue you. Do you think I came all the way here just to savor this wretched stench? Jiang Wujian's retort left the old man momentarily speechless, though skepticism still lingered in his eyes. The elderly man pondered, contemplating the fact that Jiang Wujian was neither a relative nor a close acquaintance, and thus questioned the rationale behind his willingness to rescue him. I am here to assist Yi Wuhan in saving you, Jiang Wujian asserted. Upon hearing Yi Wuhan's name, the old man's eyes sparkled with hope as he turned his head eagerly toward the entrance. Yet, the man had not yet arrived. The question lingered. How could the chains be released? The mention of Yi Wuhan ignited a wave of excitement within the old man, leading Zhang Wujian to conclude that this elder was indeed the person Yi Wuhan sought. If you remove the spirit-devouring chains from my waist, I shall be free. The elderly man informed Zhang Wujian, indicating the two chains ensnaring his sides. Without hesitation, Zhang Wujian approached the spirit-devouring chains, gripping them tightly and exerting all his strength to pull them free. Veins bulged on his forehead, his face flushed crimson, yet the chains remained steadfast. Why can't I budge them? Exhausted, he shook his aching hands, gazing at the unyielding chains. Just pull them from my body, the elder remarked, his tone questioning Zhang Wujian's intellect. Prompted by the elder's words, Zhang Wujian moved closer. Are you truly going to pull them? He winced at the sight of the chains clasping the elder's sides, feeling the pain even from a distance, let alone the effort needed to extract them. Do it, the elder commanded, his single word imbued with a sense of valor. Zhang Wujian ceased his hesitations, grasped the iron chains, and with a forceful tug, tore a piece of flesh from the elder's body. With two swift motions, Zhang Wujian successfully removed the spirit-devouring chains from the elder, just as he became aware of the sounds of battle involving Yi Wuhan and others. Step aside, he urged. Upon the removal of the chains, the once feeble elder's eyes gleamed with vigor, and a surge of spiritual essence coalesced within him. With a series of sharp cracks, the chains binding his limbs shattered and fell to the ground. With the chains obliterated, the elder seized one of the spirit-devouring chains and, with a mighty pull, snapped it apart with a resounding clang. Dragging the severed chain behind him, his spiritual essence roiled, and with each step he took, the surroundings crumbled into dust. Zhang Wujian, Yi Wulei called out, rushing toward the cell just as the elder emerged, striding forth with a chain in tow. The elder's tempestuous energy radiated fury, as the chains clattered under his formidable presence. Father, Yi Wulei, upon seeing the elder, could no longer contain her tears and threw herself into his embrace, her once fiery demeanor dissolving in his warmth. My dear, first assist your brother, the elder said, his overwhelming energy tempering as he gazed at Yi Wulei with tender affection. Where is Zhang Wujian? Yi Wulei inquired, noticing his absence. I am here, came Zhang Wujian's voice from the entrance of the cell, his visage smeared with dust. Having endured the elder's earlier fury, let us depart from this place, Zhang Wujian declared, making his way toward Yi Wuhan, with Yi Wulei and the elder following closely behind. In the midst of chaos, Yi Wuhan unleashed a tempest of lethal force, as countless ghostly figures recklessly charged toward him. With a thunderous roar, Yi Wuhan summoned a deluge of azure light that transformed into a multitude of azure arrows, piercing through the advancing apparitions. Upon turning to face the elder, Yi Wuhan's excitement was palpable. Thorn, first eliminate these foes. We shall address other matters later. Observing Yi Wuhan's intent to speak, the elder hastened to his side, deftly wielding a chain that swept away a throng of enemies. Father, are you unhurt? Yi Wuhan inquired anxiously, noticing the elder's waist stained crimson with blood. It's of no consequence. Let us deal with these knaves first, the elder replied, continuing to dispatch the ghostly assailants. Upon seeing the elder injured, Yi Wuhan's resolve intensified against the specters. With a resounding crash, the elder's chain shattered a ghostly figure, propelling him to the altar within the subterranean chamber. Yi Wuhan was astonished to discover such an expansive underground sanctuary beneath the desert city. The altar stood empty, save for a few ordinary apparitions still surging toward Zhang Wujian and his companions. The elder from the Yi family appeared to be venting his pent-up fury, delivering lethal blows to the spectral foes. The acrid scent of blood pervaded the chamber, and after vanquishing the ordinary specters, Zhang Wujian found no trace of the two silver-faced apparitions or the singular golden one. With a mighty strike, the elder obliterated a skeletal chair upon the altar, his fists cracking ominously. I shall investigate another area, Zhang Wujian declared, leading his companions to the location of his initial appearance, a modest chamber. The first time he had arrived there, he had been swiftly dragged away by two ghostly figures, but upon returning, he discovered a rudimentary teleportation spirit plate. How is this possible? Zhang Wujian exclaimed upon seeing the plate, recognizing it as an artifact from ancient times. Crouching down, he scrutinized the spirit plate, convinced that the runes inscribed upon it were indeed archaic. Amitabha had once informed him that the larger the spirit plate and the more intricate the runes, the farther the teleportation distance. Judging by the two runes on this plate, it seemed capable of only short-distance transport. Brother, channel your spirit essence into this plate to activate it, Zhang Wujian instructed. As he stepped onto the plate, the three members of the Yi family followed suit. With a surge of spirit essence from Yi Wuhan, they vanished from their location. They found themselves in the Wild Wolf Valley. Yi Wuhan surveyed the surroundings, astonished that they had traversed several dozen miles from the city in mere moments, leaving the Yi family members in utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Jiang Wujian knelt to sift through the yellow sand beneath him, unearthing yet another rudimentary spirit plate. It was evident that the forces of the underworld held extraordinary secrets, possibly linked to individuals with some ancient fortune. Jiang Wujian pondered silently, recalling the time at the demon god descendant tribe when the grand priest had used the colossal teleportation spirit plate to transport him to the desert city. He was acutely aware that such a massive spirit plate did not exist in Desert City. It dawned on him that these individuals had never entered the city through its gates, which explained why he had not detected the presence of the Yin ghosts within. In truth, they had been operating inside all along. Wai Wuhan seethed with frustration, particularly at the fact that not a single key figure of the Yin ghosts had been apprehended. Brother Yi, we should send someone to destroy this, he suggested. Jiang Wujian advised him against leaving the teleportation spirit plate intact. How do you know about this? Wai Wuhan questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. However, Jiang Wujian remained unperturbed, for he understood that the teleportation spirit plate was a foreign concept to Wai Wuhan. This spirit plate is an artifact from the ancient era. I happened upon knowledge of it purely by chance, yet the one beneath our feet is not from that epoch. Jiang Wujian elucidated how he came to know about the teleportation spirit plate. Despite Wai Wuhan's uncertainty regarding Jiang Wujian's veracity, he chose to trust him, a sentiment for which Jiang Wujian was grateful. You all should return first. I will destroy this cursed object and make my way back to the city. He instructed Wai Wuhan, emphasizing that destroying the spirit plate did not require the infusion of spiritual essence. After listening to Jiang Wujian's explanation, Wai Wuhan nodded in understanding. Through the teleportation spirit plate, the group returned to the underground palace, after which Jiang Wujian shattered the spirit plate with a single blow. Let us depart. It is time to go home. Upon uttering these words, the elder of the Yi family felt a wave of pain wash over him. But his anger propelled him beyond the physical discomfort. Wai Wulei swiftly supported her father, her face etched with concern. I am fine. The elder of the Yi family smiled reassuringly at Wai Wulei, while Jiang Wujian stepped forward to assist him, and the three emerged from the tunnel. At the tunnel's entrance, members of the Yi family were already standing guard, and the man wielding the broad sword had been dealt with. Under the protection of the Yi family, Jiang Wujian and his companions returned home, with Wai Wuhan following suit shortly thereafter. Father, Wai Wuhan and Wai Wulei knelt before the elder of the Yi family, who helped them to their feet. I will need time to recuperate over the next few days. I entrust the matters of the household to you both. After speaking, the elder turned to Jiang Wujian. The old man spoke inappropriately to you in the dungeon. I hope you will not take offense. The elder of the Yi family expressed his sentiments, to which Jiang Wujian replied that he had not given it much thought. However, you must be aware of who conspired against you. Jiang Wujian gently cautioned the elder, and as he finished speaking, a palpable aura of menace enveloped the elder. Chapter 46. Blood and Wine Within the Yi Residence. The elder who had been rescued was none other than the current head of the Yi family, Lin Xuan. He stood in the courtyard, gazing skyward with squinted eyes, awaiting something. Head of the family, we have uncovered the truth. Not long after, a middle-aged man returned to the Yi family and whispered something in front of Lin Xuan. Jiang Wujian had noticed Lin Xuan standing in the courtyard long before, and he understood that ever since the old man returned to the Yi family, he had begun sending people to investigate him. Jiang Wujian had already informed Yi Wuhan that he would be leaving Desert City today, intending to visit the Jiang family to see if he could lift the spirit-sealing curse within him. During his days in Desert City, Jiang Wujian had also attempted to unravel the will of the demon god and the ring, but ultimately met with failure. Brother Jiang, Yi Wuhan stood behind Jiang Wujian. Dressed in white every day, aren't you going, brother Yi? Jiang Wujian's implication was clear. After several days of investigation, Lin Xuan had discovered who had framed him. I have no need to be involved in this. Knowing that brother Jiang is leaving Desert City today, I specifically came to invite you for a drink. Initially, Yi Wuhan's understanding of Jiang Wujian was based solely on what Qin Yuexin had told him, but through subsequent interactions, he found Jiang Wujian to be a worthy companion. I will join as well. Yi Wulei, having appeared out of nowhere, called out, eager to accompany Jiang Wujian and Yi Wuhan for drinks. You might as well not. Yi Wuhan teased his sister, who doesn't know that your mere presence in Desert City causes quite the stir. This rare teasing made Yi Wulei feel an increasing closeness to her brother, which she believed was due to Jiang Wujian's influence. Let us go together. As soon as Jiang Wujian finished speaking, Yi Wulei unabashedly hugged his neck, showering him with compliments. This gesture made Jiang Wujian feel a tad awkward. Unable to meet Yi Wuhan's gaze. "Wulei, mind your manners," Yi Wuhan admonished her softly, prompting Yi Wulei to realize and blush deeply. "I will wait for you at Guyue Tower." Perhaps feeling embarrassed, she tossed out the remark and swiftly dashed away. Jiang Wujian watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a wry smile. "Brother Jiang, let us leave. I fear that Wulei will cause trouble again soon." With that, Yi Wuhan turned and walked outside. At Guyue Tower, just as Yi Wuhan had described, upon Yi Wulei's arrival, the patrons scattered like startled birds. Sitting alone upstairs, Yi Wulei had a waiter standing beside her, grinning nervously, unsure whether to speak or leave. "Go, bring me your finest dishes and wines. I want the very best. If it's not the best, I will tear down your establishment." The waiter, terrified by Yi Wulei's words, hurriedly scampered downstairs. With a resounding thud, the waiter collided with someone, feeling a sharp pain in his body. Looking up, he turned pale with fright. "Forgive me, young master. I did not mean to bump into you." Upon realizing he had collided with Yi Wuhan, the waiter stammered an apology, bowing his head in fear. "It's nothing. Go about your business." With a gentle smile, Yi Wuhan's presence brought a sense of reassurance to the innkeeper. At least with Yi Wuhan around, the little witch dared not stir up trouble. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the desert city, drawing the attention of its inhabitants, all eager to discern the source of the commotion. "Oh, that old man is making quite the racket," remarked Jiang Wujian as he settled down, recognizing that the sound was the doing of Lin Xuan. "I apologize for startling you. Brother Jiang, I shall take my punishment later." Yi Wuhan feigned an apology, eliciting a hearty laugh from Yi Wulei beside him. "Look, it's the Lord's manor." A cry arose from the street as onlookers spotted thick plumes of smoke rising from the manor, prompting a rush towards the scene. Meanwhile, atop the ancient moon pavilion, 3 individuals reveled in their libations. Indeed, the wine of the ancient moon pavilion lives up to its reputation. "Brother Jiang, we must not let such exquisite wine go to waste," Yi Wuhan exclaimed, tilting his head back to drink deeply, a newfound boldness emanating from him. Perhaps influenced by Yi Wuhan's exuberance, Jiang Wujian seized a wine vat and began to drink heartily. "What a delight!" he cried, experiencing a euphoric liberation like never before. Yi Wulei, witnessing Jiang Wujian's fervent indulgence, found herself momentarily entranced. "In our friendship, I find my aspirations for life," Yi Wuhan declared with a boisterous laugh. A testament to his recognition of Jiang Wujian, though only Yi Wulei could perceive the hidden sorrow within Yi Wuhan's heart. "Have you ever felt resentment?" Jiang Wujian slurred, pointing at Yi Wuhan, his eyes glazed with the effects of alcohol. "Resentment? I have, yet I have never given up," Yi Wuhan replied, unexpectedly comforting Jiang Wujian, who understood that Yi Wuhan harbored affection for Qin Yuexin, yet she could only belong to him. "Jiang Wujian, I hope you are the one to whom I can entrust everything." This thought echoed within Jiang Wujian's mind. Uncertain of what awaited him upon returning to the Jiang family, or whether unsealing the spirit-binding curse would unleash the horrors he had envisioned. In the desert city today, amidst the chaos of war and the crimson glow of bloodshed, there was also revelry with fine wine and joyous laughter. Lin Xuan's massacre served as a stark reminder to all that he was the sovereign of the desert city. "You too. I shall join you in your drinking," Yi Wulei declared, lifting her crimson sleeve and grabbing a vat of wine, disregarding her feminine decorum. Today marks our farewell. Who knows when we shall reunite? Brother Yi, it is my honor to have met you." Jiang Wujian's sentiments were not merely the effects of alcohol, nor the influence of his connection to Qin Yuexin. Rather, he genuinely considered Yi Wuhan a friend. "I cannot part from you." Yi Wuhan hiccuped and embraced Jiang Wujian, a first in his life to bond so closely with another. Look, the Lord's manor has collapsed." Countless eyes in the desert city bore witness as the once magnificent Lord's manor crumbled to the ground. The anguished cries resonated throughout the Lord's manor, with no one aware of the number of lives claimed by Lin Xuan within its walls. The scent of blood permeated the air, instilling a profound sense of dread in the hearts of the inhabitants of the great desert city. Inside the manor, Lin Xuan appeared as a harbinger of death, his figure drenched in crimson, consumed by a relentless fury as he searched for something elusive. Rage and bloodlust enveloped him, the cacophony of screams and the multitude of fallen bodies bestowing upon him the ominous title of a great demon. Yet, none of this could quell the inferno of rage within Lin Xuan's heart, the betrayal of one he once considered a dear friend, a traitor who had forsaken him. Until he personally exacted vengeance upon that individual, Lin Xuan could find no solace. "Wu Ju, come forth. If you do not emerge, I shall continue this massacre," Lin Xuan bellowed, his voice reverberating through the skies of the great desert city. Amidst the bloodshed, the ancient moon tower reveled in merriment. For today's great desert city was not the same as yesterday, nor would it be the same as tomorrow. Bring me the wine, Yi Wuhan roared, prompting the frightened attendant to hastily fetch several jars of liquor. Zhang Wujian, aware of Yi Wuhan's discontent with Lin Xuan's actions, recognized his inherently kind nature and reluctance to shed innocent blood. Thus, Yi Wuhan felt heartache at the slaughter occurring within the Lord's manor. Yet he found himself powerless to intervene. Within the manor, before Lin Xuan knelt Wu Ju, the one who had been hiding. Brother Yi, I implore you to spare my family and cease the slaughter of those within the Lord's manor. Take my life instead, Wu Ju pleaded, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet Lin Xuan's eyes. Lin Xuan regarded him coldly, yet his heart ached for this former friend. Without uttering a word, Lin Xuan's blade descended, severing Wu Ju's head, which soared high before blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain. With a dull thud, Wu Ju's head rolled several meters away, his body collapsing awkwardly to the ground, blood continuing to flow from the gaping wound. The death of Wu Ju assuaged Lin Xuan's fury. As the rage dissipated, he inhaled deeply. Observing the carnage within the Lord's manor, Lin Xuan did not relent. For in his mind, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Outside the great desert city, three figures journeyed together, two men and one woman, namely Zhang Wujian, and the two siblings, Yi Wuhan and Yi Wulei, who had come to bid farewell. Brother Jiang, take great care on your journey. The path from the great desert city to Miracle City is long and fraught with peril, Yi Wuhan cautioned as they parted ways. Farewell, Yi Wulei offered simply. Without further embellishment, Zhang Wujian waved goodbye to the two siblings and proceeded toward the city gates. Should fate allow, we shall meet again as comrades, he remarked as he walked further away. Wulei, let us return, Yi Wuhan finally said softly, once Zhang Wujian was a considerable distance away. As Yi Wuhan turned back, he discovered that Yi Wulei had vanished without a trace. Glancing towards the outskirts of the city, a fleeting crimson figure disappeared from sight. Could it be that this young girl had gone in pursuit of Zhang Wujian? From the glimmer in Yi Wulei's eyes, Yi Wuhan sensed that his sister had recently developed deeper feelings for Zhang Wujian. Although Yi Wuhan could not abandon Yi Wulei entirely, he was burdened with numerous matters to attend to in the desert city due to the issues involving the Yi family and the city lord's residence. Thus, he had no choice but to allow Yi Wulei her whims, as he needed to return to the desert city. Yi Wulei's speed surpassed that of Zhang Wujian by a considerable margin, and she had already awaited him ahead. Why are you so slow? Yi Wulei's sudden appearance startled Zhang Wujian. What are you doing? Zhang Wujian inquired softly, grabbing Yi Wulei's arm. Waiting for you, Yi Wulei replied, disregarding Zhang Wujian's thoughts. Determined to follow him. Wait, oh my, you don't think I was chasing after you, do you? Yi Wulei's eyes widened in astonishment at the peculiar look in Zhang Wujian's gaze. Zhang Wujian felt his cheeks flush at Yi Wulei's remark, seemingly confirming her implication. What do you mean? You should hurry back. Otherwise, your brother might get anxious. Zhang Wujian coughed awkwardly, urging her to leave. I simply wish to see Miracle City. It is a legendary place. I have heard that no outsider has ever traversed the Sea of Miracles to reach Miracle City alone. Yi Wulei's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of Miracle City, indicating her deep yearning for it. Zhang Wujian rolled his eyes at her exuberance and chose to ignore her, walking past Yi Wulei, incensed by his indifference. Yi Wulei stomped her feet and followed closely behind him. After a few steps, Zhang Wujian halted and turned to face Yi Wulei. He beckoned her to approach. Upon seeing Zhang Wujian's gesture, Yi Wulei's face lit up with joy. I wanted to ask you, how does one get to Miracle City? Zhang Wujian found it difficult to voice his question. He was meant to return home, yet was uncertain of the way. What? You actually don't know the way home? Yi Wulei exclaimed without reservation, leaving Zhang Wujian visibly embarrassed. Chapter 47. Being pursued, Zhang Wujian spat out a mouthful of yellow sand, staring at the sky obscured by the swirling sands. He could only bury his head and shield himself as he trudged forward. Yi Wulei, her head wrapped in a red scarf leaving only her eyes visible, appeared far less disheveled than Zhang Wujian. It seems we need to find a place to rest for the night. The storm ahead is too fierce. We shall proceed once the tempest has passed tomorrow, Yi Wulei remarked. Having lived in the desert, she was no stranger to such weather and knew how to navigate around it. In response, Zhang Wujian nodded in agreement with Yi Wulei. Under Yi Wulei's guidance, the two finally discovered a sheltered sand dune. This cursed place was prone to sudden storms. Hiding behind the dune, Zhang Wujian shook off the yellow sand clinging to him, unable to restrain his complaints. Do you even know the way? We've wandered in this desert for 2 days. After lamenting the weather, Jiang Wujian further questioned the path led by Yi Wulei. Fine, you lead from now on. I shall follow your lead. Upon hearing Yi Wulei's suggestion, Jiang Wujian immediately faltered. What a jest! He knew all too well that entrusting the navigation to himself would undoubtedly lead to disaster. No, you should continue. I will follow your every instruction. Jiang Wujian gestured with both hands, his expression eliciting laughter from Yi Wulei. The storm raged on, and the two spent an entire day waiting. The nights in the desert were perilously treacherous. Jiang Wujian urged Yi Wulei to get a good night's sleep while he kept watch, sitting beneath the dune. He wished fervently for the storm to abate, longing for dawn to arrive so they could resume their journey. As he kept vigil into the late hours, his gaze suddenly fixed on a particular spot, where he discerned a pair of gleaming eyes watching him. It was a Sangu. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Wulei had awakened and crouched beside Jiang Wujian, observing the luminous eyes in the darkness. The Sangu were a gregarious breed of demonic beasts. Once one was targeted, a swarm would soon ensue. Unlike other beasts, these Sangu thrived on blood, indiscriminately feasting upon both humans and animals alike. Their numbers often reached into the thousands. Drawn to any source of blood, once they had fed, they would offer their sustenance to the Sangu King, allowing it to absorb the energy and evolve. The Sangu King's continuous evolution could lead to the emergence of high-level demonic beasts with formidable offensive capabilities. What on earth are they? Jiang Wujian was oblivious to the existence of such creatures, prompting Yi Wulei to enlighten him about the Sangu. Soon thereafter, a rustling sound emerged, and a vast horde of Sangu encircled Jiang Wujian and Yi Wulei. Damn it! When did these wretched things arrive? I didn't even notice. Jiang Wujian muttered under his breath. Despite being on high alert, he had still fallen prey to the ambush. Without uttering a word, Yi Wulei unleashed a barrage of arrows, raining down upon the Sangu. Not a single one survived the onslaught. Observing that Yi Wulei had effortlessly dispatched the creatures, Jiang Wujian noted the absence of any smile on her face. What's wrong? Yi Wulei's grave expression indicated that matters were likely more complicated than they appeared. These Sangu are being controlled by someone. The revelation nearly sent Jiang Wujian leaping in surprise. There was indeed someone capable of wielding such control. The little witch of the Yi family seems to possess quite a bit of knowledge. A strange, eerie laugh echoed as a silver-faced specter emerged atop the sand dunes, holding a jade flute in its grasp. Upon sighting this silver-faced apparition, both Jiang Wujian and Yi Wulei simultaneously exclaimed, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with a member of the Yan Gui faction. With a sinister chuckle, the silver specter delicately played the flute, summoning a rustling sound. An even larger swarm of sand creatures began to encircle Jiang Wujian and Yi Wulei, their numbers incessantly multiplying. Little did that old fool, Lin Xuan, anticipate that his daughter would meet her demise amidst the yellow sands. The specter's words indicated its intent to claim Yi Wulei's life. Jiang Wujian recalled overhearing a conversation in the dungeon, where two individuals demanded Lin Xuan's compliance. Yi Wulei attempted to ensnare the silver specter with her binding technique. But the specter was already prepared. As soon as the binding was initiated, it vanished in a deceptive flicker. With the binding effort thwarted, Yi Wulei unleashed a barrage of arrows, obliterating a considerable number of sand creatures, which surged towards them like relentless waves. Jiang Wujian could not allow Yi Wulei to bear the brunt of the assault alone. Despite lacking spiritual energy, he wielded his fists with determination. As he charged towards the sand creatures, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. The sand creatures instinctively recoiled from Jiang Wujian, some even meeting their demise in their attempts to evade him. This was not due to Jiang Wujian's prowess, but rather the aura of the demonic beast robe he donned, which emanated an overwhelming beastly might. The sand creatures, being low-tier entities, were crushed by this aura within a certain radius. This revelation filled Jiang Wujian with elation, prompting him to laugh heartily as he traversed the sandy expanse, causing waves of sand creatures to perish under the oppressive aura. Yi Wulei, witnessing Jiang Wujian's effortless annihilation of the sand creatures, was left in utter astonishment, a sentiment mirrored by the specter. Suddenly, a sense of invincibility washed over Jiang Wujian, a feeling that he was indeed the strongest in the world. In a flash, the specter lunged at him, its speed rivaled only by Yi Wulei's quick response. As the specter deftly evaded Yi Wulei's binding technique once more, it had no choice but to abandon its pursuit of Jiang Wujian. I shall no longer indulge you, the specter declared, vanishing in an instant, leaving only the echo of its voice behind. It became evident that they could not expect peace on this journey. Once the specter disappeared, Zhang Wujian was certain that the Yan Gui faction would not relent easily. Yiwulei attempted to pursue, but Zhang Wujian halted her. Recognizing that such a reckless chase would only lead to misfortune, a realization Yiwulei herself acknowledged. "Let us depart now," he urged. With the specter gone, the sand creatures retreated as well. Zhang Wujian insisted they leave immediately. As dawn broke, the storm ahead had lessened somewhat, and Zhang Wujian covered his mouth, continuing onward. "Beyond this point, we shall find respite in the town ahead, where we can replenish our supplies," Yiwulei declared loudly to Zhang Wujian. Amidst the tempest, Zhang Wujian held Yiwulei's hand, an experience that sent her heart racing like a startled fawn. "Hold on tightly. I wouldn't want to be swept away," he jested, nearly prompting Yiwulei to retaliate with a sharp quip as she forcefully withdrew her hand. "Bah, what a wretched man." Zhang Wujian gazed at the irate Yiwulei, bemused by her reaction. Suddenly, within the storm, a spear sliced through the winds, aiming directly at Yiwulei with a swiftness that was both skillful and fierce. The spear radiated with spiritual energy, leaving behind a dark trajectory in its wake. In a flash, Yiwulei melded into the maelstrom, her longbow unleashing a series of rapid strikes. The sounds of clashing echoed as the spear retreated, revealing a figure wielding it, blocking the path of Zhang Wujian and Yiwulei. This individual, donning a silver mask, emanated a chilling aura, their spear crackling with energy. "Humph, yet another restless spirit," Yiwulei seethed, her fury igniting at the sight of the masked assailant. "I wish no harm. Simply accompany me to meet the Ghost Lord, and I assure you, I shall release him," the masked figure threatened, the spear pointed menacingly at Zhang Wujian. As if his life hung by a thread in the eyes of this ghostly figure. Such audacity! Zhang Wujian laughed heartily, yet within his mirth, a palpable intent to kill simmered in his gaze. Without hesitation, he charged at the masked figure, fists clenched, launching a decisive blow. "Manchan smash!" he called out, the air crackling with the force of his strike, which demonstrated a considerable increase in his strength. The masked figure initially believed that a mere thrust could dispatch Zhang Wujian. Yet as he approached, a primal instinct akin to that of a predator gripped him. In a moment of urgency, he braced himself to absorb Zhang Wujian's powerful punch, which sent him staggering backward, astonished that a simple display of brute strength could yield such an effect, especially when countered with spiritual energy. Unfazed, the masked figure swiftly redirected his spear towards Zhang Wujian's throat. In response, Yiwulei's longbow erupted with a blinding azure light, unleashing a divine wrath more formidable than the one she had previously summoned at Crescent Moon Lake. The masked figure, sensing the imminent danger, withdrew his spear and retreated sharply. With the storm intensifying, the swirling sand struck like iron filings against their skin, igniting a burning sensation. "Zhang Wujian, we must go," Yiwulei exclaimed, seizing his hand and navigating through the tempest as they fled into the distance. The ghostly figure observed the fleeing Zhang Wujian and Yiwulei, squinting its eyes but choosing not to pursue them. "What do you possess that prompts Yan Gui to seek you out so insistently?" Zhang Wujian pondered, intrigued by the sequence of events that led from Lin Xuan's capture to Yan Gui's pursuit of Yiwulei. "How could I possibly know? We merely received word from Ishan that my father had vanished, which compelled us to bid farewell to our master and return to the desert city." Yiwulei had never heard Lin Xuan speak of matters concerning their family. "These individuals are relentlessly pursuing you with a singular purpose, to exploit you as leverage against your father." Zhang Wujian discerned that both encounters of interception shared a common target. Yiwulei. It seemed imperative to alter their appearances to escape the clutches of these specters. Zhang Wujian resolved that upon reaching the town Yiwulei mentioned, they would disguise themselves before continuing their journey. These pursuers clung to them like flies. It would be difficult to quell his resentment without eliminating at least one or two of them. Yiwulei ground her teeth in fury. Never before had she endured such indignity. Together, Zhang Wujian and Yiwulei hastened toward the town she had described. "Why are you following me?" Zhang Wujian remarked bluntly. "We're being hunted, and now you've entangled me in this predicament." Yiwulei, aware of her own shortcomings, chose not to retort. Upon their arrival in the town, Zhang Wujian insisted, "We shall part ways here. You return to the desert city, and I shall proceed to my own destination. Do not follow me any longer." Having finally escaped, Yiwulei was unwilling to comply. "You think I will simply return? Not a chance," she thought, resolutely refusing to head back. Zhang Wujian intended to voice further thoughts, but the typically spirited little sorceress remained silent, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. Despite her fiery demeanor, she was still a woman, and Zhang Wujian felt that it was excessive to contest with her. "Very well, I do not mean to chastise you. Let us simply part ways upon entering the town. he concluded, not waiting for her response as he strode ahead. Chapter 48. The unrest of peaceful town. Having traversed the storm, Yan Gui ceased their pursuit, which alleviated Jiang Wujian's earlier worries. He gazed ahead at the lush greenery, feeling a sense of familiarity with the dense forest. There lies a small town ahead. We can replenish our supplies there. Yiwulei pointed towards a clearing amidst the trees, where the distant sounds of bustling crowds could be faintly heard. As they arrived at peaceful town, Jiang Wujian and Yiwulei stood at the entrance, observing the throngs of people and savoring the delightful aromas wafting through the air. Jiang Wujian's stomach growled audibly at the enticing scents, leading them to a tea house in the heart of the town. "Waiter, bring forth the finest dishes," Jiang Wujian exclaimed eagerly as he settled into his seat. Seated nearby, the diners observed the disheveled appearance of Jiang Wujian and Yiwulei, and most understood that the duo had traveled from the desert city. "Oh dear, that young lady is truly stunning," remarked one table as they began to tease Yiwulei. "Alas, our meal is doomed." Upon hearing the teasing directed at Yiwulei, Jiang Wujian's heart sank. As anticipated, Yiwulei unleashed a powerful strike that shattered the table of her tormentor. A cry of anguish followed as the unfortunate man found his face swollen and bruised from her slap. "Begone! Do not let me see you again, or I shall take your life," Yiwulei declared, tossing him out of the tea house with such force that it left a gaping hole in the wall. Terrified, the other patrons fled, fearing for their own safety, while the tea house owner cowered behind the counter, trembling in fear. "You shall pay for this, you wretched woman," shouted the ejected man's companions as they retreated. In an instant, Yiwulei blurred into motion, and after a series of anguished cries, several figures were sent crashing to the ground. The sharp sound of slaps echoed through Pingyang town, drawing a crowd to the street. "Please, spare us, we were wrong," the beaten men pleaded, their faces swollen like those of pigs, eliciting cheers from the onlookers. Clearly, these men had been tyrannizing the town for too long, which explained the public satisfaction. "Leave, and do not let me see you again," Yiwulei commanded, prompting the men to scramble away, heedless of their own pain. With a flick of her sleeve, she returned to the tea house and sat beside Jiang Wujian, flashing a bright smile that belied her earlier ferocity, transforming her into a seemingly harmless neighborly girl. "Young masters and mistresses, this meal is on me. Once you are done, please depart quickly, trouble may return." The tea house owner personally served their meal, realizing that the ruffians Yiwulei had dealt with were indeed the local bullies. Dealing with such ruffians was Jiang Wujian's forte, and he expressed his gratitude to the owner, offering to compensate for the damaged furniture and wall. "Consider this payment a reward for the young lady's service in ridding the town of a menace," he suggested. However, the owner adamantly refused Jiang Wujian's coins, yet ultimately, he insisted on providing compensation. "Rest assured, we will leave promptly after our meal," Jiang Wujian assured, casting a stern glance at Yiwulei, who playfully stuck out her tongue in response. The tea house owner couldn't help but wonder if the fierce woman he had just witnessed was truly the same person before him now. Jiang Wujian had always believed in avoiding trouble that did not concern him, yet Yiwulei seemed to be a magnet for chaos, despite not having instigated this particular incident. Jiang Wujian yearned to depart from Pingyang town at the earliest opportunity, yet fate seemed intent on thwarting his desires. "Brother, it is she," a scruffy man, brought forth by the gang that had assaulted him, immediately fixated on Yiwulei, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger, drool cascading from his lips. This was truly the end. Jiang Wujian felt the weight of those two words echo within him for the second time that day, watching helplessly as Yiwulei rose and approached the lecherous man. "Brother, be cautious. This woman is quite formidable," a well-meaning individual among the previous victims cautioned. But the warning fell on deaf ears. The sound of a sharp slap echoed, as Yiwulei sent the man flying with a single strike. Realizing his predicament, the man managed to twist in midair and land deftly on his feet. "What a delectable aroma," he mused, whimsically touching the spot where Yiwulei had struck him, bringing his fingers to his nose. "Seeking death, are we?" Yiwulei could not endure such mockery, and with a swift kick, she aimed for the man's face. However, she refrained from lethal force. To her, he was merely a misguided fool. The man, however, had other intentions. Channeling his energy, he seized Yiwulei's ankle with a greedy glint in his eyes. "How exquisitely fair," he remarked, his gaze lecherous enough to ignite Yiwulei's wrath. In a flash, a streak of azure light shot towards his brow, catching him unawares as Yiwulei's arrow pierced through his forehead. With a thud, the man collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief at his sudden demise. As their leader fell, the rest of his crew scattered in panic, and Yiwulei's resolve to eliminate them grew more resolute. In a flurry of swift motions, several more fell without a cry, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Iwule's actions instilled such fear in the townsfolk of Pinyin that they retreated into their homes, remaining there until both she and Jiang Wujian departed. Jiang Wujian had not anticipated Iwule's murderous intent. If this continued, it would surely lead to dire consequences for her in the future. If you wish to accompany me to Miracle City, you must heed my words henceforth. Otherwise, you may choose to part ways with me, he declared, seeking to temper her bloodlust, hoping to diminish it even slightly. Iwule, however, paid little heed to his counsel. From the proprietor of a tea house in the small town, they learned that to reach the Sea of Miracles, one must first travel to Bin City, where merchant ships set sail. As the tea house owner explained, Pinyin Town lay 3,000 miles from Bin City, with the journey fraught with perilous locales along the way. During a conversation with the owner of the tea house, Jiang Wujian learned that the proprietor had once sailed merchant ships in Binhai City during his youth. However, after offending a local tyrant, he was forced to flee to Pinyin Town. Jiang Wujian harbored concerns regarding Iwule's temperament and whether she might cause trouble for the Jiang family, especially since he was not well acquainted with them. Furthermore, he felt uncertain about the Jiang family's acceptance of him. What are you daydreaming about? Iwule playfully nudged Jiang Wujian, who merely chuckled and shook his head. Remember my words. I am in charge on this journey. He reiterated his warning to Iwule, hoping she would return to the great desert city, as he truly did not wish for her to create chaos along the way. Not long after leaving Pinyin Town, as Jiang Wujian and Iwule were engaged in a light-hearted banter, they were interrupted by someone urgently calling out Jiang Wujian's name from behind. It was the tea house owner, who, panting heavily, finally caught up to them. Jiang Wujian sensed that something urgent was afoot. Young Master Jiang, I implore you to save the people of Pinyin Town. The tea house owner gasped, clutching his chest in distress. What has happened? Speak slowly, Jiang Wujian urged, assisting the owner to regain his breath. Young Master Jiang, you must return and rescue the people of Pinyin Town. Not long after you left, a group of individuals arrived and captured everyone in the town. The tea house owner relayed anxiously, swallowing hard and coughing intermittently. At this point, he glanced at Iwule, and Jiang Wujian immediately grasped the situation. Iwule also understood the tea house owner's implication, but remembering Jiang Wujian's earlier directive to follow his lead, she remained still and did not take action. You are right. Asking you to return may be excessive, but you are the only ones who can save the people of Pinyin Town, the tea house owner said, realizing Iwule's indifference and placing his hopes solely on Jiang Wujian. What characteristics do these individuals possess? Jiang Wujian wondered if they might be the notorious Yan Gui. I cannot say for certain who they are, only that they have been searching for something around Pinyin Town. The individuals killed by Miss were originally local bullies, and after these newcomers arrived, they became closely associated with them. Jiang Wujian pressed on, inquiring if the captors wore any masks. The tea house owner shook his head, indicating that no masks were worn, which left Jiang Wujian pondering. The ghost-faced men in the great desert city were scheming to obtain something from the Yi family, and now, another group was searching for something in Pinyin Town. If these two groups were not allied, what could each be seeking? After careful contemplation, Jiang Wujian resolved to return to Pinyin Town and investigate further, for anything worth searching for must possess significant value. With a heart full of ambition, Jiang Wujian consented to accompany the tea house owner back to Pinyin Town, ostensibly under the pretext of rescuing others. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's agreement, the tea house owner was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Wujian instructed the tea house owner to return to the town alone, while he and Iwule would precede him back to Pinyin. As they approached the town, the sounds of weeping children and women reached Jiang Wujian's ears. In the center of the town, a large group of people squatted on the ground, surrounded by a dozen individuals wielding knives, encircling the townsfolk. Is there truly no one to inform me? A middle-aged man bellowed, his impatience palpable as he surveyed the beleaguered townspeople. In a swift motion, the man seized a child, glaring menacingly at the townsfolk. The boy's mother pleaded desperately, grasping the man's leg, only to be violently kicked away. The man tightened his grip around the child's neck, eliciting terrified cries from the boy. This is your last chance. If no one speaks up, you shall all perish. The man's eyes glinted with malice as he exerted pressure, causing the child's face to redden alarmingly. A moment longer, and the child might succumb to asphyxiation. Among the onlookers, only the boy's mother wept uncontrollably, while the others remained silent, fear paralyzing them. This scene only fueled the middle-aged man's fury further as he lifted the child high above his head. Amidst the terrified gasps of the crowd and the mother's desperate wails, he prepared to hurl the child to the ground. Just then, Jiang Wujian arrived, witnessing the imminent tragedy. With a surge of adrenaline, he dashed towards the man poised to drop the child. In the nick of time, he wrapped his arms around the child, then collided with the man using his shoulder. The man stumbled back several steps, losing his grip on the child as Jiang Wujian deftly intervened. "Who are you, scoundrel?" the man shouted, regaining his balance and glaring at Jiang Wujian. Jiang Wujian set the child down and regarded the man coldly. "Release these people, and I shall spare your life." In the brief exchange, Jiang Wujian discerned that the man was a martial artist specializing in external techniques, and he felt confident in his ability to confront him. Utterly shameless, the man retorted, launching a punch towards Jiang Wujian's forehead. The man had sensed Jiang Wujian's strength when they collided, but Jiang Wujian did not evade. Instead, he met the punch head-on with a forceful strike. The sounds of fists colliding echoed as the middle-aged man was forced to retreat several paces, writhing in pain as he shook his hands. Taken aback by Jiang Wujian's formidable strength, he was filled with disbelief. "Kill them all," he commanded his subordinates. However, Jiang Wujian had anticipated this and had already instructed Yi Wulei to handle the remaining assailants. As the middle-aged man gazed at his subordinates sprawled on the ground, a profound shock enveloped him. The mere presence of Jiang Wujian had already rendered him somewhat defenseless, and now there was an even more formidable figure, the woman in red. With the bindings of Yi Wulei securing him, Jiang Wujian dove forward, seizing the middle-aged man and forcefully slamming him to the ground. "Now, shall we discuss your objectives?" Jiang Wujian inquired coldly, crouching beside the fallen man. The middle-aged man huffed disdainfully at Jiang Wujian, turning his head away in utter disregard. "Youngster, I advise you to refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Some matters come at a price," he threatened, exuding confidence in the power behind him. "Is it a threat, then? A price to pay?" Jiang Wujian retorted, delivering 2 resounding slaps to the middle-aged man's face. "Everyone, please disperse." He wished to avoid further confrontation in front of the townsfolk and stood, urging them to leave. Upon hearing Jiang Wujian's words, the townspeople expressed their gratitude before scattering. At that moment, the tea-house owner rushed back into the town, breathless, and upon seeing Jiang Wujian and Yi Wulei subduing the middle-aged man, his face lit up with joy. "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your timely intervention." After exchanging a few courteous words with the tea-house owner, Jiang Wujian departed from Ping'an town, taking the middle-aged man with him. As for the man's subordinates, they were left to Yi Wulei's capable hands. In a secluded area within the dense forest, Jiang Wujian cast the middle-aged man onto the ground. "I possess many things, but patience is not among them. Speak now, and I shall release you. Remain silent, and I shall have no desire to know," Jiang Wujian stated slowly, his tone deceptively calm. Yet the middle-aged man sensed an undercurrent of lethal intent. Swiftly, Yi Wulei returned after dealing with the middle-aged man's subordinates. Upon her arrival, the middle-aged man realized that his subordinates had likely met their demise. "Go ahead and kill me. I will reveal nothing," he declared, wearing a countenance that conveyed a readiness to embrace death, utterly indifferent to his fate. "I already know what they are searching for. Someone has informed me." Yi Wulei's revelation caused the middle-aged man's expression to shift dramatically. "Since you are aware, there is no need to keep him alive," Jiang Wujian remarked, initially trusting Yi Wulei, only to notice her fervent winking, which led him to quickly grasp her implication. "I must say, these scoundrels lack even a shred of dignity." Upon hearing Yi Wulei's words, the middle-aged man's previous bravado evaporated, and in the face of death, he decisively opted for survival. "Do you not think it too late to speak now?" Jiang Wujian coldly regarded the middle-aged man, deliberately taunting him. "What they know pales in comparison to what I can divulge. I will share everything, provided you spare my life." After the middle-aged man softened, he immediately revealed everything he knew. The Demon Emperor's jade? Upon hearing the man's revelations, Jiang Wujian softly murmured to himself, "Is there really the Demon Emperor's jade in Ping'an town?" It appeared to be an ordinary settlement, and Jiang Wujian never imagined he would hear news of the Demon Emperor's jade here. From the man's description of the jade, Jiang Wujian suspected it might very well be the jade tablet obtained with the 9-loop golden python in that tomb. "I only know this much. Beyond that, I know nothing. Now that I've disclosed everything, you wouldn't renege on our agreement, would you?" The middle-aged man was more concerned about his life than his task. "What will happen to the townsfolk if I let you go?" Jiang Wujian's words darkened the man's face. The simmering anger within him was now exposed. "You scoundrel! You're not keeping your word." The middle-aged man pointed at Jiang Wujian, cursing angrily, but Jiang Wujian remained unfazed. Having been scolded countless times throughout his life, he brushed it off. Having obtained the information he sought, Jiang Wujian, along with Yi Wulei, exited the dense forest, leaving the middle-aged man behind, who would no longer exist in this world. The Demon Emperor's Jade and the Demon Emperor's Tomb. Zhang Wujian had not anticipated that the jade in his possession was actually a fragment of the map leading to the Demon Emperor's tomb. Do you believe what that guy said? Yi Wulei questioned skeptically. After all, the Demon Emperor was a formidable figure from the same era as the Demon God. Someone capable of ruling over all demon beasts. The jade must be real, but whether it truly leads to the Demon Emperor's tomb remains uncertain, Zhang Wujian replied, candidly sharing his thoughts with Yi Wulei. Having encountered the inexplicable Demon God tribe, and now learning about the Demon Emperor's tomb, he pondered what had transpired in ancient times and why such powerful beings had vanished. Since ancient times, no one like the Demon God or the Demon Emperor had emerged. The descendants of the Demon God were confined within a dimensional barrier, and there had been no Demon Emperor since. All of this was now intertwined with Zhang Wujian, leaving him feeling somewhat lost. It seemed he had become entangled in a tempest. Perhaps everything was related to that divine king, and his 900 reincarnations were likely connected as well. Upon leaving the forest, Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei did not return to Ping'an Town, but headed directly towards Binqing. They traversed the treacherous areas mentioned by the tea house owner without encountering any trouble. However, they did encounter a group of petty thieves along the way. But Zhang Wujian did not need to intervene. Yi Wulei swiftly dealt with them. Now, Yi Wulei had completely transformed into Zhang Wujian's enforcer. Though she differed vastly from the petite fighter he had envisioned, she was nonetheless a little sorceress. What? Are you trying to rob me? At the Binqing dock, Zhang Wujian found himself embroiled in a dispute, having brought Yi Wulei directly to the harbor after arriving in Binqing. The young man who argued with Zhang Wujian appeared robust, his sun-kissed skin a testament to his long days at sea. This is the price. If you cannot meet it, seek assistance elsewhere, he declared curtly before turning his back on Zhang Wujian and returning to his tasks aboard the vessel. Zhang Wujian was momentarily taken aback by the young man's refusal to negotiate. Yi Wulei remained silent throughout, steadfastly adhering to Zhang Wujian's demands. I believe their request is modest. You should simply acquiesce, she suggested, unaware of Zhang Wujian's frugality. She recalled that he had once procured 500 jade crystals from Yi Wuan. Is that unreasonable? If you think it's insignificant, why not pay? Zhang Wujian shot her a disapproving glance. Upon hearing the mention of money, Yi Wulei, who had not a single coin to her name, promptly fell silent. What a jest! A mere crystal for a life. Zhang Wujian bit his lip, observing the young man directing the crew as they loaded cargo. Upon arriving at the dock, Zhang Wujian had inquired about the finest navigator in Bin City, only to learn that it was Lin Xuan, the very young man before him. After a fruitless search around the pier, he discovered that only Lin Xuan's ship traversed the edges of the miraculous sea near Huanghazen. Here, take this. Let us board your vessel, Zhang Wujian said, his heart aching at the thought of parting with 2 jade crystals, a sum that could ensure a comfortable life for an ordinary person in sword-casting city. Lin Xuan beckoned him aboard, and as Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei stepped onto the ship, Lin Xuan extended his hand, requesting payment. With a heavy heart, Zhang Wujian reluctantly produced 2 jade crystals, to which Lin Xuan expressed mild surprise. I didn't realize you were so affluent. Had I known, I would have asked for 20. At Lin Xuan's teasing remark, Zhang Wujian hastily pressed the crystals into his palm. This is all I have. Our transaction is complete. Immediately after settling the payment, Zhang Wujian inquired about accommodations, as the journey from Bin City to Huanghazen would take approximately 10 days. Xiao Wu, show them to the best quarters, Lin Xuan commanded. A young boy hurried over to guide Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei to their room. This is where you will stay, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave, Xiao Wu announced, leading them to a shared room. That won't do. Both Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei protested in unison, startling the boy. There aren't many rooms on the ship. It's fortunate that Brother Lin can accommodate you. Besides, aren't you two a couple? What is the issue with sharing a room? Xiao Wu chattered on before hastily departing, leaving Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei exchanging glances. Wait a moment. I shall speak with that young man, Zhang Wujian decided. Zhang Wujian allowed Yi Wulei to settle in first while he sought out Lin Xuan. On the deck, Lin Xuan was urging the crew to load the cargo when Zhang Wujian approached him with a displeased expression. What is the meaning of this? We are 2 individuals, 1 male and 1 female, and you expect us to share a room? Noticing Lin Xuan's indifference, Zhang Wujian was nearly provoked to kick him. There aren't many rooms on the ship. It's a privilege for you to have one, Lin Xuan replied. Moreover, the crew is quite diverse, and many of them haven't been in contact with women for quite some time. He gestured towards the laborers handling the cargo. The reason I suggested you share a room is for your female companion's safety. Besides, you two make a pair. It shouldn't be problematic. Lin Xiaoxiang had indeed misinterpreted the relationship between Jiang Wujian and Yi Wulei, and his suggestion stemmed from genuine concern for Yi Wulei's safety, especially given the potential dangers that could arise on the ship. Jiang Wujian stared at Lin Xiaoxiang, feeling frustrated yet powerless, as he needed Lin Xiaoxiang's assistance. Eventually, he relented. You are bold to suggest that the little sorceress requires protection. After Jiang Wujian spoke, he nudged Lin Xiaoxiang. During their exchange, Yi Wulei had been eavesdropping. An knowing smile crept across her face. Upon returning to the cabin, Jiang Wujian found Yi Wulei seated inside, which instantly troubled him. After all the cargo had been loaded, Lin Xiaoxiang shouted, signaling the official departure of the cargo ship. Jiang Wujian felt himself drawing closer to the Jiang family. Yet the notion of belonging felt alien to him, devoid of any profound sentiment or emotional ties. Even regarding his biological parents, Jiang Wujian held nothing beyond gratitude for their having brought him into this world. The distant Jiang family was merely a strange place to him, and soon he would encounter a group of unfamiliar relatives. Little sorceress, why didn't I see your mother in the desert city? Perhaps Jiang Wujian was too eager to understand the feeling of having a mother, for he inadvertently posed the question to Yi Wulei. As she busied herself, Yi Wulei froze at his inquiry, and Jiang Wujian noticed tears shimmering in her eyes. He had not anticipated that his words would evoke such emotion from the fearless little sorceress. She has passed away. Do not ask me about this again. Yi Wulei wiped away her tears and spoke to Jiang Wujian in a warning tone, her voice heavy with sorrow. After addressing him, she remembered that Jiang Wujian had never met his own parents, which softened her heart as well. I will tell you when I feel ready, she concluded before heading to the deck, perhaps not wanting Jiang Wujian to witness her vulnerable side. Jiang Wujian lay in the room, his mind wandering to various scenarios of reuniting with his parents. I understand the reasons for your abandonment. Perhaps I once harbored resentment towards you, but now, I hold no animosity. My fate is inextricably linked to the Jiang family. Jiang Wujian reassured himself that he had no justification to continue despising his parents. On the surface of the sea at night, the briny scent of the ocean breeze caressed Jiang Wujian's face. He had relinquished the room to Yi Wulei and sat alone atop the mast of the cargo ship, gazing into the vast darkness of the ocean, feeling the insignificance of humanity against the grandeur of nature. Regardless of one's strength, it ultimately pales in comparison to the vastness of nature, and all are ensnared within its embrace. In ancient times, few sages managed to break free from this constraint, traversing the boundless realms of existence. Why aren't you sleeping? Lin Xiaoxiang leaped onto the mast, noticing Jiang Wujian seated there. He inquired, is there no place for you to rest? I have nowhere to sleep, Jiang Wujian replied curtly, a hint of resentment in his voice. How can that be? Did I not provide you with a room? Oh, right. You left that woman in red alone in there. Lin Xiaoxiang glanced down at the deck, where the crew members, wrapped in thick blankets, were snoring peacefully. You seem overly concerned about her. Do you have ulterior motives? Jiang Wujian's words nearly caused Lin Xiaoxiang to tumble. He regarded Jiang Wujian with incredulity. Kid, everyone in Bin City knows you are the finest navigator. Yet I fail to see any merit in you. Jiang Wujian held a lingering grievance regarding Lin Xiaoxiang's earlier misappropriation of 2 jade crystals. For a miser like him, such a loss felt almost like losing a part of himself. Do you believe I would throw you into the sea? Lin Xiaoxiang declared, shaking the mast vigorously, prompting Jiang Wujian to raise his hands in surrender. To be called the best navigator of Bin City is a reflection of my reverence for this ocean. Only by respecting it can one avoid its perils. Lin Xiaoxiang gestured toward the endless expanse of sea, its deep blue hue exuding an aura of insatiable power in the night. Jiang Wujian gazed at the water, entranced, as if the ocean had transformed into a colossal beast, poised to devour the heavens. In that moment, he experienced an epiphany, feeling as if he were absorbing the ocean's formidable energy. Seated upon the surface, Jiang Wujian found himself surrounded by swirling waters, forming a vortex beneath him. The roar of the sea reverberated within the whirlpool, yet he remained unperturbed. As the waves crashed over him, he felt the force of the ocean's impact. Each surge struck his body, the dull ache urging him to escape the deluge. Suppressing his thoughts, Jiang Wujian allowed the ocean's relentless assault to continue, each collision intensifying. Jiang Wujian, to his surprise, found himself devoid of any pain, feeling as though he were submerged in the ocean, merging with the very essence of the sea. A sensation of omniscience washed over him, as if he were gazing down upon all living things from the depths of the ocean. In this otherworldly realm, the natural order was unmistakably evident. The great fish devoured the smaller ones, and the small fish feasted upon shrimp. A vivid portrayal of nature's law of the survival of the fittest. Was this, indeed, the fundamental law of existence? Witnessing this raw display of life, Jiang Wujian profoundly grasped that to survive, one must continuously strive for strength. Suddenly, the waters around Jiang Wujian began to churn violently, and the roar of the sea intensified, embodying a disdainful thunder that seemed to mock all existence. In harmony with the ocean's tumult, Jiang Wujian joined in the roar, their voices merging into one. The ocean's roar became his, as his roar echoed that of the sea. This extraordinary transformation within Jiang Wujian summoned an inexplicable pressure that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. The changes manifesting in Jiang Wujian left Lin Xuan utterly astonished, as he felt a potent force emanating from Jiang Wujian. Yet, this oppressive aura dissipated within mere seconds, and upon regaining his senses, Jiang Wujian discovered Lin Xuan had vanished. What just happened to me? Jiang Wujian murmured to himself. As he gazed upon the ocean once more, he realized that it no longer bore the oppressive grandeur that had once overwhelmed him. The stark contrast in his feelings brought forth a novel understanding, a sensation he had never before experienced. That fleeting moment of enlightenment had catalyzed a transformation within him, one not easily achieved in mere seconds. Did you just attain enlightenment? Yi Wulei suddenly appeared atop the mast, astonished by the changes in Jiang Wujian. She sensed a powerful aura ebbing and flowing around him. This moment of clarity had also conferred significant benefits upon Yi Wulei, prompting her to inquire about Jiang Wujian's experience. Despite perceiving the shift in his energy, she yearned to hear his account directly. What do you mean? What is enlightenment? Jiang Wujian, perplexed, scratched his head as he regarded Yi Wulei. You don't even know what enlightenment is? How can you achieve it? Oh my, how is this fair? Yi Wulei exclaimed in exasperation. Her words rang true. Enlightenment is a realm seldom encountered in the path of cultivation. It embodies the fusion of one's insights with the profound truths of nature, allowing for the absorption of its wisdom. Yi Wulei was unsure if her explanation would resonate with Jiang Wujian, and yet, articulating it further eluded her. Regardless, it must be beneficial, right? Yi Wulei gazed at Jiang Wujian as if he were a simpleton, a look he had endured for the second time. Is it merely beneficial? Tell me, what did you perceive after your enlightenment? Jiang Wujian recounted his experience of witnessing the ocean, leaving Yi Wulei wide-eyed and agape, her mouth agog in astonishment, unable to close it for quite some time. You claim to have comprehended the majesty of the vast ocean. How could that possibly be? It is an endless expanse. How could your essence merge with such grandeur? Yi Wulei never anticipated that Jiang Wujian's object of enlightenment would be the entire sea, and even more astonishingly, he assimilated the ocean's might in mere seconds. Such an understanding, as exhibited by Jiang Wujian, was something Yi Wulei had never encountered before. Within her sect, she was aware that some prodigies might achieve fleeting insights under certain fortuitous circumstances. It is no wonder that Yi Wulei was so astounded by Jiang Wujian's profound realization. Are you some sort of anomaly? Yi Wulei found herself compelled to reassess Jiang Wujian, even feeling an impulse to bring him back to her sect. Have you ever considered joining a sect to cultivate superior Taoist arts? Yi Wulei tentatively inquired, to which Jiang Wujian simply shook his head. In his heart, there was only one destination, Qingyuan Palace. Very well, you should rest a while longer. Jiang Wujian suggested that Yi Wulei take some time to recuperate, while he leapt from the mast and found a spot on the deck to sit alone. Standing atop the mast, Yi Wulei gazed down at Jiang Wujian seated on the deck, unknowingly becoming entranced. When she regained her composure, she realized her cheeks were flushed, and her heart was racing wildly. Yi Wulei pinched herself sharply before casting another glance at Jiang Wujian, ultimately retreating to her room. Shortly after she entered, a figure lurked suspiciously outside her door. Remaining composed, Yi Wulei discreetly pointed, and with a thud, the shadowy figure clamped a hand over its mouth and hobbled away. Humph, if it weren't for that person advising me against causing trouble, I would have taken your life just now. Yi Wulei exclaimed in frustration. The reason she followed Jiang Wujian out was not merely due to her unfamiliarity with Miracle City, but rather her aversion to returning to her sect, which was solely focused on cultivation. Were it not for the disappearance of Lin Xuan, Yi Wulei would not have been able to leave the sect. Of course, she would never divulge such matters to Jiang Wujian. The following morning, the crew busied themselves sorting the cargo, clearly delineating which goods were to be unloaded where. Observing the bustling crew, Jiang Wujian felt it inappropriate to linger on the deck, so he swiftly ascended the mast and perched there, watching the laboring sailors below. Yi Wulei, with her arms crossed, glanced about, seemingly searching for something. When Jiang Wujian noticed Yi Wu Lei's quest, fearing she might cause a disturbance, he jumped down from the mast and grasped her arm. "What are you looking for?" he asked softly. Yi Wu Lei smiled at him without responding. "I warn you, do not stir up trouble. If you get thrown overboard, I shall not be responsible." Jiang Wujian cautioned her, yet Yi Wu Lei merely returned a smile, remaining silent. At that moment, a crew member limped past Yi Wu Lei, carrying a sack of goods. Upon noticing her, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Chapter 51. Seeking shelter from the storm surge, heading to Sea Demon Bay, Yi Wu Lei cast a menacing glare at the crew member as he passed. Yet she refrained from causing him any further distress, recognizing that her earlier action had already served as a punishment. "Did you sleep well last night?" Jiang Wujian inquired, aware that while Yi Wu Lei often courted trouble, it was typically instigated by others. Her fierce demeanor had earned her a reputation as a little demoness. "Mind your own business," Yi Wu Lei retorted sharply, leaving Jiang Wujian momentarily stunned, pondering when he had ever offended her. Choosing to avoid further confrontation, he made his way towards the bow of the ship. Upon reaching the front, Jiang Wujian observed Lin Xuan frowning at the sky, seemingly gesturing with his hands. "What are you doing?" he asked, while also glancing upwards in the direction Lin was looking. The sky was a brilliant blue, mirroring the ocean beneath. "It looks like we're in for a strong sea breeze tonight," Lin Xuan remarked, continuing to sketch in the air, though Jiang Wujian dismissed his words as trivial. "Are you mad? If the wind is blowing from the sea, it's obviously a sea breeze, not some ghost wind," Jiang Wujian scoffed. Standing beside Lin Xuan and gazing at the sky, "Everyone, secure the cargo. Tonight, we will face one of the strongest sea breezes we've encountered in years." Lin Xuan commanded the crew, treating Jiang Wujian as if he were invisible. "You should help out too," Lin Xuan suddenly instructed Jiang Wujian. Initially reluctant to comply, Jiang Wujian found himself compelled by Lin Xuan's earnest gaze and promptly began assisting with the cargo. Their labor continued throughout the morning, and Jiang Wujian had never felt such exhaustion before. It was then he realized the hardships faced by the crew. "Listen to me. Tonight we will confront the greatest sea storm we have faced in years. More accurately, a colossal tempest." Lin Xuan's words ignited murmurs among the crew, who exchanged worried glances, contemplating their next move. "We have no time for detours. We must brave this storm to deliver the goods on schedule." His proclamation silenced the crew, who awaited his next words with bated breath. "Fortunately, this storm is expected to be brief. If we endure, we shall be unharmed." His reassurance brought smiles to the faces of the crew, though Jiang Wujian discerned a flicker of worry, perhaps even doubt, in Lin Xuan's eyes. After conveying this information, Lin Xuan allowed the crew to rest, urging them to conserve their strength for the impending storm. "How do you know there will be a storm tonight?" Jiang Wujian asked Lin Xuan later, as the crew dispersed, for he saw no signs of a tempest on the horizon. As the day unfolded without a hint of sea breeze, the vast ocean remained untouched by the winds that typically dance across its surface. The absence of wind instilled a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest. Since the previous night, the sea breeze had gradually ceased, leaving an oppressive heat in its wake. Although Jiang Wujian did not fully grasp Lin Xuan's words, the gravity with which they were delivered compelled him to take them seriously. The stillness of the ocean, coupled with rising atmospheric pressure, suggested that when the slightest breath of wind eventually broke the tension, it would escalate the pressure, unleashing a violent storm surge that could transform the sea into a ferocious beast, capable of consuming everything in its path. Lin Xuan's ominous remarks left Jiang Wujian in a state of confusion. Such phenomena were likely only understood by someone like Lin, who had spent a considerable time at sea. Ultimately, the impending storm surge posed a significant test for them, with the potential peril of being engulfed by the wrath of nature. Lin Xuan openly expressed his apprehensions, prompting Jiang Wujian to wonder why they did not seek refuge from the impending calamity. Did Lin not assert that the duration of the storm would be brief? Jiang Wujian's thoughts were not unknown to Lin Xuan. Rather, they were impractical to execute. There was indeed a sanctuary from the storm, yet venturing there would lead to certain death. To traverse the storm offered a glimmer of hope. Lin Xuan's assertion left Jiang Wujian perplexed. If a safe haven existed, how could it spell doom? Surely, there were no malevolent beasts guarding such a place. Lin Xuan momentarily faltered at Jiang Wujian's words, for the concept of mythical beasts was foreign to him. It is not the beasts you speak of that guard the area. It is the most ruthless pirates in the world, whose crew has never left a survivor. Fear flickered in Lin Xuan's eyes as he recounted the pirates, as if he had witnessed their brutalities firsthand. Jiang Wujian inquired about their distance from this perilous domain, contemplating a visit to Lin Xuan's location. If they could confront those pirates, it would significantly increase the crew's chances of survival. What are you planning? I must warn you, I will not take you there. Once our ship enters their territory, escape becomes impossible, Lin Xuan responded, shaking his head vigorously, as if to dispel the very notion. Just take me and that girl to the shore, provide us with a small boat, and leave the rest to us, Jiang Wujian insisted, confirming Lin Xuan's suspicions. Lin Xuan, however, refused Jiang Wujian's request. Trust me, I would never jest with my own life. Jiang Wujian exuded a confidence that was both compelling and alarming, especially given the tales of those who had previously hired mercenaries to rid them of pirates, none of whom returned alive. Since then, every cargo ship passing through that treacherous area had been compelled to sacrifice a few crates as a form of tribute. Are you truly confident? None of those we hired have ever returned alive. Lin Xuan feared that Jiang Wujian's youthful bravado might lead to an impulsive and foolish decision. If all else fails, we can still flee. Jiang Wujian refrained from making overly confident statements, as the true nature of these pirates remained uncertain. I shall escort you to the very edge of Sea Demon Bay, he declared. Those individuals referred to themselves as the Sea Demons, implying they were the devils of these waters. Lin Xuan disclosed the pirates' whereabouts, and upon hearing their self-proclaimed title, Jiang Wujian nearly chuckled. The leader of the pirates, known as Wu Dahai, was a figure shrouded in mystery, as anyone who had encountered him had met their demise. Lin Xuan shared the scant information available about the pirates. Yet Jiang Wujian was indifferent to their names. In his eyes, all pirates were alike. With half an hour remaining to reach Sea Demon Bay, Lin Xuan suggested, perhaps you should consider selecting a few robust crew members to accompany you. Despite Jiang Wujian being merely a traveler, Lin Xuan felt a fondness for his earnest disposition. No need for more people. The larger the group, the larger the target. My companion and I shall suffice, Jiang Wujian replied. After further conversation, Lin Xuan arranged for a small rescue boat to be prepared. Upon learning of Jiang Wujian's intent to confront the pirates, the crew members expressed their admiration, each embracing him warmly. Only Yiwulei glared at Jiang Wujian, her irritation apparent, as she felt slighted for not being consulted on such a significant matter. As they neared Sea Demon Bay, a crew member shouted, prompting Jiang Wujian to approach the bow of the ship, where he beheld a bay not far ahead. It was indeed an excellent refuge from stormy tides. Even an outsider like him could discern that Sea Demon Bay was a prime location. The entrance and exit of the bay were singular, surrounded by imposing reefs that obstructed access, leaving only one passage, an apparent haven for passing vessels. Yet, such a splendid place had been seized by a band of pirates, a situation that incited indignation. A lookout tower atop the massive rocks of Sea Demon Bay housed several pirates, vigilantly observing the merchant ships that passed by. Drop a few crates of goods, Lin Xuan commanded, seizing the moment. Disguised as crew members, Jiang Wujian and Yiwulei leapt from the cargo ship, boarding the small boat to row towards Sea Demon Bay. As Jiang Wujian and Yiwulei drew closer to their destination, Lin Xuan grew anxious. Xiao Wu, prepare everyone. If they do not return within 2 hours, we shall leave without them. He instructed the helmsman, steering the cargo ship away to wait out of sight for Jiang Wujian and Yiwulei. Stop! What are you doing? Came a voice from the lookout tower, questioning Jiang Wujian and Yiwulei. Jiang Wujian noticed a small patch of land nestled among the rocks, an ideal harbor indeed. He observed that Sea Demon Bay was adorned with several wooden buildings from which the sounds of revelry faintly emanated. I'm asking you a question. The sentry atop the watchtower shouted once more, prompting Jiang Wujian to wave his hand towards the tower. We come bearing grand gifts for the king. I kindly request you to inform him, he said while bowing and nodding incessantly. Observing Jiang Wujian's exaggerated demeanor, Yiwulei bit her lip, nearly bursting into laughter. Jiang Wujian shot her a warning glare, which made Yiwulei adopt a more serious expression. Grand gifts? Our king requires no such offerings. However, since you are here, you may as well perish. The watchtower guard spoke cautiously, and without waiting for Jiang Wujian to respond, he drew his bow, ready to shoot. Wait. The gifts are on that ship over there. We escaped from it. Jiang Wujian frantically waved his hands, his fearful expression momentarily causing the archer to lower his weapon. Had it not been for Yiwulei's prior knowledge of Jiang Wujian's pretense, she might have been convinced by his act. Perhaps we should inform the king first. If by chance this fellow speaks the truth, we would all bear the brunt of the king's wrath, another guard suggested. The others nodded in agreement, for in their eyes, Jiang Wujian was already as good as dead, regardless of the veracity of his claims. Just wait, the guard called down to Jiang Wujian. And soon one of them dashed away towards the bustling city below. Shortly after, The messenger returned to the watchtower. Our king has decreed that you may enter, but you must retrieve those goods left behind. The guard gestured towards several boxes abandoned by Lin Xuan, instructing Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei to bring them back. Certainly. My good sir, I shall fetch them at once, Zhang Wujian replied. Having encountered many individuals like those atop the watchtower in the marketplace, he recognized them as bullies who preyed on the weak. The more feeble he appeared, the lower their guard would drop. Zhang Wujian rowed his small boat, collecting the cargo and gradually making his way into the Sea Demon Bay. Once inside, he lowered his head, revealing a wicked grin. Chapter 52. The crushing force of the sea. Zhang Wujian docked his small boat, only to be besieged by a group of pirates who rushed forward to seize the goods. The king commands you to meet him, one of the pirates bellowed. Zhang Wujian politely nodded at the young brigand. Come, brothers, let us drink. Zhang Wujian entered the largest wooden hall, where around 20 pirates lounged, clutching jars of liquor and devouring various meats. Observing the gluttonous expressions of these marauders, Zhang Wujian reflected on the countless merchants they must have robbed. The king awaits. The guests have arrived. Wu Dahai, who was in the midst of drinking, squinted at Zhang Wujian and Yi Wulei, contemplating something. Seize them. Before Wu Dahai could utter a word, Zhang Wujian commanded Yi Wulei to take action. With a wicked grin, Zhang Wujian lunged at Wu Dahai. Taken aback by the immediate aggression, Wu Dahai scoffed coldly and discarded the wine jug in his hand. Arrogant. With a fierce roar, Wu Dahai summoned his spiritual energy, reaching out to grasp Zhang Wujian's head. Sensing the pressure emanating from Wu Dahai, Zhang Wujian recognized that he was not an ordinary pirate. It became apparent that Wu Dahai was a practitioner of internal martial arts, and his strikes were both ruthless and merciless. Zhang Wujian halted, propelled himself off the ground, and spun towards Yi Wulei. Frustration welled within him. Every encounter with practitioners of internal martial arts ended in defeat. In an instant, Yi Wulei dispatched a dozen adversaries. Surprised by the spiritual energy radiating from Wu Dahai, Yi Wulei was taken aback. She discerned that Wu Dahai's strength rivaled her own, indicating that he possessed the prowess of the earth martial realm. With a swift motion, Yi Wulei plucked a string, sending a verdant arrow soaring towards Wu Dahai, its brilliance illuminating the air as it sliced through space with a sharp whistle. Confident in his might, Wu Dahai neglected Zhang Wujian and attempted to seize Yi Wulei's arrow with his bare hands. However, Yi Wulei, with a sharp command, split the arrow into two, sending them hurtling towards Wu Dahai from either side. Unprepared for such a tactic, Wu Dahai understood that catching both arrows barehanded was an impossibility. With a flick of his wrist, Wu Dahai summoned a small, obsidian bell that hovered above his head. The bell spun ominously, casting a shadow over him. A pair of gentle chimes resonated, causing the bell to sway slightly, dimming its aura. Witnessing this artifact withstand Yi Wulei's arrows, Zhang Wujian realized that the small black bell was indeed a treasure. Yi Wulei, too, was astonished. Who would have thought a pirate possessed a defensive spiritual treasure? She recognized the bell's nature, as it emanated a distinct spiritual energy. Taste my power. Having deflected Yi Wulei's arrows, Wu Dahai summoned a wooden staff, swinging it menacingly towards her. This time, Yi Wulei was genuinely astonished. What appeared to be an ordinary stick was, in fact, another spiritual artifact. The spiritual essence coursing through the staff was even more potent than that of the black bell. Where did this man acquire such treasures? While Yi Wulei possessed but a single spiritual item, the illusory blue bow, this pirate wielded two, leaving her in utter disbelief. As Yi Wulei stood in shock, Wu Dahai's wooden staff descended from above. With a sudden, agile movement, she evaded the strike, causing Wu Dahai to merely catch a glimpse of her fleeting figure before she vanished from sight. The legendary red shadow of the desert city was none other than Yi Wulei's incredible speed. The arrow of bone, Yi Wulei materialized behind Wu Dahai, her fingers gracefully tracing the ethereal Qing bow. A spectral blue bone arrow was unleashed from Wu Dahai's rear, slicing through the air like a phantom, aimed directly at his chest. With a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on the shadow of the iron clock, as the bone arrow lodged itself within, gradually eroding its essence. Noticing the fracture, Wu Dahai's counterattack against Yi Wulei grew increasingly fierce and merciless. With a gentle utterance, iron tree blossoms, Wu Dahai cast aside his wooden staff, conjuring a massive iron tree, into which he infused a surge of spiritual energy. In an instant, the tree was adorned with a profusion of blossoms, creating a breathtaking spectacle. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Wu Dahai sent the iron flowers cascading through the air, one by one, as they fell like shimmering petals. Suddenly, with a commanding shout, Wu Dahai unleashed the iron flowers, which erupted with lethal intent. Iwule was taken aback by the wooden staff's ability to transform. Such a transformative spiritual treasure was indeed rare. As Iwule summoned a rain of arrows, the Qingbao radiated a brilliant azure light, enveloping the descending iron flowers. Countless arrows pierced through the blooms, ultimately dissolving into ethereal blue specks. "Let us go," Iwule exclaimed, pulling Zhang Wujian along as they made their escape. Zhang Wujian, previously occupied with subduing a minor adversary, found himself momentarily paralyzed by Wu Dahai's overwhelming presence. This scoundrel, to possess such power yet stoop to piracy, how shameless! He muttered in frustration, being dragged out of the wooden structure by Iwule. The truth was Iwule had pulled Zhang Wujian out to protect him from the iron flower's harm. "Planning to flee? I shall not allow it," Wu Dahai taunted, observing Iwule's attempt to take Zhang Wujian away. With a thunderous crash, Wu Dahai's fist shattered the wooden building. His cold gaze fixed on Iwule and Zhang Wujian. "Dare to seek your demise here? I shall oblige." With a flick of his wrist, the iron tree reformed into a wooden staff, which Wu Dahai wielded with lethal intent, channeling his spiritual energy toward Iwule. In this moment, Wu Dahai's heart brimmed with murderous intent, compelling him to unleash his full power. The iron tree reemerged, radiating an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Zhang Wujian and Iwule. Suddenly, Zhang Wujian felt a sharp pain in his chest, beads of sweat trickling down his face. Gritting his teeth, he bore the weight of the iron tree's oppression, his body unable to stand upright. Conversely, Iwule appeared to handle the situation with greater ease, enveloped in a halo of azure light, as ripples danced around her Qingbao. "Let us see how long you can endure," Wu Dahai sneered. Finally understanding why Lin Xuan warned that none who ventured here returned alive. "Zhang Wujian, hold on to me. I shall lend you my spiritual energy." With tearless eyes, Iwule watched as Zhang Wujian was tormented under immense pressure, knowing that Zhang Wujian could not summon spiritual energy to resist as she could. Zhang Wujian shook his head, fully aware that once he actively absorbed Iwule's spiritual energy, the damage inflicted upon him would only intensify. A weight bore down upon him, as if a mountain pressed against his very being. Iwule reached out to grasp Zhang Wujian, adamant about transferring her spiritual energy to him. "Do not touch me," Zhang Wujian bellowed in a frenzy upon seeing Iwule extend her hand toward him, momentarily stunning her. "Wule, do not touch me. I cannot absorb your spiritual energy, or I will perish." Zhang Wujian knew he should not have shouted at Iwule, yet enduring the pain, he insisted that he truly could not take in any spiritual energy. "Haha, I never expected two more fools to come seeking death." Wu Dahai cackled with unrestrained glee as he observed the subdued Zhang Wujian and Iwule. In a display of divine wrath, Iwule emanated a brilliant blue light, releasing an arrow directed at Wu Dahai, imbued with a significant portion of her spiritual energy. As the arrow flew, it carried a faint aura of divinity. "Humph, dare you resist? I shall extinguish you." Wu Dahai, shielded by his iron elemental bell, faced Iwule's assault with unwavering confidence. With a thunderous crash, Iwule's arrow shattered Wu Dahai's bell's projection into fragments, which then dissolved into a dark mist drawn into the bell's core. "Curse it!" Wu Dahai exclaimed, witnessing his bell's projection destroyed. Enraged, he summoned the iron elemental bell, channeling all his spiritual energy into the iron tree, seemingly intent on crushing Zhang Wujian and Iwule under its oppressive weight. With a series of ominous cracking sounds, Zhang Wujian's bones protested under the immense pressure. Yet he refused to bow, no matter how great the force he faced. Regardless of his bodily agony, he would not yield to this overwhelming might. "Even if you crush me, what of it? My will remains unbroken." As he spoke, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Iwule gazed at Zhang Wujian, her heart stirred by the indomitable spirit of the man before her. In that instant, she perceived the grandeur of his resolve and unattainable magnificence. Others shared the sentiment, including the band of pirates, with Wu Dahai, who had subdued Zhang Wujian, being the most astonished. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Zhang Wujian, causing the tranquil waters of the sea demon bay to churn violently, unleashing towering waves. The ocean roared in fury, a response to the provocation of its majesty. When the oppressive force of the iron tree collided with the ocean's might, it was as insignificant as a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. Zhang Wujian comprehended the essence of the sea, embracing its overwhelming power. "Since you wish to crush me, I shall let you experience the taste of being crushed." The oceanic force emanating from Zhang Wujian swelled, ultimately enveloping the entirety of Sea Demon Bay, leaving the pirates in a state of carnage. while only Wu Dahai struggled to endure. This cannot be. Wu Dahai cried out, unable to accept that the very person he had just crushed was now overpowering him. Looking at Jiang Wujian, Yi Wulei felt an overwhelming insignificance in the face of his formidable presence, reminiscent of the might of the ocean. How could this man, who had only moments ago been subdued, suddenly unleash such a powerful aura? As Jiang Wujian's force intensified, the waves of red base surged with greater ferocity, shattering all structures along its shores into splinters, swept away by the relentless tide. Kneeling on one knee, Wu Dahai desperately resisted the oceanic force of Jiang Wujian with the feeble pressure of the iron tree, yet found himself unable to channel even the spiritual energy within. To Wu Dahai, Jiang Wujian now loomed like an infinite sea, poised to engulf him. Crack! A fissure appeared on the iron tree behind Wu Dahai, multiplying from 1 to 2, and then to an increasing number. With each crack in the iron tree, Wu Dahai felt the weight of his injuries multiply. Jiang Wujian did not shatter the iron tree outright. Instead, he meticulously dismantled it piece by piece. Each crack in the tree forced Wu Dahai to cough up blood, intensifying his hatred for Jiang Wujian. The more he despised me, the more I longed to destroy him, but I wished for him to perish in despair, consumed by hatred. Jiang Wujian's words pierced Wu Dahai's heart like needles. What does it feel like to be crushed? Jiang Wujian gazed at Wu Dahai, his cold-blooded demeanor instilling fear even in Yi Wulei. This version of Jiang Wujian was unlike any Yi Wulei had ever witnessed. He was as merciless as the raging sea. Demon, you are nothing but a demon. Wu Dahai's body and spirit were slowly dismantled by Jiang Wujian, who now stood as a figure of pure malevolence.